Can you feel it? This rush of excitement when Counter-Strike is around the corner. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in London for the Blast Spring Final presented by Revolut. And it is my absolute honor to close what is the first half of 2024. When it comes to Counter-Strike, we've been blessed with some beautiful Counter-Strike, and there is one more trophy to win. I'll be your host for the first 2 days. I'm Maniac, and I'm joined by Bubsky, former professional players. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I was once behind the scene looking at you from back, but you are equally beautiful from the side, so I can't complain.
Okay, so you tell me my side is
yeah, your side profile is better than your back profile. No, the side profile.
What do you think we've done about the color scheme today? Like, how would you categorize it? Like good cop, bad cop?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit of a monotone kind of analyst, a little bit harsh. You're a little more the soft guy taking the soft angles. I think we're gonna rotten with that.
Cool, I guess he just called me soft. Moving on swiftly, I will do my best not to be too much. We have our 8 teams here in London, and I have to be honest, I mean, aside from Mouse not being here, we have the Monacy situation that is a bit unclear, but this is a strong stacked team list.
Yeah, it's a perfect way to end the season, right?
Yeah.
There's almost nothing here that's not up for stake. We have all the good teams here, except maybe Mouse, as you said, but there's many teams who's going to be looking to finish for that perfect end.
Absolutely, and there are a lot of stakes, I think, as we talked about. The season is coming to an end, and it's going to be time for teams to maybe make conclusions, and let's take NAVI, for example, just to kick off the conversation. Major winner, a lot of scrutiny on them. How much is at stake for them here in London?
Everything, right? It's the difference between going on holidays where you feel like you can actually relax and go back on, lay by the pool and actually get re-energized for the next season.
Nice.
But yeah, but at this period, they're probably going to be talking with the management if they manage to fail this one. So there's going to be a lot of questions regarding this roster.
Have you ever had any of these summer break that's filled with doubts and questions and anger?
Yeah, I remember the Astralis days, right? Where you just all of a sudden got a nice call. Hey boy, you're benched. Sick, man.
One of these calls.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a call. I remember going back from a tournament. It was almost the last one towards the end, and a little SMS. Hey, do you have time for a phone call tomorrow? You know what the time is.
I've been there before. I've been there when my manager tries to call me. Let's have a look at Group B, of course, stacked with teams, as I've been saying. Here, I think the talk, and we could choose from many out there, but I'm interested in G2. I'm interested in your take on whatever happened in Dallas. Of course, we know there's a little bit of uncertainty here surrounding the lineup, but what are your initial thoughts on G2 rocking in here?
Most unique event I've ever seen. Like having 2 players that underperform that much and still win. Here I'm obviously talking about Stewie. Obviously, didn't expect too much from him, but X are underperforming so much, but they still managed to win in a pretty fashionable way, right? So it's really interested to see what can Hooksy bring back to the table, and it's going to be so interesting to see. He's been sitting on the sideline, kind of cheering with a fake smile, potentially winning a game, and now all of a sudden he's standing in the scene again.
Indeed. Now listen, we have a lot of Counter-Strike coming your way in London. For day 1, we have 4 best of 3s, and this is the schedule that is waiting for you guys at home. We're finishing off with G2 Esports, as you were mentioning, going up against Spirit. Oh, maybe Monacy versus Donk. Maybe we will have it. Who knows? I'm not the one deciding. VP versus Vitality, that's going to be preceding. Astralis versus NAVI before that. But first, it's FaZe versus Saw.
I think Saw, they're not a team we should underestimate, in my opinion.
Harrigan's a beast!
It's clear that we are the underdogs. It's a good opportunity for us to surprise everybody.
This story orb is tearing through Liquid.
It is very well known that piercing through the elite of Counter-Strike is a very harsh task, and I think so, more than any other team, represent that effort that they had to go through just to put their name on the list, just to put their name in the hat. You're talking about a major appearance, you're talking about Pro League, and this is where people start to notice them. This is where we start to pay attention to the Counter-Strike that they play. But this journey here in London does not start the easiest way. Up against them, you have the actual titans of FaZe Clan rocking up. The grand final attendance, 1 millionth time. Of course, we know things have been a little bit slower, a little bit harder very recently, and this is where I want to pick up the conversation with you. I want you to give me a temperature check. Where is FaZe at? What should we expect?
I think they're in a weird spot, right? I think they failed that major final or the semi-final, whatever. It didn't really mean that much afterwards. They kind of picked up the pace relatively fast, but what we saw in Dallas was like a catastrophe. I think a guy like Robs has fallen off massively after buying that nice of a car we've seen. We're going to come back to that later, but it's a period where we're going to be seeing a guy like him. He needs to step up. He's become too passive. He's too irrelevant in games right now. I feel like he was used to doing that before and with Twist when it worked really well, because it was that aggressive players creating a lot of space, and all of a sudden the rotations is happening and Robs could take him.
Well, listen, let's stay on that topic, because the person of interest talked with James Max.
Rops, coming into London, I heard from Neo, we've seen in other interviews as well, that you guys had like a big team talk and a discussion. So talk to me about what that looked like, why it was a bigger team talk and what you went through.
The team talk was just more like personal things, what people have going through. Yeah, just the classic emptying the backpack and just letting people know their feelings, and if there's like any obstructions against each other. Yeah, it was personal, and it was one of these talks that you have to get out at some point.
Some of them are needed to have, that's for sure. I want to touch on you right now on your individual level as well, because start of CS2, right, it was all about Rops, everything you could do, and then we've seen obviously changes for you. You're still playing solidly, but I want to see how you make of your performance coming into the end of the season.
No comments.
No comments? No comment at all. Okay, so do you feel like right now that you are in your best shape?
No comments.
Okay, you're going to avoid this completely. What about then when it comes to the map pool for you guys? Because obviously Dust 2 comes in, you kept picking Nuke overall. Are you confident with where your whole map pool lies at the moment, or does it feel a bit shaky?
Map pool-wise, definitely not confident or comfortable. I think everyone knows our map pick of Nuke hasn't been going so well recently. But we're looking at fixing like Anubis. We're looking at fixing a couple other maps. So yeah, playing like all the 7 maps at currently, it's gonna be rough to get a good point on all the maps. Yeah. But I think it's also the end of the season, so it's nice to hopefully have a good tournament here and then have a fresh mindset for our next one.
That's certainly what it's all about. But against this game, you're starting off against Saw, who you don't often usually play against. So what do you need to look out from these guys?
Well, it's an interesting matchup for sure. We don't really know where the Vita is going, because I think it can go any kind of direction, really. Depends where each team wants to go. And then I think just trying not to be surprised, even though they're capable players and they can obviously show that they can win this match. But I think as long as we shut them down and we play as we do and stay comfortable, I think we can take the win.
Well, some very interesting thoughts from Rops out there, but I want to cut the BS and go straight to the fact. No comment, no comment. When talking about his individual performance now, he didn't have to make a comment, but I need you to put him out there on the spot. What do you make of his slowing down as an individual, which is undebatable?
Yeah, I think FaZe has been known for the comfortable team, right? They've always been at the top. I think they're the most prestigious team inside CS2 and also CS for that matter. And to go into an interview and just say no comment, it shows a little bit of lack of confidence going into your own game. He's really been one of the best riflers in the last 6, 7, 8 years.
Third best player last year.
Yeah,
third
exactly.
best player.
He has so much quality and he's not been able to show it this year. I think he needs to find a new way of almost trying to lurk, because right now it's become too readable. I think Spinks is actually in the same situation as him. Okay. They don't really have enough space around them to be able to play this way.
Do you think he has suffered in any way, directly or indirectly, from Frozen coming in and taking maybe a little bit more space, maybe having a stronger voice? Do you think that come into play?
I think many people had a discussion last year with Frozen being placed too high on the rankings, right? People would have seen him to be inside the top 10, but Frozen is a really passive player generally. Twist was more of a guy where you could send him in, kind of make some space, kind of make an eco play or show out the deagle. Frozen doesn't really add to Rops the same way as Twist did. I hope Frozen or Rops either needs to evolve their game into being a little bit more aggressive, because right now I feel like Kerrigan has to do so much work. He has to push through the smokes. We've seen the games where it's really worked is where he's been really taking the torch.
Definitely. You mentioned Frozen. He's obviously going to be a topic of interest for us in this FaZe Clan, and also mostly because the term of exhaustion and fatigue and burnout is something that we come time and time again on. When you talk about this team, there's so many deep runs, so many maps being played, and then you've had these grand finals who don't really pan out. You win a trophy suddenly, and maybe you let go a little bit, like the pressure falls on you, and maybe doubt starts creeping in. What's your take on that?
I mean, it's also a team who's been playing together for forever, right? We constantly ask if, okay, is it this the end for Kerrigan? Is this the end for Brokey? But they all of a sudden find a new way. I remember towards the end of CSGO, right? We were all sitting here. Yeah, I think this is the end destination for some of these players. Brokey is not good enough. Maybe Kerrigan needs to find into a coaching role. Then CS2 launches. Then they become great, right? Sydney winning, doing great stuff in a long time. Then Twist leave. All of a sudden, okay, Frozen comes in. It works pretty well again. But they constantly just have these waves. But at least they're performing at a relatively high level. They're not going down in the deeps like other teams.
I'm going to put you on the spot. We had a conversation before we went live, and you told me, Maniac, do you think So has a chance? And I said, not one in hell. I said, like, there's no chance in hell. hell. That was my statement. You disagreed. You think there's a chance, there's an actual competitive interest to this series?
I think if Salt gets the right things right, they do potentially have a chance to get double digits on some maps. I don't think they are completely clueless on how to play the map, but that happen once you are a new team coming onto the scene. They don't really know how you play. You come with all your new strats. People haven't really been used to it. If you don't really evolve, you kind of get stuck in your own ways and they fall down the rankings again. Now they've got a new coach, right? They said that
Barry's out there.
Yeah, Barry, a Danish coach, all of a sudden in a Portuguese team. That's an interesting duo for sure. But if he can just add a little bit of extra layer of what they had in the start of the season, because they did actually do really well. They beat Cloud9 coming into here, so they actually do have a bit of quality. Astralis is the one for me to watch. He's a really interesting player. He reminds me a little bit of Robs.
I agree with you. I don't know if Barry's going to have the time to have that impact. We're going to have to figure that out, of course. We talk predictions, we talk disagreements. Well, maybe it's time to show you guys our GG bet predictions for this first round of games. It doesn't really seem... Okay, I'm just going to put it out there. Yeah. I didn't think we would have the same kind of agreement on the G2 versus Spirit. I know lots of doubts, questions about the lineup, and would m0NESY not be here? Honestly, of course, there wouldn't be a conversation. Vitality versus VP, like, we're about to do like a CS Unfortunate moment, or are we cool?
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue with the Spirit one is that people doubt even if m0NESY is going to make it. He's probably going to make it out of the taxi, running into the station, no practice, no analyst, being able to...
wreck everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, they're going to bet on that. Dong is, on the other hand, been in the studio, been setting up, and all these sorts of things.
We're gonna have to see. Before I send you off, guys, remember, you now have 5 more minutes to go on blast.tv and you have to finalize your fantasy team. That's one of my favorite things to do, and then I get to absolutely talk shit about my teammates, my colleagues who made mistakes. Just kidding, doesn't always really happen. But yeah, head over to blast.tv, finalize your fantasy team. I'm gonna send you off to a break, and when we come back, about 3 minutes, we're gonna have Harry and Hugo taking you through the action.
How do you approach this game?
Well, we're gonna approach this game like the others. We know that FaZe are a really, really good team. When they are feeling it, I don't gonna say that it's impossible to win, but it's gonna be really hard. So we just need to focus on ourselves. We need to feel comfortable. We need to respect, but inside of the game, we need to do our things. And that's the only way you can beat them or surprise them. So that's what we're gonna try to do.
Well, it's time for the inaugural game here of the Blast Premier Spring Final, brought to you, presented by Revolut. Hugo, we got FaZe taking on Soar. Pretty hype matchup here to open up. I think one of these teams a little more hype than the other in terms of expectations for this. You want to open up by kind of talking a little bit about FaZe Clan?
Yeah, I mean, this is a banging opening game, and I think the reason for me this is so exciting is because it feels like FaZe are coming in almost underprepared. That's the vibe I'm getting from what we're hearing from the players, from Rain's interview with HLTV yesterday saying he doesn't know what map they're going to pick. Rops echoing the same sentiment in the interview. Rops also doubling down on the no comment, saying he doesn't want to talk about his individual performance, clearly aware that he's been struggling, and FaZe have as well, right? This is a team that made 7 LAN grand finals in a row since the dawn of CS2, and the last couple of events have been a little bit shaky, Harry. We look at, you know, post Chengdu Blues for FaZe haven't been too great, have they?
No, and even if you look down the line of the teams that they've lost to, you're talking G2, Spirit, Vitality, Astralis, NAVI, famously in the major final. Well, what teams are here? Oh, it's basically, well, it is all of those. So, yeah, you know, I think this is going to be either a kind of shot at redemption of quelling the folks that have been shutting FaZe down in these playoff runs and grand finals, or it's going to be a bit more of the same, this kind of decline for FaZe right at the end of the season. On the other side of things, when we take a look at the Soar squad they're going up against, this Soar team, man, they were the potential of the big kind of breakout story of 2024. It felt like this was their Cinderella story almost. They had that big reverse sweep all the way back at the RMRs where they started 0-2 down. They managed to turn that around and go 3-2. Then they arrive at the major, they go 2-0 up. Then they end up falling short of their major dreams 2-3, and past that point it was kind of right back down into the dumps for this Soar team, right? It felt like they were really on the come up. Now, in amongst that, they were able to lock in a win back at Showdown over OG. That's what got them here. But this is a Soar squad that, when they were on that come up, it felt like they were kind of on the brink of achieving something here. And then we saw them fall out of the major. Past that, we take a look at their Pro League run. It got ended very, very abruptly. Even when you take a look at some of the other tournaments that they've gone and played in, they've been near last place finishes. It feels like this Soar team is still hurt a lot by what happened to them back at the major.
Yeah, they absolutely broke. To go 2-0 up on BO1s and choke that lead, I think.
Especially after having been 0-2 back at the RMR and then reverse sweeping.
It feels like that's broken them a little bit. But Harry, let me paint you a pretty picture for Soar. Let me paint you something. There's 2 factors to consider. Firstly, I love the format of this event because all it takes is 1 BO3 win anywhere in your group and you're into the playoffs. You're into the OVO Arena Wembley, you're into London with the crowd. So you just have to win 1 game. Now, keep in mind, what is one thing FaZe have struggled with since the dawn of CS2? It's not grand finals, it's cleaning up groups. They have never won a group in CS2. They have always struggled to run through early. Now, I don't want to frame this like, Soar are the favorites. There's no way FaZe can do this, but I also don't think this is a guaranteed win for FaZe. They need to come in hot. They need to come in ready. And again, I go back to what I said, coming off the interviews, it doesn't feel like FaZe are as prepared as maybe they should be when you consider that this is the big one for Soar. This is the end of the season. This is the time to rewrite the story of this team that could have been great, that could have been a new, contender perhaps to the upper echelons of Counter-Strike who fell off massively post-major. So, do I think Soar are going to win? Probably not today, but there's a shot, Harry. There's always a shot. It's Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think it's helped as well by the fact that FaZe haven't looked as infallible, right? Since losing that streak of making grand finals, since that got taken away from them originally back at Pro League, then that continued into Dallas. It is a FaZe that's gotten a little bit wounded, that has been complaining of, you know, being tired. The kind of prevailing inside joke over at FaZe is that they take the longest, most arduous route to even get to those finals in the first place. And then I think they start to suffer because they stopped winning them. They started coming second. So you're playing the most games, the most maps, only to not be the ones lifting the trophy. And you can imagine that took a bit of a toll on FaZe.
It's absolutely worth noting as well that taking these like long routes through groups is only going to feed into the fatigue, right? You don't get those extra days off. You see so many formats at events where if you just go 2-0 through the group, you get 2-3 days off. You get time to prepare, you get time to relax. FaZe have never had that opportunity. They've always had to work for it, and they'll have to work for it still here in London as they look to take down the Portuguese powerhouse who have certainly exploded onto the scene in the first half of this year. Let's see if they can close out the season with a bang. It's Saw v FaZe over on Ancient.
They're going to waste no time getting into this one. And so Saw with the T side opening. Got a couple of players here you're going to want to keep a keen eye on for Saw, just to kind of gauge the level that they're coming into this on. And I think Astralis is a prime name for that. He'll open up with one. Brokey responds. These dual Berettas out from Donut quickly level the playing field. And so we end up back in this 3-on-3 with Brokey still hanging around a fight. That's because he's got Carrigan backing him up with the bomb down over here in mid. FaZe are playing to contain. They lose Carrigan up in the window, and so now Brokey's got to do the heavy lifting.
Still a backstab on A. Reigns trying to contain it from CT. He's got Brokey's back at least, but Astralis moving into the site gets that kill. Brokey just fighting for survival, fighting for the ace. Those Julies can't connect the killing blow. Final shot does it, and he gets out as well on top of the bomb. Brokey with a reposition. He hears his footsteps. He's tucked in the corner. He might have this ace to open up London. Astralis, it's all on this corner clear. Low HP, looking in, going for the check, and Saw save themselves. It's Astralis, the young talent of this Saw roster, to pick up the pistol.
What a crazy way for this to start, man. It was the ace of Brokey up against Astralis in the 1v1. And he's cut down one shy of all 5 that were needed to pick up the pistol there. I mean, very well done from Brokey to even get you believing here. He literally attempts that pistol round all alone. But a good check and a good read from Astralis to be aware. Brokey's up close there. Going to be a force buy back in for FaZe Clan, and Lane's trying to take some contact early on. The Util's done great damage here for this first man up the lane. Mutiris, or Ujerks rather, run through, run down. And so right now, FaZe are trying to contest this lane control. That's a bit of a problem for Saw. They need to go and take this space back, and so they'll do that now.
Still only 2B. If Saw just pop the execute right now, get some smokes in, they can take over the site. FaZe are gambling that, hoping they perhaps rotate out through mid, frozen tucked in a nice position, but Saw just holding on and getting ready for what feels like this eventual B execute. Rops' rotation is well timed. It's a big gamble to make, but FaZe can afford to do it with a force buy in round 2. The question is, do Saw full commit? Or do they go searching? FaZe May down the ramp, spotted by Mutiris.
Yeah, I don't think they can end B right now. They kind of need another avenue to open up, and they've managed that by going out through middle. They find Frozen. If you're Saw there, right, you've seen them try to take lane, you've fought players early. You're anticipating that with that attempt at the lane take, there's going to be a heavier lean over towards B. And so they don't bite down on that B play.
We mentioned the, veto coming into this one. FaZe not expecting or not sure what Saw are going to pick. And fair enough, Saw have had a pretty flip-floppy map pool. They've played all over the place. They've picked many maps. FaZe, on the other hand, have been regularly picking Nuke and been losing on it. So they've left it to float as a third. That's a safe comfort map for FaZe's map they want to play, but perhaps don't want to pick into. And Saw have gone for one of the weaker maps of FaZe. It's not Anubis, which is statistically FaZe's poorest, but it is the second place in recent memory of Ancient. So Saw trying to pick into a weakness, perhaps prepared. And the question is, are FaZe the same? Sure, like FaZe can afford a slow start here. As I said, they only need, any team needs one match win to go through to the playoffs. But keep in mind who else is in your group. NAVI and Astralis. Go down 0-1. You've got to face, hell, either of those teams is a tough draw for FaZe right now. This is your free ticket to playoffs as far as FaZe can be concerned. They better redeem it. Saw starting off very strong, though, on their map pick.
Nades exchanged over here in middle, but Sora find a move in and try and take this space. That's a little awkward here, with the nades finding good damage on Aros DOS. He'll get run down. Story can't contain this from the bottom of mid. And so suddenly FaZe have put so much pressure on Saw. They deny all this mid control. And at this point, FaZe know where that bomb is heading. The only site they don't control was over here towards B. They full cleared A main. They push through middle. So FaZe are now set up for a retake in the 4v2.
Still very winnable for Saw. Don't count them out here, but FaZe are just playing to trade, and Rops is on a very late lurk. Roman, if his teammate dies in the site, he can't hold this flank forever, so he needs to go hunting, search for this kill on Rops, needs to clear the corner, and he can't get the kill. That's a phenomenal shot for Rops. Jugs, 1v4, they don't have a kit. That may be the way in. Get him off the bomb, he's done it! But Rain still trades, and I think there's just enough time for FaZe.
Damn, that's not one of the rounds that you would have expected FaZe to pull up and win, right? They get out with the saved guns from that second round. They have a bit of armor, couple of pistols. They come in with the mid-aggression, and they lock Saw out of the round. The moment that you lose those first two players down in mid, you were always in for a real uphill battle there if you're Saw. You didn't expect them to get away with these openers. Great flash, teed up from Rain, I think it was.
Yeah.
And that allows Frozen and Rops kind of easy pickings on those players crossing out from mid.
FaZe can still pat themselves on the back. They've set themselves up, you know, very well. Winning a round like that, getting on the board early. But Saw coming straight in with a rebuy. They've got AKs, Galils, and putting the B pressure on immediately. Going quick up B.
Carrigan's going to get tested here. Oh, and he's done his homework, ready for that. First two players in. A chewed up by the Carrigan M4. Rain forced out from cave by that Molotov. Tried to play him behind the site, but the molly makes him swing it wide. And so now Saw get that bomb planted. Retake is afoot here for FaZe Clan, and they know they've got a player trapped, still on default. The one who planted that bomb. That only leaves one player to figure out the whereabouts of, and Roman's made a bit of noise now, gets the contact out through cave. They know where he is, but he's got these fights in 1v1s. And so Roman is chaining together the kills to bring himself back into this clutch. Just one man left to beat. It's Rops. Didn't have a comment, but now he will as Roman offers up that 1v3. A clutch on the board for Saw. And it's Roman to take them there.
That's a sick 1v3 to get you back on the board. Reset FaZe immediately in this game after winning an eco. And very nice repositioning as well. Gets back behind default. Rops thinks he's taken long with a default plan. He didn't want to leave it up to chance. So, damn, Saw have come to play today. That much is clear. Making the most of this opportunity here at the spring final. They had to fight hard to get to this position. The bottom seeded team for this whole event. They want to come through with a bang. 3-1 now. Saw popping out the mid smoke. Rops will meet them there, looking to take an opener with the 1 M4 in the round, but Venturas has put it down. And wow, Saw come in with a statement. Clear up middle. They can just sit back and relax now. Brokey's already thinking about saving. This guy doesn't even have armor. Doesn't catch that kill, and they know the North's in play. They can start to run up A. I mean, Brokey would need to go absolutely ham to win this round. Rain's at least set him up, but 1v4 now. The low health won't be a factor, and the AWP will remove him. Saw 4-1, full control of this T side right now.
Yeah, FaZe tried going back to that mid control, right? It worked out for them in the last low econ round, but this time Saw are ready for it. They keep the kind of constant stream of flashes going over mid, and so this time Utiris is able to get across to the boxes. That's a real power position for kind of stopping that mid take. And yeah, you were dead on. The moment they heard that AWP, they had all the info they need. When you see Rain is still alive, you kind of know exactly where he's going to be on Ancient. You know he's going to be floating around over towards caves. So they heard that AWP fire off. It's not just trying to get away from the AWP, it's all the info they needed to to move in and take that A site. Timeout called in for Saw. I mean, they know they're in a real good spot right now, and if they can keep this up, they can keep chaining together these round wins, especially with a bit of money put in that last round. They can keep FaZe on the back burner throughout the entire start of this game and give themselves a serious leg up to open up this series.
Just Eagles now, not even Kevlar behind it. FaZe just have to kind of roll over. And Saw play patient, knowing the economy as well. No util down B makes it pretty obvious. They can flash their way into cave. And just being methodical on this T side to start the round, not wanting to, or just wanting to minimize damage. Set themselves up for later. That's the thing about FaZe. You know, you're never gonna fully finish them until the game is done. FaZe can always pull things back. We Saw need to play for the long game here, build up that economy early in the half. Get their players feeling it. Bit of a B setup for FaZe. They're looking down the ramp though. Boost is well timed. Should be able to catch this kill. The rifle will instead. And Saw just roll out their own red carpet into this B bomb site. 5-1, full control.
Rops is going to try to do a bit of damage over here at the end, but it is just that one kill on the chasing Mac 10. Roman don't mind that. He's going to be rebuying in the next anyway. And so the pistols don't find much there for FaZe Clan. This is, you know, it's a very put-together T-side is what you're getting at a Saw here. They're playing it very much by the numbers, very safely, even with how they kind of took this cave control in this round. It was, as you said at the start, all designed to kind of minimize any damage that could come their way. It's not super flashy yet, but I think they're doing the kind of fundamentals of this T-side very, very well.
See how these pace changes looks going for the quick boost again, and a rifle scaling, looking for a long pick on that AWP. Oh, he just explodes, runs through the Molotov before it expires. They should know there's a player long. I thought they got the spot, apparently not. Loki holds his own. Rain gets spammed down very low right now.
1 HP.
1 HP. But Saw can call it off. 4v4, they're in a comfortable position. FaZe are not.
This is so awkward for Rain right now. Getting spammed down that low. He was sat, you know, kind of behind the default pillar here, but he can't play that position because they've been Molotov in cave whenever they intend to take it. There's the Molotov. Oh, that kind of forces him out into no man's land. Smoke even missed the mark on extinguishing that molly and stopping the cave push, and so Rain's offered up for free. They know that Brokey's here somewhere, and Mutiris is going to find him. Saw run through this B-hold. And this return to rifle rounds for FaZe, where they were meant to start picking up the pieces, does not go their way. Saw stick the landing on another T-side round. This lead is very, very quickly getting out of control.
They've been really respectful towards B, right? Expecting aggression down ramp, expecting setups from FaZe and all this util, but now they just completely switch up the pace. They insta-boost, they send U-Jugs right up through that Molotov on the final tick, and, you know, we're seeing the effect of that CT molly as well. Gives you way more room for U-Jugs to scale. And as soon as they get that kill, FaZe burn every bit of util towards B. They pull a third rotation and Saw have all the pressure. Nades, cave control, spam on default. That's a very uncomfortable round for FaZe. At what point do we get worried, right? Because as I said, this comeback can always be a factor when you're looking at FaZe, but 6-1, full control, confidence brimming. We're hearing the yells as well. This is a team that love being on LAN. Some very young, relatively inexperienced players, especially when you compare to their opponents in this matchup. But they are making the most of this one.
Yeah, I think it's also like the round you just lost if your FaZe is like the kind of worst one to lose. It was just a contact play up ramp. It all kind of depends on U-Jugs getting that opener. And it's not like you got out-cooled here and kind of out-positioned and pushed and pulled around the entire map. It was essentially one guy ended the round for you by searching through the Molotov over at ramp.
Gotta say, it's cool to see Berry here as well, right? Just pulling up. Obviously, last time in Sprout, before that organization crumbled, and I guess he's just filling in for Saw at this event, which is a very cool look. A coach with plenty of experience in and out of the server. Going to bring, hopefully, a level-headed to Saw. Right now, they don't need it. They're in full control. We need a response from FaZe.
Yeah, I think Saw as well have been one of these teams that have fared well as being the underdog. I think they like it when their opponents kind of underestimate them.
And like we said, it has felt like FaZe are in that position right now. Just frozen in middle. He's trapped in a corner. Needs to. Can't get it. 3v3 and full control in middle until Rops breaks the smoke.
Okay, FaZe, they finally have themselves an advantage here. They finally have a kind of situation in the round where they can look to win it. This is where they have to look for their second. They hear Saw on the run up over towards main. You even hear that AWP scoping in if you're back in Donut.
Should know it's 2 now.
Carrigan is fully cleared out middle as well, pushing out through heaven on the lane side. So at this point, FaZe, they've shrunk the map down to just this A-bomb site.
Great volley. Oh, Brokey just swings inside of the fire, though. Classic. You put the molly down, you immediately pull the bomb. Got to cover it for a second. So well controlled by Brokey. Here's the A main push. He takes a good position to deny the bomb plant. There's only really 2 plants available, not for Donut, and one of them is extremely dangerous. Planting open for CT. Yeah, look at that. Just swinging the stick.
I'll fake mid. Yeah, that's good. We can fake it. I'll fake mid and play it.
Don't break the camera. 6-2. FaZe back in the game, baby. Oh, what a flash.
I mean, Rops has been, doing this a lot in these mid-take rounds, trying to play ahead of the Donut smoke. Very rarely has kind of had the payoff for it. Astralis secures the opener, and with it, mid goes dark for FaZe Clan. That's going to put them in a bit of a spot here where they've got to try and get some form of info back, and that's why you see Frozen taking a more aggressive stance over towards Donut. Can they get out with the first? That one's free, but they weren't ready for Astralis, who goes on a tear. He's opened up the A site. Retrieves that bomb and now gets it planted. FaZe left on the back foot. Roman's even all the way up through B, so he's going to be hot on the heels of these players trying to retake through CT spawn.
It's a round-winning play. His team just need to buy a few more seconds in the site. With an open Donut, I don't know how you break your way back into this round. If FaZe try and save, they'll die. If FaZe go for it, well, here's the same result. Roman backstab. Carrigan eats a grenade, hits him in their head. And there is no escape in this one for the FaZe in-game leader. Got to fight for survival. They come swinging. Saw with a 7th round on the T side of Ancient. An absolute statement here against FaZe. Slow to start in groups, but cannot afford to do so here at the spring final. I do like these delayed mid-takes for Saw. They're not stalling them by much, right? You see a team like Spirit, they love to take mid after 20, 30 seconds, let that util burn. Saw just await that first double HE potentially, and then they swing out late with a Donut and red smoke in. There's so little control for FaZe if they want middle. And Saw, again, a statement B rush. There's only one player here, and he goes 1 for 1.
You talk about the mid-takes, right? This round kind of shows a keen example of that. FaZe were so ready for that to be the call for Saw. They stacked heavy over towards middle. You can imagine the end goal there was if they don't go mid, we want to try and fight for heaven. We want to retake lane from middle. But they never get to that point in the round because Saw play with such a tempo and a pace. They get the B control for free. Astralis holding down the lane. One man will slip past him. That's going to leave more pressure on his players in the site. And so right now, his pace getting put on the backstab is big for Rops. Him and Brokey will combine for the kills, and FaZe, it's going to be real close.
Yeah.
But they're on their way to a 3rd round here. Oh, no! Just shy of it.
Oh,
and so they get all the kills, but none of the glory.
What can you do, man? What can you do? That was a fantastic round for Rops. He plays that to perfection. He finds the flank, the player on the flank. He knows Astralis is coming, and he goes right past him. He says, I don't care about your position. We can 3v1 the guy in the site. FaZe do exactly that, but no kit on this broken buy, and it Saw's early adaptation to rush B, like you said, on a round that FaZe would focus middle. They play ahead of the change. and FaZe half a second on the stick.
Even, you know, Brokey thought he had it. Too close to call.
Oh, losing that round, FaZe could absolutely have saved this. Now it's feeling dead in the water. This half at least. Saw have stamped it. First class in the first half.
I mean, you know, they're not at all in a position to feel comfortable in this game of FaZe. They're getting outmaneuvered now. They're getting outgunned in the start of these rounds, right? You've had a real mixed bag for Saw. Some of these rounds have just been these kind of individual contact plays, netting them the opener that takes them to win the round. But then they'll throw in something like that where it's a real pace change. It's an adaptation where Materials and Co are trying to read into how FaZe are going to adapt to the game and staying ahead of it, keeping it fresh. Even now, right? They kind of lean heavy in towards the A play. FaZe seem aware and ready for this, but it won't matter. Astralis once again gives up the openings for Saw.
Dude, this
he
guy's
puts them
sick.
onto another winner.
He's sick. We knew he could do it. We saw it, right? Across the RMR, the spring showdown. A little bit of the major, but we don't talk about the major when we talk about Saw. And we wondered if it was just a one and done, but Astralis back on LAN, back with a vengeance, and doing it against the world's best. At an S-tier competition, no less.
I mean, you know, he's playing with real confidence as Astralis, right? The fights he's taking are the kind of swing fights in the round, and he's doing it with real confidence. There's no nerves kicking in for Astralis, right? He's put in a fair few kind of tough spots, even in the rounds where he's gone out middle and found the opener onto Rops in that one round where they go through Donut. Sure, he's being teed up by flashes, but he's largely operating alone here. And so the rounds are really coming down to whether or not he gets the opener, and he's been good for them time and time again. This is a big issue for FaZe. Not only are they getting outmaneuvered, they're getting outgunned. And you kind of have nothing to fall back on here.
They're getting out-called.
Yeah, you've had nothing in this game to kind of feel, okay, well, this is at least countered that. It's like everything Saw are doing is working. And so how do you stop this if you're FaZe Clan?
You don't, not in this half. Full A rush, spawn side donut smoke for Astralis. They're just running in. Rops is going to get smoked before they're even in. Second AWP does connect onto Roman, and now FaZe need to win this round.
Oh. Rain tries to go through Frozen in with the backstab as well, but Materials was ready for the reaction. And so Saw are looking for double digits on the half here. 4v2 at all spotted back towards spawn side, and Carrigan even seen getting aggressive. He'll get cut down. Saw lock in double digits as FaZe are left absolutely clueless as what has just happened in this first half.
Liquid are teed up nicely. The Flames and Degster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Degster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Degster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
Look how hyped up he is. I don't even think he believes it. Look at the way he isolates these fights. Oh, Liquid, that one hurts, and that's all your money as well. Unreal. Degster just lets loose.
They're gonna go over top. They're gonna try to still continue to piece together the bigger picture to give Stown runway to take off, but that just gives time for Rain. He comes out wide with one. There's the answer back. Jabby, Stown, Brokey, Carrigan, 4 members left, and a Dane goes down. Will Brokey rip it from them? First shot connects, and it's Jabby on the full health, given space to work. Both players separate, both players leave, and Jabby plants that bomb. The newcomer to Heroic. When they were here 1 year ago, when this very same crowd booed them, Jabby was not a piece of that puzzle. But now, given his chance to shine, surrounded by his countrymen, he sits in the back, underneath and waits. Brokey not with the trusty op, tries to press this in. Figuring it out is not for him. Jabby delivers for Heroic. Jabby delivers for Denmark.
It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one, finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Clave is ready and waiting. Brokey, he's toying with him. And oh my God, Brokey, you must be kidding me.
Cadian, the only line of defense at this A site, finds the headshot onto Magisk. Overkill to shut them down, but here comes Spinks. Oh, he gets dinked, but still survives the challenge in from Stown. They double back again. Deep position from Shush. An upgrade into the AK. Continuation spray is good for the damage, and now Spinks, he becomes that cutter. Block them off from mid. Let Saiwoo get in with that bomb. Push him into the clutch. 15 on the line. Doesn't plant. He goes for kills instead.
He has no choice, but he only needs one.
Saw are off to a blinder here to open up Ancient. They currently sit with 10 rounds in their back pocket after a wild T-side. And I kind of want to reflect on how this map started, right? If you remember, it was Brokey on for the ace, left in a 1v1, locked out by Arosdos. And from that point on, the momentum never stopped for Saw. Imagine how different this game could have been if Brokey had stuck the landing in the pistol. FaZe would suddenly have a bank of rounds. You wouldn't have had this hot start. Instead, it's Saw sat on double digits after a ludicrously convincing T-side. FaZe, now they've got to offer something up here, and it's got to start in the pistol, or else Ancient will never even begin for FaZe Clan.
I start with a bang as well. We've got all 5 players heading towards a near empty B bomb site. Just U-Jerks playing passive, and this is a round that Saw do not have a kit. They're playing retake nonetheless. FaZe going to be able to execute when they're ready. Brokey, short smoke, goes out. Cubby Molly, he's got the flash, and U-Jerks is calling for support. Saw playing what seems to be a 5-on-5 post plant with a resmoke from Karrigan. That's going to make this round very hard for Saw.
Oh, Roman opens. USP taps out one. FaZe are going to come fighting for the long control. It's a nice couple of openers here, and Rops is able to hold on for one. It's a 1v1, and once again, it's Brokey on that receiving end of it this time. Arosdos moving in up through short. It's these same two that opened up the game, having a 1v1 for the pistol round in the second half, but this time the implication is so different. This is whether or not FaZe ever get the chance to try and build back into this map. Brokey pushes through. Arosdos is off the bomb, and so Brokey this time gets his revenge for that opening pistol round, as it's him to offer it up in the clutch.
It's got to feel good. Arosdos even laughs it off when he loses a round, right? That's just a vibe check for Saw. They don't mind. They're feeling good, but let's see if that one costs more than it should, as we know FaZe to be a comeback team. I want to see it before I believe it, though, because this has not felt like the FaZe we know and love. It certainly felt like a group stage FaZe. That much is true. Brokey trying to get the troops back in this matchup. Round by round is all you can tell yourself right now. And of course, Saw Force, they have felt like the better team all game long. Because that's the thing, like we said, it's not just been Arosdos out shooting FaZe and getting these double entries. They outcalled them. Every adjustment FaZe made, Saw were one step ahead, running the right XX and the right pace change at the right time. Let's see if Saw get eager to close this map. If that allows FaZe a route back in.
I mean, you know, one thing that we've very much learned in MR12 is how quickly these games can close up, right? You can feel like you have an insurmountable lead, and then suddenly a couple of gun rounds don't go your way.
Not if you can't convert the pistol. But it is a perfect call. A Karrigan call. A FaZe classic, drop off ledge, go for that quick A split.
Arosdos is still going to have this info early, so Saw aren't as blindsided by this as FaZe were maybe hoping for. They're not going to go back and check main either. And so for now, Astralis is allowed to float around here. Brokey in middle needs to win this, and he will, flicking back on a Roman. Astralis tries to make a move, but is cleared out by Robs. Another kill back from the UJXD, but end of the line here for Saw as FaZe will look to stick the landing on this conversion. Look at the health on FaZe. They just get through with 3 left standing.
Scrappy. Very scrappy for FaZe, but rounds around. That's what you got to tell yourself. And Maturis might have some exits available if he looks to hunt here. FaZe don't need to go further than spawn. And he's going to hear Karrigan too, so nothing presented. It's still a 4th round for FaZe, converting initially upon their pistol round. The source story on this 2024 run was always Astralis and UJerks, the young additions, the fresh faces to this Portuguese lineup, who absolutely took the mantle of the strongest performing players. Astralis, brutal entry work, UJerks, some fantastic lurks. But we need everyone here on a CT side to hold back the might of FaZe. Brokey just creeps into this B-bomb site. Very little resistance, although everyone's rotating. However, he knows that, and he's made that call. FaZe, again, get out through middle. This is a fantastic fake for FaZe Clan right now. They've got the rifle trapped in the corner. Clean for Karrigan. And while he may go down with his ship, that doesn't matter. FaZe have got that A site.
They won't be ready for this.
That's a USP. What could go wrong?
No bone in their body will be considering.
What could go wrong? Nothing for FaZe.
The back turn for Frozen, and Astralis can't connect it. I know the Karrigan was low, and I mean, hell, you'll take getting out of a round with a Galil. Story would love the extra money as well. What would be in the AWP for Saw? So maybe there's a world where he can get that. This is what we mean when we say these games close up quickly, right? You were 10-2 up moments ago. You felt like this was done. And Saw are a team that have very much learned that sometimes you feel like you've done the hardest part of the battle, and then it swings back the other way, right?
Yeah,
so you sure are still very much winning, and you've had full control over this game. But in reality, there's, what, 3 rifle rounds between you and a tied-up game here.
True.
So everyone really matters. They've been waiting to bring out those big guns, and they're hoping they can just hit the ground running and lay all their worries to rest.
That's like you almost feeling the pressure. He doesn't stop walking when he goes for the kill.
Go where he is.
He wants to go where he is. That is funny. That is good.
Okay, Miss Molly. FaZe have no B doors control. They're stuck behind the smoke. They're going to walk through it. Dangerous, but not believing that Saw want to bring a play into this first gun round. They just want to feel out the map, get their util in, trust in their anchors right now.
Yeah, I think if you're FaZe as well, you know you've already applied a bit of pressure with sticking the landing on the pistol, finding the conversions. You know that Saw, who played with extreme confidence throughout the entirety of their T side, and now maybe getting a little bit antsy, and so I don't think you feel that pressure yet to bring in a set piece. You're going to play this default, you're going to wait and see if Saw goes for any of these opening moves. You know that if you win this round, you kind of start to get in Saw's head a little bit, and they'll get worried that this game could slip away from them.
Adding the B-bomb site with a 3rd player to resist and execute, but FaZe aren't cemented on a B here. If they drop off from ledge, Story's in the right position at the right time. This jump with the scroll, he's still going to get out safe. Tell his teammate, watch out, Astralis, they're coming. It's all a fake for FaZe. They go back. And look at the rotation. Saw have lost all info. Karrigan has taken the hole in the middle of the map, and at 30 seconds, he doesn't even need to play. He can just kill rotations. If they make any footsteps, Karrigan will get that kill. 20 seconds now. It's feeling obvious, but it might be too little too late. Karrigan's got this one locked and loaded. Missed shot. They take the entries as well on B, and FaZe find a way in.
Oh, Frozen's really low, and he's the one planting. Nade just falls shy of him. They use it to blow the smoke open instead. If that nade had gone in, that would have been Saw's round right there and then. Instead, it's left onto this 3-on-3. This is Saw trying to keep up that momentum from the first half, and it's resting on a retake of this B site. Robson Rain Teed up to play off of one another. Rain's holding the long angle. Rops is watching short, and Saw never even attempt the round. They write this one off in the 3v3, and they give FaZe a 6.
Round by round, baby. That's all you tell yourself. FaZe have been in these positions 1,000 times. That's why even at 10-2, you can't get too comfortable, boys. You can't laugh off the pistol loss. I mean, Saw had no kit, right? It's a reasonable save, to be honest. They don't know FaZe's positions. They don't have a flank. It's fair. But to be honest, if Saw went for that quickly, they had a very good shot. FaZe were actually not playing safe. They were playing sight, close, square wall. They were fighting for that bomb. So Saw don't know it. They had a shot, especially as you mentioned, the nade on Frozen. If that goes default, that is the round for Saw. Cut and dry, denied plant.
Dude, there's been this inescapable feeling for the longest time in kind of the latter half of this first season that Saw is still haunted by like the ghosts of the major. And these rounds are maybe starting to show that now. You know, sure, you didn't attempt the 3-on-3 retake, so now the benefit is you get to keep buying, right? So you get to keep the pressure on. That's what you're telling yourself here. But I hope that maybe there's some like acknowledgement that they shouldn't be playing not to lose anymore, right? Like they got this far by playing with real bravado.
Now we saw a default opening round, right? They got the util in B, but they didn't actually push with it. I want to see if Saw change it and actually try and take some control. Maybe take A main spawns, set up the AWP there, go for 3 mid.
Because you're only going to have the time to make those sort of plays now while you're still in the lead. Like if you're not going to make the call to do those sorts of moves now on the CT side, you're not going to make them at 10-10.
Rushing down ramp, they've got the flash in deep as well. The Rain hears them coming. He pulls the gun in time. There's no support with the door smoke. They run through it though. What a play for Carrigan. He's had a couple of very impactful rounds in this game, and that is one of them. Saw could have walked away with a 4v4. Carrigan denies it. And FaZe won't jump the gun. Fortunately for Saw, it's only one player at that B-bomb site. But FaZe still try and surround him. Running into Story's AWP is Saw's hope. FaZe might just make it a reality.
They could double peek this though. Oh, missed shot instead, and so they learn about the AWP.
Oh, no.
Even double dips on the angle and isn't able to secure it the second time around. Aros fast reposition over towards Red Room. Might be able to put a stop to this, but it's just the one and done. Rops now holds on to these, rotates out through middle, and for Saw, that light is going out in this round. Story's AWP finally connects. But the B side's been lost for a while. They wouldn't attempt the 3-on-3, and so they're not going to attempt the 1v2. FaZe keep stringing together rounds on this T side, and that gap is closing. The pressure is still on for Saw, as they've not been able to break through on the CT side yet.
I do like the way you framed that at 10-4, you know, even though I wasn't really fully buying in, it's only 3 gun rounds. It's only 3 gun rounds, and suddenly this game is evened out, and FaZe have momentum, and Saw are in their heads, and like, yeah, this is MR12. That's how quickly it will disappear. So you've got to really close on those leads when you're the underdog for this very reason. 7-10 now. And you can't say Saw didn't have a shot in that round. Story could have won it.
There's a real big part of me that is worried that for Saw, their big regret at the end of Ancient might be never attempting that first 3-on-3 that they had. Because there's a world where that's actually like one of the best spots you end up in on this CT side. If every other round is like a 2v4, well, you've already set the precedent that you don't want to attempt those. And eventually, if it starts coming from desperation, then that's like the worst way to be trying those rounds. This game is really closed up fast, and Saw now left hoping that someone could just have that round to kind of put the pep back in their step. But they're at the mercy of the Carrigan calling here. They're at the mercy of the individuals of FaZe. And Carrigan has been manipulating these numbers all across the map. And you can even see that Saw are a little jittery because they're really reactive to all the info they get. Even in that round where they spotted FaZe leaving Heaven and they quickly rotated almost everyone over towards A on the back of it, they are biting down on a lot of these lurks, on a lot of these kind of fakes that FaZe are throwing in. Story, a couple of must-win fights over here in middle. He's missed some sitters on the AWP. He just gets out with the one and done. And so Aros needs a helping hand. He needs someone there with him, and no one arrives for Saw. Brokey gets rid. with the sightline held over towards the spawn side. Saw are locked out. They're going to try and play through the molly. The nade finds good damage and makes life very easy for Rops.
Oh, yeah. And that's it. Lock it out. Roman's timing may be good. It's still too late. And it's still too little. Another save for Saw as FaZe break their way in. That's a shame to see Astralis feel like he has to support his mid players by setting up a high donut flash just to find Karrigan. In the meantime, he's getting triple rushed on that A site. He gives up his position with that flash, and FaZe just gun him down. You need that anchor to get a kill, at least on the A site. And even sometimes one is not enough. They run down Roman right at the end. No save today. And if you're going for damage there, you're not damaging FaZe's economy in this game. Even 3 kills would have minimal impact. And so, yeah, Astralis' position completely given up. Of course, Broky's up to find that headshot angle. But FaZe know, even at 10-2, the game is not done. I'm glad we bought in early, Harry, because right now the returns are building.
It's wild because now if you're Saw, you're doubting everything. Because now you're starting to think, okay, maybe we've been overreacting to the contact. So what if we kind of lock in place a little bit more? What if we don't bite down on this first contact so heavily? But you know what's going to happen then? Because Karrigan has done this for what feels like an eternity now is, well, these are the rounds where maybe they do just pick up the pace and they do just hit a bomb site because they know they're starting to restrict the mentality, the kind of motion of this Saw CT side. And so calling starts to get easier for Karrigan on one side of things and way harder for Mutirias and co on the other.
Saw was stuck 3B for so long after that lurk smoke faded, right? It felt like they just never rotated until Story actually got contact in middle. And he's on his own in the cubby with an AWP. It's not where Saw want to be, rather. Meanwhile, FaZe 2 rounds away. And this one should be comfortable for FaZe, unless Karrigan gets pressured. He's got that smoke to give him a bit of room. As he backs up, they may think he's on the ramp. Taking control back, Karrigan allows it. And so FaZe executing here is very dangerous. Look at the rotates coming in. 2 players already here. Nade should help out towards the back of the bomb site, but reposition for Astralis, he just survives. 3 players here. Mutirias, will he come flying through? He does. Still traded. Rops dinked up. Damage being done. Don't count Saw out. That volley doesn't connect. Oh, it did. Story, yeah. Position given away. And FaZe cancel the plant. Look for the kills.
They're going to lend Karrigan a little bit of time to backstab these donut players. He's not even needed. Rops just holds onto the smoke and gets rewarded. FaZe keep racking up these rounds. And I mean, that one there, yeah, that kind of was an example of where it could have got out of control for FaZe, right? They've been so used to Saw biting down hard on Karrigan's fakes that they anticipated that that's what was going to happen in that round there. In reality, they actually called his bluff on the lane push. They got the info that B was clear. They early rotated everyone over towards A, but this is the problem. Early on, FaZe, their individuals were a little weak. They were a little quiet. Frozen and Karrigan were both really struggling individually. You had some nice moments from Brokey, a couple of cool ones from Rops, but it wasn't anything super top level yet. It felt like they were kind of waking up to the game. Whereas now the individuals are here for FaZe Clan. So even if you've got the read, it's still a brutal fight for survival.
That's just a hell of a recovery for Frozen. Misses the smoke on the molly, runs through it, and still gets a clean entry onto the most impactful player of that first half. Aggression on the backstab. Roman gets a dink before he dies as well. So suddenly FaZe with 2 low players are in a precarious position, dangling by a thread, and Saw just go for it. They go for the full gamble. 3B, buying in and believing on this hit.
Oh, the double swing in through Cave, and Ujerks bites down on it. It's Brokey left standing, 1v3. Bomb on his back as he moves over towards the B site. He's going into the stack here, and Ujerks gets rid of him. Saw, okay, they've been feeling the pressure throughout this entire game, but they at least stopped FaZe from tying this up at 10-all. For the time being, Saw maintain that lead.
7-round streak broken now, the longest streak in this map. And it's for FaZe, despite that 10-2 going for Saw. Can they springboard now is the question. Both teams have been very liberal with their timeout usage in this game, right? For sure, FaZe first half, and Saw noticing the comeback in the second. Pretty sure that's, well, that is FaZe's last. I'm pretty sure Saw have one more. Oh my. And that's a 5v4 for FaZe, where Saw react very quickly, coming with aggression off the back of B, catch FaZe from behind, and a fortunate boatload of damage that U-Jerks can capitalize on as well. If those two players aren't low, who knows what happens in Cave?
No, I think that round was like, U-Jerks did phenomenal because up until now, Saw have been very paranoid, but hang on a second, this is a fast play out through middle. Carrigan leads it, he's got Rops in there with him, smoke blowing open. So they find the player back at red, meaning they don't see that someone's made it into Donut just yet. Astralis has come in with main aggression. Saw, this is a far more active CT side. They have fully left B in the opening stages of this round. They went all in on some of these mid fights. They've got the info that no one is leaning over towards A main thanks to Astralis. So they feel content to group and fight for middle.
Trying to find that bomb, right? FaZe have played so grouped. Yeah, they've had a couple of rounds of Carrigan's lurking and kicking up dust in the B bomb site, trying to blind Saw, but for the most part, FaZe have had these three-man groups roaming the map, playing A main, playing middle, and so Saw are going to try and crunch together a missed Brokey orb shot, but there's still two more in Donut. Saw, I mean, look how paranoid they are. They don't know how deep FaZe perhaps have gotten in this round. They'll replant their feet back at B. But it still might have to be a retake here when it comes to the end of the round. 40 seconds and FaZe lay up the smokes.
They go for the safe rotation of a third player back over towards B as well, instead of pushing out through middle with that double donut play. That's going to leave them a little late to the party here.
Oh, dear.
Spam out on the planter. Rain's not able to get that bomb down. U-Jerks and Roman with kills apiece, and Carrigan things are heating up here inside. He will look to get that bomb planted. Right now, Saw fully grouped over at long and short with one man in on the backstab. Right now, FaZe overwhelming odds on this long push. They're able to lock out the first two. Robson Brokey regroup over towards lane. Looks like Brokey and Rob's having that conversation about boosting up, but with the stick, with the bomb being held, Saw are just going to take this one by grabbing that defuse out from under FaZe. And Story's able to finish the job on a Brokey with that AWP. Suddenly, you've roared back to life right at the end of regulation.
No better time to do it, right? Bit of a heart attack there in the middle. But Saw may have saved their Ancient here against FaZe, despite FaZe's phenomenal 7-round streak. And that's so awkward for FaZe, because you feel like they set themselves up pretty nicely. They found the two-man site, but it's the Molotov on default. It forces Rain to plant for long. And you can say, yeah, FaZe, why don't they wait the molly out? Why don't they go back for a default plant? Why risk it with a long plant? Well, the smokes had faded by the time the molly had. Rain knew that timing. He knew if he wanted to plant with smokes up, he had to plant for long. And Saw spam it out. They deny it perfectly. And that puts the whole round in pandemonium for FaZe. Disaster strikes. And we know what those Ancient B-side post plants are like. If you don't have that long control, it's very uncomfortable. Two players constricted a ramp, Saw surround them, they smoke the bomb. You know it's done at that point. So let's see. Was it all just a cosmetic comeback for FaZe? Is Saw's map pick meant to be? I hope it is, because I think we still have a 3-mapper on our hands if Saw steal this one away, right? Inferno is up next, folks. That's FaZe's pick, moving away from Nuke and instead floating it for a third, which Saw are perfectly okay with, which only screams that Saw have done their homework, right? And we definitely saw that in this first half when they were on the T side. They know what they're up against. It's FaZe who feel underprepared. And that's not just from the eye test, but that's from what they're saying as well.
Yeah, you know, I think even with Nuke as the decider, it's one that you very much have like waning form on for FaZe. Yeah. Sure, when you kind of look back at even like Chengdu, it was like a real part and parcel part of their map pool as to why they did well there. But the moment they moved into the Pro League and past that point, it fell off a bit of a cliff. It went into a bit of a nosedive, and so it stopped being this super confident map for FaZe, and it's one that's actually in a bit of a turbulent part of this team's history.
It's
now.
One that they believe that they're just being like red on, right? They're being anti-strategy, they pick it all the time, they play it all the time, and so teams have become accustomed to how FaZe want to play what they do, and it's very hard to constantly stay as the best. To be one of the best teams, it's so hard to stay ahead of every other team, especially when how little prep time FaZe get.
To Saw's credit as well, I think when this team was like really on the come up, Nuke was one of my favorite maps to watch them play. I think in terms of how mobile they approach that map is super interesting. And they're very, very good at kind of pushing and pulling their opposition around.
Yeah, it's also
and keeping them
map.
uncomfortable, right? So, yeah, I don't think that third map is going to be a slouch by a long margin.
Let's see if we can get there, though. FaZe looking for overtime. Sword just looking to finish what they started in round 22.
Yeah, in the same way that Saw had to get used to kind of playing up against a different team here in this second half, FaZe now have to do much the same, because that streak that they'd embarked on, those 7 rounds straight, are now a distant memory. It doesn't matter if this game still gets away from you. Rain gonna try give Saw a taste of their own medicine as he contacts up through ramp. Back turned for Roman, never even considered it. And so just like that, the B site crumbles and gets away from Saw. This round ends in an instant, thanks to Rain calling the bluff as Saw and walking it up through ramp.
Great call. Again, Carrigan putting pressure. He's been the master of illusion on this T side. He's putting pressure cave. He's jiggling. He's got Roman looking his way. And the whole time, FaZe is creeping up ramp. And sure, that's a call out of spawn for Saw. It's kind of what we wanted to see. When you have 3 rounds to play with, you can afford to burn one and go 4A towards mid and hope that FaZe just run an X second to your bomb site. If they do, you win the game. And yeah, Saw make the wrong gamble, but they've got another couple of chances to do it again. So we'll, again, probably just see a more standard round, like that first going round. And then they can get weird with the last again if they need to, but FaZe call the bluff. And 1 entry, maybe 2, wins them the round. But right now, just a spicy game to open up the spring final. Just what we wanted. In fact, more than what we expected, I'd say, from Saw.
Yeah, I mean, when they were able to lock in this spot back at Showdown, it was kind of Saw still very much in their peak form from this year. And we saw that wane a little, we saw that kind of fall off. They've rolled back the clock for this game. Over in mid, it's a duel to the death between Mutiras and Frozen. Carrigan's there to get the trade. Astralis, this feels kind of wild. He's still pressuring middle. He doesn't want to give up this control for 3, but Rain's going to collect 1 over at the lane. He's even ready for the second man. Down a ramp, never even saw who jerks. Just taps him out, but Astralis is winning all these fights down in mid.
No way.
The bomb is now separated.
No way.
Astralis is cut down as he attempts to aggress out through middle. That's the bomb spotted. And you might anticipate they're going to try and rejoin Rain. I mean, he has just manhandled this B push. Story got the spot. He knows that he's deep, and so he knows that bomb is on the rotate to join him. Right now, there's a window for a 1v1 on Story's AWP. But that window is now closed. Rops has arrived as signposted by that util coming out, and Rain catches Story on the smoke push. Rain delivers the round to FaZe, stops that lane aggression in its tracks, and goes on to safeguard the B-bomb site. His second shot is wild. It's such a clean read on the situation. When they've taken that much control out through cave, you are fully expecting someone holding on to ramp.
Frozen call. Yes, he's doing it. He's doing the spam in mid. I love this for Rain. 3, 2, 1, and out it goes. What a play! Oh, we've never seen it at this level. Finally, Rain.
The last round of regulation. Mutiras doesn't even get to play. His round ends in red room to a guy he can't see.
It's like we're back in cash. It's like 2016. Oh my goodness, I've always wanted to see someone do that, and at the last round of the half, Rain whips out the dak. Click, clack, overtime. It's rearing its head. It's meant to be. Saw can't even get out of spawn.
At this point, they take a gamble. That's really all they're left with here. They lean heavier over towards this B site. They keep Astralis as the lone A player, because at this point, you're 3v5. You don't know where FaZe are looking to end up. And Story is caught by Carrigan on the opener. Brokey even gets out in towards the A site, and so Astralis is hoping he can at least get away with that, but he can't.
Sick.
And they don't know where Ujerx is. Ujerx was the one guy who tried to propel them into the victory while regulation was still in play, but it won't happen here. He's denied in the clutch. It's a flawless last round to send us into OT from FaZe with spams and everything to take them there.
I can't believe he finds the entry with the spawn sniper. What a fantastic play for Rain. It works with the AWP, it works with the auto. Of course he's got it on his loadout. Unbelievable way to take us into overtime here. Now FaZe, wind in their sails. And a stormy forecast for Saw. Frozen's gonna pop through the mid-molly. Out he goes again, looking for this clean entry. Mutirius with a reflash, comes back for revenge, and there's no break on the smoke. They just run blind into the mid-stack. Okay, Saw with a response. And FaZe come crashing back to reality. Saw looking to take first round of OT. Oh. Water's still bugged. Rob snuck there, made a Q.
I mean, everywhere he goes, he's so up against it here, is Rob's. There's, you know, even if he gets out with this first kill on the player over in pocket,
2 trades.
There's 2 folks ready to swing on him and put a stop to the round. So for Robs, like this is to be some of the cleanest mouse work you've ever seen if he wants to lock in a 1v5 here. It's going to start with a 1v3 to get the lane control, and pulling the molly signs his death certificate. So that one is quickly put away. The first round in overtime picked up by Saw as they lean heavy into the mid fight, and FaZe were willing to meet them there, but to their detriment.
Mutirius bails Astralis out, right? He gets trapped in that cubby and just comes swinging as FaZe try and run through the mid-smoke. That's a very FaZe call in the first overtime, right? You know, you suddenly got the rounds to play with. You make a Hail Mary, you pop through mid. FaZe can afford to fall there, but
I mean, it's the 2 old boys of Saw who like really deliver in the first round of OT, right? Mutirius doubling up down in mid, and Roman finding a lot of success over towards the lane.
It's what we say coming into the second half, right? Like, you can have Astralis carry you through that T side, but now we need a more even split. We need everyone pulling their weight on a map like Ancient.
This is really taking the pace out of this follow-up round for FaZe. They tried their one of going fast, and it didn't work out, so they want to put the squeeze on Saw a little bit here. Return to a more standard default. They take the lane control now. They look to work their way out through mid. If needed, they've got support from Heaven. But as has often been the case in these rounds, Astralis is aggressive, pushed up all the way through main, and that's been helping Saw a lot. Even when he hasn't found contact here, he's getting crucial info, right? Like having that fail-safe, knowing it's not the A play, frees up an extra player to go and reinforce either middle or B, and so we're going to see an early 3-man lean over towards the B site for Saw, and that's all facilitated from this main position.
Still awkward. They can like jump out cave and backstab these side players. It's not like the short player can help too much. Karrigan does exactly that, but they still turn on a dime. Cover provided. Miss shot in red. They rotate out. Again, it's a Karrigan fake out in that B bomb site. We've still got that A main control to worry about. And right now, Saw are just nailing every single kill. More missed shots might not be a problem as Astralis denies from the side, and Brokey in a 1v5 is not long for this round. Okay, buddy, just send a message.
Bloody hell, all right.
14-12. Saw to win this in overtime after a comeback from FaZe would be unbelievable.
Yeah, that one gets awkward because like the push from Karrigan gets them a lot of info. They know that B is stacked, right? Because Mutiris throws the flash and Carrigan sees 2 more. So you know suddenly that there's 3B, but no one else was like really in a position to quickly switch that round up and go away. They had to leave cave, they had to run through mid. Then when they even get to the site, they don't have the time to kind of clear out main because the rotates are already coming in for Saw.
I like that Astralis plays way earlier there as well. We saw him with a deep main early in regulation. He didn't use it. That time he just catches FaZe bomb out, back turned.
Oh, Roman, more aggression.
No way you go through this, right? You might have to. FaZe are running amok into the B site.
Ujax underhands a flash right behind himself.
What?
Gets out with 1, but
Everyone's
in the blink
dead.
of an eye, Brokey, Carrigan, and Frozen have all put up a killer piece. Spam even connects on a Mutiris, and they get the info that a player's let loose in cave. They know where Mutiris is. So now they've just got to finish the job. FaZe looking for 1 on their T side here. But in regulation, it was their CT half that let them down. Will 1 round be enough for FaZe Clan in this first half of OT?
It's a very different game now, I'll say that much, right? Sure, the calling was fantastic for Saw in that initial half, but it also felt like there were no players to rely on for FaZe. Rob's had a couple of multi-kill rounds, but you know, it's not like FaZe were woken up. Now they certainly are, here to play. Brokey hitting some bangers. Can't break down that round. No idea what happened. 5v4, and then FaZe just sweeps Saw under the fridge. Save that for later. What have we got here for Saw? Can they return to their winning ways? Fast towards the cave. Rain. He's got a gap here. Oh, but he just moves away from it. All right, Heaven, he's heard the nades. If Rain wants to make a play, he can, but taking his time. Pixel spot for Frozen in Donut, and that will free up that 3rd rotation.
Oh, that
Entry is
so
crucial
awkward
here.
Yeah, Carrigan wasn't ready for someone there. Brokey would have just said, okay, I'm leaving ramp, it's clear. He didn't see anything, and they move in right as he leaves the angle. When it's Rain, you're up against over here at B. You know where you're going to find him. The Caveman's playing with fire, but he might end up getting burned. Flash gets him off the angle. As he tries to move in and strike while the iron's hot here, Saw have been given enough time to set up in these post plants. They are very embedded in the B site, and no one else from FaZe could even begin the rotates. Every angle being considered, every angle held down. And so Story is there to deal the killing blow to Rops over in Red Room, and it's straight murder here in the first of their T side in overtime. Saw now stand with 2 chances to win out Ancient.
It feels like it's their destiny, right? It's surely to close it this time. Yeah, they had ample opportunity on the CT side, but now doing it on the offense. Fantastic entries. Contact play on ramp came at the perfect time. And out they go. 2 shots, 1 round for Saw. FaZe focused on middle with 3 players. Rob supporting with util, and it burns out Mutiris. Full blind as Frozen gets that entry.
Frozen's had a bit of a dire game, and I think that kill is so important for him to get. It puts a stop to that mid control. They were in big trouble if he whiffs that, because they were both blind. That would have been a double for Mutiris lying in wait. Brokey's found more success over here at B, and so Saw immediately start this round in a 3-on-5. They feel like they barely have even had a chance to play. It gets worse before it gets better. They lose Story on his attempt to push up through the ramp smoke.
Brokey's on that FaZe BS, you know, the repeat. He's just going for it, right? Breaking the smoke, hunting the kills. It's FaZe's philosophy, right? We may not always make the smartest play. We'll make the aggressive play. We'll make the play to keep the pressure on. But by God, when it works, it works. Brokey, another attempt.
Oh, hang on, he's all
shot.
alone here.
Goes back for another. Brokey with a 3rd. And he is just flicking, feasting, and feisty in this B bomb site. It's only Roman. 1v4, the backstab puts him in a coffin. And FaZe, they just never go down without a fight.
Yeah, Brokey's trying to have the he's him moment right now, right? Like, he is shockingly aware of how involved he has to be. He is the guy topping the charts for FaZe Clan, and so he's trying to be the real, you know, difference maker here, as you say, doing the Brokey BS.
I don't mind a Brokey over peak. I'll never have a problem with that. You go again, son. You hunt them. There we go. They try again in middle. They're actually running through once more, and the same result. First time it was 1. This time Frozen doubles up full blind as they burn through that Molotov. Fire at the feet.
Oh!
Frozen fires back for a third.
The fact he's ready for that is wild. Carrigan kind of missed the timing on it, but he must have called, like, yeah, there is a world where they can be heaven. They could have found a timing. They could have found the gap. And Frozen flicks back up to it. Went from saying he's having a bit of a dire game to suddenly a huge 3K here to try and long it out into double overtime. Robs holds this angle with Rain ready to support over in Donut. Leg connects off that AWP and FaZe. They've got that double overtime teed up. It's just Story and Ujerks to put a stop to. They're going to have some control over the site here, but not enough to get that bomb planted, especially not as FaZe keep that pressure on. Missed shot for Story. They know where he is. They've got him boxed in, and Rops will send him packing. It's another overtime in the opening game here in London. FaZe and Saw just keeps raging on.
It's a fantastic game as well. I'm a little disappointed that Saw, after such a strong regulation T side, decide the way to use a 15-13 lead is to do 2 spawn plays back-to-back out middle. Maybe they're trying to punish Frozen, knowing he's having a tough game, but now you've just activated him into double overtime. But yeah, it wasn't spawn plays that was winning Saw 10-2 regulation, so that's a shame to see them just burn that strat twice. They learned their lesson, but have they awoken the beast is the question. Rain. Surely not, right?
He kind of has to, right? With Carrigan pushed all the way down the ramp, they want to try and pincer this, especially as they're 3 strong over towards B.
They know Roman's here. They know he's here.
Okay, they smoked off Cave. So Rain's just going to hold out for the push. Carrigan will be allowed to sit here, and with the smoke down, Brokey feels freed up to go and rotate back and hold on to Red. You've given up mid at the start of this round if you're FaZe. And so you know that there's kind of no limit to where they can be off of this mid control. That does mean these rotates are going to take a long time to come through. You've got to clear a lot of angles. So right now you're hoping that this 2-man hold inside the A site can withstand this looming Saw hit. With Brokey dead in red room, that opens up the flank through CT. Pressure is really applied to Frozen here as he's the 1-man left up in the site and he can't hold on. They learn about Robs back in main. They've got him in a box right now, but he goes swinging, he goes fighting, and he lines up the double. It's just Ujerks, barely alive, finished off by Carrigan, and that's how FaZe take the first in this second overtime.
What an insane round. The comms must have been out of this world for Saw, getting so confused about Frozen's close position. They still convert the kill, but if we've learned one thing from this FaZe recovery arc is they will re-peak, they will reface. Don't pull that bomb out, don't get too comfortable. And once again, Robs does exactly that. He's playing a very aggressive game today as Robs, even back to that first half where he was constantly solo swinging Donut on his own with a flash from A. So yeah, Rob's a very aggressive game, and it's putting up the result for FaZe. They take the first in double overtime, and Saw burn their only timeout in this OT. Stressful debut for Berry behind the Saw boys. It's never easy against FaZe, as we know. I don't know what happened here. Great to see Robs make that play. Very risky though. His team was still full smoked off, but
nice.
We go again. Okay. Faking out the insta-A with a quick donut smoke, and we've actually got 3 FaZe players buying it. Got to go soon on that B-bomb site if this fake is going to work, and already Frozen doubts it.
The bomb is outside of A.
Oh, it's a fake on.
Yeah, I think this might be the kind of double pub look maybe, or they're going to go back to some of this delayed mid control. I think that was a real way that Saw were able to take some onus over the game in the first half, but Rain's already ripped this round from their hands, man. That double kill over towards Cave leaves Saw with just 3 players up against a full-form FaZe squad.
What an off angle for Robs. He's going to get aggressive, though. Catch him on the weight. Nice kill for Robs. Looking to double up, and he reads it perfectly. Bomb loose, round booked for FaZe. Felt like every CT overtime round for FaZe started 5-on-3. That certainly helps your cause. And this is Just the setup phase need. Frozen ready to swing on Rops's contact and with an AWP. Unless Story uses his util here, should be looking to save. FaZe don't need to allow this either. They can absolutely hunt this kill. So they come running. Oh dear, missed shot. God. You can't afford to miss these on the saves. Coming from Cave, Carrigan's got it locked in. So FaZe take a 2-round lead. No way they're going to clean up CT cleanly.
I mean, you know, they're playing the CT side so different to how they were early on. There's a lot of these kind of opening moves being made. Rops is just brimming with confidence. Like in this second fight, right, Mutiris is fully expecting that Rops has fallen back and is playing the man advantage. You're 5v2. You don't expect them to be offering up that path into the A play. And so kind of an off angle there for Rops on that second fight.
They're going to rush. FaZe have read it, 3B, and they go.
And like desperate times call for desperate measures. They'll go up fast into the maws of this AWP, but nothing found for Brokey. Rain, bit of damage, disappears out through the cave smoke. Now tries to tee up to play this 3-on-3. Frozen arrives first. The nades deal with Rain, but Frozen makes his presence known. One man up close on the wall. Frozen's going to deal with him, and it's just Roman to get spammed out by Frozen. Ice cold, as it's a flawless CT side put forth from FaZe, and Frozen is now awake.
Frozen's recovery has got to be studied, got to be preached to the people, because this was all off of that 15-13 mid-rush where he gets a kill, he goes back the next round, doubles up. He's multi-killed almost every single round since, has Frozen. And that was a double entry into the B bomb site for Saw on dead ears.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to kind of put it into perspective here, as we were heading into that second half, it was like Frozen and Carrigan battling for bottom of the board. And oftentimes they were playing near each other, and Frozen was kind of the guy teed up to try and trade Carrigan, and you don't want the guy trying to trade him having a worse performance than your captain. And so now with Frozen activated, with him switched on, oh man, again over in middle, Frozen just won't stop. Astralis, his CT side was full of these openers in mid. That was one of the kind of shining lights for Saw, but it goes against him here. Aggression down the ramp is considered by Rain, but he's just missed that timing on the drop-off. Goes back in for the fight, and he can't win it. Carrigan aggressive is dealt with by Story's AWP, and so FaZe Clan, it's just on Rops and Brokey, but this is the dynamic duo you would want for a round like this. Top in the charts for FaZe Clan, and they're the two to try and deliver this game to them. Swinging out from Mutiris, it's punished by Rops. Story manages to get out. Keeps the pressure on with this smoke down. Rops plays right through it. Right through the smoke. Missed shot from Story. And the ball is rolling for Rops.
It's tumbling now.
Attempting to be on his way to a 1v4 clutch. A man, a few words about his performance in the pre-game interview, but let's see if actions will speak louder than words here for Rops. 2 out of 4 isn't bad. But he wants everything. He wants the game. Roman will cut him down just shy of that clutch. And so for now, they keep Rops at bay and they keep their heads above water, but just barely for Saw.
Yeah, you can see him cooking there. There's absolutely no doubt that Rops is in it to win it. In what felt like an unsalvageable situation. Saw keep their head above water, but they are barely treading, bobbing in this ocean. All right, FaZe, double side flashes for middle. They really want this control. A lot of resources expended. Saw will have to respect it. They reflash their way back in, though. Mutiris, it's an awkward angle. Can he escape with his life? Smoke comes down, and FaZe will take middle, but they won't take a kill for it. A lot of damage done. Seems like Saw still want to fight for the round in middle, right? 4 players, Red and Donut, ready to re-aggress once he smokes Fade. FaZe just post up a player at Red. Warp has the cross, Astralis has the entry.
Oh, Story, good recovery there after missing the first attempt onto Rain. He's able to find Carrigan at least. Re-smoke now in the way at Donut. That leaves the push to come through on main side. That push from Mutiris is crazy. Rain's just been given a freebie. You're kind of letting Rain get away with murder over in middle. Rain 3 quick kills as he pivots around, and that's how it falls apart for Saw. It's just Roman left standing and no Empire left to build as FaZe pick this one up in double overtime.
If you aren't familiar with the concept of FaZe Clan, well, welcome to this game, because that's exactly what this is about. We're talking about a potential slow start, but then individuals warming up, and an absolute banger of a first game in Counter-Strike here in London.
You said they had no chance, but what a freaking game. Rain's ending in that situation. Also, so many one-taps from him in this situation, like he was just playing lights out, especially in the crucial moments.
Oh my God, this last round just kept me on my toes all the way through. There's obviously going to be regret on the side of Saw, but we're gonna have time to dive right into this. FaZe actually survive this first test, survive the map of Ancient, and go up 1-0. Initial thoughts, how are you feeling? How's your heartbeat right now?
I mean, I had hopes for Saw to make a game. I said double digits. I didn't really expect a double overtime against one of the best teams in the world. Really, I think Saw played lights out. Really, I don't think we could have expected anything more from them. Even their lesser prominent players in the form of Roman had really good actions, so everything lined up for Saw to take the first map, but they couldn't get it over the line.
Yeah, almost feels like all for nothing. And I think the story of this game is obviously FaZe coming in relatively cold, the Saw players surprising them maybe individually. And if we go back to the last round of the first overtime, it tells a story in itself, because it might look a little bit foolish. You might look at this round, BST, and say, hey, what the hell is going on with Saw? How simplistic is that? How dry is that? Why do they challenge Frozen like that? But the truth, the reality is, up until that point, Frozen had a very slow game. He walked there here, he answered the call, triple kill, but Saw had punished him prior on many occasions.
Yeah, but I think it's what worked for them in the start, right? I think they became a little bit too one-dimensional. I think we spoke about before coming into the event that people figured them out. And FaZe towards the end knew how they were taking mid. They constantly weighted down the smokes with the pop flash. And at some point, Frozen really realized what had to be done. And he really goes into the pit and sprays through the smoke before they actually managed to get out. And it just screwed them over. It did feel a little rough for Saw when they didn't really could do that defaults and get the mid area, because it caused a lot of stress on the likes of FaZe.
Right, you know what, I agree with you, but also this had been working for Saw. It had been working. Yes. If we have a look at the round history, you see how this game sort of panned out early on. This is an absolute masterclass of a T-side. And it is pretty simplistic as well. A lot of calls from spawn, a lot of timing, heads up Counter-Strike, straight up Counter-Strike, and it was working for them.
It should have been enough. They had many moments and individual moments where you could be like, okay, they should close it here, but they didn't really do it. I think they had a lot of good rounds when there was no really pressure, but then they start losing those a little ugly rounds, leaders on the CT side, and it just forces you to play a little bit different. I think Astralis had really great moments, but also a moment or two where I thought he could be the one to step up and really make a difference.
And that could have been a difference maker, of course. We talk about mid-skirmishes and fight, but that's kind of the topic of our round 3 economy play by Revolut. We're talking about Saw just throwing everything they have, but in this one, FaZe actually answer. And I thought this was going to be the beginning of the end. Here, over there, do you think it's misplayed by Saw?
Yeah, I think we saw in the lounge area, right, and thought, oh, this is the end. But they actually recover relatively nice, considering the situation. They lose this round here, and this is a peak Rob's moment. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see it, but he waits here while all the other guys, like, this is such a peak Rob's moment. He gets the kill, and now it's a 4v1. Almost makes a difference, but in the end, he plays it really well. And this is what you get with Robs, right? He's such a unique player. He's so passive, and sometimes you are like taking your hands to your head and be like, bro, move, why are you not moving? But he's that guy in FaZe who's not moving, but he's winning the rounds anyway.
I do remember when we got to overtime, there was a 2 versus 3 on the B side where Robs and Brookie were playing together, and you were wondering what the hell was going on. I mean, there's even a technical issue after that, so we weren't sure if there was some sort of a keyboard issue. We assume, but you had a couple of selected words for that.
Yeah, I was like, 3v2, okay, he's tapping the bomb, okay, Brokey's holding the angle of Robs. He's standing in that banana corner like, Robs, hello. Then I see technical pause afterwards. It's fine. But yeah, he did really play great. We also spoke before the game that he was going to be the one to make a difference.
Right. And we talked about Robs. Of course, we put him on display. A lot of scrutiny on his eyes. He had maybe no comments for Banks, but he had a lot of comments to make in that very game. This was a strong performance coming out of Robs. A couple of these lurks. He was involved in the end rounds as well. He had this double kill spray on the A side from main that saved the situation. What do you make of his brilliant start here in London?
It's what needs to FaZe wants to go into the arena, right? But it is worrying that it's against Saw. I mean, it's not against G2, it's not against Spirit, that they are crawling over the hill, right? But I mean, it's a good sign if you get your best players to perform, but it still worries me a little bit. I think we see rounds sometimes where Kerrigan has to make so much space in order for a guy like Robs to really make the round. But if he can continue that, I think in the overtime last where he jumps out at the side, I think it's a really cool round where it kind of shows.
Absolutely, and he wasn't alone. I think Brokey probably was the only one truly and well alive at the beginning of this game. You have to realize The pistol round is an almost ace for Brokey. It's a beautiful 4K. He's got the 1v1 at the end. He loses. That's the one that I'm talking about. Great job production as well with the dualies out there. He goes close by to the ace. That was the start of the good game on the side of Saul. But Brokey had a moment, and I think it was Hugo who mentioned at the cast, said, you know, Brokey is on that bullshit. Like, he's on that FaZe bullshit. And he had that vibe to him. And I think it was probably necessary for him to break a couple of rules along the line to make FaZe stay alive in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is what great Orbers really do against lesser prominent teams, right? They don't really respect the defaults in the same way. I remember playing against Simba when I was coming up. Like, bro, he just peaks everything. He doesn't really care about who you are. Bro, he kind of gives off the same energy. Didn't have the best performance on the scoreboard, but a really lot impact kills.
He does it against anybody. Let's be real. It's not pretend like he changes his play style. It's just the way he does it.
No, but I think somebody turns it up a little bit against the lesser teams because they feel like they're confident that the Orber is not going to hold angles the same way. We also saw him miss quite a few interesting shots throughout the match. So I think Brokey really had a confident start.
Okay, well, we talked about the first half, obviously very one-sided on the side of So. You switch up to the T side, you see FaZe winning the pistol round, and then I'm just gonna say, I think tactically speaking, Kerrigan had a very good plan. Like the exploitation of middle, time and time again, sometimes fast through windows, sometimes slow, but still putting that pressure onto Soul's defense, not letting them know what the hell is going on. I do think that they lost strategically. I think FaZe had the upper hand.
Yeah, I think Soul committed too much utility for not really going for the kills afterwards. We saw them trying to like throw the standard Molotovs over the walls and trying to like fight for banana, but after just one Molotov, they would be like, okay, we need to stay back and play the retake. We saw quite a few rounds where Rain would just like casually walk up banana and try to find one guy, and then the call is already safe. I would have loved to see Soul fight a little bit more, like just sell the A side, let Aerostosh come middle, fight 3 guys, try to get up window. They didn't really do too much of that, and I think it became a little bit of an issue.
Well, you made me laugh because towards the end, Saul did try and fight towards middle, and then Rain gave us a little bit of a Reddit moment. I guess this is the moment we're talking about. The timing is like 150 with the auto sniper, finding the open kill. You realize it's round 24. It's not just the memes and the littles. It's round 24, and you start 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, don't go to Vaxox later today on Reddit because people are going to be complaining that this guy is cheating. But this is the difference between CSGO and CS2, right? It has a little bit of different mechanic when it comes to the warbangs. You couldn't do this in CSGO from my understanding, but in CS2, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, sometimes you have to dare to dream, and this is what Rain did in this last round. We are going to take a 3-minute break, and when we come back, we will dive into map 2 at least. Set out the scene for you guys at home. So hydrate yourself. We'll be right back.
goes to this.
And that's what's happening over here. We're talking about Saw, who we're looking down the barrel of a potential win on Ancient. That would have been incredible. It would have made me look like a fool. I said they're never gonna have a chance against FaZe. And now that story, that scenario took a darker turn because you have lost your map, you're going to Inferno. And I first wanted to pick your brain about this. Carrigan going to Inferno right here, right now. It's a map that they haven't really played that much, only once in Dallas. So what's your take on that?
I do think it's a map they struggle a bit on times. I think Robs is the key to success. He's that A-lurker towards the apartments area, and if you're not really able to get the banana control in the way Carrigan wants to do it, like get up and get it early so you can save the util for later, I think Robs kind of becomes irrelevant in some of the later rounds. We also see the same issue for Inferno on the likes of Vitality, in my opinion. Spinks playing that position, they don't really try to go
passive.
deep. Yeah, exactly. They don't really make the rounds, and it just becomes too readable for some teams. The really important factor for countering FaZe on this map is having a good angle in the pit roll, because Robs is at times going to be searching, and it's arrow dodge, which calms me a little bit.
Okay, now let me know, how much of a reach is that to say that Robs had such a good map one here, he's activated, he's had a whole lot of impact, so we should expect more of the same coming up on Inferno? Am I making a stretch, or can there be an actual connection? When you're a lurker in that position, you feel like emboldened, you feel like more courageous about your playstyle for map 2?
I mean, from last year, it was not unpredictable to have two good maps from Robs in a row, right? He's been struggling a little bit more in the last couple of months, but I think everybody knows he has the quality to really step up and just take a game over, especially against the likes of Saw. I think it's going to be really interesting looking through that Aristosh and Robs matchup. They're going to be playing the same roles on each map, right? So taking that duel in the apartments, potentially doing more aggressive stuff, could really suit one of them.
Right, you talk about Saw. This is also where I'm going to tap into your experience as a player. When we saw map 1 starting, the vibes were immaculate. Everybody was having a good time. Even in the rounds that were lost, they were still sort of laughing, it's okay, high five. Then suddenly you start peering into the abyss. You start realizing, hold on a minute, we might actually lose this round, we might lose this game. Things get a little bit more tense. So just emotionally speaking, like, how do you approach this map if you saw you had FaZe in the ropes on your map pick, you've missed that, and now you have to survive on Inferno? How do you approach that?
I mean, it's rough because you've been thinking about this particular event for 2 to 3 months, right? I remember when we qualified for some of the bigger events, I think it was one of the Katowice, my first one, right? I remember sitting almost like before New Year's and starting thinking about, okay, it's coming up, what strats do we want to do? And now they pull out their whole map pool, they play all their strats, right? And it didn't really fit enough to get the first map, and now it's going to be brutal, right? Anti-strat is going to be coming in. FaZe knows that they're going to be picking this, so there's also going to be a bit of a difference.
You think there is any strong anti-strat coming out? I think FaZe have no real idea what's going to happen here. I don't think so. They were. I just don't think they needed, or that had to be the priority for them to do a hardcore analysis and preparation for that matchup specifically. Not with the issues they've been having currently.
I think FaZe is in a point where they really need to respect their opponents regardless of who it is, right? Ending the season off on a good note is crucial for them to be able to go into the summer period with a good break in mind. So I don't think they're going to be underestimating Saw at any point.
Well, I respect what you had to say with that, and respect being the key word, as I do respect two of our best casters out there, Harry and Hugo. I don't often get to throw to you, but apparently now I do, so take it over, boys.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, ain't it, Maniac? Look, this is now, I think, a lot more clean cut, right? We were all a little excited at the prospect with Saw going 10-2 up to open up Ancient. You can even see that reflected in the GG bet odds, my word. Yeah, I think FaZe rightfully should be feeling comfortable right now as they get ready to head into their map pick, especially as the individuals came alive. Frozen went from bottom of the board to second place in behind Rops. I don't know, it feels like FaZe have very much warmed into this series, into this matchup, and with it being their map pick versus, you know, Saw, who aren't slouches on Inferno, not by a long margin, but you kind of look at the teams that Saw play against on this map, and it's not even in the same wheelhouse as what FaZe face on Inferno.
Yeah, if we look at FaZe in 2024 on this map, they've got 9 wins. They've only got 1 loss, Harry. It's just a shame that was the 3rd map of a major grand final, but we don't need to talk about that one. We don't talk about majors when it comes to Saw, so let's sweep it aside and get into the 2nd map of this series. A 10-2 lead, well, thrown away by Saw, you could say, in a double overtime game. And now FaZe just want to walk that one over the line on their pick of Inferno, moving away from Nuke as a classic. And Robs denied Apartments control. It's a 4-man setup here on the A site. Roman with a smoke to block B, but FaZe might just all in it. That's nice smoke. It comes in early, but FaZe can still pop through this with a well-placed flash. Util comes in, and FaZe ready to go through.
Roman is aware he's got his work cut out for him here. One flash on Mutiris, but you're faced with a decision. You want to use that now, and yeah, he'll lob that through, trying to set up Story on the push. It's a lot of damage, but just the one kill from the guy. Roman's going to get run down here. Won't get out with any more. 2v2. As FaZe have battled their way back into the pistol, they can't plant this bomb. Instead, they're going to be left scrapping and brawling for the round.
It's all on Frozen. Rain can't really do much. He has to stay back quad. Doesn't want to get just one tap. They clear the corner, though. Banana player needs to come through. Matiris holds strong. Both kills without armor as well. Body shot would have ruined his round. And I like that pop through the smoke on CT as well. Even though they have a man up, they realize with just Roman in the sight, if he falls, then Sora no longer favored in a post bar. They come chasing through with the Julies. Pistol round for Sora.
Alright, Sora look pretty determined and focused, which is good.
Not too dejected after that previous map. But I also think Sora, from how they've spoken about this tournament and their placing in it, they're realistic. They know they're playing against some of the best teams in the world. And yeah, sure, you can turn your nose up at the way that previous map went, but they are here to cause upsets. That is their goal. A couple of map wins would feel amazing for this team. Have an apps pop here for FaZe in round number 2 as well. Running out of the balcony. Aros denies from the top, and we've got these rifles in pit as well to rid FaZe of the round. This force buy put to the wayside. Not even a kill for FaZe. So we'll get that early control in this game yet again.
Yeah, I mean, Sora's biggest issue is very much just closing games. Like, if you think for FaZe, kind of the big narrative is how they've made it to all these grand finals. They won a good few of them early on, but then it all started to get away from them, and now they're not even managing that. You know, if you think about it, they're kind of in like this the limbo circle of hell, right? Like the first one where it's like, yeah, you're making deep runs and you're always getting there, but getting over the line is hard. Sora like a couple of layers down in that they can have the best starts to games, but it's actually getting the dub that often eludes this team. It's like getting to 12 is all well and good, but finding the 13th, that's impossible.
Double Deagle entry. Make it 3 for Frozen, and they're going A. He's got the B site fully under control. This could still get a bit weird as Arostos spams the smoke. Where did this come from? He's got another 1v1. Story's dropped Frozen in the site, and suddenly it is just that B player. My God. It shouldn't even be a contest. It shouldn't even be close, but Arostos made it worth considering.
I just don't think you can. They've had so much time to get set up. Rain is able to just play with his ears here, essentially, right? The moment you get the info, you can adjust the setup to lock Story out of it. And so Story knows this one isn't worth attempting. It's better to just save. And so Frozen, all of a sudden, ends the entire round with just a Deagle.
Oh, and that's like a, you know, he's walking forward. He cancels that with a quick strafe. That third kill's the best of the lot.
This was meant to be one of your free rounds.
Yeah, you know, you don't get many of them.
One of the lock-in rounds for Saw.
Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable, but FaZe starts sooner than anticipated. And Frozen's feeling it after that, you know, overtime, really, of Ancient. Regulation we can forget about for him. But he stepped up when it mattered. I mean, everyone really had their moments for FaZe, right? Rain with that sick close. Brokey doing Brokey things, CT open. Carrigan with some nice T-pops in that regulation comeback.
Frozen is like interesting because he's always like, whenever you see him in the player cams, even if he's having a rough game, he'll try and be like loud and pump everyone up and let them know that they're doing good, right? But I think his body language is very telling. He gets like a certain smugness about himself when he's playing well, and even the kind of Little bot, like, look at him, man. Look at him in the background there, smiling away, reaching out, being the one conducting the fist bumps. Like, he feels like he owns this game right now. He's not just saying, now he's acting out, you know, the confidence that he's playing with. And it is good to see. FaZe will need him. So that round was certainly not a bad way to open up.
Spawn smokes for Saw, one banana, one deep middle. Gives him a lot of control early. Kind of gives FaZe nothing. Frozen still challenging for this banana position. Taking Spawn. Good grenades. Flash him in for more. At least Frozen knows there shouldn't be more HEs towards this B-bomb site. Just Molotovs. I guess we get that look at that banana control with the Molotovs, right? Saw don't use them. The CT incendiaries a little weakened now, so we're going to see a lot more of those deep spawn smokes, I imagine. That were already pretty meta. Frozen's done 100 damage already.
Ooh, that's scary. I mean, it was that exact angle that kind of ended any hope of the last round.
Dangerous fight to take his CT. Don't really want to give FaZe a pick into a B-bomb site. Gonna make them work for it on A instead. Triple crossfire, boost up.
Ooh, Robs isn't going over towards balcony, and so that's ideal for this triple setup over here on the short side. You got a man boosted up on board. Gutierrez is swiftly deleted, and yeah, the peaks do come through from Saw, but they lose everyone in that fight. Ujak's gonna get delivered one. Oh, and the double for free. Carrigan spammed out. And so Frozen and Rops have got to lock this one in for FaZe. And now planted. Fast wrap up through short for Ujerks. He's held W here silently the entire round. It's here very, very quickly. Already up towards the cart. Frozen mollied and forced out a little wider in the back of the site. Rops isn't holding short, so Frozen's hung out to dry. And Ujerks puts up 4 in the retake over towards A. A stalwart effort there brings Saw right back into it. Yeah. And it kind of was Ujex towards the end of regulation, even into the overtimes. He was the one guy, for my money, playing with a good degree of confidence, still willing to take fights, still willing to take risks. And so he's at least kept that going heading into Inferno.
Shame did not see Rops react to like Frozen getting burnt out right. Obviously he doesn't know players walked that deep up short, but when the info comes in, you know Saw are going to prioritize that kill first. And Rops can't clutch this one out. So Saw come through 3-1, respond to that force buy, or eco win, in fact. It was just the Deagles. Statement. Got the AWP out as well. Not going for any audacious play. Ult mid angle, and Rops goes straight back to the apartments. Glass TV votes are pretty clear, as good as the odds as well. But Saw still subvert expectation. 3-1 up. Starting strong on FaZe's map pick. And on a map that Saw do not play regularly. As I mentioned, FaZe 9-1 this year alone on 2024's Inferno.
Raymond wants to retake top banana. Gonna get teed up by the flashes. Sat back behind the car is Frozen, and
how'd he see it?
Footsteps made and everything. Like, he gets given a lot of warning that that push is coming through. And so that's the red carpet rolled out for FaZe here. Ujerks goes swinging on out, swings it wide, and even underhands this smoke in. He wants to fight for the site control. These are the risks. These are the aggressive moves that Ujerks likes to make. Wide, he gets caught. Story pushes through the same smoke. They weren't ready for a third man, but that shot sails past Frozen. He's got plot armor, man.
It's a wide part as well. Muteris didn't hear it. He could have spammed it out. And yeah, they had no idea that Story snuck into the back of the bomb site there, but a jump over the scope and around for FaZe just like that. Sick double entry for Frozen yet again.
I don't know, like, Frozen had no clue he was there. That was just a jump, like, to go around the corner a little faster, and it just so happens that he jumps right over the AWP.
It's awkward. Story's had some uncomfortable misses in this series, especially on Ancient. Think about Donut. A lot of rounds where players were just walking to his crosshair and he over-flicking. Yeah, it's an annoying way to fall, but still got to hit it. And now we have the eco for Saw, stalling out a spawn, figuring out what to buy, put money in. They were screwed either way, so it's going to be a double eco for the Portuguese as FaZe build into a T side. FaZe know what they're up against as well. They've taken full mid control instantly. Frozen already looking to just be a nuisance at this B-bomb site. Bombs joining in. FaZe keep 3 players on that A site. Well-timed smoke. Might call it off. FaZe don't have to go through it on anti-eco. But a gamble. And you don't always win. Full FaZe is the house.
It's that like tag team of Carrigan and Frozen leading the charge. And now uproot the B side. They discovered that it's clear. So Saw just going to save, right? Get a chance to run back this investment in the next round. I hope we see Story recover. I really do, because when Saw were at their peak, I think he was such a huge part of that, right? Like, you had this kind of trifecta of firepower. It came from Story's AWP being able to step up and dominate games, and then it came from Aristos and Ujerks, and then you have Mutiriz and Roman as this 2 sort of veterans on, like, the exterior of that roster, able to pick up clutch rounds here and there. Mutiriz oftentimes kind of willing to throw himself in first, almost Carrigan-esque in that sense, where he'll let someone else trade him out. And Story, I feel, you know, it's going to sound like a Tyler Blevins tweet, but he's an AWPer who just sometimes misses the shots that, like, you have to hit, right? And we saw it. We've seen examples of that on Ancient. We just saw it there over towards the backside of Inferno. I feel like he plays with a real bit of stress sometimes in his AWPing, right? Like, he goes for the fancy flicks. He goes for the hard-to-hit shots. And I just want to see him nail the
easy ones.
Yeah, right? And the ones that, like, have to come through. Because you still get glimmers of it. You know, you have those games where he can take charge, but it's nowhere near as consistent as it used to be, it feels like. So let's see, you know, let's keep our eye on Story across this one, especially on this CT side, because, like, this is where you're going to have the kind of most fun with that AWP.
Yeah, pretty standard lines as well. You're going to take, it's just reaction shots a lot of the time. Straight down the barrel of Banana. Rookie chasing up top B right now. He knows he's got these pistols, fearing for their life. Blocked by a Molotov. And just going to sit comfortably in the corner as Saw re-smoke that B site. Welcome FaZe into their middle crossfire. FaZe have been very slow and steady in this T side. This could be a nice bait setup. Oh, but the flash, the blind Story off the angle. It's easy clear on Aristos. Awkward, almost a team kill. But they go back to B. They've already found an entry. FaZe win yet another round by doing very little. They're doing it right. That's all that matters, Harry.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Ancient, if anything, showed us that Saw are very jumpy to rotate a lot of the times. And if you're Carrigan heading into Inferno, man, you're like, okay, we're going to use that against them. We're gonna really, you know, take these guys on a tour of Inferno. They are going to be constantly shuffling around. They're never going to be allowed to get comfortable. And it's already creating some problems here if you're Saw, because the few times you've gone for re-aggression, such as the round where Roman got flashed back into the top of Banana, it's often been problematic. So you're trying to be in positions where you can be proactive, but whenever you've done that, you often get punished for it. So it's forcing you to play very reactively, and you're kind of overreacting to the little hints that FaZe are dropping you.
Yeah, Inferno is the definition of experience when it comes to playing this map at the top level, and, well, so are FaZe. They fall under that moniker as well. So there's going to be no doubt on favorites coming into this map now that everyone is warmed up. FaZe certainly looking like they're in full control. Let's see if this gun round can change the tune. Remember, Saw got their money broken early in this map, so double eco done. And no AWP, but not necessarily a problem yet.
Just concerning, because if you don't win rounds cleanly, you might never get the AWP again.
Let's just start winning rounds.
Yeah.
That's the first one. Triple B. Well, FaZe realize that heavy util is indicative of that setup. They need to react if they do, but already Story's on his rotation. As FaZe try and take middle. They're stalled out by Molotovs. Nice util usage for Saw, but they've burned a lot at the start of this round. And the full belt on Arastos might go down without anything to say. Traded out in middle. And they even go through the smoke. Carrigan, that is naughty. Knowing he's killed a B player as well, opens up the map, and Rops closes yet another kill.
You could go anywhere right now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You're blessed on all sides, and so you learn where Story is. Carrigan has completely uprooted the B defense. And so FaZe move in once again to an empty B site.
Carrigan knows what kills are hyper important, and he's so great at getting them. Even when he leaves games with single digits, I see Carrigan like 8-kill games where I'm like, dude, 4 of those kills, 1 rifle round. So, you know, just a perfect play. He's even being held on Arch side. That's not a free kill. Comes up with both B entries from long. And FaZe just waltz that bomb in. There's no saving today, Story. Bad news, buddy. Frozen is still lights out. Clean.
Out of all the ways this could have started, this is pretty rough for Saw. As you said, they got their money broken early on. They were faced with the nightmare scenario of an early kind of double eco. And now they lose their first rifle round. So it's right back onto those pistols.
2 timeouts in 8 rounds. Berry really has his work cut out for him here.
And FaZe aren't respecting you anymore, right? They're pushing the mid smokes. They're going through your banana utility and fighting you every step of the way. And you yourself aren't really feeling confident in a lot of these fights because you're not winning them. You know, even Carrigan getting away with just crazy pushes out towards the A site and nailing players in rotation. Like, you don't feel pound for pound like you can beat many players on FaZe or any players on FaZe right now if you're Saw.
We got the, we got a FaZe BS3. We got the explosive opener, back and forth, huge comeback, crazy round, still competing. And now there's a realistic world where we have FaZe show Saw who's boss. Walking into apps on anti-eco is dangerous, but not when you just nail the entries like that. Both players gone immediately. Good check from Rain. Doesn't get ahead of himself, not getting shot in the back. And Story's trying, but there are guns up. And there are bodies everywhere for Saw. 5 alive on the anti-eco. FaZe making quick work of their T side right now. Is this going to be their new go-to pick, I wonder, right? Saw maybe expecting nuke. They floated it, and it's allowed as a 3rd map. That's exactly what Rain was saying in that HLTV interview that I mentioned earlier. It's that, yeah, everyone knows we pick nuke. Everyone preps for our nuke. We've been struggling. FaZe want to expand their map pool.
Yeah, I think Saw, I would love to see them like pick a fight and really, you know, stick to it and commit to it. Like, Frozen's been abusing Banana over and over again. Try and stem the bleeding there, because you know at most you're going to have like 2 players there to deal with, as has often been the case in these rounds. And more often than not, it is just Frozen and a single player up through Banana. We've seen a lot of these triple top mid setups, but even that always leaves you a little bit antsy. What if FaZe go out B? And that's how they were responding to the triple mids a hell of a lot. So Saw this time do make a bit more of an effort to hang around at Banana, and they set up Roman over at Car. He's able to keep replenishing these smokes to slow down the aggression up through Banana. But even then, it doesn't take much to convince him that's a bad idea. That one molly forces him away, and so FaZe suddenly retake this Banana control. Having Roman there meant that they had 4 players over here on A. But all it takes is this one kill, or even a bit of pressure over towards B, and FaZe are going to be in the site. The re-aggro from Story into mid is very well timed. That is a nice mid-round move taken from Saw. They get the info that FaZe aren't out in middle, and now Roman's hearing the shots over here at B, so they start to lean back over towards the B site. Story even deals with Rain in mid right as that bomb was moving back around. Frozen commits to the B push, but the rest of FaZe are teed up to hit A, and Saw are moving out of position. They realize they double back in. Story spotted over on default. That shot sails past. Arostos dead. Story, this has got to be your moment. This has got to be it. 10 seconds, and the AWP connects. Not the second from Story. And so Carrigan's allowed to get that bomb planted. Saw on for the retake in a 3v2. They push the Moto smoke right in it. Carrigan and Rops on the crossfire. And they'll deliver the goods to FaZe. A man down. Short on time, short on chances, but they collect every single one of them.
What a devastating 2v4. What an unbelievably quick 2v4 for FaZe. And as Story gets his double kill as well, you felt like he needed so much more. And all the info on that short rush. Carrigan, Rops both swing out, close the round with ease. Dear, oh dear. Crashing back to reality now for Saw. They break the smoke again. Oh, okay. Roman lives to fight another day, but Brokey's even coming through with a pistol. He steps in the molly. Roman got that info. He's right behind Brokey, and he knows it.
Oh, they didn't expect that. Roman suddenly playing with a lot of confidence. He's got nothing to lose in this round, right? Just a 5-7 push down through Banana. And it's within those risks that he has found a lot of success here for Saw.
Find that other AK. Don't know if FaZe cycled it out or if it's still in the smoke. He'll just play and let the AWP bait for him. Meanwhile, FaZe, they can absolutely win these rounds. 3-on-5 in the A site. Or sorry, 3-on-3 in the A site. Story is essentially just playing for info. He doesn't want to commit on this fight. Let them cross. Oh, he's going for it. Walks into Rain as they take long. And this is how that house of cards comes crumbling down. A gust of wind for FaZe. And Saw are being surrounded right now. Their only hope is finding this bomb on Carrigan, but it's the pack playing first. Arostos, low HP. Carrigan could get backstabbed here. That's something.
Meteorius gets the bomb away from them with only 25 seconds left. That's going to matter a hell of a lot. Ujax now arrives on that AK, and it's just Rain left standing. 20 seconds. Bomb dropped over at short, and they're trying to waste his time. Time is the one resource that Rain does not have here or on the angle, and Roman locks it in. A big 3K from one of the veteran players in this Saw squad. It's the push down through Banana that nets the double, that gets him that AWP in the first place, and he goes on to close the round with it.
That was definitely getting out of control. If Carrigan was with the pack there, I think maybe FaZe win that round, but it's just the bomb drop that forces Rain to hunt it down. Last round of the half here, Saw just trying to hold on. Give us something to be proud of on their CT side. Brokey, if they try and cross out. Oh, he's a little slow to that shot. Drops in apartments, they walk in, they win it. Saw 5-on-4, that's more like it. Carrigan going back for spawn for the bomb. Someone forgot it.
One of those interactions that was talked about on the desk, wanting to see Arostos come through with some aggression over towards the apartments to try and meet Rops there, and he does that, offering up the initial kill in this round. Brokey boosted, sees an arm, but can't quite take the opener. Now had 2 attempts at these B picks from the 2 players that normally do it, and they've both come short, so FaZe look elsewhere. Carrigan gets out in the top of middle. He's not really in any shape to try and take this control, right? He's wounded, so he's got to pay some respect to Meteorius here.
That is good self-control. Very easy to just re-swing now that you know the position. Rain perhaps going back for some nades. Maybe some flashes in spawn left on the last round of the half. So FaZe use everything they've got. Oh my god, Story is full running this. Rain in spawn, getting caught. Story can reset at least, but they've still got 3B, and FaZe don't want to try and retake this A space with 30 seconds. They've kind of just got to go into the belly of the beast.
Yeah, and FaZe, when you see Story pushing mid like that, you know that Sora are aware it's a B play. You know you're walking into a stack here. Do they have the metal for it? Ujerks opens, Mutira's smoke push is cut down. Oh god, Roman. He's got some support from Astralis, but it's quickly cancelled out, so Roman's got to do this. Time's of the essence, and Rain runs him down.
Not again.
Just Story left standing. The first man to get spotted before this B play came through now has to be the one to close it out. They know where he's coming from. The Story AWP has got to connect. If Saw want 5 on the half, and Story's not being given anything, they are ready to swing this together, and they take him in tandem. Rain walks it over the line for a dominant T-side put forward from FaZe.
I would say that gaming is I would say, very good school. It taught me a lot of things: dedication, responsibilities. You could say something to wake up for every day. I'm David Czernianski, also known as Frozen. So I grew up here in Bratislava. I was born here. This is my hometown, you could call it. I'm chilling at the den, enjoying Bratislava. Childhood was, you know, I think pretty casual, I would say.
Bol taký hyperaktívny.
When I was like 7, 8, I remember more being outside. I was doing hockey, I was playing football. We were competing in some small local kid tournaments, having the spirit for competitiveness. I was kind of always around the games, almost from the get-go, you could say.
On hodiny strávil, keď brat hral a on pozeral. To dokázal tam hodiny sedieť a čakal, kedy ho pustí. Takže vždy bolo, že môj veľký brat samo.
Watching my brother play the video games and wanting to be like him in a way.
Tak jeho sen bol, že počítač potrebuje. Čiže na Vianoce dostal počítač. A vtedy to začalo.
1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Wait, fake.
O tej hre vôbec nič, len proste dvere, tak na obrazovke krvavé steny. Tak proste ako moc som nebol nadšený z toho.
I remember watching some frag movie from 1.6 and I saw a Slovakian player there. I remember something clicked in my head and I was like, maybe I could one day be in a video like this as well, you know. It has been something that I was dreaming about before, and you know, suddenly it was a reality. I knew it's something that I cannot just, you know, waste. Ever since that day, I always made sure that I'm worth my place.
Executions finish the job. AI says 70% swung to 40 because Frozen. Puts this together, the clutch. Here the cross the barrels goes to the monster kid. And he gets a goal.
Two brutal 2v4s from FaZe Clan in swing rifle rounds. Absolutely dominates Saw's first half. It's 8-4 on Inferno. FaZe's map pick, and Saw seem to have finally met their maker. It's the man on your screen, Frozen. He put up quite a game to start this one off, and as well to end Ancient, and it may be the end of this opening matchup if FaZe can find a pistol and convert. Saw, they've impressed today, Harry, but I think they finally bit off more than they can chew on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking too great for them on Inferno. Even the fact that, as you say, it was some 2v4 real nail-in-the-coffin moments where you even have the advantage to play with, and it's still getting away from you, that kind of signposted this rough CT half for Saw. Now they move on to the T side versus a FaZe that's playing with full confidence. And so you don't fancy their chances here on FaZe's map pick of Inferno.
They've slipped past.
They managed to get past Rain short. But that bomb would still have to venture up through mid, and Rain's in a position where he could look to put a stop to that. This repods could get caught. Brokey holds on to top mid, and Rain waits for the pop out through the apartments. They get real close to him. It's a little awkward, but Brokey might have provided salvation of FaZe with that double on the three-man pack moving its way out through mid.
I don't think there's a kit in this round either, so FaZe going to have to be quick on the flank, coming up on short side, looking for this graveyard kill. Arostos has the cross, Rops hits a shot, but it might all fall to the wayside unless Frozen has a clutch ready to deliver. They swing too soon. 1v1 now for Frozen. He's waiting for the fight, and Ujux will take it and take the pistol round for Saw. They needed that if they were going to pull this game back into contention.
That was such a worrying moment. You feel like Arostos didn't need to take that fight out from Pit, right? His teammate repositioning over towards short. I guess just trying to throw the crosshair of Frozen off, and at least Ujux was still standing at the end of it to walk that clutch over the line. Pistol round secured for Saw. The job is far from done. Force up for FaZe, this has been the case all across this series. We're able to dodge Rain in the apartments last time. This time they've got to meet him head on. He just gets out of there right as the AK arrives. Sora going to go back for these back-to-back apartments pops. Flashed off the angle. Oh, Rain gets out with a double. They weren't ready for that. He's so wide on the angle. He was body blocking that first man in.
Full blind.
Now Rops with Brokey playing in tandem. Brokey's the bait. Rops is here to mop up anyone that he can tag with the scout, and Rops delivers in that department. It's Ujux left in another clutch for Saw. Bomb is under FaZe control. Ujux has very much been that kind of shining light player for the Saw squad, able to deliver in these clutches, but this one is not easy, not with Brokey teed up down in the pit, and so the force buy works wonders for FaZe. It's Brokey's scout and Rain's 5-7 that do the damage and deliver that one to FaZe Clan as they immediately put that pressure back on Saw.
It comes down to 1 second's difference. Look how blind they are as they enter the apartments. That's a T flash coming through, but there's 2 of them that, the flashes, if they're meant to go on the second one, it shouldn't blind them. That's, just feels like it hasn't been dry run correctly for Saw. Now FaZe. Flowing with confidence, send it down middle. Brokey runs back to ult and takes 2 as well. Rops and Frozen supporting. There is no surviving this force buyback for Saw as FaZe make a statement. They may not win the pistol, but they may not need it to win the early half. Double digits now for FaZe. And the gut punch for Saw, realizing they might have to take an eco at 10-5. Pistol in vain. Worth noting as well, Robs has had a great series today. Definitely came in with questions. I mean, this is absolutely the kind of opponent that FaZe shouldn't have an issue dealing with. And they make it so. Nice triple for Rops. But he's looked good across both maps we've had at all points. It bodes well for FaZe.
I just can't get out of my mind that back on Ancient, there was that one 3v3 retake, the first one that Saw wrote
off. You're bringing that up.
I'm just thinking, like, how different could this have been?
Considering how winnable that was. I mean, the nade on Frozen, or just the fact that they go for it without the nade, and they could have won the game, to be honest.
Like, there would have been a world where this would have been the second map in a 3-map series, and sure, FaZe would have dominated on their map pick, but the score would have been settled on Nuke instead. It comes down to now one proper round, one full rifle round for Saw to try and salvage anything in this series.
I'm glad you're not Saw's coach, you know, 11-5, turn of the guys. If only we won that round last map, we would have, guys. You got to move on, you got to play your best here, but FaZe have already, as we said, won 2 brutal 2v4s in the most important gun rounds of this game. Saw needs something, anything, a bit of levity, or this map could go flat.
He started insanely heavy over towards B, but Saw haven't put enough pressure on over here at A for that to be something FaZe have got to worry about. Rob still has time to get set up over at balcony. Brokey's even teeing up flashes for him. He could have looked. Oh, that one would have been free. The molly will catch Aros Dos, and so Rops gets that freebie. Brokey even finds success over towards short. And they're relentless. They never back down. FaZe just keep fighting you every step of the way here. And sure, it's too much for Brokey, but it's all fine for Rops. Dink onto Story, and the job nearly done. 3 players ready to run down Story. And Rain will lock in match and series point for FaZe Clan. Dominantly done on Inferno. A far cry from how this series started with the double OT affair needed to put Ancient to rest.
I mean, if you just forget the first half of regulation, this has been an extremely one-sided match, right? If you look at it through that lens, as soon as FaZe woke up, they did not go back to bed. No napping for this team. Wide awake, 12-5. And as we said, a team that have yet to win a group in CS2, but have been in near every final. This is finally time, maybe for FaZe to make a clean run. 5v4 in what could be the final round. And Sora just feeding the beast right now, trading out mid.
I mean, it's gotten very loose for Saw. They're kind of giving into the chaos, right? And FaZe thrive there. 4 on 3 here, the end of the line fast approaching.
It's got a re-smoke. It's got a flash ready in CT.
Rosen teed up with the flashbang, throwing himself in. Will get overwhelmed by Mutiris, sure, but he's done enough to slow this down, give Carrigan some time to get involved, and Carrigan's looking clean today. He'll run through Saw as FaZe lock in the 2-0 victory. A slow start does not define this FaZe Clan. They lock Saw out of it, and after going 10-2 down to open up this series, they recover swiftly and dominate the Saw squad.
Absolutely no mercy on the side of FaZe on this map of Inferno, and we forecasted, we foreshadowed it, we said it was going to get real rough and harder for Saw, and we were right, Bubsky, we were right. FaZe Clan made minced meat of their opponent on the second map.
The feeling throughout the players of Saw right now is just so, you're just so devastated because you felt you had that first map and you're really deserving of a last chance, but all of a sudden it's being taken away from you. You're standing in the middle of everything and now you're down 1-0.
Well, listen, this is what Counter-Strike is about, right? We knew this was going to be a very one-sided matchup on paper. We knew if there ever was a world where it could be competitive, it would have to come through a miracle. It feels like map 1 should have been that miracle. Map 1 could have been that miracle. There were situations, 10-2. There were clutches, retakes, not attempted. Many ways to rewrite history, but the truth of the matter is a 2-0 is a logical result.
Yeah, and the 2 players we mentioned, Aros Dos and Roman, having such a good map and impact on the first one really falls flat in the second one and really makes a difference for them not being able to even make it competitive on the second one.
Now that is a bit unfortunate, but the Counter-Strike does not stop. We've had the Robs Masterclass that just happened here, but we have some great CS. Exactly, Masterclass. He reacted behind me from Robs on that one, but we have more Counter-Strike coming your way. We take a quick break and then it's Astralis versus NAVI.
is our first time playing against NAVI with the new lineup. We will show them how it's done.
Device was wrong! Astralis is for sure a threat to make a deep run. We prepared our own game.
Oh my God! He's done it!
What a performance that is from NAVI.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day one of the BST Spring Final presented by Revolut. We are in London, we are in Wembley, precisely, and we've just witnessed, of course, the victory of FaZe, but we have a banging series coming our way. The boys of Astralis, the Danes, the ones that shocked the world, making the transition, putting Device in a leading position, having Brogue coming in, showing his impact as a strong support player, are now going up against the major winner in Copenhagen, I would add, of NAVI. Natus Vincere, of course, a team that is, I would say, creating a lot of debate around the community. People have different opinions. People are more or less harsh with them. But I'm just going to start straight into this, Babski. I'm going to bring you in on that comment. I was extremely worried about the NAVI that I saw in Dallas versus Heroic. This was one of the worst series I had witnessed. The vibes were extremely bad, irritated, frustrated, flat. And I don't know if we have to hit the panic button quite yet, or am I, as always, French side, exaggerating?
I do feel when we see generally Blade's teams, it is very harsh, right? It's very direct, it's very cold in some way. It's not really to the likes of Astralis behind us, right? And I think it screws them up a little bit when they're on a bad trend, right? That nobody is going to be that guy. We only see JL really having this laughter, and he's been having a shock of a couple of months here, not really been able to perform since the major itself, and that really afflicts upon the team.
Right, when you talk about Blade having a lot to do with that situation, I would argue the leader, Alexibi, obviously has a lot on his shoulders, and he caught up with James Banks ahead of this game.
We spoke a lot in Dallas, Alexi, and I want to just touch on how you feel that result also went into affecting the team and just how you're feeling coming into this one.
I feel like Dallas for us was a huge low blow in terms of what we've been expecting since the major and everything, right? Like after losing EPL playoffs to FaZe, I think maybe we were kind of thinking, oh, we lost to FaZe now and another tournament coming up. But something happened mentally, and I think we were a shadow of ourselves, right? And ever since, we'd had a couple long team talks, and we actually, I think everyone in the team right now feels like the preparation for this tournament felt super good.
Okay.
And I just hope that we can show it, because as you could see, even on the first map there, it was solid in 10-2, almost catching FaZe by off guard, but they made a huge comeback, which FaZe usually does. But anything can happen, but I feel like our mentality is going to be better for sure.
So mentally you're coming in strong. I want to see how you're feeling on the pressure though, because we've got to talk about the fact you had this major success and then we come into the events you're talking about. Do you feel like there's some additional pressure on the team?
I wouldn't say we would have extra pressure. I think the fact is that everyone in the team wants to show what we're actually capable of, because we feel like the last two tournaments was kind of like, just felt like we couldn't get a hold of ourselves. We were like individuals rather than a group. It's like you can't point a finger into one person. Everybody was kind of like shocked in terms of how could we perform this badly. But I think after the team talks we have, I think the reviews we've done of our games, I think we can all see some disconnection. And I feel like the past week of our practice, we had a smile on our faces, and we were actually like playing really good practice and always trying to learn from it, and overall just playing a lot of maps. So I hope we can show it now.
And in terms of that, you're going to show us a bit of Dust 2 today as well. But your map pool right now does seem a kind of bit up in the air. Where is your confidence with the map pool?
I mean, it's just the fact that in Dallas we only played a handful of maps. We didn't play all the maps. We still haven't played any Dust 2 unofficial. Today we will. And yeah, I mean, we've been just trying to work on our weaknesses, and you know, the map pool is still up in the air, but I hope we can show some strength.
Well, thank you, Alexibi, of course, for sparing a couple words. I gotta say, I don't know how I feel. I'm a little bit ambivalent with the idea that they don't know what happened to them when they lost both of these events. I'm ready to give them the leeway for one event post-major. You can have this major hangover, you just won, you get ahead of it yourself, but then Pro League is obviously a very negative point on the radar for them. And then the reaction was supposed to happen in Dallas, and it didn't. And he doesn't seem to know why, or at least they don't share that.
I mean, I think it's pretty simple, right? I think they lack really that character of a real true star. Like, they've always been used to having Simple around, right? Now, Wonderful is stepping into his shoe in a little bit of different context, but he's kind of passive. JL had that monster performance at the major, and we saw that how that went, right? How it affected the rest of the team. IM or JL really needs to find their footing in this one if they want to keep continuing actually being relevant as a top 3, 4, 5 team.
Absolutely. We have EM on camera here, and I don't think it's a stretch to say that he's fighting for his contract. He's fighting for his future within the jersey. Ahead of them, against them rather, we have Astralis. And on that one, I feel like there's two different ways to look at it. There are different vibes, different ways to approach the topic. One way is to say, hey, the general results, since they made that move, since they brought in Device as a leader, not gonna brought in, but put him as a leader, gave him that responsibility, brought in Bro. Overall, the results have been better. The standings are going higher. And yet there is this sitting on semifinal. So I wanna know, where do you stand on that? You're more like the positive guy. I know you're bad cop, and I'm supposed to be good cop, but where do you stand on that?
I think it's two teams different in their cycle, right? Astralis is uptrending. We've not really seen the peak yet. I think we've seen NAVI already getting the benefit of what the roster can do, winning the major, right? Here we're seeing Astralis in a new constellation. I think it reminds me a little bit of the old Dignitas days, if people are that old school, where you remember
that's old school, yeah,
the choke buys and so on. They would always crumble in the semifinals. They need to find a way where they can win. If anybody saw that game against Mongols, it was an absolute disaster that they didn't manage to get to the final. Misplay after misplay, a lot of after-planned situations where they completely bottled it. Is it because it's stressful? I can be a little bit curious about that.
Well, you have questions, and hopefully Device had answers. He talked to James Bank right ahead of the game.
Device, another top 4 finish for you guys, and I saw your tweet where you said about how to overcome this. Now, you're very experienced in that, you know, you've been through everything, you've won so many tournaments. Have you looked at it? You just feel broken when it comes to these moments? Talk to me through it.
No. I wouldn't say broken. I think in the Mongols game, the recent one was triple overtime and last map. A lot of things can happen in triple overtime. I think they also played well this tournament, so not thinking too much about it, honestly. I'm just happy we have been like in the semifinals. If we go back a few months, we weren't there, so it's a process. We know what components we want to tweak a little bit, and yeah, I think it will be fine. You will always play against the good teams in a semifinal, so yeah, I just have to take it one step further and yeah, get a little bit better.
A little bit better, onwards and upwards, that's what we're looking for. I want to look at also something I noticed where on the last map for you specifically, it feels like you struggle a bit more there. I wonder if that's maybe because of your new duties and just maybe you have some thoughts on it at all.
Oh, I don't know. I think sometimes it's a little bit different in this role. You have the prep on some maps, you just have to micro a little bit more. But no, there's no excuse. I think also you should be able to hit your shots no matter what. Just a little bit inconsistency, I would say. Yeah, always learning, especially in the new role. But I would say it will just come with time. We'll hit the level we want to, and I will play the way I want to. I don't think too much about it, to be honest.
Okay, so you're pretty cool and calm with it all. I want to ask as well how the energy is in the team, because you are going from back-to-back events, and just obviously you're going deep in tournaments as well will take its toll on you.
Honestly, the last tournament, you couldn't really play that much. Like the setups on the hotel and stuff weren't that good, so I didn't say that it took too much energy out of us, the last tournament. I would say here we are grinding a bit more. It's the last tournament before the break, so we're putting all our energy into this tournament. Not really any jet lag either, so I would say it's all good. We have a lot of energy, and it's a tough group, and we just got to show what we're capable of.
You say tough group, we've got NAVI in the opening game, but I look at this Vita and I want to get your thoughts on it because it seems like quite a comfortable matchup for you.
I mean, they picked us too, which we knew kind of was a possibility. They haven't played it before, so no info on that map. To be honest, Dust 2 for me, when you pick it, it's a little bit of a gamble. It was like that in CSGO as well. Yeah. Not a lot of teams picked it. NAVI were one of the teams that actually picked it, so not too surprised. We'll see what they come with. The two other maps, Mirage and Neo, got really good maps for us. So yeah, just have to play our game on Dust 2 and see what they bring.
The man of the hour in Astralis, of course, we have here a couple of stats, a couple of numbers when it comes to Device. And Babski, I want to bring you in on this question, this idea that his transition into an IGL has been very impressive on an individual level. I had fears, I had apprehensions towards his level, and I think overall he stepped up and he maintained an incredible level. Now, I will also say that there are moments in very, very tense series, specifically the ones where they face eliminations, where I feel like the duties as an IGL take over and he pays the price for it. Now, I want you to tell me, Is there a world in which the experience help him bridge that gap? Or do I just have to be okay with the fact that it is going to take a tax on his level in these moments?
I think you're gonna have to accept that it's gonna sacrifice on his individual performance at times, right? He's been known as Mr. Clutch, right? And we've not really seen it in those big moments in the many semifinals that he's been participating in. But I think it gives them a solid foundation. We talk to many other teams, G2, Hooksy, he's not killing enough, right? Here you have a freaking IGL on a 120 rating almost, like it's unheard of. And if they can continue while building the other players up, we're gonna have a lot of better success.
Well, you talk about other players, like do you have anybody specifically on your radar, someone that you keep in mind, you want to put the pressure on, you put on display?
Yeah, we just mentioned Stavin before coming live, we in two, right? And I think also Device, I've mentioned him a couple of times, one of the smarter players he's played with. I can attest to that. I think he's a really unique player because he's kind of an IGL without being it, because he just does so much in the mid-round situation, right? There will be called default, let's go out and take middle on Mirage, right? All of a sudden, he just feels he has that moment. He sees a smoke, he can sit in and will call, okay guys, I'm in the smoke, I heard one guy rotate to B, we need to do the A split. Like, he'll take over a round just like that. So don't feel so much that it's only Device carrying this weight. I'm pretty sure Stavin is also doing a major part of it.
How well would you say you know Stavin on a personal level?
Oh, very, very close.
Very close?
Yeah.
All right.
You got a question or what?
Yeah, I had a question. I had another one ready in the chamber, but I wouldn't have put you in that position if you couldn't. How much basis and how much legs do you think there is to people say that he disappears in the very high impact, high prestige games? Like, how much of it do you think is true? How much of it you think is other factors coming in?
I think it's the narrative that he's been so good with Heroic back in the days, in the group stages, right? And in the big moments, he's not really been the guy to look for. I do think there's some truth to it. He's not really been as impact, but he's been a little bit of a group stage warrior right now. He reminds me a little bit of a Spinks, like destroying absolutely group stage and then going into the final. He's not like disappearing, but he didn't fall out. We saw that the Yellow Compass way did actually relatively well.
So you see where my worry is now, because we're starting to paint a picture. We're saying, okay, Device's level is great, and he's doing good as an IGL. He's got a good mind for the game, but there are going to be moments where the pressure is at the very max. He has to put so many resources into micromanaging, finding out solutions, so his level will drop a little bit. And you tell me I have to deal with it, and it's going to be part of the landscape. I say, okay, Babski, I hear you out. So let me go down the list of win conditions. Oh, I have Stone, incredible secondary caller. He's got ideas for the game. He's got a good cohesion with Device, but maybe a little bit of a group stage warrior where he farms the hell out of everybody and it gets more complicated. So where am I going down the list to find the guy that's going to tell me I'm going to win the semifinal, I'm going to win the final?
Think about this roster as Heroic again, but with a better Orba.
Okay.
So you're going to be having a little bit more quality in those important moments. We did see Cadian have a little bit of a blummer or two when it came to the big finals as well. I think he offers more structure and more calmness than what Cadian. Cadian was really stressful at times. We see the calls all of a sudden. I think Stavin really combines really well with Device, but I do agree that there is also some question marks, like how good can Jabby be in this setup? How good will Bro be? Staff have been actually one of the most surprising players, so all of a sudden they have a good roster, but they've not really been able to do it when it matters the most.
You mentioned Stair, and we have him on camera right now. I would like to have your 2 cents on this guy, because I personally have a very, very high opinion, but before I influence you and contaminate you, please go ahead. Tell me your 2 cents about it.
I'll admit I was wrong. I think everybody sat there when Stair was announced as not the replacement, but he was continuing on the roster.
The one that kept the roster.
Yeah, instead of Boss, right? And people are like, Boss is more of an anchor, and the Star will have to change roles, and he's just stepped into that role so perfectly. He's like a Sipnik's not prime, but he really remains of some of those positions, really plays really well, doesn't really stress a lot, doesn't take a lot of space. He's really able to go first. We see a lot on the T side that he's the one creating chaos and being able to actually go first when it is about the executes.
I understand. Talking about excuse, talking about pressure, we glossed quickly above Ime and his position, his situation. I do think it's worth just taking a minute to realize, I think the roles and the positions he is playing, I don't even know how you can possibly justify having that output for so long, remaining in that role. I would say winning the major is probably a good place to start, and it will buy you a little bit of goodwill in people's eyes, but there has to be some sort of reality. There has to be a payback at some point for the roles he's having.
Yeah, it's weird with the roles nowadays, because we see some IGLs in the same roles as him, and they're way worse stats. But right, he is put in the situation to actually be a star player, and he's not living up to that. For sure, IM had one of the most interesting career journeys of all time. He went into Gamer Legion. He was a talent, a prospect before coming in, goes into the major MVP and does so well. All of a sudden, he sits in a NAVI jersey, and he just can't find his form.
And we'll definitely keep our eyes on Ime the whole time, the whole way through, all the way in London. But that is enough yapping on our end. It is my greatest pleasure to send it over to the casters to bring us into Counter-Strike. Harry Hugo, it's up to you.
NAVI taking on Astralis. This one, I think, is going to be a real banger, right? Like, we had FaZe saw to kind of whet our appetites at the start of the day, and it really did. I think Ancient delivered especially, but this one, this is two teams that are neck and neck in the ranking. They both have a lot to prove here. I think when you look over at Astralis, it was Stair recently who said he wants to make it further than semifinals. And so when someone says that, they're saying they want to go to the grand final.
That
maybe,
is,
right?
wait.
That is one step
that's next.
on. So that's, you know, kind of where the bar is. They're constantly making these top 4 runs, but often getting cut down short in semis. Astralis are looking to break that. Meanwhile, for NAVI on the other side of things, we know this team went and won the major. Then they fell out over at Pro League. They lose to FaZe there. That one, I think people were almost willing to write off because it's like, okay, you rematched FaZe. It was very personal for them. You just come off the back of the highest of highs, so maybe you weren't really in your A game. But then you even heard from Alexi just moments ago in the interview saying he had no idea what happened in Dallas. And he thinks that the level they showed, the level they played at was abysmal, and it's not where they hold themselves to. So it's a bit of an interesting matchup in that sense. I think both these squads really have something to prove here to close out the season.
Absolutely. I mean, GG bet odds favor Astralis, but that's, I'd say, mainly just because of NAVI's waning form since the major. And this would be one way to make a statement, to come through and have a great result at the spring final, to silence the doubters, silence the hate, to silence the fluke ascenders as we go into next season. Because even Blade is mentioned on this team, like, yeah, next season will be the time to see if there are roster changes to be made, and there are definitely questions on, as even the desk were just raising, on players like Ema and you know, the output versus the roles and what we're going to get, and even the changes inside of NAVI since the major, right? Ema getting more vocal, getting, you know, more room to cool, but we'll have to see. I mean, only time can tell, only this tournament can tell for the end of the season. But yeah, the guy on your screen is definitely the hot prospect of this NAVI team that we want to see have a great game today.
Yeah, you need to. I mean, dude, think back to the major. This guy was unreal, right? And,
which is crazy because, you know, when we look at Paris, just when we see this NAVI team get built, we look at Paris, and sure, you look at Ema, he had an incredible major in Paris. He, you know, was a near MVP to ZywOo, but it's not like JL was an outlier. It's not like he was a standout player for Apex when he got picked up for this team, yet he turned into an absolute monster out of nowhere overnight inside of the NAVI jersey. So can he keep it up when it matters most? We'll only have to wait and see in this series, because Astralis are coming into Nuke hot and ready to go. All these semi-finals in a row. They want to get out of groups, and one match will do it here at the spring final.
Yeah, and you know, the Desk were having that whole debate about group stage warriors for Astralis. Well, hell, if you're able to take them both here, that would get you to the kind of bare minimum stepping stone point that Astralis were looking for. So, let's see. It's going to be the T-side start, and very slow out of the gate as they hold on to lobby. Wait, engage the reactions, and now they look to explode out over at ramp, where Bit will get tested, dropping down straight away. JL doesn't move in. They don't want to fight for this. Instead, just playing to contain. Bit snipes one and now tries to survive the runaway back into this B site. Bit's on a heater, and now he's got support coming in the form of Wonderful. Finally, Bit is run down, but he's bought more than enough time for these reinforcements to arrive.
Ouch. Device going hunting. He's got the backstab. Oh, JL, quick shot. Device still responds. 2v2 now. There's no kit currently for NAVI. They are on the clock. They've got a smoke. And Yabi in the middle of the site. Full blind catches them both. I was expecting him to get whited from that flash, but able to dodge it and take 2 kills out at the end. Despite a double opening kill from Bit, Astralis take the pistol.
Yeah, really not a bad way to open up, especially, like you said, they're 3-on-5 as they get into that lower site.
Damn. That was a sick flash. Didn't blind him in the slightest. Nice, nice, nice. Astralis getting hyped. And a full eco for NAVI. I love a Hut Zeus. It may actually find something here, but they could possibly just crunch ramp, considering Stoun's made it down secret, unperturbed.
I think anyone's going hurt.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, the game changed a bit for the Zeus, and JL's so blind. They've even spotted Alexi. He will get bought in a bit, and this Crossfire gets away with a couple of kills for Na'Vi. But it's still the Astralis round when all is said and done. They stick the landing on the conversion.
Does feel like, you know, Na'Vi have a great team with lots of firepower, but it also feels like for Astralis, it's you can rely on so many different players to have incredible games, right? Like, sure, Device, like Bubsky was talking about, near 1.2 rating on this guy as an in-game leader, but you have this heroic rifling pack of Stown and Yabi who have been the standout players for Astralis, no doubt. But even Stare, who some question him staying on versus some of the other players that Astralis had back, you know, Cologne last year. But he's looked great since Device has taken over in-game leading. And Bro has even, especially in Abu Dhabi, had some phenomenal games as well for this team. So it feels like a revolving door in a sense for Astralis of who can perform. Gives you a lot of room. You have so much firepower. Alexi, a strong outside rifler, even able to tame Donk in this position. But he can't do anything about the cross. He'll call it. And Ema hears him coming. He's still stuck in the open, spraying them away. They jump with the MAC-10, and Ema sends him flying. Sent home. 3 kills, down secret. I might even forgive the view model for that. Oh, it's gross.
It looked like he was, it looks like he was cooked. And when he was backing up, walking all silently away, you thought he'd kind of missed the timing to escape, but then you realize, nah, he wanted those fights all along.
That is crazy, though. He was caught completely in the open, repositioning, no nades. Jumping MAC-10, like that's an ugly trade from Astralis. Great shots for Ema, but that third player should absolutely be trading that kill when the MAC-10 goes as wide as it does. So, bit of a blunder for Astralis in this first gun round. Yabi just hanging out on the save.
All right, then, Na'Vi don't make us wait long. And that's certainly a promising start from Ima.
Yeah.
Kind of exactly what you want if you're Na'Vi. He immediately throws his hat into the ring for someone who's going to look to step up and take control over this game. Just a real nice sequence. And yeah, you're dead on.
Yeah.
His Device is the third man in.
Starts spraying very early, cancels it, goes a bit wider. By that point, he's dead. All right, a little uncomfortable to begin, but let's see if Astralis can brush that one off. Not so nice.
No. You know, Alexi in that interview with James was talking about how the vibes were just kind of horrible when Dallas rolled around and that they weren't really sure what happened. But he said they're feeling good coming into this one.
Kind of respect that play. It's crazy. Oh, no. Oh, we're fine. Everything's fine. Did he get down vent? I can't tell you. I don't think he did. Cancelled. There's bugs in the mainframe. Astralis still have 8 legs. Waiting back in T-spawn. The smoke perhaps. Out they go, and Wonderful still has this cross for now. Was that going to bloom down? Yes. They know they've killed Ema, so the temptation to cross secret is definitely there for Astralis. Early lower rotation gone. Wonderful playing back garage, and this is perfect for Na'Vi because Astralis might just go walking right into this setup. Alexi comes swinging. Wonderful fighting wide right now. He needs 2 kills. He gets it. Tucking in as well. Can he buy any more time with his utility? Just allow that bomb to cross into main. It's an open A site at least, but JL on top of the hut puts one more down. Only Yabi now. He's going to take the option to grab that bomb and drop down lower.
He evades this rotate in for now, but comes back up the vent.
Oh,
they're falling for it. They're falling for it. Bit given away for free. And Yabi knows that Wonderful was out in the yard, and he's low on health from those earlier fights. Yabi backs up. Sticks that plant, and that's when Wonderful tries to move on in. Yabi in that last round had to just sit back, hands off the keyboard, but now he's the one in charge. Swinging out, Wonderful gets the better of him. And so it's a great round put forward from Wonderful. A big 4K, 3 out in the yard and steps up in the 1v1. And I think all in all, that round was great restraint from NAVI. They call Astralis' bluff, right? They throw the outside smokes and they don't budge a single player down to lower. They had intent to go and fight out in the yard. They read that one very well, did Alexi and co.
Yeah, I think it's the mind game of NAVI know that Astralis know that Ema is dead, so that would make perfect sense to go down lower, which is why Astralis don't do it, which is why NAVI don't do it. So it's a real back and forth mind game. I felt like Yabi had that round in the palm of his hand. We've seen him win a clutch like that before with the vent drop, come back up, go back down, pre-rotate. Is that miss smoke on top of main roof? It looks like it. Didn't bloom down to main. It's not the end of the world. They still have 2 to cross. Astralis actually just want to pump this A-bomb site right now on a force buy with Tech 9s and hope for the best. This can be winnable. You just need to catch that first player and unravel the round. You burn out the util from upper, and it's going to be the second volley Astralis commits.
Flash out on Hut. Rose secures that opening, and there's no one available to try and trade this back for NAVI. Instead, they've kind of got to give the site away. So that's going to allow the bomb to go down and leave this NAVI squad retaking 2 through heaven. It's awkward for Ima stuck down in the vent. He kind of needs either the players from heaven or main to get that first kill, to give him the window to come up through vent, and things get worse.
Save.
NAVI lose bit. Bro double kills on the Tech 9. And so this force buy goes convincingly the way of Astralis.
Yeah, they really catch JL out of position there, right? They go for the first couple of bits of util to fake him out. They get his molly out on A, and then while he's repositioning post Molotov, they just come swinging with one flashbang. That's all it takes. One player upper, and it falls just like that. Orpin retaken, 3v5. You're not even going to consider it. So Astralis, it's quite a way to respond.
Nice.
I do like, you know, whenever I kind of see the Astralis camps, I feel like they are a very rowdy bunch, and I like that. I think Device has very much bought that in. Ooh, attempt at the pick for Wonderful, but Stown deals with it cleanly.
He even ate the nade on the cross.
Look at that. Oh, that's about to get blown open. Alexi hears the nade, but Stown's still the one to reap the reward. An early 5v3 for Astralis. Oh, bit, buddy. He's got his work cut out for him here.
Nice.
Nails the first shot onto Device, but there's an immediate trade from Bro. And so ramp falls with this lobby take coming in. NAVI know that Astralis are taking this ramp control.
I think it's a world that Stown even heard them push lobby as well from back at T-spawn. So NAVI, the jig is up. You get the outside flank. It's a nice spot on roof. That's going to grab you a gun, but it might just be a setup for the save here on NAVI. JL dropped down vent, came back up to grab this rifle. There's the AWP gone. They've thrown it out the map. You cheeky buggers. Stown crossing his T's, dotting his I's, and denying the big green for NAVI. They'll save 2 rifles. Fantastic double opener.
I mean, you know, everyone's always singing Stown's praises in terms of being a very smart and like keen eye for the game, and so great awareness to be ready for a second player getting aggressive with Wonderful out in the yard.
Didn't Device say that he was one of the smartest players he'd ever played with? When you consider the Device's track record and trophy capner, it's quite a statement. Vibe check coming up positive for Astralis. Money check, not so good for NAVI. Those 2 rifles will have to do a lot of work. But this has still been a back and forth beginning. It can continue. Astralis haven't yet landed on their feet. Not firmly, at least.
This time it's Imma going to try fire out in the yard. Catch Stair for free. Stown spamming back. They're doing a little bit of chip damage onto Imma, but he's about to overstay his time out in the yard, even phasing through the smoke.
No way!
Nice
No way!
The device turns around to put a stop to it. Imma's reign of terror cut short as JL moves in. He's also fed to device. A low HP on Stown and device out in the yard. And Wonderful is still floating around here. There are 2 players where 2 bullets would deal with them. Bits even crunching up through Secret. This could get out of hand here.
Stown's position is great, though. He's patiently waiting for this exact play. So if Bit continues on his merry walk, it may not work. As long as device doesn't move from his red position. Bit's being very cautious. 1 shot's all it takes.
Stown holds the trigger. And with Bit now dead down at lower, it's just Wonderful left to find. Won't even connect the 1 bullet needed onto device. And so that one had a whole lot of promise in it for Na'Vi. A lot of damage done. The early kills found out in the yard, but it ends up getting away from them.
Was Imma out of ammo? That's what I want to know. I feel like the gun was low, but I don't know if it was dry. To go for the knife there, he saw a player in the smoke. There was a world where if he right-clicks, he gets the kill. But let's keep track of it. Down to 15, down to 7, and then he pulled the knife to change spots in the smoke. Got a bit lost in it as well. Not ideal. AK would have done it there. But Astralis, they stall it out. They play slow with the 2 low players. They wait for the kills to come to them. Only an eco for Na'Vi, keep in mind. But a pause comes out before this integral rifle round on this CT side. You don't want to let Astralis run away with this first half. So Na'Vi need a response stat.
And a lot of these rounds are being like won or lost based on the yard fights. And I think if you're Astralis, you don't even mind that right now. Like you're winning and very comfortable in those engagements by the looks of things. So you're fine. If that's Na'Vi's solution to trying to slow Astralis down, hell, let him keep doing it. This round, Na'Vi shy away from fighting for the yard control and instead got 3 players over towards this upper site with Wonderful kind of floating around between CT and ramp.
It's a lot of players throwing util. Okay, Stown will drop. Maybe just set up some nades there. He's just trying to figure it out right now because you need the numbers on the entry. Right now it's stacked up. 2 players top, 3rd rotating just now to ramp. What's that? Orper is out of position. Imma peers deep into the lobby, but they've got a great corner spot for Yavi. Alexi can't respond, only damage done. They just set up the execute to go.
1 man out behind the vent as well, and they spot this push out through ramp. Right now, Astralis go back to go and hunt Wonderful down. They don't let him get away. Navi's even here waiting at the vent and has been the entire time. He hears 1 man drop down, so that bomb does not continue on the path over at ramp.
He's going to miss Alexis.
Alexi's on borrowed time with Stown coming in through main, and they knew JL was down here. The molly sends him packing, and it even tags him once, so they get the info that he's got a long path to even consider this round, and he's 1v4, so they've got him boxed in, and Stown goes hunting for a 6th found on this Astralis T side.
I don't know what exactly happened to Wonderful because he was able to reset ramp, but he then recommitted on that flank, and that just gave Astralis all the room to chase out ramp after they get double flanked. Like, he could have reset with 1-for-1, but he went back for more.
Even this swing out of Imma feels odd, right? Like, he's trying to kind of play in tandem with those guys crunching lobby. When you haven't heard anything out in the yard, it feels scary to me to go and push the lobby, right? Like, you've heard next to no util come out there, no footsteps. You take that wide swing in at the door and immediately punished.
Na'Vi biting off more they can chew right now. And Astralis is just playing with them. These eco rounds can certainly be threatening on CT Nuke, and they actually double up inside of the door smoke, but Yabi is on patrol here. Gonna take 1-for-1. The turnaround is awkward. They all come crunching, they all come running, but Bit shot in the side of the head, and only Wonderful in hut they know now. 1v4, needs a clean Deagle headshot. and it's not going to happen today. On fire for Astralis. They light their flare 5 rounds in a row on this 7-2 lead on the T side of Nuke. Device said it. They're very comfortable on this map, and they are showing that right now. It feels like haven't even really been tested. Na'Vi have been super aggressive on this CT side, super willing to take fights, be that outside or taking the door control, but to no avail. Astralis punishing a lot of plays right now.
I mean, even when you kind of think grand scheme of this series, if this one keeps up going dominantly in favor of Astralis, if they walk away with Nuke in their back pocket, we go to Dust 2, yeah. And sure, Device said it can feel like a real 50-50 map. It's not common to see people pick it. Only the old Na'Vi used to. And it's one that Astralis haven't had like incredible results on. It's very 50-50 in the few times you've seen them play it. But Na'Vi have never played it in officials. So even that can be a bit of a gamble, right? Picked into because of the opponent you're against. It feels like a good time, I guess, to test the waters on your Dust.
It shows they've at least done some homework, right? They've prepped it. Something. But yeah, no one knows what to expect on a Dust 2 in this matchup. Makes his first map even more important for that very reason. Okay, 5-on-4 for Na'Vi. A comfortable position, but that's a great flash. They go running in. Yabi's actually cross past the player in the smoke. Ema still responds. He's out of ammo now. No knife today. Wonderful dropping in at the back of the bomb site. And Stare is just getting surrounded right now. Pushed in from main. Alexi helps out, and the bomb is loose in that top site. Stown on the clock. He's going to make that rotation. They know he was lobby. Playing like he doesn't have all the info, so maybe they didn't hear Wonderful drop in. He got a kill from Heaven, but he did drop back site. So Stown doesn't know that for sure, it seems.
This is a good move, at least, right? Na'Vi, when you've dropped into the site like this, they take lobby away from Stown. And so now, even if he goes up Heaven, he's not going to be given, any fights here as he tries to move in for this 1v2.
Does give him the bomb, but he's still going to make noise. He could silent drop. Let's see what the tech is looking like for Stown. They're holding it.
Oh. All right, Alexi, cleanly done there. Clutch put a stop to. And Alexi, good timing on his main push and a great call to go and take that lobby control away and then post up for the Heaven flank. Once you've kind of got all that room, the big worry there for Na'Vi the whole time is like, what if he's just slowing down and he's going to recommit to fights through lobby? So they kind of remove that option and it becomes all too clear. The only place left for him to be is Heaven.
Nice, come on.
So Na'Vi are able to isolate that down to just one position on the map. They're both ready to fight for.
Oh, good spawn for Alexi. He's going to take it all the way, crossing to red. And he's been mollied there on Silo. This is uncomfortable. He still hits the shot. You'll take that. Wasn't his goal on the outside cross, but he gets out 1-for-1. And Ema drops vent, as is tradition here. Wonderful holding the main cross, and Astralis are going to go back into Ema. Last time they did this, he got 3 kills. Oh, nice. Oh, missed shot. Spots the orb. Ema is going to be the one to force the fight.
Oh, but cleared early this time. He's got to move off the angle. Wonderful's even been spammed down out in the yard. And so there's a lot of pressure put on lower right now, right? With Ema having a fall away, you kind of lose that early info. They're going to try and re-aggress, but Stown lies in wait here. First man in around the corner. Stown is ready for both of them. Ema and Bit get fed to the beast that lurks down at lower, and now JL throws himself in, but this is so much info. Stown's not only uprooting the defense, he knows where Na'Vi are. Can't quite hold on to JL, can't quite get away with that kill. That would have been the one that won Astralis the round, no question. Instead, there's still a bit of intrigue here for Na'Vi. Wonderful is very far removed, so they might give JL some time to see what he can get away with here. Double molly in his way. More util to kind of slow down this attempt at the retake. Nothing arrives soon. Might never begin. There's the kill. There's that first incision. And you can see they're really in two minds about going for this. But they've just left it too long.
The orb's just too valuable as well, right? If JL didn't get double mollied, he'd have at least time to play in. If he gets the entry, wonderful commits, but even with that kill on ramp, it's simply an exit for NAVI. JL doesn't even survive. That bomb radius is huge. But it's bro's headshot to do the dirty work. And yes, down. Great read that he was going to get double push there and lower. He's seen it before. But finding 3 entry kills again for Astralis. Stoun's had a fantastic start to the map. And NAVI, again, it feels like this CT aggression has been their downfall. These re-clears. Astralis punishing them nearly every time.
Even losing that AK at the end was really big implications. You would have had a full rifle round here if you managed to save it. Instead, NAVI have got to make do with 2 SMGs. All for Wonderful is a bright spark at least. One of these SMGs going to get tested now over at ramp. Bit holds the line for the first. Trade attempted, but he's landed the dink back the other way. And so you've at least denied this ramp control.
Oh
okay.
My God.
Stag going to play through this.
Yeah.
Him is holding on to it.
Say what you want about this, like all this aggression for NAVI, they're always doubled up. So sometimes Astralis get both kills, but that's a perfect example. Important trade for NAVI to keep them a man up, but this is still far from a comfortable position. Bits on a USP right now as he walks down ramp. Retrieved his MP9, but it's got no ammo. I don't know what's happened here. He needs to reload that. Wonderful rotating out. They'll hear these steps as well. Device is in hot pursuit.
You know, the ground he's given up here. Device is quick to move in and take it away. I'm on the back of Yabi outside of main. Down in the meantime is all the way down at lower, but his teammates looking like they want to try and move in for this main control.
Oh, the time.
JL just gets caught unawares, in at the vent, and that will deny the drop down through vent. Device picks it up at least, but they've got it. Oh wait, the bomb tumbled down. The bomb made it down as down. He's going to be able to grab this, but there's no time for the bomb plant, and so the clock will decide the outcome of this one. NAVI are able to withstand it, and they will lock in 4 at least. But is that enough as they now move in to their T side on Astralis' map pick?
Establishing control over the map early on can be very valuable for a T-sided player. Right now, ZTR and his team have established quite a bit of control over towards the A side, ready for a quick smart attack over in their direction. But they lack a little bit on the opposing sides of the map, and that's what ZTR aims to fix with this smoke over towards mid. But Shiro has other ideas, and makes him look quite the clown with a knife to the gut. ZTR, wondering what happened, we're going to find out just how that all came to be. Shiro moves on in, down the side. An aggressive push from mid and through the underpass allows him quick access to the terrorist side of apartments. An unfortunate turn of events as ZTR has allowed him to step too far forwards. Left, right, good night. Train, and train some more. A lesson learned by most salt-worthy professionals of Counter-Strike. Brollan has a chance to display that training. He'll need to have pinpoint accuracy here. With 4 players bearing down on his position, he can't afford to put one bullet out of place. Looking to try and hold off the advancing forces now, turns the corner for a peek towards mid and lands a headshot onto Frozen. Finds another player peeking and a swift transition over towards the long sends them dizzy. The last shot onto Rox is all too easy for the master of the AK-47. And now for a short educational interlude. We're going to be learning to count with Nico and his missed deagle shots. Having a solo hold position over towards the B coffins, you need to be making sure that you're landing every single shot and making it count so that your team can retake should they need to. Nico in this position, however, has other ideas. Count along with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There are some things you just can't teach. Underpinning the usually fast and frenetic end parts of the round, the early stages resemble more closely the game of chess. A back and forth, a tactical decision-making area where the minds, bigger than galaxies, can start to show. Simple wants to hold this angle, a lot of control from the outside, but Holzuk takes it from him, wrests control with a simple flash around the corner. But Simple can do just the same thing. Pushing back into Holzuk's territory, he can reclaim once more the ground that was once lost. Holzuk, however, has teammates, has backup, and plenty more utility where that came from. A third time that this line has switched, and it is starting to look a little bit more checkers than chess at this point. But Simple says King Me, expending his final flashbang and leaving him exactly where he started. The Source engine, dear to the hearts of many, provides one of the most loved features of Counter-Strike. Its movement mechanics. Every single one of these players will have tens of thousands of hours strafing around and ensuring that every step they make is perfectly placed, never putting themselves in more danger than they need to. He's just burned himself alive. Well, now I look quite the fool.
NAVI versus Astralis, a game that proves what can go wrong will go wrong. NAVI, only 4 rounds on their CT side of Nuke. It's a bit of a disaster class here in the opening map. Astralis' pick as we open up their match in Group A. And I don't know, Harry, this feels weird.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it feels odd, doesn't it? I'm lost how to really talk. Like, NAVI, they loved the aggression, and they kept, but Astralis, they makes it a bit easy when you know you're going to get pushed. You can just hold everything and wait for the pushes, and it felt like that's what happened in the first half. NAVI never really had a lot of reward from when they were going for those aggro moves.
Seemed like they just really wanted to disrupt Astralis' default. Maybe that was the plan, but it just didn't go as they practiced. Stare, this is ugly. He will fall. Device is trying to knife at the vent, but they're going out upper right now. Julie's in a great position. Down the vent would be dangerous. That bomb is so tempting, but Yabi's got the kill through the smoke instead. And there we go. Astralis sweep NAVI aside in the pistol round.
Device just got to experience an entirely different round to everyone else. He sat on a vent hoping to knife people, and then the pistol round was over and they'd won. It's like, okay, good job, team.
Yeah, looking at that first half, just quickly recapping, JL, two rounds they went A. He got no kills, he got timed. Wonderful, always saving because his team were just double pushing a lot. Ema had top frags, but, only one of them actually resulted in a round win. So NAVI have got to go back to the drawing board. They've got to go back to the Deagles, and
that's nice.
That'll do it.
It's a nice way to open the round.
5v3, though, needed to really kickstart things because trades are, about to come through. There's that 5v2. What? 3 pistol kills.
Yabi just he got so tunnel visioned on the 1 kill.
Okay, just, wrap it up. Wrap it up.
What's just happened in this round?
Everyone's
there is now the last guy remaining, and Ima gets rid of him. So it's NAVI pulling up with just pistols and a round win under their pocket or belt or whatever, something on the trousers. Bro, that's insane. Like, when
you buy the least, you expect the most. Catch him by surprise.
Like, surely Bit was probably pretty confused there how dedicated they are. Like, I get it, they're trying to stop him rapping heaven. It's a valiant cause. But chasing out the P250, close range, full loudness while you're getting wrapped in the yard.
Yeah.
That felt like it was offering that one up for free.
NAVI are back. They've been given a chance here in this T side. No conversion, no quick 3-0 lead for Astralis in this half. Now they've got to work for it.
It's even more frustrating for Astralis because it's like you're hoping NAVI approach this with the same crazy confidence you went into that last round with, and it's like, nope, that's not what's happening. They've done the full wall of smokes outside. They're full sneaking around the map here. They're giving nothing away. And so you're not going to get a chance at those same, early fights, those same chance to push and prod with the Deagles. It's a very different round to the one that we just saw.
I like the patience for NAVI right there, just catching their breath after that first half, after a surprising round win. Make the most of it. Awkward, didn't clear the corner. Yabi's got an upgrade.
Well, this could still get odd. Yabi on this MP9, nice okay. Shots. Pressure alleviated thanks to JL and Bit. Uproot, the players still inside of the site. No, even gonna catch Device, if you can believe it.
It's a player outside, he knows. He's gone hunting. Don't count him out of some redonkulous 1v4. But with the bomb planted now, he's on the clock. He's missed the timing on Ema escaping. So that should be 6 for NAVI. Stan looking for way back in through heaven. Creeping out. No one facing right now, but a swing at the right time spells the round for NAVI.
It was a little nerve-wracking there for a moment because as far as they were concerned, he shouldn't have been in heaven. I think they thought he was garage. That's where a bunch of them were looking. Bit even kept pivoting towards main and was only checking heaven on the timing. But they're able to keep it nice and clean in NAVI in spite of that awkward start where they lose Alexi on the main drop because he doesn't check deep enough into the corner. Past that point, Bit and JL make quick work of the top site hold. And so the gap will continue to close here.
NAVI winning that force by already. Eco has actually given us quite a game. As the score will tighten up very quickly. Would like to presume Pistols outside. One does get close. Yabi holding his shot, takes it. 3-on-3, he won't escape. Device has no business winning another fight here.
I'm not prepared to call any one of these fights based on what's happened in this round.
Fair enough.
I also just don't want to give up the armada of guns out in the yard. You want to hold on to that. And so Imma hangs around, waits for Device to come and grab one. And so in spite of losing a couple of players there, having others brought down low, NAVI will walk away with the round. But now we have a timeout called in, heading into this return to the rifles for Astralis.
Yeah, hopefully this game...
Just a little technical one.
Oh, gotcha. Hopefully this game can restore a bit of order. It's been up and down, topsy-turvy.
Yeah, it's been super chaotic to open this series. First half, it was very composed actually from Astralis, waiting for the NAVI aggression. We've got into this second half, and Astralis are now the ones getting a little bit wild with it. So let's see if we can have a nice return to form here. If NAVI can keep the comeback rolling in.
Imma the only positive player on the numbers for NAVI. He's going to lead the pack outside. Stalled by that deep Molotov. Astralis pre-rotate a player down secret. Vice will have good timing. He can block this whole play for NAVI. They have 3 players trying to cross down lower right now. Device doesn't want to block. He wants the whole round in the palm of his hand here, but you'd expect him to clear this, right? Right? Yeah, doesn't matter. Device still takes one with him.
This is a good bit of control there for NAVI to have. It's Imma, who triple killed in the first half, down towards that exact position, able to trade onto Device. It's now NAVI own lower. That's at least going to shuffle around the CT setup. NAVI don't commit to the lower push. They're only too strong there. So for now, they're just kind of scouting it out with the rest of the team back here in lobby. The route down to lower would be these vents.
Oh, they're coming up the vent. They might meet a man in it.
Oh. Yeah, they do arrive up through that smoke at the vent side. JL out through hut as well, secures another. Stound's trying to make a move, trying to make a play, but Bit stops him in his tracks. So now with the bomb planted, Bro left up in the retake. Ascends into the heavens, but doesn't spot that defense player. Dink onto Bit, but not the killing blow. They whittle him down, and then they swing him together. That's very well handled in the 2v1. You get dinked on the first peak of your opponent. But Bit's able to buy enough time just with spamming and prodding the heavens for Imma to move back in and swing onto him out from the hut.
It's very dangerous, but I actually like the way that they chase him there, right? In a 2v1, you can definitely balls that up if you try and play bomb, and he has a smoke, he drops in, sticks it. They don't know, so they just keep the pressure on, facing together. Important round for NAVI. And they go into the more stacked side of 2, and they still come up in favor. So now pistols for Astralis, and suddenly this messy game where Astralis got a pistol on top of it It might be all leveled out. Eagles look outside. Down trying to hypnotize that top silo player, but Bit is not overcommitting to this. Nima just, if I can't see them, they can't see me. And he crosses. So they've got Ema in position. Now they can go back to lobby, set up an A fake, hit ramp perhaps. Pull him back to main later in the round. There are so many options available now by having Ema in this aggressive position. Looks like they're going to try and meet him B.
Oh, that nade does great damage onto Bro. Flash in, he will dodge that at least, but will he dodge the danger as they all move out through ramp? Ema once again, best device on this rotate in through Secret. Now he's looking to cut off the vent rotates. Ema looking really good here on Nuke. He was the one guy in the first half. He's kept up appearances here moving into the second. And with him controlling the vents, ramp lost. There's no path to even give this round a look in if you're Astralis. So that now means this is a tie game. This goes from a 9-4 pistol round locked in to a tie game at 9-9.
Very impressive recovery for Na'Vi, no doubt.
I think, you know, even when you look at like what Alexi's been able to work with on this T side thus far, there's been so much more for him to be able to cool around, like in these rounds where they're getting players across and towards Secret, as you said in that one there, like when Ema gets posted up and sneaks across into Secret, it's like there's so many options opened up now. Alexi didn't have a lot of this to rely upon in the first half. A lot of these packed pushes that they were going for were getting shut down and felt like more of a hindrance than a solution to the Astralis T side. But on CT, everything's on their T side now, everything's working out for this Na'Vi squad. They're getting the map control they're looking for. They're securing the openers more often than not. And Astralis just haven't had solutions to this yet.
They've got another rebuy now. They've got Device hopefully on the AWP. He was saving for it. So with AK saved on Yabi as well, it's going to be everything Astralis need to get back in this game.
You can imagine you want to try and deal with Ema out in the yard, especially because he is getting left to his own devices here a hell of a lot. And so it's like, okay, we're going to stick some of our best guys on him, and we're going to try and deny some of this yard control.
Wonderful's going for it. I want to see this T-side AWP sing for Wonderful. Such an explosive player. He's looking for Device. He knows Device might have an AWP. He's looking over the box everywhere. Checking out the back of CT, but yet to see it. It's Device playing the AC. Wonderful won't find that angle up here. Oh, Device goes wide, and both AWPs meet. Both AWPs get another chance. Meanwhile, Na'Vi have crossed again down Secret and past main. They've actually skipped down entirely, but Device has it on lock. There's Wonderful's response. 4v4, and the map opens up.
Are they ready for Stown, though? Alexi even running this. That gives Stown a major leg up in the fight. He's able to pick and choose exactly when he wants to take that contact.
Nice shot.
Wonderful with another key trade. He's not letting Na'Vi lose ground in this round is Wonderful.
No.
Every time Astralis try to make the move, the incision that's meant to take it over the line for them, Wonderful's there to trade it back out. And so he's done a phenomenal job donning this AWP out in the yard.
Oh, I missed that timing. JL's been shot in the back one too many times this game. This is going to be another frustrating one as Yabi finds that ramp flank. 20 seconds. Reset now. Let Bro hold that upper site as Yabi can drop down B. What a great pre-rotation for Yabi, but it's actually ending A. 15 seconds. Bro calling for support. He's seen them. Down the vent they go. He's hit a dink on the way. Bit down low. Yabi the same. Put back down to this lower site, and he's going to stop that bomb. The nade will be enough. Oh, out he goes. No time. There's only a flash. Wonderful survives, but Astralis win the round despite Wonderful's best efforts. This team may go back up the vent.
Yeah, he did.
Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. Could have covered on B. Not sure about that one. Fantastic AWP shots.
Oh, no, okay. Waited at the bottom of the...
Okay, that's, you know, more understandable.
Up until now, Blade's been fine letting them, you know, kind of call this independently from his wisdom. He's banked it up, but now he's looking to come on through with some words of advice for the NAVI squad.
Very close round, though. I mean, Wonderful did everything he could. Awkward timing for JL, really. He's had a few of those.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, I think, as to why that round feels very frustrating. If you're NAVI, you felt like you kind of did everything you had to. It was just getting it over the line was the hard part, right? That you end up in a 3v2. You've dealt with all the attempts to try and stem the bleeding out in the yard. You take all that real estate. You've got one man down towards lower. You've got JL lurking back in the lobby, and he even gets away with a kill. So it felt like you had all the pieces to make the round happen. It was just finishing the job that you started that was the hard part there.
I love how Yabi plays that, though. When he gets the aggressive lobby flank, he knows that he can just rotate B. Bro has the perfect position up. If they go main to A, Bro definitely goes 1-for-1 at minimum, if not both kills, because of the time pressure. And so Yabi just pre-rotates lower. It's, you know, we've always said Danes on nuke, man. It's in their blood. But you know that's just something that's not even communicated. Astralis are just on top of their rotates there. Got Wonderful getting back in the server.
And Astralis still look very smiley. Still look very much like they're in control, even though this game is really tightened up. The vibes seem fine. I think there's been some very annoying rounds to even get to this point. Considering this all kind of starts with a bit of overzealousness to fight Deagles out in the yard in the second round of the second half. And now you end up in a position where you're narrowly holding on to this lead.
They've broken the 5-round streak, though, from NAVI, so that's something here for Astralis. And for those just tuning in, Dust 2's second map of this series, the first time NAVI's international lineup have played it. They go for the pick. Device calls it random. And maybe this early on in its re-addition to the map pool, it's hard to disagree.
Yeah, I think, you know, he was even speaking from, like, he said it was the same and go, right? Yeah. Like, a lot of teams wouldn't look to pick into Dust 2. Oftentimes kind of left as a decider in a series.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, it was the old NAVI squad who were one of the teams who would pick into a D2. All right, I'm seeing some talking now. That's a good sign.
It's awkward as well. Do NAVI want to burn like a third time out? No, they're just going to go right back in off of the cold break on this T side. Astralis, first round out of 5. The all back out, but money is not pretty for Astralis. 2 MP9s. Wonderful's got his. Goes back to the yard. If it's anything like the previous round, this is the scope to keep an eye on. But you can see Astralis want nothing to do with it, playing extremely passive. They boost an MP9 ramp, Stown's jiggling hell, and Device actually assists on upper. So Astralis are not living and dying by the outside fight, not in this round. It's all on this ramp boost right now. A kill would be great. 2 would be fantastic.
Oh, but it's not even 1. Good check for JL and Stown accounted for over here in hell. That spray is...
Oh, what?
Oh, he really wants it.
Go on.
He really wants this kill. And he will get it. Stown was not ready for that. That's certainly one of the ways that round could have gone. He's just like me, for real.
That's so dumb. I love it, though. Like, it's a good play. He knows he's low, so you're just hoping the run and gun hits one bullet.
There's actually 900 IQ because he held the shoot button so that when he was running, the footsteps aren't heard, right?
Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, except the bullets are heard.
Oh.
Down as he is, Bit has legs.
Did he, though? Because he wasn't looking at the ladder.
Well, he didn't think that Bit was that insane, dude. Oh, yeah, he'll just go up the ladder as well. Like, his RNG's let me down, but let's go for the ladder shot.
Oh.
That was... I hope we have that on replay.
I love that. That's maybe like play of the season.
Play of the round.
Not like best play.
Does Device survive here? His backside, I guess, yeah. Oh, Yappy, 10 health in secret. Well, that was one of the rounds played in this match. Bit knows he's low. He knows he's low. He's like, one bullet. All I need is one bullet. Let's just run. And he just full sends the chase. Incredible. I can't believe Stan didn't expect it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would time out after that too. That was ugly for Bro. He is so wide on that boost position. Maybe you feel like you're going to get checked, but I'd love the Hell player baiting for him, or even just Hell player baiting him and Bro playing a little more passive. Yeah. Let them out.
I don't know if
he's so wide on that.
I don't know if I'm crazy here, but I thought
maybe you are.
I heard him take like a step by mistake, and so it might have been like a.
I thought that was.
Oh no, I've stepped, and so now I'm gonna jiggle the corner, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It looked very wide. Like when
No, normally you want to kind of hide out up there, rely on the fact that they check the wide swing, and then as they're checking the other angles, you can just snipe one or two.
Honestly, you're fine getting checked there because they have to be wide to check you, so they're committed. And MP9 is sick, so if they're committed, you have a pretty good shot. But he's like trying to shoot their legs out. Not the end of the world, but a hyper important round for Astralis. If they lose this, NAVI's comeback is truly on, and that's one way to begin it. JL picking Device inside of the door with the orb. And so a 5-on-4 to break Astralis' money and take 11 rounds. This would be a phenomenal comeback for NAVI, and JL's got more. Had a very quiet game, but no time like this one to step up with a double kill. Stair caught jumping off hut roof. Who will save you now? Maybe it's now. Oh,
no, it's not.
The turn.
Bro might have all this control over towards the lobby, but he's still going to miss the timing on Bit dropping down, and so the top side gets taken right under Bro's nose. They're even coming back in towards the lobby.
He should be saving. I mean, Astralis can't win this round, and they've got no money. So this is 11 for NAVI.
I mean, even
what a game.
A save is terrifying. Like, NAVI own all of the map. Imma goes hunting over here at ramp. And, dude, I mean, the impact Imma's carried across this map is incredible. I mean, you know, he's kept it up all game long as well. He started off with that big 3K down towards lower. Sure, like, you know, his kills kind of fell on deaf ears a bit throughout the remainder of the half, but then he gets T-side and he's been winning the yard fight just so consistently. He's spent more time in the yard than Astralis have on this CT side, and that's so concerning.
What an entry. What? Just spamming main. He's not even trying to kill an orb door, sure. I don't know why Yabi goes up the vent there. Trying to be cheeky in a 1v5, but needed that gun. But I don't know, man. Imma. That gun model is growing on me. Maybe it's just the sprays he's hitting. 11 to 10, and oh, Stoun's bought an orb on the eco. Astralis feel cooked right now. You've got to save this if you can't win the round. That's a crazy call. Stoun believing he can get this entry. He knows they've been going for a lot of silo plays. He's actually spotted them there a lot, but smoke makes it a little more difficult. Either way, NAVI default lobby, wait for a push. They can take ramp right now, it's completely open.
I mean, if there's one thing that's good for this AWP, it's like, it certainly has the element of surprise.
Yeah.
Because you do not at all anticipate this to be in play.
They're putting 3 players outside. If they can set Stoun up, draw in some attention, some crosshairs. It's only Imma here behind main as NAVI pop top.
Yeah, would have loved that opening D, but it's a clean check out of JL. Wonderful. Gets the trade. Even though they lose the man back in door, they learn about the AWP now, and the shot sails past Imma.
Try and save. He could buy the AWP, but Vice giving it a go right now. Grab that AWP. NAVI pushing ramp. They're waiting for this play. Astralis are actually giving it a go, hoping for luck. Pot shot through the smoke. Device will save. And NAVI, 12 rounds. This was an 8-4 half, and Astralis even got the pistol. 9-4, and NAVI now map point. Incredible comeback.
We're even trying to remove the AWP at the end here, but
no like armor. Do you think he dies here?
Actually.
No armor. That's good.
Okay.
That makes it move.
Get away.
Yeah.
Run.
He's fine now.
So Device going to get out with the AWP. Wonderful's not so fortunate, but money is the least of the concerns for NAVI. They've got 2 players approaching max cash right now, and that's because they've been on this insane streak since getting onto their T side. This kind of slow activation of everyone on the NAVI banner. It all starts with Imma, but now the rest of the gang are coming alive. JL, there were times where he was feeling like a real problem piece, kind of getting exploited back in lobby. Even in rounds that NAVI were winning, he would often end up falling, but that's not happening anymore. He's churning out a couple of openers, keeping pressure applied back on the lobby position. And so Astralis, very, very quickly, they went from feeling home free, like those few overpeaks up against the pistols all those rounds ago didn't even matter. And now it is that round that's come back to haunt them here, giving way to the NAVI comeback. Just 4 kills away from completing it and stealing away the Astralis map pick of Nuke. Let's see if Yabi and Bro can offer up any more of that to keep Astralis in this.
Bits had some great entries. He's 3-0 on these opening kills for NAVI. Sets him up outside. With some smoke breaks, some spam for Astralis response, it's still very much winnable on this round for NAVI. Device is committed in lower. Doesn't even want to scope, doesn't want to give away his position right now. He's going to play with pistol. Knowing they could drop in window at any point. He's got cover from above. Bro trying to bait for Device. Now he scopes up with all the noise being made. Bro will fall. Device can kill this crossing AWP, but it doesn't need to move. The bomb's going down in the Astralis plant, and it's denied by the man of the helm. Device with a double. It's only Wonderful now, and Device knows exactly where this AWP resides. Good shot for Wonderful. Can he end this map in style? A tenacious T-side for NAVI, and Wonderful wants to put it in a bottle. Nades flying in from all sides. He hits his tag. Deagle out, denied by Astralis.
Oh, man. Wonderful was certainly trying. He was really interested after Device gave him that first fight, swinging out from behind the sight box. Gets away with 2 tags in the round, but the killing blow to neither that he would have had to find the 1v3 there. Still, I mean, Astralis, they'll take it, right? But it comes down to some early smoke spam out in the yard. That's the whole reason they even reclaim the man advantage.
Nice!
Device going unchecked. One more round to decide if we get another overtime here.
Yeah.
I mean, what a way for
this
to start. OT and FaZe saw 2 of them, in fact. And now the potential to get even more overtimes.
I think it's great.
NAVI and Astralis.
It's great as well because this game is so just uncallable, right? It's so difficult to know who was going to take this game going into it. And even though this first map will certainly decide, well, not decide that. Dust 2 is so up in the air. Mirage to close. Even though the odds favor Astralis, you know what NAVI at their peak look like. You cannot forget that. So I wonder if they can pull that back out right when it matters here. Looking to close this game right now. Missed shot on the AWP. Molly goes in, and Wonderful sends Bro out. Down, does respond on the edge of the smoke, but Imma slips in. They have no idea. Great cover. What awareness from Stair, who falls after a single kill. There's no main smoke, and so Yabi makes the most of it. Bit trying to swing in. He still found a little cubby in the corner, jumping over the shots of Alexi B, 2v2.
But wait, they know where both players are. They know they were both outside. They know that they've got one guy trapped over here in main. Yabi is injured, flash through, dodged by Bit. It's just down left standing to try and keep overtime in this for Astralis. He's going to offer up in the 1v2, flash through this smoke, but he doesn't make it through. And so NAVI, this one, they shouldn't be able to lose this. As this down is cut down and NAVI complete the comeback.
Wow.
From 9-4 down on Astralis' map pick, they lock in the win at 13-11.
What a comeback from NAVI on this first map here versus Astralis. We would use the word disaster class. That would probably be a little bit too harsh, but I have to say, I didn't see this turn of event happen on that second half. I didn't see the wave coming in from NAVI, the offense unstoppable. Astralis struggling to find solutions. All the way down to that 2v2 sends NAVI 1-0 up.
Yeah, you kind of felt that Astralis had all the cards to deal with this situation, but all of a sudden it kind of goes south. And I think it happens a lot on the CT side. I think it's very obvious that they don't really trust each other on the CT side, and a lot of rotations causing a lot of stress in the mid rounds.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you, and it kind of worries me a little bit because you would hope that solutions would be found. Like the leeway was here for Astralis. The start was there, the T side was very strong, it was super comprehensive. It was, on the other hand, NAVI who looked a little bit shaken and shook for solutions. And then that second half, what an incredible comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can look into some of the names, right? I think just Stavin taking the orb over Device, I think shows you kind of like, okay, there's full chaos now, right? Yeah, I didn't either. I think it's just a sign of that, okay, we need to do this individually and we're not going to be able to rely on the teamwork. And I think Nuke is so much more about teamwork itself because it really matters how much you're going to be able to call off the rotations because the sides are so close together. You really need to trust that the other guy is really holding his spot.
All right, well, we obviously talked about the issues and struggles that Astralis had, but let's remember that they were in such a commanding position. Let's have a look at round 14. That's going to be an economy play brought to you by Revolut, and this is where I'm just going to use it, say it as it is. Shit hits the fan for Astralis.
Yeah, this is where everything goes wrong. They even do a good setup, but I'm not sure what the first guy here does. Does an awkward sidestep, gets caught in the middle of everything, and then he gets overwhelmed in warehouse Stavin, right, with the M4, not really connecting, and then all of a sudden they're jumping around heaven, and then all the rotations and the weapons falls into the hands of NAVI. A disaster class, if we could say so.
Look, I don't want to be too harsh, or I don't want to be too picky in that, but isn't there way too many isolated duels in which Astralis isn't ready to fight? Like, this is what really worries me and bothers me in this clip, is that sure, 1-digs are being found, and that's impressive, and we all clap our hands, but to an extent, shouldn't you be ready for that pace? Shouldn't you be ready for the duels to come your way?
I mean, I think it's a decent setup, right? The guy in main is actually able to play off the contact of the guy in warehouse, but the guy in main wants to like do a cheeky nade, and he gets caught off by sidestepping too much. Then the first one drops. That enables that Stavin has to go to the left and hold like that close gate angle. That allows the guy to jump on top of gate and go around heaven, and also sort of, it's a snowball effect. If he doesn't die there as the first one, I think it's a very different round.
I agree with you. The problem is that at this very moment, we're just thinking, that's a quirky round. That's kind of funny. You know, oh, we have an eco play. That's great. Let's move on.
Yeah.
And then as the half is actually progressing, you realize that this isolated nature of the CT side of Astralis is actually a problem. One, they play too isolated for my liking. Two, they're being forced to being passive, and they don't know how to handle it. Like, how... Don't you feel like Astralis would have been better off maybe a bit more aggressive on the offense, proactive on their CT side?
Yeah, but that's what we kind of praise them for, right? Having a lot of individuals who can stand their ground, like Bro having a good couple of tournaments in a row, Star also being a really calm player, but all of a sudden it just seems so stressful, right? I would agree with you. I think they could have taken it more into their hands. I think they tried it with the Orb of Stavin, for example, but it just doesn't really fit right, and the economy got really awkward towards the end.
Yeah, I had an example I wanted to bring to you guys as well. Round 20, this is where Astralis is in a passive-ish setup. I feel like they have the right people in the right place, but just the kills don't go through. We have a very weird situation. This starts here with Bro. You see the scoreline, a little bit uncomfortable on the peak, gets caught out. He's got Stown as a backup with him, completely misses the spray as well. Just some damage. This, I don't know what this is. That this has to be the most Looney Tunes-esque Counter-Strike I've seen in the last like 2 years. Bit finds the timing, but this just seems too uncomfortable for Astralis all the way through.
And this kind of symbols what Stavin is good at, right? He overreads situations a bit. He thinks that, oh, Bit is too smart to just chase after me. I want to like overanalyze this and do a little bit different. He goes out at catwalk. I think he wants to go down, but Bit doesn't really care. He just goes for the kill, and that's really not something Stavin gets uncomfortable with at times.
And what about the the combination here between Bro and Stan in that clip? Is it just a matter of timing and that's unfortunate? Or shouldn't there be more synergy happening in that setup?
Imagine Bro gets the first one, he gets one, he's able to go back to the boost, therefore the T's have to like strafe on him and actually look up there, then Stavin can push out. That's how the setup is supposed to work, right? You can't really make the setup work if the first guy doesn't really get his kill. He's boosted in the situation, he's set up for the kill, Stavin is waiting for his contact, he fails, and this is what just snowballs the effect.
No, definitely, I agree. Fails when it comes to a couple of key frags on the side of Astralis. Now, if we flip over the conversation to Navi, we were pretty, not harsh, but we put him on display. We talked a lot about his position, his roles, the expectations around him. And if he struggles on the CT side, or struggled on the CT side, I gotta say, once he got onto the T side and he found a space outside, he found a few duels, he really turned things around in the second half.
Yeah, I think that's what Gamer Legion back in the day liked about him, right? Is there's this very aggressive, vocal type of player who can really take games into his own hands. He wasn't really necessarily the best aimer of all time, but he had those moments where he just did the really smart decisions. And we see a couple of glimpses of that in this game, and I really think it just changes when Navi has this player in their hands that can actually do stuff that is out of the ordinary, because Wonderful is not simple. We have to realize that, and he's going to be way more passive, so it has to come from the likes of IM at times.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think he took this risk in that map. I think he did what he needed to do, specifically on the T side, and in sort of the mind game matchup versus Stone, I think he had the upper hand. I think he was the one punishing Stone, trying to cross smokes and having sort of these gambly plays. He found them a couple times as well in Garage. You mentioned Wonderful.
Yeah.
Maybe not at the very tippy top of the stats, but his punishing and trading power in this map with the AWP, I like it.
Yeah, he's just he reminds me a little bit of a device, right? He's just very calm and doesn't really overpeak too much. I would have loved to see him grow a little bit more into the role of what a Simple and Monisi could do at their peak, right? I think he has actually the individual skill to take it even further than what we've seen. So building a little bit upon it, I think Blade will be the best coach in the world to potentially do that, because as you know, Simple has been taught a little bit from him.
Yeah, absolutely. He probably heard a little bit about Simple. Well, this is it for map one. An incredible comeback from Navi. Sets them up perfectly. They're now 1-0 up. We're going to take a few minutes break, and when we come back, we talk about this too. Nadus Vincere on Dust 2 for the first time, officially, ever since it made its way back to the pool. So I'm just going to ask you straight up, what do you expect? Anything specific? Any questions you have in mind for this Navi on Dust 2?
I mean, I don't doubt Navi is going to pick a map if they don't really know that they're 100% comfortable.
Yeah, Blade he wouldn't agree
gamble.
on it.
Like, he's not going to go out of a tournament and be like, yo, yeah, I just gambled it. He's not the poker player. He's more of a safe guy. And I think they've been practicing it, obviously. I think it's going to be really interesting to see who did they take inspiration from. Because all of a sudden, when a map is reintroduced, you also see the first couple of teams taking the way and the meta, right? Back in the days, it was big, doing a lot of cool smokes that other teams implemented. Then all of a sudden, Robs found this box smoke where you had to go into a corner and like write the freaking command in the console to line it up. So there's been plenty of
good times.
Yeah, it was good times. Robs is a unique kind of guy, but I think it shows you how deep of a level Dust 2 can be played off. It does seem to have a remiss of just being a puck map.
I agree with you. Also, interesting point as well, I was reminded by production that Astralis actually decided to start on the CT side. And that to me is what's probably worth the conversation very quickly, because I do believe that it currently is a very T-sided map. As far as I'm concerned, I think the CTs are still trying to figure out how they can be aggressive, how they can be proactive. We've gone towards more a old school-ish type of Dust 2 plays. These are the maps that I've witnessed so far. So what's your take on that CT side start, knowing that they just got told a lesson on their CT side? How do you feel about that?
I think the T side is one of the most unique ones because it's so dependent on spawns, right? You can have a game plan that you really want to abuse long, but if you're never really getting those good spawns, it's going to be so much harder. We've kind of eliminated that from almost all other maps, but on Dust 2, it's still a relevancy. If you get the good long spawns, if you're able to get the first peak with your orb, I think it opens up a lot of chances. We're also going to see it for the pistol rounds. Even I remember back in my days when we were doing pistol rounds, you just had one for B spawns and one for A spawns. Like, you would just do that. And I think that's not really going to change for Dust 2.
I agree. I also wonder, to be fair, now that we've witnessed this nuke defense of Astralis kind of crumbling and being a little too passive and being dictated to by the Navi playstyle, how hard is it to go into Dust 2 and not overcompensate? You know, no overplay. Maybe you get into your own hand, you start thinking, man, we should have been more aggressive. We should have tried this. Oh, let's go. I have so many ideas. And then you kind of lose track of what you're supposed to. Like, is that a risk for Astralis right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to get your feelings out after a game, right? You go outside, you talk about it. As you said, there are going to be plenty of people coming with a lot of ideas, and now the time is for the coach and device as well. Who's going to be taking the most responsibility in the half? Like, is it going to be the A side who's going to be most proactive? Are we going to play the mid area? Because it's not going to be much dependent on the player itself. It's more going to be dependent on which role do you actually play within the team on Dust 2.
Right. Now, it is my favorite time of the event, as I get to work as a host like about 2 days. So I get to ask you about your predictions. About when you think this map is coming to a closure with a 2-0. If this is the moment where you already punch a playoff ticket for Navi. Is this it?
I want to go for a third map here, right? It does seem really plausible. I think the T side isn't the same as it was once in the old days with the long spawns where you could just throw 10 flags over. Players have hopefully gotten better since last, so we're going to be seeing a little bit of higher level. I hope to see Astralis is going to be able to take it up a notch, but I do really respect what Navi's been put up on this event.
Right up on the fence, as one should do. Hoping for a third map, we'll see if our dreams come through. But before that, what we need is a pair of casters to take us through the game. So boys, back to you.
Thank you, Matthew and Bubsky. We've got, of course, Dust 2 coming up. The debut for Navi on this map. It's their pick. First time we've seen this international squad take anyone on Dust 2, and the GG odds have flipped in the favor of Navi after stealing away that map. It was a grind back from 9-4. An eco win that felt only slightly like it was going to affect Astralis, but Navi went on an absolute mad tear, and now they look to 2-0 and go straight through to the playoffs. Of course, that's all it takes in this format. One win, and you are in the arena. Quarterfinals or semis on the line. We'll see how far Navi can go. I'm here with Harry. Do you think Astralis will make it to Mirage? Do you think they're going to get through Dust? They've got 2 games logged, Harry.
You know,
they beat big on Dust.
But mate, it's the fact
online
that we haven't seen Navi play this map, so I feel like it's just kind of, you know, I'm just throwing a dart blindly at that point and
where's it landing?
Guessing. Like, I don't know. Can Astralis do it? Sure, but they themselves have expressed how this one can feel a bit hit and miss at times, a little more random than some of the other maps. And I think even the fact that Navi have picked into it, as the desk was saying, there's no way that the minds of Blade and Alexi would let you go onto a map that you're not at least comfortable on in theory and have a lot of ideas on. And I think even in that interview to open up the series, it was kind of alluded to by Alexi that they wanted to show even more at Dallas in terms of their map pool. And so I think this has been, in a way, a long time coming for Navi. So they've at least made me buy into the idea, right? Like with what they've said,
and kind of how they've said it, I'm at least buying into the idea that they're going to be a dust team.
And the way that they win that game as well. You have to draw in the opponent's mental. How are Astralis feeling after absolutely dropping the ball after that 9-4 lead? So we'll have to see as NAVI exit their huddle and enter the server. Astralis are getting their wrists warmed up for this hyper-important game. Going down, the loser of this, of course, facing Saw in that lower bracket, also for a spot.
Yeah, I think either way, you end up with a really cool matchup in deciding who reaches the semis. Because NAVI FaZe obviously is a fire matchup.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And it's one where back at Pro League they said, like, we want to beat this team 20 times over to even feel any sort of revenge for the major final.
And the alternative.
And the alternative is that Astralis FaZe matchup, which has actually proven to be super sick as time's gone on. Had a tightly contested contest in Chengdu, right, when we had Astralis with Device at the helm kind of in his debut. That was a banger versus FaZe. And then that continued on, and it has become, in my opinion, like one of these kind of staple matchups that you look for. So
yeah, Astralis are 2-1 over FaZe in head-to-heads, but both of those twos in the group stage rather, and FaZe beating them in playoffs. So I think, yeah, that's got potential, but Astralis would need to reverse sweep this series if they want to face FaZe, at least in the group stages, Harry. It's always that option in the OVO Arena, Wembley. London on the weekend, folks. Friday, Saturday through Sunday, we'll be having a crowd here. I cannot wait to see what that UK scene is going to look like in the arena. But for now, we've got to decide which team is getting there as NAVI look to go 2-0 over on Dust 2. It's their map pick now, and we get into the business.
So as the desk pointed out, it's the CT start for Astralis here. Look to pick that early on, and already coming into the pistol, brimming with thoughts. Stoun's got aggressive up into the top of mid with these dual Berettas. They also boosted his Device up over towards Cat. And so early on, wanting to contest this mid control are Astralis.
I like the layering, right? Yabi's covering Stoun's top mid. Device has Stoun's lower. Stoun has a nice off angle with the Julies. This was a call out of spawn. They didn't play spawns. They wanted these players in this position, but it leaves a big gap open. That's a long stair. Not a comfortable position to be in. Trapped in a car.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this car position, you feel like you're kind of just limited to how many you can get. Like, maybe you don't get checked for the first, but you will. Flashes now come out from the T's, and that leaves everyone blind. But the reinforcements get there just in time. Device and Yabi able to lend a helping hand. Device is getting run at by a player up towards the ramp. Meanwhile, down here in the mid, Bro's caught in rotation by JL, who's late lurking up on a catwalk now. Device finds it, and it's just bit left up against it. Device goes big in the pistol. A hat-trick put up from the captain of Astralis, and a pistol round locked in.
Yeah, able to get there just in time to, well, not save Stair, but at least trade him out by swinging through that CT smoke. Device and Yabi keeping the pressure on there. So I like that setup in middle. Wonder what it would have looked like if NAVI came their way. It does also allow Astralis to rotate very quickly to both bomb sites.
Yeah, this one got really awkward, I think, because Stair over at Car was able to, like, drag that fight out to last a crazy amount of time. Like, the thing that was worrying me about the setup was that the support was going to be slow to arrive, with Device aggressive on Cat, with Yabi spotting mid. It was always going to take a while to get there and actually lend a helping hand. And so the fact that he, like, dragged that fight out to be 15 seconds long, it felt like, is phenomenal for Astralis. They've won every single pistol in this series.
Converting, we don't talk about that. But this one, this one's easy. 2 Deagles, 3 Glocks. No stress for Astralis. Playing the range game for Device. Stoun's going to hear him coming. That nade could be devastating, but it's not. Bounces awkwardly, and it's got himself a Deagle opener.
If you can get the bomb down, that's great.
Oh, double Glock ding? Yeah, it's not enough to win the round. The nade denies the plant. And yeah, actually, thinking about nades. Alexi, when drop nades came in, when Dust2 was still in the pullback and go, he was a real nuisance, made a bit of a name for himself in getting these constant dunk nades over catwalk, leaving loads of HEs in spawn. Without now, that's going to be even more viable, not just because of the cat damage, but the value of breaking smokes, right? Imagine having those HEs left in CT to break the long smoke, to perhaps break the B door smoke if you wanted to go through, or at least mid to B. There's a lot more options now. So I think, I wouldn't be surprised if we see NAVI do a similar thing where they just kind of leave HEs in spawn for that rotation player. JL feeling it though, he attempts a B pick. He definitely woke up in the second half of the last map. They're going for a quick mid to B dry though. And Ema with a missed shot provides a 5v4. Astralis stem the bleeding in this round.
Ema was very much the man to keep an eye on in that opening map, but here, far slower start, 0-3. Tried to take that opener out through mid and ends up meeting down there. It won't go his way, so for now, gonna try and fake some of this cat control, hoping that that at least keeps the attention of Astralis over here. The rest of NAVI are looking far more interested in this B site. They don't actually have the util to go for a mid to B here. So it might just be the case that you leave Alexi over towards the doors. He can try and influence the rotates.
Ooh, oh, good swing. Bails it out, and now the mid to B is gone. It's just the B. Easily dealt with. Nice peak trading for Astralis. No one overcommitting to those fights. And the swing off mid bails out that CT spawn player as well. So right now the team play is looking solid. Comms flowing.
I mean, that one just got awkward because they didn't, you know, it was like they wanted to go into a mid to B, but then they kind of realized once they've put all the attention over towards Cat, well, we don't actually have the util to do that. So they were left with a last-ditch attempt of walking out through the tunnels. Astralis off to a really good start here. Just the pistols to go up against. JL can give himself a route up onto the catwalk here, but Stown is trying to fight for this control, and he's got Device here to back him up. One flash on Alexi. He can throw that from the tunnels if they wanted to go up the short side, or they can try and launch one of these B splits. Instead, it looks like Wonderful is just going to be left to peek that dry. And so he never even learns about the second player on Cat.
Wow. It's a great deagle shot for Bit, but wherever you go, it's fraught with danger. Bro in the window, able to clamp down. And Astralis with players in spawn, they can break this smoke, come through. Bro finds a second, JL tucked in the corner. Not long for this world. Oh, it's not pretty. 4-0 for Astralis. It's looked pretty stagnant so far for NAVI, but they've not really had many kills to actually open up the map.
I felt like they could have, like, they still had the flash and smoke in the middle of that round, and they ended up, like, not even using the flashbang. And I feel like, you know, when they try to come out B here, that's where they use their smoke to go in over at the door. That's fine. But the flash, like, when Wonderful's going up through short or on the split out through mid, you feel like that could have come through it. You're dying with money still on the table, essentially.
Glad they just, Astralis, no, first gun round, they immediately use a smoke on that mid-cross. They don't want to risk Wonderful's AWP, knowing he can absolutely hit that cross shot. He even went for the boost in Suicide as well, so. Astralis not messing around, not risking it when they know the AWP can be in play. It's yet to reveal itself, of course, but oh my god, Stare even pushes a smoke on a rebloom. He's going to check it though. And Stare keeps on going. Very dangerous to commit to that play in a 5-on-5. Stair gets punished, which gives Bit a way back in, but he's not going to go through the smoke himself, not knowing if Astralis still hold long. His device on the A site with the AWP, as a mid-to-B fake is thrown in, trying to keep them there. They come swinging into the A site.
Yeah, this is a nice call from NAVI, right? They kind of spent the last few rounds conditioning this, the idea that they've been doing this short smoke and then moving into those mid-to-B plays, and so they do that exact look, right? Where they take the short control, they throw in the short exec util, and then they throw util out over towards middle as well, trying to like give the illusion that, okay, we're doing the exact same thing. We're faking short, we're keeping your attention there, and then we're going to try get out mid. But instead, they actually commit to the short fight, and you could see Astralis kind of weren't ready to actually get fought from behind those short smokes. So that one gets given over for free, and that one's been rounds in the making for NAVI.
Evidence of the game plan, right? Knowing that you're probably going to be starting T-side if you pick this map.
Terrorists win.
Nothing worse than pushing long doors and getting punished. Because it's those rounds where you flank and no one's holding it. Those can be round-winning flanks out long, catching players setting up mid to B, or even getting the info they're going cat. Stair punished just that a little bit. It gets NAVI in the game, on the board. Getting the smoke on the cross. They know the AWP is here. Oh, decoy for Wonderful to try and make it look like he's shot. Like that as well. Keeping Astralis on their toes. When I think about using decoys as AWP, I think about players like World Edit, I think about Simple. Oh! But his Bit, back with a vengeance.
You know, a lot of these have just kind of boiled down to these short takes for NAVI, but if you're able to get the openers like that, you're going to take the space. And so with it, they get full control over this A site. They know that there's still this long player, right? He was teed up earlier in the round when Astralis took that control away. Bro was burned last time in rotation by JL down in the tunnels, so he's extra cautious this time as he moves in. NAVI doesn't find the same level of success, and with the re-smoke in over it short, that kind of seals the deal on this round if you're Astralis. You can no longer justify giving this a look in. Bro is hurting, Device is nearly dead. And so you do just have to back off and save here. You can keep them trapped near the site at least. It's more important that you hold on to your weapons here if you're Astralis, so they'll let NAVI out.
Yeah, a map at least with the bomb radius isn't as obnoxious as it is on many other maps. Obviously, Duster is huge as well, which certainly helps.
Oh, that is a lovely opening out of it.
Yeah, to go from, like you said, all these cat smokes in previous rounds to just dry swinging and letting the round live or die on that entry, that's certainly caught Astralis off guard there. Blade making sure things are ship shape. Astralis can't get too comfortable despite converting the pistol here. This game can equal out very quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think you knew when you picked CT side to start here on Dust, you were going to be in for a bit of an uphill battle. They win the pistol, they stick the landing on the conversions, they win that rifle round even. But now NAVI is starting to streak some together, and you kind of don't want them to immediately respond to your streak with a streak of their own, start to pick up that momentum, start to build an economy that takes a while to break through for Astralis. This time a long take comes out from NAVI, and Stound's able to withstand it. He's even got support here, him and Stair in tandem. They've dealt with Device. They know that this was a three-man long haul now, so they will up and leave.
Really went bad for NAVI, didn't it? Did a lot of damage, couldn't capitalize upon it on Stound. Alexi's beaten. Wonderful get up, Cat. There's no one covering the mid-cross. Bro allows them in.
I don't think it's as bad as you might think. I know they're a man down, so the odds are still with, Astralis here, but you got a lot of info from that at least. You know that for a while they were kind of bogged down with players trapped at long. They couldn't insta-rotate back up, so this decision to go up through Catwalk is nice. You're envisioning that there shouldn't be much between you and this A bomb site, and they're right in that. It's just down here. But he holds the line with that AWP. He's low on health, sure, but the next man to face him is going to be wonderful, and not for long. Down is fast on this AWP. Alexi with the reply, but he is wounded. He is hurting. So hoping they feed him something else.
Knowing the plant might just get you naded as well is very fearful in this position. There it goes. He dodges it. Can get a stick off if he wants, but they're getting closer and closer on Cat. Oh dear. Nade, Molly, spam from long. He is not safe to even move. Stuck in the middle of the bomb site. And there's another HE. There's so much artillery. How have they not killed him? He used 25 health when this started. He is now on 6. A jump shot should do it. Bro just jumping and praying, and from long side, Alexi takes a scalp. He's on a 1v2 now. No scope won't connect, and Astralis finally surround him. That was 3 HEs, Harry, and they didn't kill him.
3 HEs and a Molotov to boot.
Well, Astralis are keeping their nades in spawn. That much is clear. Nice AWPing from Stown. 2 kills. Hits a flick. If he didn't mess up that molly, wouldn't have ended up with that awkward smoke.
Nice.
Second time's a charm. Haven't seen Alexi go B just yet.
I mean, they're really trying to keep Astralis worried about this short control. It's been the kind of staging platform for so many of these T-side rounds so far. Oh, that's awkward.
They're smoking it every time, so Wonderful's not really going to get given chances for that pick.
Usually NAVI have had a pretty free route up towards Cap. This time Device is there on the AWP, but they've learned about it now, and so they're going to exercise a bit more caution here as they move down mid. It's straight through the door for Bit.
He got it.
Nails Yappy and even goes hunting for this Device AWP. Device will get back in time, but there's more players out through mid that overrun him. A man left in the B side, Bro. He's got to keep his head on a swivel here. They're out in mid. They're in the tunnel. They're all around him. Flash through the CT smoke. Gets stare away with one, but there's the return from Wonderful. Still low HP on Bro. Over inside the B site. And Emma just waits. In the meantime, Stown's gone all the way back over towards long. He is so far removed from this round. And if they go walking into B, I mean, he's walking the flank right now, is Stown. This slowdown from NAVI is giving Astralis time to piece together the round. I mean, usually, like, said it earlier on, this map's so big. Usually this might not matter, but he's making really good time. And the move of Wonderful rejoining Imma over in the top of tunnels has only just happened.
This is good, though. This should just allow the trade on B, right? Bro is so low. Wonderful. If you can play pistol, this is a guaranteed 1-for-1, you'd feel. Unless Ima even just gets a clean entry. Oh, he won't fully check it, but early shoot for Bro, and Ima gets that kill. I love the slowdown for Ima. He could have committed in the 2v2 when they're fighting the mid players, but he doesn't want to lose the round before it even begins, and NAVI get the chance to play it as a twosome. Stown got to force a whiff out of Wonderful here. He tries, but right into the close AWP, and Wonderful gets it over the line. Very uncomfortable in middle. Look at how much pressure Astralis put in CT. They didn't want to let the mid to be actually happen. They broke the smoke. They flashed through it. They were chasing where Astralis. This is the craziest play so far. Bit through the molly from 100 to 1, and he still clears the close rifle. Very well played for Ima.
Nice, let's go.
That's an annoying round to lose for Astralis.
Long spawn on the AWP.
Ooh.
Wonderful tries to seize the gap when he's not getting fought along. He decides to take the space.
They know their pistols.
Here to join him at least. And Orb just rails on past the long Orb from Wonderful.
Wow.
A bit mows down the remaining players. Yabi, Stare, and Bro all fed to his AK over at long. It's just Device left standing. But the bomb's out in the open. Device has got a line onto that bomb. Low HP on Bit, and he's going to get spammed out. I mean, we've seen Device highlights on this long position with the AW, but just looking away at the wrong time. Emma goes walking out wide and finds him. So the danger that AWP presented is swiftly dealt with.
That is scary right there. Some mind games as well. Like, they know the pistols are probably on the long setup, so they get the molly on the corner. But it's Device who buys a hero AWP on a full eco round and tries to catch him off guard yet again. We saw that last map for Stan. We see it now for Device. Hasn't quite paid off, but close.
Yeah, I mean, that was uncomfortable to say the least, right? Oh, it wasn't certain for NAVI.
I mean, look at him now. He's on 5-7 on a full buy round. It comes at a cost. Smoke the cross again. They go to B. Device is able to just take long control and chill in the corner. It's all a bit of a ruse as NAVI set up for an early B hit. Wonder if that molly burn is heard. They have a dirty crossfire on this B bomb site. Oh my god. What?
Hey, up and over.
Whoa.
They're ready for Bro as well. They learned about him earlier on. So the B side taken. Haven't seen NAVI look to end many around on this side of the map. Their first time works wonders. This is going to be annoying for Device.
Have you ever died to this? Okay, hunting. I mean, they're full hunting. No one's even playing the bomb. This is... Yeah, they're right, but what if they weren't? Wonderful. Will hang around after they lose a man. It's not a deagle. This is a little harder for Device. Ooh. Oh, getting an AWP on the way out. Now that is a win for Stout. If he can grab this. Still in spawn. He's going to have to go after the bomb. Oh, he tried to smoke tunnels. Oh, that's so uncomfortable.
Oh,
he misses his smoke. He could have got the AWP. Oh, not ideal.
I mean, they would have loved the free upgrade. You at least knocked it out the hands of NAVI.
Sure. Ema, crazy double entry mid-air on the second one, of course. And poor Wonderful, who's never really got the chance to shine in middle with Astralis just consistently smoking the cross ever since round 4. Ooh. The one rifle, they've already found it. But that's all a ruse. Astralis again, 3B, as they show their AK along, wanting NAVI to just jump the gun. But this has been pretty well cool, pretty slow and steady for NAVI on their T sides. Never jumping into bomb sites. Think about that 2v2 where they knew both players' positions. Made sure to group for the B hit. Fake jump, but nothing works out here. This rifle's just trying to escape. Everything. Dropping into mid to B is exactly what Astralis want right now. Oh, God,
If they find Stair, you can just recommit to the A play. So I like that they're hunting for him here. He's the high value target. He'll just slink on out of there through the spawn. That's going to trigger the bomb to join up with the rest of the gang who are already out deep on Cat. I like how they've pieced this one together. There was a brief moment there where it looked like they were going to risk the mid to B, but the moment you're not getting contact from Stair on the cross, you're anticipating that he's backed off into the spawn, and so mid to B would still leave you with the danger of that rifle spamming the smoke. And so they bypass all the danger in this round, do NAVI, and that's going to allow them to kind of leap into the lead right as the doors close here. Round 12 coming up next, the last of this first half. And a potential for a winning T-side put forward for the NAVI squad. For Astralis, it was a strong start to the game. The one that started to peter out here.
Oh, JL's lucky. Aimer's got his back. And Alexi's called great T-sides today on both maps. Oh, no exit. Astralis on damage control. It's the last round of the half now, buying up full, giving it everything they've got. But this is a bit of a fall from grace from that 4-0 lead for Astralis. Only one round since.
Yeah, I mean, it's not super surprising to see like a T-side resurgence here on Dust. I think it's the furthest thing from it, but it does suck knowing that you had that 5-2 lead that so decisively has looked to get away from you. Device, the one fight for the mid control. Won't hang around there. Stan's boosted up over on Cat. Navi wouldn't have heard the usual volley of long util, which is why I think you see them taking it here, right? As a result of Astralis boosting up Stown, they don't have that usual util down on long, and so Navi feel very safe to take that control. But a good flash tees up Stown for the opener, and Stair gets the spot that Long's been taken. JL lurking out a little later in through the bottom of mid, gets the better of Yabi. Is he ready for that device orb?
Oh my god, he is. He finds him in middle somehow, some way, and Bits even entryed up on that A site as well. JL just causing commotion down middle, finally put to rest, but a 2v3 with the bomb already crossed into the site, and wonderful setup for the post plant. There shouldn't be a world or a way back into this round for Astralis as they attempt a 2v3 at the end of the half by necessity. Stown going spawn, he can lob that nade in on top of the Molotov, trying to force some repositions. Could be quite good, actually, some good damage, but it's all up to Stown now. 1v3, takes the first, AWP on the cross, and he's just waiting for his opportunity to strike and send Na'Vi to 7 rounds. Stown gets a spot, but Wonderful hits a shot, and that's on fire for Na'Vi by the end of the half, rolling away with 5 rounds straight.
Navi's Dust 2 debut opens with a winning T-side, 7-5 up at the end of the first half of play. They now move on to the CT half. Currently, the Astralis track record in pistols is flawless. They've won all of them so far across the series. If they are able to keep that going, then, well, this one is still going to close up a little bit before all is said and done.
Well, if they keep it going and they still get 2-0, what does that say, Harry? It says that NAVI have certainly looked better on the rifle rounds. They've certainly had the better T-side. So this one's hyper important for Astralis on a long rush.
Wonderful was just playing for the info, going to tuck himself in at car. Alexi has got flashes to help him out.
Seem curious.
And this is, you know, kind of reminiscent of the Astralis pistol round to open this up with an extra player in A. Alexi dies instantly.
Oh.
That is so far from ideal. He had all the util and never even gets to throw it. This A site crumbles under the weight of the Astralis pistol.
I know. Not the first time he's jumped into his death, but it's not going to be a worry with 3 health on Ema. And a 1v3. And he smoked off. Boom. Yeah, Alexi jiggles on the site to bait for Wonderful. He gets 2 bulleted. He gets double headshot from Stare and Yappy. Just bap, bap, he's gone. Barely got a chance. That's really uncomfortable because, like you said, he had the util. He's meant to be setting up for Wonderful there. Instead, 3 kills come through in an instant. Okay, he's a little wide, but so are Astralis. He hits that awkward timing when they swing. So he looks very exposed. Astralis, all the pistols in this series.
A flash pop over towards long in this USP round. Astralis are in no rush to close the distance. Got the devices now kind of moving up at the front, but the rest of the gang are all hanging back to play the range game. And spot bit, flashes dodged by a good few of the Astralis players, and so they're going to quickly lay that one to rest, tying this up at 7-all. The gun's about to come through for NAVI on the other side, but I think this is the real test of NAVI's Dust 2, seeing what this CT side looks like, because it is a hard puzzle to solve. Feel a little limiting at times in terms of some of the moves you can look to make, how involved you can be. End up being very reactive. So let's see what NAVI have got prepared for us.
Wonderful. Very keen in middle. Just looking for that opening kill. You're coming from lower. Bits supporting mid and Ema's jump spotting. So NAVI at least have info when they need to worry about this position, and the time is now. Flash goes over middle, Wonderful swings out, but it's the molly that's going to deny any aggression in mid. Wonderful, very active. Back on the A site already in an instant. This is risky. JL looking for a jump spot.
Was the last bit of util taken out of the NAVI accounts, that smoke over at Cat. So now they will be at the mercy of whatever Astralis decide to do here. 40 seconds left. Astralis posted over in middle. Bits opened up the round. Wonderful commits to that spray, and that ends up coming back to haunt him. Bit's going to try and adjust to regain control over middle, fighting with JL. A lot of damage done. No killing blows yet. Finally, Bit. It's his bro, the rest of Astralis trying to move in, but Bit just remains elusive here, tucked in under the window with support from CT. Stare gets spammed out, and so it's NAVI, the moment those rifles make an appearance, to find success all over again.
That's why you want pressure from B tunnels when you go for those mid to B splits, right? Because look at how free Bit and JL are when they're able to just swing door and window like that. And because of the time pressure, even though they find JL, they know Bit's probably going to re-peak, but they have to gain space. They have to move up while that smoke is down. And Bit's just able to re-peak window, get one more kill before he drops into a annoying position to clear inside of the bomb site. Now Navi are flexing their muscles, catching nades in hands and catching device up top mid. What an awkward way to start the round with a 5v3. Swiftly traded back one. That entry denied on the B site. And NAVI just brush Astralis aside in this gun round. Oh, it's fine, guys. That was Galil's. We have AKs. But NAVI come running and gunning for the throat.
Stan's trying to like phase the smoke here and keep the attention over a B, but Alexi's not moved a muscle. And so that one just goes walking right into his crosshair. I like that NAVI are really trying to be involved in the early stages of these CT rounds. You know, if you kind of compare that to what we got in the first half, there were a lot of times where NAVI were already down catwalk with little resistance. Device would sometimes hang around and like fire off a shot. But NAVI, meanwhile, they're like chasing the kills over in top mid. That's something that you didn't really see from Astralis outside of the pistol. I think it was Stown ran it up mid with dual Berettas.
Yeah, I like that they do that because they're probably not going to do that again, but they did it when they know Astralis don't have an AWP. Like, okay, you can do it anti-eco, but they did it in a gun round where they know Astralis can't have an AWP. So there's no on suicide. You're probably not going to have a rifle there unless you're spotting. So they just catch Astralis with nades out. Like, it's the perfect round to set a precedent early in the half. You know there's no counter other than Astralis like cooling, watch for the top mid rush, which who's doing that in the second gun round of the half? Pop through the smoke, Alexi gets out. He will be able to evade capture. And it's only pistols, so it's going to get worse before it gets better for Astralis. Look at how keen Bit is to get involved. 3 more kills. Double digits. NAVI's destiny on this CT side. Okay, we'll take it. It's going to cost you a wonderful 5 and 12 on this guy. It doesn't seem to matter so far. Let's see if that CT AWP can come out soon. Astralis back on guns.
Yeah, timeout called in. As the rifles make another appearance here. I'm really curious to see if they want to keep this sort of early aggression coming through on the NAVI side. Because as you said, right, like when you know you're not really going to be facing off against that AWP down through mid, you feel like you do have a big degree of freedom. But I wonder if they still have ideas up their sleeve, even once that AWP's in play.
I think on CT Nuke, there was so much aggression, right? It didn't actually work out. They got 4 rounds, but there were so many of these double pushes in mid rounds. I wouldn't put it past NAVI to be a kind of team that would be crunching upper B tunnels with 2 players. They're going to go for 3 long in this gun round with the flashes. Device will meet them there. He's very blind off that second flash. Fantastic spray for Ema. His sprays today have been immaculate. And Stown gets blocked by the smoke. It even hits him to make matters worse. Running into this double setup, no chance. 5 on 1. The round for Astralis disappears in a puff of smoke.
Yeah, I mean, it feels odd. Like they really committed to trying to get out through long doors. One of the things that you would remember from like the NAVI T side is they were often. This could still get weird. Hang on. If like Yabi's very much slipped the net here, and he's got the bomb, and there's only one man inside of B. It's floating around up in the window. But holding onto the door, Yabi walks right into him. Okay, doesn't let it get interesting. But yeah, you know, like you call the timeout heading into that round, and the call is just get out long. But this is like a very standard long doors hold, right? You throw the molly in at the door, and you chuck the molly over towards the bins as well. They've got flashes being teed up from the guy back at the crossroads angle, and so suddenly you're well and truly across, fighting them as they're coming out long, and they're going through 2 mollies, your flashes. You're double peeking them. Navi tried to mostly lean away from the early long control on their T side, and they would wait until they heard the util to kind of gauge how many players were fighting for that long control.
Yeah, not enough flashes for Astralis over long doors there to actually set off Ema. Look at this B rush though. JL is caught repositioning, and the AWP missed shot allows him to get closer to JL at the back of the site. Only one kill, another missed shot. Wonderful's having trouble right now. Bit comes through the smoke. This is a disaster for Na'Vi, and Astralis on the pistols have managed to break their way into this B bomb site. Are you still tempted, Na'Vi, on a low HP AWP? It might just be Alexi or bust in this B bomb site. Astralis have established post rods. And Bro ready to swing off this contact as well. There's even a plat rifle picked up. You should save. That's a little awkward.
The fact that they were even entertaining the attempt at the retake feels wild. He really didn't want to give this one up.
Wonderful's firing blanks this map. He was playing great on Nuke, but nothing is hitting it. You know, first half had a lot of AWPs, was looking down mid a lot, never got given the kill. The one round device actually went for it, end of the half. Wonderful moved off the angle, but now he's actually getting shots and he's missing them. So that's a really awkward round. He could have saved JL or at least delayed his death, but they're able to go 1-for-1, which is perfect for Astralis. And bit through the smoke. I mean, they realized that ship was sinking. They were just trying to jump into lifeboats.
Mihai will double flash windows. Mihai, go with the second one.
Oh, Bits donning a second AWP here for the Na'Vi CT side.
Vice hit the shot on the cross. No smoke for Na'Vi, that's what it costs.
Extinguish that molly and play ahead of it. Bro very aggressive on the move out through long doors. Smoke on at the corner as well. Already pressure applied. Yeah, there's a bit of a gap there. Not going to have that illusion that like you made it into pit. And that's kind of annoying. It means Alexi can jiggle this a bit more.
Astralis in a great position now. The late lurk is not being considered.
Second AWP a bit gets boosted up into the side, but he's got to have a round right now, does Bit. Oh, both AWPs firing off for Na'Vi, but Wonderfuls won't connect. In the meantime, Imma makes his presence known. Bit's repositioned. And Bit is still finding success on this AWP. Oh! Gonna try and trade out onto the rifle, but Yabi's been dealt with down in lower, and so it's just down left standing. 1v3, low HP on two of these players. He knows where they are. They swing him. Down cuts him down, but he can't finish JL. And it's all AWPs for Na'Vi, none from Wonderful, but everyone else has their time to shine with the big green.
Two very poor smokes for Astralis, man. The long smoke you mentioned with a gap. The cross smoke, man. The cross smoke is not even a smoke. It's just a corridor for Bit to fire off his AWP. Look at this. What's that? It's free. Bit's just able to light them up. And Astralis can't comfortably get into the bomb site. I'm loving JL's B aggression as well. Does it solo. Backstabs Yabi on that lurk.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's just kind of dominated the B area on both sides of the map now, right? Like T side, even sure, like, he wasn't getting many kills, but he would just control that area of the map, and he would always slow down the Astralis rotates. And now he gets on a CT side, and he's kind of pushing and prodding and looking to mop up anyone on essentially his job on the other side.
Yeah, and he knows as well when Yabi gets the kill lower onto Wonderful, he's not going to turn around and like start controlling B upper. His team are crossing long. He needs to get middle cat now. So JL realizes he has this perfect timing where he can actually play aggressive and get a backstab. Na'Vi looking very well suited to Dust 2 right now. These aggressive pieces, these star riflers, all looking trustworthy. And this is with Wonderful still having a horrible map. 5 and 13 hasn't really felt like it matters. Something to say about that. JL can't get caught again. Needs multi-kills in this B site.
I mean, this time he's got support, but Bit's gone immediately, so JL is all eyes on him. He's got to withstand this B hit, and JL will. An immovable object. He won't let Astralis get into B, not this time. And so he's bought time for his teammates to move in, even hunting device in at the end. That lines up with double with the Glock.
Oh, God.
What is going on? It's just Wonderful left. Sneaks in, they don't know he's here. Has the tunnels killed? No, he doesn't. It gets away from him.
He's shooting blanks. There's nothing in his gun, Harry.
That is a wild round.
It's jammed.
That is a circus of a round. You think JL's done enough. They hunt down Device, who with a Glock double kills. Okay. We all saw it.
Did JL get 3 kills on Anchor there?
Yeah.
3 kills.
And then it got really bad all of a sudden.
They chased Device. He double Glock kills. Wonderful. Great play.
Dude, that's
just,
great.
again, can't kill anything right now. Just spamming. Oh, JL, second AWP, mid-pick, long pick. There's wonderful. Right when you need him. Double AWP, double entry. NAVI looking to lock this game away and take 2-0. Astralis. Foot in the mouth right now, jumping and diving out long and dead, of course.
This is brutal for Astralis. They go from that last round where they uproot a 3K'ing JL and they pick it up somehow, some way, they battle back in. But then they lose 2 players to 2 different AWPs to open up the round. In an instant, you're on the back foot in a very big way.
Oh, if he shot.
That flash wrecks wonderful, and Bro is at least regaining ground over here at long. The smoke looks better. They're going to be allowed to cross in behind that. Alexi makes it in towards Gandalf at least. Bit up close waiting at elevator. He could even look to harass this bomb as it tries to get planted. Alexi's taking contact, and so now that MP9 allowed to go swinging. It's just Bro left up against it. And NAVI coming for Astralis, 13-9. A playoff secured for the NAVI squad. Their debut of Dust 2 looks good for NAVI.
Spearheaded by a very powerful bit and a quickie double AWP coming in here. That is going to be NAVI already punching a ticket for the OVO Wembley Arena. And this best Astralis 2-0. Does that qualify as a surprise? Had we expected a 2-0 in that fashion?
I think we expected a third map, right? I think these teams are very equal in terms of what we can expect at the current level. NAVI do have the experience of like what it is to actually win against the better teams. A great game from them, really. It wasn't even because Wonderful was dominating them or any fashion. They had a really team effort. It was I'm and Bit really doing the difference. And yeah, we just had a lack of character from some of the Astralis players.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point to make, because you were talking about trajectories prior to this game. We were explaining how, yes, maybe on paper, NAVI is the strongest team, but you have to realize the context of this battle. You have to realize where these teams are coming from, the W's that have been sort of accumulated by Astralis. NAVI maybe a little bit in disarray, questioning themselves. We saw none of that. NAVI showed resilience. They showed that they were able to find solutions. Alexibi had great reads on his T side. And for Astralis, this was way below what I had hoped or expected to see.
Yeah, it felt stressful at times, really, and I think it was just the balance between stress and dynamic gameplay coming in from the side of Astralis, trying to constantly make the plays happening, and on the structured side of NAVI, really taking it more slow. I think they really played it well, considering also JL had a really good impact in top of last map.
Right, you're talking about like the execution of how the play was organized for NAVI, and I feel like there was such a strong contrast between NAVI and their ability to close rounds, have that last 20-30 meters execute, and Astralis. We had a couple of moments we were wondering what is Astralis trying to do, mid to B split all through middle. NAVI was a step cleaner.
Yeah, it does feel at times that Astralis have too many players that want too many things, right? I think Stamina takes a lot of space. I think Device still wants to maintain that AWP status of being a star player. Then all of a sudden you have Jabby and Bro, and that all needs to be facilitated in some way. And it does feel at times there's too much going on at times. And also just some of the calls on the T side was just miserable at best.
Definitely some issues for Astralis, but it wasn't the case for NAVI, as we have one of the victor, JL, talking to Banks.
NAVI will march on forward 2-0 over Astralis, but it got more than just a little bit close there, especially on Nuke. You were almost down and out of it, 9-4, 9-5, but that full eco pistol round, I think that saved you and gave you some massive momentum, because from there, it was like you guys were back. But what was it like inside the server throughout that first map? Because it was a very slow start.
I mean, we've been in those moments before where we're leading 9-4, we got full ecoed, and then we know the spirit is really bad, so we said, let's capitalize on this, let's pressure them, let's push them, and that's what we did, and that got us the win.
And your first Dust too, this looked pretty damn clean, to be honest, you know, 7-5 first half, you kept the pressure on the whole way through as well. But how much, you told me, right, I think it was yesterday we were talking, you said about how much extra practice games you guys were having. How much of a help do you feel that was, you know, of having more server time itself?
It actually helped us a lot. We had bootcamp schedule online, which is like 12 hours a day. Yeah, it was rough, but it's paying off. With Astralis 2-0 pretty comfortably as well. Nuke was pretty rough, but on this too, we got the ball rolling.
Give me just a feeling and a vibe check on how you feel after the first game and just the difference between maybe Dallas, where I know we were very disappointed, to then coming into here at London.
We're for sure more confident in our game, the way we play. Dallas, we had really shit preparation. The practice was terrible. And of course, you're going to bring this to the official vibe. You're going to feel a little down, not a lot of confidence you're feeling. But now that you had good practice, we should put it on the official games.
You've done it so far, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Preparation paid off for NAVI. These are the words coming in from JL, and it is very safe to say a much stronger, better FaZe than they had showed in Dallas. We rejoice, of course, for NAVI being able to play a better Counter-Strike, and this was enough to dispose of Astralis. As you can see, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are far from being done with Counter-Strike. We have way more CS coming our way. We're gonna close the day with G2 Esports versus Spirit, but before that, we have VP versus Vitality, and I'm gonna have the pleasure of giving the baton to Freya and Hoka, who will be right there after the break.
Welcome back to the Blast Premier Spring Finals presented by Revolut, where it's myself, Freya Spears, and Hawker to be guiding you through the second half of the day. And I don't know about you, Hawker, but I am so gassed to have an event back in London.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, one where I think a lot of the teams are going to take it pretty damn serious. End of the season, you want to end on a high.
I've got a serious question for you, Hawker. Do you remember the first time that we met in person?
I think so. What, university?
It was a university, because you were in the university CS team, weren't you?
Yeah.
And you qualified for a tournament up north called the King of the North. And I scroll back through my feed. We've got a photo of you competing there.
Oh my God.
How do you feel about that, Hawker?
I mean, I don't know what face I'm pulling, firstly. Secondly, I cannot believe you came up to watch some terrible CS. Clearly, Freya, an OG CS fan. If she's driving up to watch me play Counter-Strike, like, my God.
Do you remember what happened at that said event, Hawker?
I just remember we lost.
You did lose. The other team didn't even show up. They let them play from home. No integrity there.
I was fuming. We show up to the LAN. There was a massive crowd of just Freya there, and we're the only ones there.
Yeah, wasn't exactly the way you'd want to be starting off a professional career. Maybe that's why you're here analysing CS instead, Hawker. But it is time to get into the nitty-gritty as we do have our third game on the cards.
I think VP is always going to be a tough matchup. For us, we're not too focused on the individuals. We just know what we need to do.
I think we can beat Vitality, of course. We'll show our best CS.
Jane peeks, scope in, closes 1v3. Jane time, baby.
Here in London, it's Vitality versus Virtus.pro. The latter struggling to find consistent form since adding Electronic into the mix. The latter coming off an incredible grand final in Dallas, but unfortunately not coming away with the trophy. But for Vitality, they've got something special here, haven't they, Hawker? Because the only British player, he's here, and he's been showing up recently, right?
Yeah, just in time, right? Just in time for London. Mezzi improving his performance, and I think Mezzi's always been a very versatile player. So coming into this team, he had to adjust some of his roles. But maybe it's just taken a bit of time for him to actually get up to speed in those roles, because in the playoffs, he was coming through really important multi-kills, and he doesn't have to be the top fragger on the team. He was just getting these really important 1 or 2 kills, locking down those anchor roles, and he was huge in that final, even though they couldn't get the win.
I think that's the thing with Mezzi kind of, you know, coming into Vitality. We had to adjust our expectations because obviously on Fnatic, he was doing incredible things, but that's an entirely different team dynamic when you're looking at the setup of the roles and the other players around you, right? You've obviously got Zyro, you've got to give him space. Arguably, you've got to give Spinks and Flamesy a little bit of leeway as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Mezzi, like bringing him into this team, as you said, I was wondering if we'd see him in more of those star roles, honestly. I was wondering if we might, but it turns out, no, they just want him to play these anchor positions and doing a solid job.
We talk about Vitality's placements this year, and it's a bit of a tricky conversation because, sure, they've made it to back-to-back grand finals, but coming out the tail end of 2023, we saw them lifting not 1, but 2 trophies, and then 2024, we see the results here. It's not been, you know, bad necessarily for Vitality, but they're missing, you know, some metal in their cabinet.
Yeah, they're just not quite getting over the line. And the end of last season, they were that team winning events. And a lot of people were sort of saying, maybe the competition's a little weak. And slowly the competition makes moves. And now they're not winning trophies. And I don't think it's the end of the world. But at the same time, you want to be winning events if you're Vitality. They're getting close. They're just not quite there.
Tell me a bit about Mezzi's performance in Dallas then, because I think we were all ready to kind of be jumping on him and maybe saying, oh, you know, is there a roster change on the horizon? I'm going to keep my voice down because they are right behind me. But I think what he showed in Dallas was that star form that we wanted to see from Mezzi, and Vitality definitely need.
Yeah, and Apex actually came out in an interview recently and said, listen, I always believed in Mezzi. It's just he thought that maybe Mezzi was playing a little too conservative, a little too scared. I think he even said Mezzi wasn't playing with enough balls. He literally said that. And I think Mezzi as a person is like that. I've seen his rise in the UK scene. I've seen him in UK tournaments where somehow he wasn't winning them, even though he was clearly better than everyone else. You know, already not a great side. But he is someone who likes to think a lot about the game. He's someone who likes to be a little more on the conservative side. And so maybe he is someone that just needed a bit of time to feel comfortable in this game.
So how do Vitality stack up then versus Virtus.pro? Because obviously it's just been a few months since we've seen Electronic being added, but we were so hyped to see what he could do, and turns out they haven't really done a lot, have they?
I kind of feel like Vitality have almost the opposite problem sometimes to VP, in that Vitality, I feel sometimes play a little too aggressive and just a little too loose. Whereas VP, for me, it's like you've got all these good players. You've got Flit, you've got Electronic, you've got these great racing drivers, and then you put them in a damn Toyota Prius, and you're like, okay, anyone could drive this. We want to see them in the star roles, right? We want to see them loosened up a bit. And sometimes VP will speed it up, and I'll see Electronic entry, and I'll be like, wow, that's the Electronic I'm used to seeing. But I feel like he has been caged in a little on this team, and it's a shame to see, and honestly, it's frustrating to see.
Okay, interesting. So you think it's more of a kind of system that's maybe hindering Electronic a little bit, being under James and, you know, where he's going to be flourishing?
It just feels like whenever you talk about VP, the first thing you talk about is the system. And it never really is a focus on the players, right? And it's even been the case for someone like Flit, who has been on this team for so long, who looks like such a talent, but you never really go to him as the first thing you talk about. Whereas on Vitality, you talk about ZywOo straight away. He gets set up beautifully by Apex with loads of flashes. We see him in the clutches all the time. I never really talk about the VP players because they're just seemingly inconsistent.
We could see it in the numbers from Electronic since he's kind of joined VP as well, albeit, you know, only on 33 maps. It's still early days, but then we can look at Flit's numbers, I believe, as well, and that's not exactly been great for him. No, actually, we're going to look at the veto. This is an interesting one. Inferno being picked out by VP. I love that we see Vitality on Dust too, but for my money, Hawker, this is looking like a really good map pool for Vitality.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the map pick was hard for VP. They maybe could have gone Mirage instead, but even that feels a little up in the air. Dust 2 pick for Vitality, though. They are very confident on that.
Yeah, Anubis to decide. Do we see it going the full 9 yards?
Honestly, probably not. I mean, even on Inferno, something that is interesting is that you're going to see Apex and Flit both be the aggressive banana players. That's a star position Apex puts himself in. If he wants to prove it's worth putting himself in those positions, I want to see him going head-to-head with Flit and beating it.
Well, we got Inferno, we got Dust 2, and we got Anubis if we do so require it. And we do have Scrawny and Launders ready to get the action underway.
Yeah, damn right you got us, Freya. Locked and loaded here for the third best of 3 of the day. Scrawny, Launders, and it is the Blast Spring Finals presented by Revolut. Mohan, we're here. We're in London.
Yes, we are.
And we've got Mezzi ready to step into the server. And if Stewie 2K is going to win in America, then surely Vitality are going to crown Mezzi here, right?
Wow, yes.
Isn't that how this works?
That makes sense, and I think we've got a good ramp up for Mezzi coming from Dallas, who actually had his best event of the season so far. Ready to peak in London. That's exactly what we're looking for. So I'm excited for that storyline.
You know, I feel like all the fairy tales do stem from this crazy place. And so it's nice to be back in the UK. It's nice to be getting ourselves ready for the crowd. Ooh, I know there are Brits in the wings awaiting a chance to scream Smooya at the top of their lungs. But they'll still have to wait. A couple more days. We'll begin this one off with a Vitality who's attempting to just, again, take that quick road to the playoffs, right? Doesn't take much to guarantee yourself in front of the crowd. A little quick victory here to lock that bad boy in. So VP, that's all that stands in front of them. And this is a Virtus.pro, as our analyst, sorry, Freya, was just talking. This is a VP that's, you know, we kind of talk about identity crisis. And when we talk about whether or not they're functioning within this system, you know, James has come out recently and said, like, this is us not functioning with a system. This is us trying to, at first, establish comfort for all players. It's not about implementing my system or letting Electronic form it on his own. This is about everybody getting comfortable first and foremost. So we're watching a VP that's not in any kind of a container. It doesn't have a shape or form. This is free flow James. Time itself. Uncaptured.
Yes, he's in hyperspace right now. He's floating. And I think I get that. And it would be irresponsible and unlike James, I think, to take in a new player no matter who they were and try to have them completely conform to their old style. I mean, I'd say we did have Mir come in and try to do that. It didn't really work out that well. But with someone like Electronic, I think you want to both learn from him and grow into something new. And I think that's a consistent trend when you pick up some new players. So, of course, we've seen growing pains for VP, and we've also seen a lot of promise. There have been maps where Electronic looks perfectly comfortable, used correctly, fragging out of his mind, and there's always going to be the balance of how good is he feeling himself and how good is the system working to make sure he's the star player. We're seeing more moments pop up in recent games.
And that's what we need, right? We need Electronic to get back to that form, that Simples right-hand man type beat, that top 5 rifle player in the world environment. Whether it's going to happen now again in London, well, that's the big question. It feels like every time VP step into the server, we're sat there with tempered expectations, and they can blow teams out of the water, but results-wise, I think, you know, still not playing up to where they want to be. And we can have all the discussions about James, systems, structure, and team play, but we're also, for the very first time in a very long time, looking at a Virtus.pro that does not feature Dostum.
Yeah, that's also, it's kind of like seeing Big without Goppy. It sort of feels that same way, where they seemed to be part of the success for the team, even if the success was up and down over the years. But VP without Dastan is going to be something that's very hard to palate. I think it's something that we're going to have to get used to. We're going to have to see if, you know, I mean, they won a major with him. I mean, they did. They've had their biggest moments with Dastan, and he was a big part, I think, their identity. DJ Dastan.
That's who I'm talking about, man.
Can you do it one more time?
DJ Dastan, the disc spinner.
But you know what? No one knows better than the players, especially when it comes to someone like the coach, where so little is known from the outside as to how much they do, how the chemistry is, have they been able to evolve and develop with the new talent coming in. So people always talk about coaches in sports, and they make, have ideas about what they've done, and you try to peg their results to the coach's success, and everything is a failure is also the coach's fault, but we don't always know exactly how much that's going to be the case.
And so now we're bringing in Zoma.
And now we're bringing in Zoma.
Right?
Yeah.
Which comes off of 9 Pandas, a team that was meant to be at the previous Copenhagen Major, and kind of did that with the experienced pillar of Seized, right? Seized coming back to a major. What did Zoma do in order to bring that inexperienced roster to a major itself, right? That's a huge accolade for a coach's accomplishments, straight now coming into VP, a team that didn't seem to want to make many changes, right? And when they signed Electronic, they said it out loud. They said, if we have to make bigger signings, we will. This isn't one of those, lights out, massive signings. They didn't poach Blade, for example, or something like that. So we're sat here kind of scratching our heads as to what he can bring to the table, how James can work with him, whether he's going to slot in more so with Electronic, whose vision he kind of parallels more so. These are so many questions around a team that we were already scratching our heads about.
For so long, we didn't hear so much of a peep from anyone in the management of Virtus.pro. They just sort of chugged along, made a roster move here or there, no blockbuster moves. But then as soon as they picked up Electronic, then they started talking about their future plans and how much they don't really want to make this about money, but they're willing to if they have to. And I think that's to respect the fact that they've got a team that can close out tournaments, has already won the biggest in the competitive season. So VP looking to get back to what they showed us at Rio and do it in a different game.
Inferno's where this bad boy begins. So lock in, folks. It is the Wembley OVO Arena on the line for Vitality and Virtus.pro.
I got the same knife and gloves. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, look at me. I'm Norbert. Okay, hot shot. A man of culture. ZywOo, not going to stick around, okay? He's not going to let you come to him. He makes his move, gets up into the apartments, takes a quick glance down alt mid and sees nothing. So prime the fast Spinx ZywOo flank and hold your breath to see if Vitality's B banana defense sets up, right? We've got Apex back in the bomb site with flashbangs. Probably going to throw those out, try to stem any kind of aggression, but there's no immediate follow-through. A Molotov to keep them locked in. Second player comes out with 1 frag, but it's efficient trading out from VP. There's that fast flank. And the nade ends up softening all 3 players. So really nicely done from Apex, despite not yet coming in with the kill. ZywOo's going to tap out Electronic. We still have Apex backside, just biding time. And so Fame 5 health in a 1v3. The utility is suffocating. Flashbangs to frag grenades to bodies all the way. Very clean pistol from Vitality.
Very much, yeah. You called it early on. It was the information they had on lane, playing inside of apartments at the same time as well. They were constantly updating, and if there was anybody there, maybe they could have gotten some better fights on the A side and took it. But of course, we know how powerful the fast mid flank is when it's going to be a full B. So a really good call on the setup out of Vitality. And they're a team this year who they're getting good results, but we're holding them to the absolute highest standards. Not just, the champions of Paris at the end of CSGO and a team that's consistently won at least 1 or 2 major events for the last 5 years, but a team with ZywOo, a team that has never looked like they couldn't win a tournament, even when they've sort of been in a downturn throughout each year. Looking for that win now in a field that has Mouse, in a field that has Spirit, in a field that has FaZe. And so unfortunately, they aren't living up to their expectation, even though they're really quite close.
Yeah, sure. I mean, their biggest blip on the radar this season was how poorly they started at Katowice, right? First event of the season, completely dropout. Nothing to talk about there. And then, they kind of went back to the workshop, fine-tuned some things. Third, fourth at the Copenhagen Major, 2nd place at Pro League, 2nd place at IEM Dallas. I mean, they're up there. There's no denying that. But are they going to go an entire season without hoisting a trophy? Is that the vitality that we're staring at now?
Well, we've got a very stacked event here, 2 very stacked groups to end the season.
Would you say S tier?
S tier, definitely, yeah. We've got like, you know, the team missing is Mouse, of course, number 1 team at the moment. But with FaZe here, it's just as legitimate as having Mouse. So if they win this, I think that, I mean, obviously, it'd be a great way to go into the player break. If they don't win this, it's not like anything would change, I would say, for Vitality. Kind of depends if it suddenly is like a massive failure, but I don't know. I don't think anybody sees that happening. We'll have to see how this group starts off for them.
And with the string of results that they've had, I feel like it would still, ooh, nice nade, make total sense to go into the second season without making changes per se.
Yeah.
It felt like, you know, Mezzi's name was really on the chopping block, head in the guillotine perhaps. But with the turnaround at Dallas, I mean, perfect timing for him to have not only a very strong rating at an event, but also some godlike rounds, right? Showed his real absolute ceiling at times. And I would say just reminds them and allows for Apex to come out in that interview like he did, say, I believe he's got an incredible ceiling.
Yeah,
Finally got a glimpse of it again.
I think we see the ceiling with him and Flamesy. We see the ceiling, and that's never really been the issue. It does feel like we're missing some of the stability that you got when we had Dupree and Magisk on the team. But with Dallas, like, that ceiling is just so appealing. Like, okay, let's just turn that into a good floor and then go from there. So, you know, Mezzi, when he was first signed by Henry G to that Cloud9 lineup, he was brought in as the outside bet after like a lot of tier 2 scouting to find a really promising player who hadn't had the experience yet. And I think he turned out very much to be that guy. He's somebody who definitely knows all of his utility. He's played a wide variety of spots, and now he's just trying to transform himself from what was a star player on his smaller teams to now a star anchor on a team like Vitality.
Sprinkle in a little in-game leadership throughout that too. I mean, you know, Mezzi's proven his value and his depth. First gun round comes out from VP. We've had some pretty stalled out bottom mid control that last round. Never even got towards top middle. So again, it's going to be pressure coming out from Vitality. Bottom of Banana occupied here by Flamesy, kind of operating on his own. So very risky for the time being. And one of the things with Virtus.pro that we've seen as of late since the inclusion of Electronic, faster rounds at times. Maybe a welcome sight.
Yeah,
but definitely doesn't necessarily tap into what they're most comfortable with, I'd say. It works, but it doesn't always scream stability.
No, we saw a couple of back-to-back rush rounds. Extremely rare for Virtus.pro, happening more and more often here with Electronic.
So they'll contest with brackets. Flamesy forced, but successful into the fight against Flit. That's going to cause the bomb to double back. Very little left of Flamesy, but he flashes himself out and will escape towards the B site on measly HP. ZywOo's MP9 primed up close. 2 players right there with him. And James still has eyes on the flank at the 30-second mark. Excellent swing out from ZywOo to go one and done with Norbert. And Mezzi gonna serve up an anchor alongside Spinks. So no longer being cautious, Norbert starts to sprint in. The defenders on high alert, both successful. Easy kills as far as Vitality are concerned. And this is looking like a rock-solid defense, unless Jane, 59 health, free frag. Mezzi gets a little crazy. Moto player locking horns with him, but it's the time that'll expire, giving Jame a chance to escape. They'll be hot on his heels. He hopes to save.
Ooh, it's close, but it looks like they'll get away. Yeah, Flame's just a little bit too far away, and he's the guy who made the round, obviously, because he gets mollied out. That should have been a free frag for Flit. He set it up perfectly, and Flamesy had the hardest task. He had to run out of a molly when he was in a known position and still get the kill as soon as this fire touched him. Great stuff out of him. And because of this, Virtus.pro knew that they couldn't move quickly into the A site because they hadn't actually disrupted anything on B. Bottom B control means a potential for 4A in that setup. And so they tried to press pause and wait for it, but another MP9 kill, a good setup between the... Actually, 2 more MP9 kills, ZywOo and Mezzi, and a very well-fortified A site.
Get some Tech 9s and grenades to go around James' solo AK. Popped open smoke, just barely a little vision there for Apex. Can't hit any target, can't whittle down the numbers. And it's VP with a little bit of closer footing, right? Banana's been pretty closed and smoked off these last couple rounds, but now they give Jame a chance to look for this fight that will not seemingly come to him. Flamesy, cautious as ever, smoke in hand. Worst case scenario, he loses this bomb site, and we've got a Vitality that's still well equipped for the retake. And I like that he's going to put himself in that site, so he's taken down somebody surely.
Now he's going to have a small window here from Coffins where he can actually fight. Support's a little late. Let's see what he can do.
Puts a smoke ahead of him. Won't force the issue. Frag to pop open the cross. What's Apex see? Couple bodies, no kills. Half of James' health gone. Norbert punches in those digits. And here's that retake that they knew they might have to deal with. No utility left over for VP. It is Tech9's up. That AK half health. And the retake grenades begin. Flash over the top. Blinds Flamesy, makes it a little awkward. He's gonna go down. James AK rips through one. The Tech9 starts to recover more. It's Mezzi with the multi-frag, down to the clutch. And Apex taps bomb, forces Norbert back to the action, but he knows it's that fake. Smoke on top, Pistol clears it, and it is Apex to post round 4.
I mean, that's beautifully played by Apex. As the smoke pops, is 1 second to Chen to go for a peek. He finds the kill in that moment. If not, he would have had to go for the stick. Risk getting spammed down. Of course, the bullets go through the smoke. He could see it, so that would have been very risky. Nicely played from Virtus.pro in a situation where it's 5v5, but it's 1 AK in that 5v5. So Vitality should have been able to easily win that retake on the B site, but they played very actively. They double peeked into CT. They took all the fights they needed to. They picked good spots really fast, and they didn't lose anybody as they came into the site or actually take any damage either.
I think they doubled up really nicely. The 2 players in Emo, the 2 players in Pit. When a Tech9 had to fight, the second one right there. And made, a little awkward by that flash that comes out from Construction. Flamesy's supposed to have an advantage in the first fight to get the retake going, and instead he's awkwardly team flashed. So maybe making it a little harder for themselves, but alas, still successful. Full buy comes out for VP. They'll be content with the success and the cost of the last one. Still trying to put that first round win on the board. ZywOo boosted up, blinded, and forced back. Pretty quick, but caught off. Nicely positioned there for Mezzi on the barrels. Apex gonna let him walk up long. Nice trade out of ZywOo as he's got that open line of sight from Library. And Mezzi comfortable as ever inside of the pit between smokes. So VP looking to play a little faster this round, but that kind of gets stopped by Mezzi's unexpected position. The silence could still get them into this site. ZywOo, with smokes in front of him, has caused concern on long side. Spinks, you can see turning attention to it. The only threat is short, or so it was. James wrapping that bomb around Arch could very well step into the ops line of sight. They could very well never even go for this.
Yeah.
Nah, they call it quits.
I mean, credit to James. Old James saves 30 seconds ago. So they stuck around to see if any mistakes would be made, but Vitality don't make any. This is Vitality popping out right now. They're coming through. All the rotations are very fast. They have gotten what they wanted to out of Banana consistently every round. The best situation they had was the MP9 sort of bonus round where Flamesy still gets his kill. But beyond that, they aren't getting one of 2 B players to start things off and then getting B control. They're getting pushed back and then forced to take A, and not from a position of power. Like, it's an A site that Vitality are hoping that they go for, and then they end up obviously entering into very bad duels. So tough spot here for Virtus.pro. I think the key part of the map is the early round B control that they're looking for that they can't get. It's got to be a very intimidating role to become the coach of somebody like James. I think there are a couple of players, him and Kerrigan, who I would say if I came onto the team, that would be the most intimidated I'd be to sort of do my job as a new coach. Because these are such highly, revered IGLs that have such a deep system and so many years of experience that I would want to sit back and learn what they sort of want from me. But it's good to see him talking, because sometimes you will see a coach sort of take his time, not get into it too much. But if he has an idea to win, that's why they hired him.
Okay, double Double porch boost. But again, VP will set their eyes on Banana with smokes at the end of it. This one clears. Flamesy's been pretty consistent. Oh,
my
see ya! ZywOo slams down Fame. It is all about timing.
And that's a very quiet Virtus.pro that was just hoping to creep up without letting anybody know. And ZywOo gets that kill and that information.
Reposition to Coffins. Just feels like he's on it. A shot like that reaffirms you are one with the game sense. Blinded is Flamesy, still alive though. ZywOo's given great cover. Third kill from ZywOo. No chance as Norbert strikes him down, but an excellent triple from ZywOo, doing enough to set up Flamesy to close that little gap.
That was a great full house. I mean, even Flamesy is in a very chaotic situation, doesn't die, gets flashed, but makes his way over to quad, stays active the entire time, doesn't put that all on ZywOo, and then comes in for the last two. That's really nice between the two of them. So once again, Vitality showing us no problems on B. The one round they let them in, they retook the site. Every other round has been a shutout. And that was no exception. So 6 straight here, and I would say in record time.
Great air quality in London today.
Yeah, that was Vitality tweeted that one out.
And a fast one from Mezzy. Clean as ever versus the Pistols. See ya later. There are rounds from Vitality right now that are just hot to the trot. They will waste no time in converting their 7th consecutive rounds by the looks of things. If they're lucky, Norbert catches Mezzy off guard in the pit. But just as likely as Mezzy popping up and blindsiding Norbert, sure enough, down they go. Barely damage done in this one.
And this game will be sort of a reference because this is a very rare head-to-head. In fact, it's in terms of these two teams, as we know them today, they have not played against each other.
Not since 2022 at the Rio Major Challenger stage have these cores gone head-to-head.
And so we're talking about not Electronic on this team, not Mezzy on this team, not Flamesy on this team. This is a first time here, and again, and it's in CS2 as well. So this is an establishing shot of this head-to-head. That'll hopefully happen many times in the future.
And it really is this beautiful thing about Virtus.pro. There's such an anomaly as a core because you and I casting Bet Boondacha last month, we had this exact same scenario with Maus in Virtus.pro, where Shuhei had just never gone up against Jame, his first outing. And it just feels like they're these anomalies. Like, where do they exist? You know, what events?
The amount of
and the overlap in this head-to-head is so much more often, right? They've got pro leagues they could be at. They've got the majors they could be at. They've got IEMs that both teams regularly play.
Yeah, like
Virtus.pro played Blast Groups for the first time ever this year. There was no matchup there. What is happening? Where do they come from? Where do they go? Looking like A. This double porch setup once more wasn't tested last time. Fully blinded Mezzy. Entry looked good, but Norbert's the only successful endeavor, and Spinks will hit him with the drive-by Tech-9 for the triple kill. The 8th round goes down just as smooth.
Couple of good rounds out of Spinks, too. And this is for 8 straight. Split comes in 0-6, looking for just a kill.
Neat and tidy. Goes down smooth. Olive on the side.
You like olives?
Absolutely hate them. Salty little buggers.
But if you're going to have a martini, it might as well be dirty.
Make it filthy.
We are in London, after all.
Want it thicker than the Thames.
And there's not just water in there.
No, that's a dirty place. Flit's first frag of the map has now been posted. But his first frag into the AWP save, so not all too much to get excited about. 8 in a row.
It's brutal for Virtus.pro, but it is also, I'd say, pretty exciting for Vitality that they are showing this much strength right away in the event, because they were not maybe the biggest. There's a lot of question marks coming into this event, right? I think it sort of changes the conversation depending on who wins, whether it's FaZe, them, Spirit, or anybody else, actually, because it's such a massive event, especially for a team like Vitality who are looking for their first. But on all accounts right now, like everything looks good. Game plan looks good. Rotations look good. Every single player is getting really good kills. Now, conversely, for Virtus.pro, the expectations are a little bit lower, but you are trying to see a linear curve of improvement from event to event with the inclusion of electronic. And instead, it's been pretty parabolic. It depends on the map. It depends on the opponent. Sometimes not 2 days in a row. Sometimes they almost beat FaZe, and then they go ahead and lose to a much weaker opponent the next day. So they're much more of a mixed bag, and it's sort of hard to peg our expectations right now.
And it feels like every team coming into this event has something to prove. That's the beauty of it, right? This is the last time we will have a non-major event finish a season of Counter-Strike. And so every team here feels like they've got a chip on their shoulder for one reason or another. And even the #1 team not in attendance, I think, would have loved to show up to hoist the trophy. So Jame will catch ZywOo. Opening kill Virtus.pro, folks. These have been rare so far throughout. Burno, Flamesy just shaving off the head of Flit. Gravity couldn't even save him as he tried to dive back behind half wall. And so your man advantage disappears. The re-aggression favors Jame. The trade not quite there from Apex, but he's got util. And that'll stop any further aggression from VP. Ambitious jump shot from the in-game later. Maybe getting a little crazy. And sometimes Apex does.
I really wanted to scare him back.
If you're going to take his bomb site, you got to kill him. Well, they do. And now Spinks is tasked with a desperate rotation towards Coffin, which will be smoked off. If Mezzi gets lucky with a spray or pops open smoke for line of vision...
Connor, can't you get Virtus.pro around here?
I don't know about that. Molotov on the bomb plant. Another T-smoke comes down. Now it gets extra desperate. But there it is, right? The thread to pull on. And a little more damage against Electronic. Now, you've smoked off one of the 3 players. Jame is going to have to come out and fight, you'd assume. It's Mezzi inside of the smoke, not using that to push Pit, but rather Banana, and he gets stuffed up close. Spinks, do you have this in you? It's blind spam off Banana for 2/3 his health, and with this, that chance of a retake kind of fizzles out of existence. VP, you may have won.
They won, and they won in a very legitimate way. Like, they didn't just rush into a site and overtake 2 guys with nades out. They had to win a duel both on the A and B site. They had the opening kill from Jame on ZywOo. That was good. I don't know how he killed him, though. Was it because I didn't see anyone boosting ZywOo? Oh, he was just jump spot. Wow. Oh, he was waiting for it.
No, the fucking mod is...
That mic's got some bass.
Yeah, that was the sexiest I've ever heard Apex sound.
Okay, feeling frisky here. I feel like the gloves are coming off for the last few rounds of this half. Oh, late in the blind spray, but the lineup. Flit takes back the banana control, and with it, the B site has fallen. ZywOo, desperate to catch one on cross, will not get what he wants. Anticipating James' jump up. Not the case. 2 additional smokes go down, and Virtus.pro looking to convert. Nade for the bomb planter. Norbert's down to a measly 18 health, but it is not the opening that ZywOo was hoping for, and so a second to the scoreboard.
And it's another repeat of fast banana control that's now starting to at least go in the favor of Virtus.pro. As they get to the half wall, they turn the corner on Car, they find both of their trades this time. And that's essentially where the round is over. They get both trades, they're up a player, they get into the site, rotations are not there in time. That's what Vitality were doing such a good job of avoiding up until this moment. It just comes down to if this half is really that recoverable. 4 rounds potential here for Virtus.pro as they at least get a second. It's a slow start today, but it's not too late. We've already seen big comebacks happen.
William Merriman on home soil, folks. Cannot be understated some of the impact he had back in Dallas. Perfect timing. Brought it up earlier, but I'll reiterate. You know, perfect timing for Mezzi to have a great, solid event, to post Vitality. You know, a second place, sure.
Yeah, this one's got to be more. I mean, they always trying to lean into who's from where. And Mezzi, as someone from the UK, they know they're going to have the full support of the crowd when they get into playoffs. I know Apex is thinking about that. And also probably just wanting to do this for him more than anything else to give him that big moment.
And he understands that feeling incredibly well, because tell me Paris wasn't the most special moment of Apex's career.
Yeah, no, it absolutely was. And he's had a long career, but that being the first major to ever happen there, it's no doubt.
Couple more chances for Virtus.pro to close that round gap.
This is interesting. They don't see anything. The nades come out right after.
Ooh, that nade's gonna be hefty. Not that bad, in fact. Only 19 damage across the two, and it cost Spinks his life.
Wow, they're going fast.
And maybe that is because he saw nobody, so just a step ahead of the curve. Ooh, this is gonna get desperate for the defenders, but they do have decent positions. They're inside of the cover. ZywOo missed shot, missed chance, and it all falls on Mezzi. Great dink, line up there towards sight, but he can't materialize the double, and the push out from Flamesy ahead of the curve also goes down empty-handed. It is 3 players up in the post plant, and Apex with a task that he may or may not sign up for. He retreats.
Man. Rounds like this, you did not see before Electronic. Like, rounds like this, even if Virtus.pro before Electronic would have got that kill on Spinks, taken over Archside, they would never speed up.
Handbrake.
Yeah, they would handbrake, wait for another advantage, then move slowly into the site, maybe turn that into a fake as they've left a lurker back on B and make that big rotation all the way to the other side of the map. This is definitely a new Virtus.pro, and this is where we see signs of it. I know it sounds crazy. You get a kill on Arch. You're already going for an Arch play. Of course you're going to wrap. But old Virtus.pro would not do that. And we'd love to see that, of course, with this team. And of course, you see why it works. They knew how to press that advantage. They have their Arch smoke down, their library smoke ready to go. And they were ready to frag all the same.
Half a second later, Spinks has a bit more cover. His grenade maybe does more damage. All what could have been, but we're talking about 3 rounds in a row now for Virtus.pro, so never too late. Vitality gets through the entire half without ever having to save, without ever having to half buy. Can they post that 9th? In the face of a return to form from VP, it is stifling inside of all these smoke grenades towards Banana, but they press on through with 0 pressure applied beyond the utility. So no damage done, really, until that nade finds its mark. Meanwhile, Vitality obviously bruised. Oof.
This one's interesting, right? Because it comes with very little intention. They've... Oh, did we just lose one?
Yeah.
That's a light A site for the moment. There's still 3 in B, and the bomb is actually coming towards the site as well.
Molotov ahead of the execute, or incendiary, excuse me. Flamesy boosted up. We've got Util on his support player. He is rifle in hand and ready to shave off heads. Flashbang finds him. He can't connect fully. Spinks' position now known. He's got support from Coffins if needed. But again, he goes for the grenade, and that one's going to cost him. Peek towards the cross. Apex at bat. Can't handle Flit, who comes through with a critical double kill. And while Electronic will lurk behind Mezzi on the hunt, he just drops out of the server. Now there's no flank. This round, by the hand of God, gets evened out, but the Opper in Jame, the hand of Christ, will deny the retake. It is an 8-4 half. VP, bring it back.
But either way, you couldn't help out until now.
Finally activates. JL surprised by that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, baby. The up flicks are sick.
Christ, man.
That's so sick. What the? Hunter's got a chance, but Alexi's going to take it away.
Dealt with.
There we go, Alexi. 2 kills in the round. And Simple's proud of those ones. Has a reason to be.
You know, if you're aiming in the right place and you get the shot, it's easy. But your confidence doesn't go up. You're just like, yeah, that was easy. But oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Slow those down.
That slowed down.
This is slow-mo,
That slowed down for you. That's just wild, honestly.
Dude, look at him twitch, dude.
Now is the round, but he loses the duel, and Shuhei brings another player out of the m0NESY peaks. Oh, wait, what? Flick! Shuhei just exposed to the smoke. The slack that Nico's left for the taking, m0NESY's grabbed with both hands, and he'll give himself a smoke. Beautiful shots from the m0NESY off. Each of them getting better.
This was...
Look at this.
And then...
This one's even nicer. At a 2v2 with both the counter-terrorists coming in from behind, but they're gonna do it quiet.
This is weird, right? They're actually clearing things out. Yeah, they're holding now. Oh, they're jumping up on the left side of the scope. He's not gonna be able to... Oh, the reaction! Another! He's spotted. Kenny gets away. Unlucky for Cirque. Plays so well off of his own smoke. What a crazy... I mean, if it wasn't Kenny, you'd say it was lucky, but just the kind of thing he does.
Simple, big reposition.
I think we got to see that simple shot again. That first one.
Yeah, was Elise jumping?
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah. Nasty stuff, but Simple's gonna get himself. Oh! That is something special. As this CT side looks stellar.
Bro,
and let's all.
You need a whole protractor to be able to figure out how many degrees this flick was.
Here it comes.
Through the wall. That was some JW off screen.
One more time, one more time.
Barely a scope flick shot. Like,
what? Crack of the whip. Get some spam out of the smokes. Nico's gonna press into Nexa. Nicely done from Nexa to take up that position, but m0NESY and HooXi bring it back.
Oh my God.
What the flick?
Yeah, right.
On the smallest sliver of Fiku. I told you no one's gonna catch him.
Smoke. Wow.
Don't peek this kid.
Oh my God, he's in.
He hunts by movement. Stand still and pray for mercy, or you get the wrath of the Flash. Vitality, hot as ever out of the gate here on Inferno, looking good for 8 rounds straight. And then VP decided to turn things around. 4 in a row, Mo. Enough of a T-side to have our interest come this CT second half.
I would say the interesting part is that the game plan technically didn't change in terms of what they wanted. They wanted banana control. They wanted to end B. They kept the tempo high throughout the half. It just didn't work at first, and then they started to get the kills. So they were quite sort of stubborn about this one finish they were looking for, and they made it come to fruition by the end. It's a decent bounce back here for Virtus.pro as we get to the end of the first half. Questions, of course, as to whether or not that means anything with Vitality looking as strong as they did. But like, again, when we were watching that game with FaZe and Saw, which is, of course, different sort of level of matchup, that was a massive comeback brought to you partially by MR12, partially by the fact that if you just focus on the rifle rounds, then it's only going to be a matter of 3 or 4 to tie up. And for Virtus.pro in a brand new matchup on the first day, fresh-faced, full of energy, paid by the round, why not go for it?
That's how they do it.
Yeah.
That's how they do it.
Yeah, we did have a couple of crashes in that last round, so I think they just want to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Is it Inferno still?
I don't know.
Is that the thing?
Because I think the reason they used the updated Dallas was because the crashes were supposedly fixed, so it might not be that. But of course, there could be a multitude of reasons. Just don't want that to happen again. Maybe it's Jame, you know? Maybe it's not Inferno. Maybe it's just poor Jame.
That's what happens when you play around with space and time, you know? You start ripping it, warping it.
Electronic disappears.
If there was ever a time traveler in the Counter-Strike space, you telling me it's not James?
It's gotta be.
There was one man who could teleport.
It could be Hobbit.
I'm just saying. It's okay, that's fair. Just saying, I've never seen James at an airport. You know? Never seen him at an after party either.
James, the type of guy to fly the plane himself.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Catch me if you can style. ZywOo's had a very interesting season where a couple of bad finals, but also in a huge contrast, insane semis and quarters. So, and then also, you know, in front of these crowds as well. I mean, in Malta, of course, that was MOUZ never losing a map in a best of 5. So Vitality were just sort of one more opponent that they destroyed. But there are some really strong games for ZywOo, and the question this year of the big 3 between him, m0NESY, Donk is really, really interesting, because I would say m0NESY has the least flaws so far, but he's got the most rickety team. Like, he's got the most sort of trying team circumstances where, and then like Donk sort of has like a perfect team and composition, but they're having sort of choking problems. Maybe they're just in one elimination game each tournament, they're looking a little bit rough up until that point, looking super solid. And then ZywOo's got a team that can close out events. They've got the right roster. It seems like no reason to make any change. Wouldn't expect them to make any changes at all. But not everybody shows up for him in each of these events,
right?
As well as, you know, one odd map in the grand finals where you really need him. That he's not ultra consistent. But it certainly isn't only ZywOo's fault. It's just that he's got the most pressure, the most expectation, because he is the best player on the team and one of the top 3 best players in the world at the moment.
You want to talk about the rickety team that m0NESY has. I mean, how many issues have they had to deal with now? The Stewie situation, m0NESY himself not getting a chance to come to defend their title as the newest champions in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Some roster moves that were highly criticized by the community, and still trying to, I think, kind of shake all of that off. A veto debacle at the major.
In case people don't know, Taz will be playing today.
Yes.
Hopefully, this does mean, though, that m0NESY is here for his next game.
That's what it sounds like at the moment. Yes, sir.
It was seeming like a high chance he'd make it today, but no, didn't make it. So I think we get the best. Unfortunately, it would have been such a cool game to watch with m0NESY. You know, Spirit G2.
Yes, sir.
But at the same time, it's funnier this way with Taz.
Yeah.
We at least get one game with Taz, and then m0NESY comes back. Unfortunately, they won't be laughing about it, but we will be watching. So
damn right.
I'm super excited personally.
Are you telling me that Donk isn't going to run Taz every single round of the game?
And if I'm Hooksy, you know, I'm switching Taz's site every single round, like one of those carnival games. You never know which bucket he's in.
You can run Taz, but you can't hide.
I bet he's half excited, right? To have like, he's probably just been like deathmatching like crazy the last few days.
If he's not on a computer right now, what's he doing?
Yeah. No, we definitely will be watching.
He's got the jitters again, the old competition jitters. Man, he's in his team room right now, sweating bullets.
He just retires from coaching after this. Goes right back to playing.
He walks away.
Goes back to playing. Got the bug.
Imagine. Since this one doesn't have a time limit on it, folks, we're going to throw to something a little special, all right? We had a chance to sit down with none other than X-Taz. Eat it up.
Saz, I think this year has been good. We keep talking about what Vitality have been able to do, but I want to see, how do you feel the second places recently have like affected the team?
I cannot say we are affected. I think we have decent results. We had good playoffs. We failed completely the final against MOUZ. G2, we had a huge chance to win, to be honest. I don't know. Okay, after the game we were really sad. It was really tough, tough loss. But after that, it's fine. We took some days off. We talked about a bit about the final, and now we are just focused for this tournament.
Pick yourself back up and go again, right? More events coming forward. I remember for you guys though, Dust 2 looked really good, but Vertigo, we were trying to be very unhappy about this because of what happened. So do you feel like you're ready for it more now? Have you got some good practice in on it?
No, because we don't have official, and you never know if you're already on new map. It's not like a new map, but you know what I mean. It's a bit different. No, we are comfortable on those two for sure, and Vertigo, I think we need to play it in official to make sure we are ready or not.
Now I want to touch on m0NESY as well, because in Dallas we saw the best version of m0NESY, or a very good version of m0NESY coming out, right? How important is that for you to see here, and how realistic is that?
Of course, we are happy for him because we saw some improvements after the major, especially after the major. Pro League was fine as well, you know, in playoff, not the final, but every playoff was off. But I don't expect he will be exactly the same because it's still an anchor, right? And he put like 121 CT rating, something like that. I don't remember. I think it's that. So hopefully today we see the best Messi. And for the tournament, it's a goal for us to be good for him, for the crowd, you know. It's a chance, you know, UK, I don't know for the next tournament. Last time it was 5 years ago for us, so let's see.
Hopefully get it done when we finally are back here. I want to look at Virtus.pro for you guys and just what you think of them in their current form and just kind of, I guess, a different style we're seeing from them since electronics come in, because you haven't played them for ever.
Yeah, that's true. For me, it was 2 years ago. I think for the guys, for a while, I don't remember actually. But I don't know. I felt in Dallas they were decent. I think they should have won against FaZe. They lost 6 pistols out of overtime. So we need to be focused. I think it can be a good game. We know Electronic can pop off all the time, other players as well, of course. I don't know yet. I feel like they try to find a good solution how they can use players, of course. They still play pretty slow, I would say. So yeah, I expect all maps as usual when we play against them, probably Inferno, us those two, to be honest. And see how it goes, because we lack of data against them, to be honest, because on those two they didn't play that much. And Ubis, I think it's just 1 or 2 games, so interesting opponent. I think we are just focused about ourselves and let's see how it goes.
Norbert, for VP, you had a really amazing game against FaZe, and then we see the big game where on the maps you lost, it was pretty devastating. Did this event send any alarm bells for you guys?
I would say no. We got good vibe on against FaZe, and something bad happened in the game against Big, but we had more time now to prepare for the Blast, and I think it was good sign. I mean, the game against FaZe was good sign for us that we can beat them, and I think we will show a better game than on Dallas.
Now, I know Zoma's coming in as your coach from June, right, or later in June on the 17th. So how is things working at the moment? Who's putting in extra work? How are you guys managing as a team?
Everyone putting extra work because we don't have time to work together. So sometimes we're working one by one to get more better on roles. So, I mean, with electronic, it feels good. Yeah.
When you say working one by one, what do you mean exactly? Like, how does that work?
I mean, like, if we talk about me, like on my roles, like Inferno A side, like Mirage B, and like, I mean, in this stuff.
So more focus on your individual roles and what you're doing. Okay, I like that. Now, for you guys though, it does feel like since Overpass went out, that your map pool's kind of been up in the air, and you guys have lost some confidence as well. Do you feel that?
No, we're just thinking about what map we should replace Overpass. I mean, to pick. Like, we were picking Overpass every time because we were confident in this map, and we need to find a replacement for Overpass.
Where does your confidence lie now, though? Do you know?
I don't know, maybe Inferno?
Maybe Inferno?
Yes, but last time we lost it 2 times, but we never give up.
Never give up, that's what it's all about. And going up against Vitality today, they obviously are a team you haven't faced for a very long time. I think it was 2 years ago we last saw that. Are you confident in understanding how they play? How have you approached this game differently because it's been so long since you played? Talk me through it.
I think this is only one team that we haven't played 2 years against, and we was watching a lot, like when they were playing like Dallas playoffs and other events. So I think we feel comfortable against them, and I hope we will show good game against them.
Feeling comfortable against them. That's what Norbert's hoping to be coming into this one. Obviously, Xtaz kind of calling the veto to a T in terms of Inferno, Dust2, and Anubis, saying that they want to focus on their own game. Classic. We do have some network issues at the moment, guys, just being transparent with you. That's why we're still sat here in the tech pause, running our interviews, trying to get insight, looking to add a little depth to this currently sat at 8-4 lead for Vitality. It's promising. I see some headsets on. But what's not promising was the start to Inferno, Mohan. VP playing a catch-up game out of the gate here in London.
Yeah, there's some trade-off where it's like, you don't want to be the team that ends with 4, but you do want to be the team who ends winning 4 in a row. So
I like your logic.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sold. Yeah, I'm sold.
That's what I'd be telling myself if I was on Virtus.pro. You end with a little momentum at least, and a little confidence that you can adapt at the end. But yeah, Xtaz actually talked about how they weren't insanely confident about their Inferno coming into this matchup, and obviously they've probably impressed themselves. They come in as with this map being one of the lesser played and lesser won maps as well, especially with recent games. 3 out of the 4 last lost to FaZe Mouse G2, having 1 win over Astralis. So the confidence not extremely high, but I think this shows that they have actually put in the right prep to sort of bring it back, I think, to play more. And I think they're looking, they mentioned Vertigo, and of course new Vertigo, but it feels like they're looking for somewhere new to go potentially. So I don't know how much they're going to try probably playing Vertigo. If it doesn't go well, maybe they can fall back on one of their other maps they've worked on.
Yep, I think, you know, very transparently, Xtaz is talking about how Dust 2 has kind of taken up that mantle at the moment, right? Like, for sure they're tapping into that. That's fine for Vitality, I would say, because it means they no longer have to deal with Overpass, something that was a bit of a bane of their existence. So maybe Dust 2 becomes Vitality's new home. It was, of course, Virtus.pro who removed Vertigo from this veto right before the decider was locked in.
Yeah, they were actually amazing on Dust 2. Their 3 wins at that. They played it 4 times, won 13-6 over G2, 13-6 over Spirit, 13-2 over Heroic, and only lost to the best team, 9Z.
Of course.
Yeah.
No shame in that.
No shame in that.
DGT in the corner. It's high spirits here for Virtus.pro.
They're looking locked in.
As they again sit 4 rounds down from Vitality. It's a Vitality Inferno that started with a decent showing out of ZywOo. He's had his moments, that wall bang on half wall, that 3K that it transpired into, all solid stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that always stands out to me about Vitality, when they're going to play well, when they're not going to play well, it's always their CT setups. Are they playing 2-man CT setups with fast rotations? Lots of map that ZywOo specifically has been struggling on a ton. It's partially because Apex and him are not playing together outside. Sometimes Apex by himself, sometimes ZywOo by himself, and they're taking very vanilla angles and hoping a kill comes their way, but they're not taking control. And for some reason in CS2 so far, it has been pretty awful for them, straight up. ZywOo even has like a negative KD in his last 4 maps playing CT side nuke, which is a crazy thing to think. So for some reason,
to not be able to kind of put that forward, it just feels like such an anomaly when it comes to the best of the best.
Yeah, and of course, it's a different game, but ironically, like in a good way, because you can break open smokes on CT side. If you put enough pressure on the cross, we've seen what Donk has done to people. We see what Mouse are able to do controlling that part of the map. So Vitality, they're missing some activity and communication, I think, to bring the best out of them. But they know how to do it. It's just about implementing it. So that'll be, we're seeing a great Inferno and expecting to see Nuke be another map that they come out looking strong here in the spring final.
Quiet game for Electronic though, Mohan. We've been talking about how sometimes he can take over servers, as Zext has even mentioned in the pregame interview. We have to be on our toes because you never know when Electronic's just going to start swinging. Well, sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard thus far on Inferno, 4 kills, only 56 ADR. He has less kills than Flit, who at one point was 0-7.
That's true. My goodness.
So make of that what you will.
I mean, it unfortunately has added up. You've got a guy he's not as consistent as he used to be. The peaks are still there. So, but Electronic, they really do need him to do the most. They picked him up so that they could be consistent tournament favorites or outside favorites. That was the idea. Take a great team with players who were developed with James, buy someone really strong, proven, to take him over the line. And right now, he's just still sitting in that inconsistent territory.
Yet I feel like
So do you have a? So who is going to win this tournament, right? Because this comes down to.
Oh, what an easy question to answer.
Who is going to win this tournament?
So let me check the script real quick, shall I?
So who would you say are the favorites from top to bottom, or we'll go top 4?
Okay, well, top 4, I think, like, again, we're going to be talking about FaZe just because of their consistencies in making it to grand finals at the very least, despite recently, you know, that streak being broken. So you have to put FaZe in there, or else you're a sucker, okay? Nobody can write off FaZe. I then put Vitality up there, in fact, just because of the back-to-back second-place finishes between Pro League and IEM Dallas. So I'm anticipating Vitality top 4 minimum. And then Mohan, I have Spirit, who I think have high likelihoods of finishing the season as strong as they started with Katowice. I think that the mental, okay, sorry, you weren't looking at the screen, you missed that, and you're better off for it. It involved Apex, his tongue, and a water bottle.
Oh, okay. I mean, I probably can picture exactly what happened knowing Apex.
So let's put Spirit up in the top 3. That's FaZe, that's Vitality, that's Spirit. And then lo and behold, I'm going to say Navi. Navi are my 4th. I think the 3 are Spirit, Vitality, and FaZe. And if you have an outside pick in the top 4, I have Navi. And I'm not just saying that because they won the game earlier today, because I predicted them to win that matchup anyways.
Right. That's fair. That's fair enough.
Yep, those are my 4.
Yeah, Navi looking to improve towards the end of the year. Everyone has so much to prove.
Everybody at this tournament. I mean, FaZe need to get. Let's go down the list, right? FaZe need to get back into another grand finals. FaZe need to lift a goddamn trophy.
They only won in the winter,
right?
Yeah.
They've got to lift a trophy.
Yeah.
So FaZe absolutely need this. There's no denying that. Saw you could write off, but for argument's sake, I'll say that their peak at the RMR/the Blast Showdown in order to qualify for this event was something phenomenal. And everybody started saying, oh my God, the Iberian Peninsula's got a new top 10 team. And it felt like that was coming, but their stark drop off after the major. This is the other ticket that they punched during their peak. A very short peak, right? But goddamn did they burn bright.
They also had a great first map.
Yep.
They were also very strong start on the first map versus FaZe, who were so strong that they closed out in the first 2, but they still showed.
And if we're talking about a 9Z, for example, that makes playoffs back at Dallas, well, why couldn't SAW make a playoffs here with, of course, 6 of the 8 teams at the event moving forward to the stage, right? So there's a chance for them there. Navi obviously have to make it up since the major. If they don't make it up after the major, that F word is starting to float around a little too much.
Yeah, and like the fraud watch word.
I was thinking fluke.
The fluke word.
The fluke word, dude.
Yeah.
The fluke word has been thrown around a little bit, right?
It has, yeah.
And Astralis trying to break this top. Yeah, that's me. I'm the guy. You know, Astralis trying to break top 4, man. It's been a consistent top 4, but what's 4th? You know, we talk about grand finalists at the very least. If you're not a trophy hoister, at least get 2nd place. Look at how much more credit we give to Vitality for their back-to-back top 2s, in contrast to Astralis stringing together these top 4s. So there's an argument to be made that each of the teams in Group A need it. Now you do Group B.
I want Spirit to end on a good note. I want Spirit to end on a good note, big time. Like I think since that major, there's been very few moments where things have gone wrong, but they are the most important games. And it always hurts, I think, the most watching great teams lose due to pressure, right? That's obviously what makes or breaks champions. But like to see Spirit now 3 times in a row sort of have that same thing happen again, it just gets harder and harder to watch. At least you get, you get beat down by Mouse in the final because it's a best of 5. They don't lose any maps in best of 5s. That's just what they do. But then if it's that, that major playoff and then Dallas as well, it's like they just have the perfect team this year. They have the perfect team this year. And I think that the coolest story, and obviously Donk's been talked about so much, but just having a rifler have a chance to become the #1 player in the world is one of my favorite perspective stories of 2024.
We'll get back to your other opinions, shall we? Let's lock back in, folks.
Yeah.
Vitality and Virtus.pro, second half.
Start that timer.
It's coming at you. Vitality to the T side. And we've talked about, of course, the difficulties of Virtus.pro versus FaZe in that incredibly close nail-biting series, losing all 6 pistols. Pick this one up, shall you? It's going to be James with his hands full. Oh, they're coming. Okay.
Wow.
Jumping Glock headshot from Flames. Why not?
Yeah, and they hear nothing. There's no rotations coming in. They're also sitting in mid waiting to see which side they should pendulum to. Virtus.pro are clasping their hands and praying that it's going to be the B site. Vitality thinking about it, walking towards it. Maybe they'll get what they're looking for.
Oh, this is crazy.
But are they going to do it with revealing too many players? It looks like they're in a good spot, right? Fame takes one fight. They still only know about one player here. I think they're still going to come commit to this.
I mean, that little bit of contact, it could have been the thing that turned ZywOo back to at least go feel out A. Oh my god, VP are getting what they want, but can they hold? Oh, Fame! Glorious couple of kills, still to be recovered here. ZywOo's trying to bring it back. That's the evacuation protocol. Leave. They have stepped into the minefields, and they know it. Apex will come in from Banana on the split, and with Fame killing him, his third in the pistol, that bomb will sprint to the other side. VP nearly just pulled off the miracle.
So close. That was actually such a hard thing to figure out. And with the time remaining, 2 extra seconds to get that bomb planted. Fame coming up for the 1v2 on for the ace.
He's got to do it all, huh? From start to finish. And when, again, the crux of Virtus.pro has been pistols, this would be such a huge round for Fame to pick up the top-performing player of VP, looking for the 4th. Oh, but he gets gunned down. ZywOo saves it. Staying back in B spawn, or CT, making sure that there is, of course, no flank coming through. Not a single A player spotted. That was the call.
Yeah.
We are walking into the stack. Haul ass to that A site, and they do.
It's a good adjustment, but because they had time to figure it out, just a little extra time, you know, there's no surprise they found out where they were supposed to go. The closest that VP got to winning that round was Fame in his first 2 kills. But the fact that they had Banana locked off and CT locked off, they couldn't even start to rotate over towards A. That just made this situation way too difficult, but a good try.
Somebody kick a can over?
Maybe he had to tie his shoes.
Ah. I heard...
They make sure the admin can see the screen at all times. So if he has to tie his shoes, then it's tech pause.
I think ZywOo has Velcro shoes, actually.
Always a safer option.
Light up Velcros.
In case you're not feeling that witty that day.
Mm-hmm.
Memory's going a bit.
You know, I say save time. I'm about efficiency.
I do it just for the noise. Can you do a Velcro noise?
No, man.
No?
You're asking too much of me.
I would have guessed this would definitely be in your repertoire, like a Velcro noise. Even though I'm incapable of doing it.
Yeah, not quite. That sounded like a wet sponge.
Well, it is always a soggy day here in the UK.
That's true. Very moist and swampy. Moldy, even. No wonder there's so many pubs.
Looks like we're about to get started.
Yeah, we got Xtaz back in the mix.
Yeah, they can't be too upset. They're coming off this pistol round win, looking for 10. VP going to have to put in work this half.
Unfortunately for them, man, it's a matter of always having to put in work when they've just so consistently lost these pistols. Win your pistols, kids.
It was 6 out of 6 loss versus FaZe. Was that it?
Yep.
And then their match versus Big, they even struggled then too, right?
That one I don't remember as vividly.
I think it was like they lost the first 3 or something. It just was a bad trend. Yeah, that's problematic.
You know, maybe they're not buying enough Berettas.
Yeah, when you got ZywOo on the other team, best pistol player of 23, coming in with Berettas every round, maybe you need to come through with 2 pairs.
Thank goodness they had Apex, of course, on Banana in that pistol, because him shaving off those 2 players really meant there was no chase from VP.
Nice!
Yeah, Fabi.
Eh, Fabi. Fabi, incroyable.
What's up, Vicky?
Je ne comprends pas. Comment il y a 4 personnes là-bas?
Now you're just tap dancing.
Scout M4 and pistols. That's what VP bring to the table. Fully blind was Flit as Mezzy guns him down. Damn you, Mezzy. Throwing caution to the wind with that MAC-10 jump through smoke. And so, blink and you miss it, this one's over. That's 10 to Vitality. And a couple upgrades to be saved here from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, just a round gone off that one kill. No reason to sit and respect that smoke if they weren't afraid of a stack. And a quick 10th is the prize for Vitality. Spinks had a quote talking about Apex, just commenting on the, you know,
his emotions.
Yeah, his emotions. Getting a little bit maybe more bitter lately, I think, just with some of the performances. I feel like I understand, though, actually, for Apex, because they've looked like they can close out tournaments up until that last game every single time, sort of the same thing that Spirit. But in that game, they just totally don't look like themselves at all. And so it feels like it's not the... They just don't end on a good note. You can lose. It's one thing to lose, but it's one thing to lose and not look like yourselves. And I think that's what I feel like is coming across with Apex emotions lately. And actually, I mean, I don't think it's always good for someone to be super negative, but it is understandable when he's expecting elite level play all the time.
And I would say, I think particularly, right, that interview comes out after their unexpected loss to 9Z in that game that would have guaranteed them semifinals.
Right.
So it's one of those matchups where it's like, you know, FaZe did it back at Cologne last year, where it's like, oh, okay, here we are playing for semis or quarters, and it's like, you're still going to get playoff FaZe. They're still going to run it to grand finals. But yeah, are you going to become one of those S-tier teams that starts to lose the easy layups? You know, I don't think Apex wants to become that guy. So,
no, I mean, that's the reason they became great, because of that attitude.
Yep.
So, VP, we're looking to juggle smokes here on the B side to influence them to go A. It's a unique setup here. Triple up on Arch. Ready for this anti-eco, but Vitality haven't made a choice just yet. And if they want to wait and come back to B, then maybe this does get a little bit into time trouble. Wow, they found the gap. Up into halls. No one here waiting. And there's a lot of power in the MAC-10. When you don't have 5 really good guns, you're going to send that thing out carefree.
Meanwhile, Zywoo's going to size up the other half of the map. Boop. Pressing up into this. Oh my god, he's found a way through them. The pistol comes back to try to help. There's actually a little delay here, so Zywoo gets a bit of a shooting gallery. He is still alive. Will not take a second player with him, but has created enough space for bomb plant. But check out the health here, folks. We've got a very low Spinks on 1 HP, Flamesy on 29. It's that full bar of Mezzy that I think they're going to be banking on in this post plant. That's assuming VP. I feel like go for this.
And they hope no one's halls, but it doesn't matter.
No.
Oh, wow. Virtus.pro actually going to walk away.
Unconfirmed damage, maybe?
Unconfirmed damage, yeah. There could have been a dink called, but it hard to say. So, I mean, they don't have the most utility. They do have a smoke, but no kid in play to try to go for it. And even though they need the rounds, they like to come forward with at least a couple of good guns, but they don't even really save that one.
Spinks is dead. Mezzy, good to go.
Yeah. I feel like the value there definitely would be saving, though, you know, because like you're trying to put pressure on the team that has way more money than you, and you're hoping to have a decent buy next round. But Electronic goes out 1 for 1. C'est la vie.
There's that free M4. Things could have been way worse if Zywoo was caught on that CT smoke. Or I would argue even killed faster, right? Him staying alive as long as he did really allowed that arch wrap to come into the A play, and we see the little health that was left over. What if there was one more CT freed up to trade? So Apex, beautiful timing here. Yeah, he's not afraid of you at all. Gets there, Flit, kills his teammate. Apex catches him on the jump, and Flit's gonna be beating himself for that one. It is a fallen B bomb site.
Oh, that's a message. See ya, Electronic.
ZywOo from downtown. And with Spinks still up in apartments, this T-side is just shredding through the little hope that VP had. And that little hope that VP had, don't forget, it was an 8-0 start to this game.
Yeah, it was just the 4 rounds they got right after that. And wow, would be a quick first map here for Vitality. With the pauses aside, there haven't been too many complicated rounds. They've kind of got what they wanted most of the time.
Oh, how dare you. ZywOo through the smoke.
He's singing.
Or screeching, or squealing,
Wearing.
or wooting, or hooting, or hollering, or something. Oh, that was gross.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Not sure.
We even have a translator here.
I don't have that one.
It's just primal with him. Oh, man. 3 Thomases.
But an opening kill. Ooh. Fame falls back through fire, forgoes the banana control, and so it's a good amount of caution that'll have to be employed here by Virtus.pro towards B. That's going to keep the defense split. Watch Vitality not waste any more time either, right? A little banana pressure into a quick bracket hit, potential trade back. No arch presence from VP though, and we can see the attention of Vitality turn that way. Missed op shot, not ideal. And he's not recovering it either with the follow-up. Luckily has support on the balcony in Norbert. They're anticipating an arch wrap, but it is not inbound. VP cautious, but also supported by the library rotation. Norbert gets aggressive, works out wonderfully. Jame will connect eventually, and it gets swept away. So VP, much like the first half, respond sure enough.
Yes, and if Jame doesn't hit the hard one, then that's maybe the end of the game. But it does also only get to that point because of the first 2 op shots that were just a little off. So still a scary moment, but another opening here for Jame on the op. And Apex can't believe that he can afford it. It is, of course, his first time playing Jame in 2 years.
Yep.
So sometimes you forget. He's always got one.
I feel like if you were to dangle Jame upside down, gold coins would fall out of his pockets. And all sorts of other things.
Melt them down and turn it into an op.
Yeah. James got a 3D printer, and you can't convince me otherwise.
I think he has a 4D printer.
That's where all his time comes from. Molly pops in front of him. Nice pop up from Flit. He's playing counter flash, but he just lost the support. Oof, almost recovers the frag back, but ZywOo will remain on half health instead. Good amount of pressure actually on A site with Flamesy coming out mid.
They're a little bit turtled right now. No pick controls. Oh, no, Electronic can't die like that.
Oh, man.
No one in pit still. They can't go back there either.
That right there could be the end of this unless Norbert goes massive. He's got Fame coming out from the Moto smoke. At least he'll have an angle towards Balk. Gets the kill back. 3v3. Norbert finds timing. Man advantage in the hands of VP. That will turn what's left of Vitality towards B. But guess what, folks? It's open.
They're so fast. They're already into the site. Smoke on the cross. No one here to challenge it whatsoever. Bomb will get planted. And it'll have to be a 2v3. And they can switch to French.
Smoke grenade for Flit. But they already control both avenues of the retake. ZywOo to face them, goes against Norbert, wins the duel barely. Now he's low health and Apex sits pretty on 100, locked in towards Coffins, just missing the timing on the banana fight, but he comes back in with it. It falls to Flit, through fails. And Vitality wasting no time in that B to A to B. The French finish for map 1, Inferno The pick of VP falters, and it's Vitality with the opening map win.
Yeah, Vitality hot out the gate. Despite a bit of a prolonged pause, I would say, Hawker, they wrap up VP's pick of Inferno pretty quickly and pretty cleanly at that.
Yeah, I mean, the start was fantastic, right? Just getting off to an insanely good start. And again, you saw a bunch of that CT aggression from Vitality, and it looked fantastic. Got to be honest with you, they kept on going for it every single time. And there wasn't really any issue with that. I think because VP are happy to sit back, the aggression actually works wonders, and it just seemed to stall VP and make them uncomfortable so often.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, 8-0 start from Vitality in the first half. And then it was kind of interesting because we saw VP, you put it exactly right in the green room, kind of trying to get a bit of that Vitality style in. And that's where we see the 4 rounds when they started to get a bit more aggressive and they played quicker. And I thought, okay, maybe we have a game on our hands. And then the second half happened.
Yeah, it feels like the first fight is so important for VP. I think if they win that first fight, they're actually okay going for some aggressive plays, but they tried it sometimes, and as soon as they lose the first fight, they feel like they get stalled. They try and go to a plan B. They slowly get stalled out. It just never seems to work for them unless they get the opening kill. They don't seem that confident playing that way.
Let's go back to talk about the beginning of that first half in our Eco Play presented by Revolut. We've got round number 3 here, Alex, and what were you picking the brains about?
Yeah, very early on. I don't know how Flames wins that fight in the molly. The MP9s decide to play up close, and again, time so low at the end here. They just hold the crossfires from the site. There aren't even really enough nades left for VP to try and take this site with their first full gun round, and that kind of allows those SMGs to play up close and give Vitality such a strong CT economy early. That's what helps them snowball into that massive lead, and from there, they didn't really look back.
And we talk about those strong starts and just how Vitality was able to capitalize on them. That becomes all the more easier when VP continually seem to be fumbling those pistol rounds, right? Launders and Scrawny were talking about it during the cast. Obviously, that FaZe game, losing all 6 pistol rounds in that best of 3. Same story kind of goes down here, and it's always going to be an uphill battle after that.
It definitely doesn't help, right? Especially you go down to MR12, you don't love it. I think for VP, the feeling I get with them right now is their plays can be very intricate at times, and when they're at their best, they can definitely compete against the best teams. But when they have a more average game, sometimes they're going to struggle, and then sometimes, because their system's so intricate, if they're off by just a little bit, it can look pretty bad, and sometimes you get those bad losses maybe because of that.
I mean, we see the stats here, nobody even hitting double digits in terms of kills on the side of VP, and obviously we're not going to throw just one person under the bus for this, but I think we do need to focus some attention onto Electronic, because we were so hyped to see him donning that VP jersey, and I mean, so far, of course, the sample size is small. It's not been great for him, and this map isn't really an exception either.
Yeah, he's had maybe 1 or 2 maps where we've seen him play well, but overall hasn't been to his best. And I mean, you do wonder, you almost sit there and think, is the system sort of suited towards James, because not even he's playing that well now? So if the system is something James comfortable with, but the players aren't, you almost wonder, should they just loosen up and just allow Electronic to say, okay, I want to take a few more aggressive plays? Because that could be a win condition in some rounds in and of itself. You see Nico on G2 definitely willing to go aggressive and just win rounds. Again, I was saying earlier, I'd love to see more of that, but it seems like they sort of live and die by the James system.
I kind of wonder whether that was, what was at play in those last 4 rounds of the first half, right? Because that was a bit more classic, Electronic trying to go for some of those openers. I just wonder, whether, as you said, James is kind of invested in that playstyle. So far, doesn't really seem like it, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. And the other thing is, you don't even have overpass in the pool anymore. And kind of comes into the future as well, because, we've got Dust 2 coming up next. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's a strength of VP overpass because it suited their style, and it's not there anymore. It just feels rough right now for VP.
Should we end on maybe a high note about Vitality? Because I think there's been, some concerns about exactly how some of these players are kind of fitting into some of the roles, some of the positions. But Flamesy, on this particular map, he was getting away with some really nice aggressive maneuvers, right?
Yeah, I said in the pregame, I thought I was going to see Apex going more aggressive down Banana. I think they can go with either of the players, but I like it when Flamesy is going aggressive down here, because it just feels like it suits him so well. I mean, on Vitality, his T-side rating has been nuts. He's had a 1.26 T-side rating. On CT side, he's actually been pretty mediocre, hovering around the 1. So I think it's great to see Flames able to get even more aggressive. Clearly, it suited him pretty well. Had a solid game, and it was just those openers on Banana that seemed to stop VP that were pretty important.
And things only looking up for Vitality as their map pick of Dust 2 is on the horizon. But not before we head things to a quick break. We'll see you back after it. Things only looking brighter for Vitality as we do move on to their map pick of Dust 2. Of course, it kind of makes sense when you've got the likes of Apex and Zyro on your team, as this was traditionally kind of the playground for the French. And so far, we've seen Vitality play it 4 times, win 3. So looks like they're kind of trying to make it a bit of a home ground for themselves, I think.
Yeah, and even the loss against 9Z, that was a game where I'm pretty sure they were already through, so I don't know if it matters as much for them. And I gotta say, Vitality, when they've played this map, they have been willing to be so aggressive on CT. It has been so fun to watch. You'll see them just running up mid sometimes, aggressive into lower tunnels. And if VP let them get away with it, they won't stop until VP prove they can stop that from happening. So I think it's really important for VP to show they can stop that early, show they can stop that CT aggression, because one of the things I like about this Vitality is on Dust 2, you can go for that CT aggression, which Vitality seem to love to go for.
Interestingly, it seems that though VP have decided to start on the CT side of things, which means Vitality will start T side. What do you expect Vitality then to kind of be putting forward on that more aggressive half?
I actually think on the T side, Vitality can be way more varied. I saw them, occasionally go for the long play when you've got the spawns. They're definitely willing to do that. But they were pretty varied in their T side strat book from what I saw, which was impressive so early on into Dust 2. I thought they were willing to absolutely sometimes just sit outside B, just wait for plays. Sometimes they would go faster up cat. I thought it was actually a really varied playbook, and I actually think that's a great sign for Vitality coming into this.
For Virtus.pro, we got to see the map stats, and it's not really painting a great light for them, let's say. They've only played it twice, but they've lost out twice. Do you think Dust 2 is kind of a map that, I don't know, makes Virtus.pro a bit more uncomfortable given their, particularly passive playstyle?
The losses were bad for them on scoreline for sure. It was like 13-5 against Big, 13-4 against Mouse. Yeah. 2 really bad losses. I think in the game against Big, they looked maybe a bit better than that scoreline shows. Okay. They, again, lost both pistols, I think, which doesn't help them.
Yeah.
But in some of the gun rounds, especially when they were crunching onto that A site, if they could get the short control, if they could get long control, those A splits look solid for them, which is what you would expect. I remember Electronic actually had a couple of rounds entering up cat that looked good. So there were some signs, but there were also just, so many rounds where they did look maybe a little lost, and rounds where if the flash is slightly off, it feels like the whole round falls apart, and that's always the concern. If you're slightly off, which they looked in the first map, it feels like things can go wrong very quickly.
Okay, win conditions for VP then. Win a damn pistol round, please, for the love of God. Electronic, be on form. Anything else you want to add to the wish list whilst we're at it, Hawker?
I will say, Jane was actually very good at landing shots on the cross in the map I saw. He landed like 3 in a row or something, back-to-back rounds. And that is iconic Counter-Strike. That is classic Dust 2. So maybe watch for him. It seems like the sort of thing that Jane would have nerded out about and tried to land those shots on the cross, calculating, okay, if I shoot at this time, I've got a 60% chance of getting the tag, and then that's a good start. So I actually think Jame, shots on the cross could be fun. And also just in general, I want to see them fighting for that long control on CT side. I think they actually struggled with that a bit in the games I saw. They would sometimes go all in, but they wouldn't have the flashes fully behind them. And it's very important to have your protocols down on A long. If you're going to fight for it early, you've got to do it well. Otherwise, you can just lose the round straight away.
We all know that Apex probably has a bit of a remaining PTSD from that moment on Double Doors. What was it, like 6-7 years ago now? But anyway, I digress. What has impressed you the most about what Vitality have shown on Dust 2 thus far? I know it's only 4 maps that we've got to see, but is there anything that kind of stands out for you?
I think it was just that aggression they were able to get away with, because on old Dust 2, you maybe couldn't always go quite as aggressive. I think when we saw it towards the end of CSGO, you could start to go aggressive CT on it. And it was just their willingness, man, to just constantly fight. It's just so fun to watch, especially on a new map where people maybe aren't 100% ready for plays like that. They haven't fully, sussed it out. Yeah, why not just send your players up mid and just see what you can get away with?
Is this smelling like a 2-0 for you there?
Yeah, pretty convincingly, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I wish I could be the nice one here. Normally, I feel like you're the nice one, Freya. You're from the north of London, I'm from the south. I've got to be
it's rough down there,
exactly.
Isn't it?
I've got to be realistic. I've got to be the harsh one and tell you, I do not believe in VP right now. I just don't, especially after that first map.
Okay, Be Savage, how many rounds do you think VP are actually gonna be getting?
Right, so they're gonna lose the pistol round.
Okay, yeah,
we've already guaranteed that. I could see them just getting like 4 or 5 rounds again. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if this is like a 13-4.
Would you say that this would be a kind of disaster for VP to be ending on this kind of note? Then, you know, this is the final tournament of this part of the season, right?
I think so, but they've got to look forward to the next season, hope that they can bed in Electronic, because that transfer has been fairly recent, so they can at least try and take that with them, but still, I don't know, rough times right now based on what we're seeing.
Yeah, well, it's not over until it's over, but it's most likely going to be over as Vitality is picking into Dust 2, and that's what we're going to be jumping into with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, thank you, Freya. Thank you, Haka. Damn, Haka. He doesn't believe in VP so badly that they're already talking about them ending the season.
Yeah.
This ain't an elimination game.
He's from the south. Cuts to the chase.
You got G2 up next, maybe. Maybe you got Spirit up next. Who knows? They're not done yet, Mohan, but we've got the GG bet odds on screen. Vitality, the Hever favorites. Why? Because they're good on Dust 2. They just smoked them on Inferno, and it looks like the win conditions are very much in place. So jokes aside, Haka, I get it. This does feel like dire straits for VP to kick off the spring finals presented by Revolut. But is it all that murky, Mohan? Are you telling me that VP can't just jump into the server right here, right now, and turn things around on Dust 2? Are you telling me James can't dominate through the mid doors every single round if he chooses to?
It should be fine for VP. It's mostly a question of form. When it comes to Dust 2, like, this is a VP map. Like, this is a map that every team was worried about playing VP on. So the thing is, when it comes to form, Vitality just have such strong wins recently. Besides losing a 9Z, they've got 3 games that didn't even go to double digits for their opponents. They've looked so damn solid. And for VP, it's been nothing so far in CS2. It's been 2 tries, big mouse, and they lost both those games with 5 and 4 rounds respectively. So yeah, we're going to have to see form get up there because we know they know the map.
Suddenly that prediction from one Haka making a lot of sense. Haka also making his Blast debut, by the way, folks.
Yeah, he's looking good up there.
Looking like a real analyst, I tell you.
UK buff. They don't have any jet lag.
This is actually where Haka did his first ever Counter-Strike event when he won the ECS Community Caster Challenge and came with Dinko to this very same stadium.
Love that. Full circle moment here.
But enough about that guy. Pistol and a smoke from Vitality on the CT spawn. It is a B split with 1 player in tunnels. Who dies? Electronic turns around. I told you, more Berettas. And suddenly we've got a double man advantage. Triple kill from Electronic doing all the heavy lifting. God damn it, they might just win the pistol. Or do I speak too soon?
Oh, you do speak too soon.
He turns and Zywoo churns through all of them. They almost won the pistol.
Almost saw them win a pistol finally. Oh, for Electronic, that has got a sting, man.
Because Electronic's Berettas are one thing.
3 frags.
But you know what's better than Berettas and a pistol?
I was P250.
Uh-huh. World class.
Oh.
S tier.
That shot through the door.
I mean,
wow, this is such a good round for him too.
Perfectly positioned, easy fight through the doorway for 2.
Didn't miss a bullet on the last guy.
Go fight me next time! Fight me!
You come with the king, you best not miss, says Apex.
Oh, man.
And right there we go from 7 to 10 odds. It's another pistol round. Isn't won by Virtus.pro. They're struggling on those.
You know, it's an easy day in the office when Apex whips out the scout. Uh-oh.
These guys trembling in the corner with their weapons. Their very small weapons.
Swamp Waters, catwalk occupied. Easy lineup for Zywoo, who gets 2 of the 3. Flamesy's Mac-10 comes out to lend a helping hand, and the remnants of Virtus.pro scutter off to long. Is that a word?
Scuttle, maybe?
Scutter? Yeah, that's not a word.
Scatter?
Scatter and scuttle made scutter. I do what
English,
I want.
Honestly, English does work like that sometimes. You say it enough and it becomes a word. They added lol to the dictionary. You've got a chance.
Right? Riz. Oh! What you doing, Norbert?
Wow, nice shot.
A couple USP kills will rack up a cost, but
That's all she wrote for round 2 of VP. Into the early bye they shall go.
It's like you want to see more and more games for Virtus.pro to see like how much they can develop, but they have played a fair few tournaments as well. You know what I mean?
Yes. And it's odd because, Dallas had promise. That FaZe game looks so promising.
It's also crazy just how many on-paper roster moves have looked good. Like, they've been a couple that have been worth criticizing, but a lot that have just seemed like they should be promising, but they just didn't work out.
What's wild is some of the most unexpected signings have turned out miraculously. Like, say, Brolin to Mouse.
Yeah.
When that signing came through, we're like, ooh, you're going to replace Frozen?
Got to replace your best player on every map.
And
you do.
#1 in the world, by the way.
Yeah. It's true.
So don't be counting chickens before they hatch. Playing a game of chicken is Zywoo out cat.
Damn, he really just walked out there.
So meeting a little bit of resistance here in the bye round of Virtus.pro. That op is still floating. I say floating, but it really is cemented back B site. That's where Jame will keep the cannon. And all of a sudden, the re-aggression towards Catwalk is going to meet much less resistance, completely forfeiting control of the site. Virtus.pro going for long instead. I mean, this could very easily just put Vitality into a Catwalk post plant. If they never challenge long, we could be looking at a 5v5 retake attempt, which odds are with VP transitions into a save. So at 25 seconds, let's see if they really put up any kind of a fight. If there's bite behind the bark. The rumblings of the CT push come out. Fame sprints upwards. Flit tries to scour top ledge, but sees nothing. And there's the challenge. The man advantage slips away as Flamesy's dropped. But of course, Spinks behind the wicker baskets.
Fame's gonna clear this for sure, but will he get the kill? Ooh.
Big one. He stays tucked in. Spinks stuck in this fight.
Wow.
Nice spray into Flit for the second. It's a 2v2, and Norbert through box gets him down. But there comes Mezzi out with the Molotov onto the plant. They're going to push past it. The Molotov actually went too deep. It went onto default instead, but it still gets Jame off the defuse, and that's enough. That is enough. Mezzi 1v2.
Wow, nice one from Mezzi. Perfectly played right there. Also, great spray from Spinks. That was a very hard second kill to get, and it was right on the dome as he came up. Another disaster averted. 5v5 retake squashed. And this is not the coach of Virtus.pro. He will be coming. Oh, he might not make it for the event.
No, I think
he's supposed to be coming in later.
Yeah, June 17th. So
which there are no promises for June 17th.
Yeah, that's next Monday. Everybody's on a flight. He's going to show up in London, and everybody's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
He's
guys.
gonna fly home with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There was a small mistake here from Mezzi. His Molotov went on to default plant, but bomb was on cat. If there was a kit, and if he didn't bite down on that.
I think Jame fell for it, though, because he took some molly damage. Oh, it's in here?
Yeah. Try to tiptoe through the flames.
Oh, yes, that was the pizza molly.
Quickly out long to no contest. Vitality, good map control, silently getting to the cross. Smoke trickles down. Pack of players climbing over Xbox. Will Flamesy make contact or let them all go? Ooh, scout shot is very nice from Jame. Kind of exactly what they needed, right? Impact from someone before bomb plant comes out. Mid-flank lurk is denied. This is starting to come together here for Virtus.pro.
Wow.
The SMGs rip heads off shoulders. It's a Glock for Zywoo with an op on his back. And that one goes VP.
Yeah, it does. And it's probably because of electronic. He starts the round on Gandalf. So he doesn't rotate up there. He just sits there. And because Jame gets his scout headshot, they get a ton of vision on the players rotating up. They didn't think anyone could be there already. Hits a couple of great shots.
That's a weird one.
It is. It is. But nice round electronic.
And opening shot, Jame. Yada bada boom. Easy pickup. Crack a tap. Oh no, missed the second.
Ooh, I would have loved to hear the third sound effect, but we have to unlock that.
Doesn't get the Xbox kill, so easily ZywOo slips down middle at a man disadvantage. Yeah, get the hell out of there before you get zoned. Flit will tuck into CT, doesn't want to lose man advantage. Jame awaits the ZywOo approach. His second shot finds him. And slowly but surely, they are just whittling down the numbers here of Vitality, who have successfully taken Catwalk, but will meet resistance if they try to push through smoke.
One minute timing. Here's Vitality just walk all the way around through Cat and get spotted coming in on the cross. It comes with a frag as well. Now, I think they're just hoping that maybe Electronic was the first of two players to be on the other side of doors, but they don't really have a choice but to just hope. Another rotation will come out. It's still dead quiet here. And there's actually a chance that Vitality just come across this first kill. They'll Flame good reposition to kill time instead of playing in the window like this. But that's Flit also moving out. Oh no, and Flit's already left into spawn.
Ooh, man. Scout shot connects to Flit. He goes down by 70. Bomb is planted and a difficult retake with no util either for Virtus.pro. This was looking like they'd have a sight, but a pop-up on the back plat costs them the entry, and that damage alone. Just 2 shots from the Scout to tag both Flit and Norbert calls the save instead. Ouch.
Ouch. Yeah, big time, man. I get, you know, Flit in that moment is the guy to watch. You know, when we've talked about, we can talk about history a little bit with Dust 2 because it hasn't been in the pool for a while. When we talk about great Dust 2 CT sided teams, we talk about like Zipix on Astralis was playing mid B. And the magic of him was just being able to figure out when he should be on the right side of the door or the left side of the door. It sounds so simple, but that one rotation is where players like Jame were able to punish so many good teams. But if you have the right guy who has a good sense for it, I know they're going to be splitting B here. I know they're going to be dropping CT spawn. I know they're going to come out mid B, or I know they're going to go full B. Then that makes all the difference. And if Flit was on the left side of the doors here fighting into the tunnels with Fame, they had a much better chance of actually stopping that. And actually, up until that moment, they had a man advantage. It was their round to lose. It was Vitality walking into the B site with very low time on one idea that had to work, no chance to fake, and they had to get that one kill with no trade, and they got it.
Can they convert? Because it's pretty much all invested from VP. One idea and perfect execution to make a world of difference early on Dust 2. They come out long with a clash that they succeed in, pressuring the smoke and forcing the fallback. Jame is going to have to go big. He takes a bit of damage. He falls back to the boxes. And with a flash, he'll try to re-aggress, but Flamesy's already ahead of that line. Luckily, he'll clip Spinks in the background. Smoke goes up in front of the rifles. Flamesy pushes the Galil into sight. The flash comes through, but Flamesy able to turn attention back, double down to Jame, and now go hunting. Electronics behind the smoke again. Key position once, but Flamesy with 3 tears through the A site.
Still burning, man. What a round out of Flamesy. That's the whole site taken down, basically by his hand. Wow, they chewed through that. At first, I was like, oh, no, he needs to swing on Jame. Jame just took the shot, but he was following protocols to a T right there. They had all the flashes to help him scale. They wanted to make sure he didn't run through a smoke that was open or get killed from the jump up, and that ended up working out beautifully. So there it is. 4 up on this. 1 player saving. It's Flit. Maybe it'll be another rough map here for Virtus.pro on Dust 2. Again, a map that, on paper, should be perfect for this roster.
Not even Electronics' wild antics, hiding behind Gandalf for a second time, was going to get him out of that one. Flamesy honed in. Check out this sequence. Saves his teammate while they were affected by the flash. Good assist coming through as well here. Each of the kills that Flamesy ends up getting is off of an assist, so all of Vitality clearly tethering quite nicely.
What is wrong with VP? I mean, my biggest fear, of course, with the roster move, which I definitely thought was going to work, but my biggest fear of the roster move was that they lose a little bit of their unique identity, right? What made them VP. By taking a player that's so powerful and so has been known for good communication and comes from a storied org like NAVI, that they lose some of what made their team unique, and that was everyone sort of like being crippled into form that Jane wanted. And I countered my own expectation. Well, I thought it would end up working in the end. I'll go into that in a second. We've got another great round out of Flamesy. A double entry on long. No one's crossing a pit today. I was thinking that maybe they lose a little bit there, but they gain so much from the fact that it's electronic that it counterbalances. But with the inconsistency lately, it's getting harder to sort of figure out, when this gets better for Virtus.pro.
And I think while they lose some of their identity in those slow rounds, it's weird because when you do see the little success they have, let's say go back to Inferno, well, what did work? Of all the things that failed, what did work? 2 fast back-to-back rounds.
True.
Oh, VP, their only winning formula is, checks your notes, the thing everybody else can do too. So,
yes.
It is an odd time for the Virtus.pro core. It has been identified by James himself as this kind of learning experience, this feel-out phase. He said priority number 1 is to make all 5 players comfortable. Well, I don't know if James is comfortable in this system. And I won't call it a system either because he himself said it's a phase. It's just a phase, Mom.
But he's still listening to Green Day.
And he ain't ever gonna stop.
Sort of like that Furia thing where it was like, Art said we've got to drag our opponents into the mud with us. Virtus.pro were a team who had like a step up in quality in terms of like, like James straight up, just him being such a good opper, caller, everything. Oh. Flames just smiling at him. Before we put him on the execution block. But that sort of attitude that Furia had, that we need to play a little different to beat teams that are way more optimized. And Virtus.pro kind of did that too, even though they had slightly more quality players overall. But now maybe if they don't do that, they do fall into a trap of being a bit more predictable, playing more closer to a vanilla style that favors teams that are stacked heavily in terms of talent across the board. It's very hard to say.
I'm going to try to bank on aggression here in round 8.
Wow, this is different.
Very quickly, the rounds have been collected by Vitality, but again, right, when something works, it's usually a little faster. So Virtus.pro get aggressive on the CT side, try to take the duel to top middle, nearly get what they want, and then immediately transition into a heavy A stack, which Vitality kind of get a read on.
I think that now that they've cleared out Car, they know it's going to be hard for VP to retake long, so they're expecting them to get insecure about it, and they know that the rotation was going to go back in that direction. So let's see what VP do next. Or sorry, what Vitality do next. They know they've got a lot of confused CTs.
Smoking off mid door. Oh, collateral.
Oh, what a view on that.
3 players he hits with that shot.
That's a kebab. That is a kebab.
Hit me with the red sauce.
White sauce, hot sauce, boss man.
Apex on the follow-up. Oh, jumps the gun. There's the unexpected peek, but they don't lose another body till he goes up and commits. And then they're all dead.
They're just all there. That was crazy to see that from the third person.
Yep.
All those health bars. It was 3, wasn't it?
Shout out J-Raz.
That was huge.
We got Chevraz here in London.
Chevraz.
A legendary observer duo. Bless observers, may I add.
When they're doing a good job, we don't talk about them. That's why you don't know their names, folks. But
don't let them get too famous, or else they'll turn into Prius.
That's yeah. They'll get demoted to Valorant.
Jame trying to get that contact again, right? Op starting to find its target in these last couple rounds. So he's hunting, but his prey start to sharpen their claws, getting closer on long, and the flash is fantastic. Norbert comes out with the double kill. ZywOo with the trade frag demanded to keep Vitality standing here in round number 9, but they're met by more util, so they have to hold off. They put up another smoke. Jame able to sit back and elbow, but that gap is nasty. More smokes, same positions for both teams, right? Another on the long cross, another on the catwalk. Jame just patient as ever, and it pays off. 4v2, looking real good for Virtus.pro. CT side starting to come alive, but this last volley of util out from Vitality is meant, at the very least, to get the bomb planted. Smoke fades to spawn. There's an op duel getting queued up down there. And Mezzi has to wait out this last flurry of fire. Nothing offered up from ZywOo, so Merryman into the 1v4 with the plants, but he is getting swarmed, and so they clear the board of all of Vitality, and Virtus.pro will take a third.
Yeah, nice patience out of Jame, nice rotation to the CT spawn after getting his first kill on Cat. A lot of conviction in his movements right there, and the defuse comes through. And this definitely, CT side is definitely still recoverable. It was looking like Shades of Inferno there for a second, but the door is still open for a comeback.
ZywOo on the scout. Hold your breath, folks. Fast push up middle, though. James gonna clip him, and James head-to-head versus ZywOo so far on Dust 2 looking much better.
Yeah, he even got a couple of kills on him on Inferno. Whoa, 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 you're in danger for sure. My goodness.
But Apex misses his chance.
They're trying to catch a spider monkey. Jumping around with the scout. They made more like a howler monkey.
I was gonna make the same joke.
That's what I've always thought about Apex. A howler monkey that can fly.
Like the Wizard of Oz. ZywOo's the Wicked Witch. We've seen this B site crumble because Fame jumps up in a similar position. So he better keep his head down and bank on the support. Him and Flit locked in positions, and an excellently timed mid flank here from Norbert should spell disaster. There it is, the lineup between Fame and Flit, and they'll siphon out the last little chance that Vitality had at winning a 7th in this one. VP making the best half of the series so far.
Definitely, and can't even remember the last time we seen Vitality just like have to save. I don't know if they had on... not
on Inferno.
Not on Inferno, that's for sure. Always playing from way ahead. This move from Jame has been cool on Dust 2. Last time they didn't get a kill, but he got out without dying, and then they ended up winning after their cat rotation. So a lot of value here in mid, and they look to copy and paste similar scenes. Out in front of the action.
But a different direction. Posting on lower instead. A natural counter to top mid aggression, so Jame trying to play one step ahead while the smoke is up, but doesn't want to run too much of a risk. And here comes the util from Vitality. Electronic left out on his own for a little while.
I like this. I mean, Vitality are just recognizing they can let Virtus.pro have this sort of strong front up and mid, but they can just take it back right after. You see the smoke timing is beautiful to get this map control back. And now we kind of reset with some time on the side of Virtus.pro, but it's Dust too. You can do this whole default, take all the map control you want much faster than you can on other maps, so it's not going to affect them a ton.
Electronic, wow, perfection. You didn't know which was going to pop off, but it did feel like Vitality were walking into their slaughter. So 2 headshots off the AK and a difficult 3v5 to try and claw back. Apex not hiding his position. And VP content to just sit still behind those smokes. Now, Mezzi has gotten ever closer to the CT cross.
True.
Still could make the round interesting.
Oh, he's underneath him. They made noise. He knows.
What? The lone player doesn't see it. The taps get away. Oh, he can't recover, but does it set up Spinks? At least for one. Apex with a good fight towards sight. That player softened up. Oh, God, things are weird.
He saw a head.
But there's also only 12 seconds. Apex has managed to get across. He's going to blindside Norbert. That's the bomb plant down guaranteed. And Spinks goes back to recover. Jame is between the two. How have they finagled back this round? Jame is in such a tough spot. He knows Cat's occupied. He knows the second's the planter. But he's been playing so well at 12 and 5. The pistol's out. I mean, what's he gonna do? Tries to press smoke and goes down. What a fumble, dare I call it, for VP.
Yeah, massively. Yeah, it is a massive fumble. There was 2 times where they didn't have information on long, and both those players ended up getting a kill. That was Mezzi on a lurk up to the corner, as he has been quite often. Nearly had a chance to get 3 frags, and the fact that he only ended up getting 1 would make you think that VP were going to recover the situation. And then Apex just doubles up on his flank. Norbert gets caught off guard too. Spinks gets a kill in rotation, and that's a moment where you go, what is wrong with Virtus.pro? How does a round like that go?
Just a disconnect in what they thought was covered. Norbert in sight.
Just such big gaps.
You hear the panic it causes as well, right? When Electronic gets caught off guard. Feral in his call. What is this? It works. Don't question it. Watching Jame and Electronic play with one another, whether that's the left-right setup on Cat or this boost on site. You know, it's been stellar.
I mean, James in his zone right now. He's 13 and 6, and he's got so many big kills, opening frags. Lots of the setups have been designed around him, and that's all to say that they got 4 rounds in total behind it, so something working, but something not.
Get out middle. They won't follow through entirely, just kind of puffing their chests. Spinks. Oh, it gets away from him. Talk about in the zone. What a recovery from Jame, who doesn't decide to stick on the corner. Allows the 2 rifles in sight to do that instead. You see VP kind of scrambling at the moment, taking that peek down long, trying to get into a position to hold this off.
They're scrambling. They don't have any control.
Oh, God. The last 15 seconds, and it's starting to slip away because of Mezzi on long. Norbert's going to lock it in off Catwalk. It is hectic, but it's VP nonetheless with a 5-round CT side. Game time, baby. Looking real good across the CT side of Dust 2, where they chose to begin their endeavor here on the map pick of Vitality, and off of the back of some pretty gnarly op shots and a nice tethering with Electronics impact on Cat, the individual levels made up for a few scrambled setups. Let's be real, that was not a flawless half out of VP for the CT side, but it did net them some rounds regardless.
Yeah, it's a decent half in the end. It does come after a pretty scrappy half overall, and they didn't win the pistol again, and they had to fight back. These are two not great signs that we've seen. Virtus.pro just seem to consistently have to fight back. But at least we get to underscore the fact that James had an amazing CT side on Dust 2. That's just one of the key things we want from them if they're going to play on this map moving forward. But in the end, it's going to come down to, can they actually close this out? And can they get in the lead even? Because it didn't really feel like that was going to be possible coming out of Inferno.
Wonders. Can they win a pistol?
Can they win a pistol? Yeah. Oh my gosh.
What was that, 3v5 back in the first half?
Oh man. After that, and it's like, after a 3K with dualies from Electronic.
Does ZywOo have a P250? No. Just on the T side.
Said didn't need it last time.
As he tries to capitalize off the decoy throw. Oh, it's a decoy. They're all B. Not falling for your shenanigans. I still think that the decoys should have a right-click option that sets it between either fake gunshots or fake footsteps.
He just gets into it all serious with this. By the way, this is what I think about the future of decoys. Valve, if you're listening.
Just saying, give us the option.
That would be cool, actually.
That'd be pretty cool, huh?
Well, we'd have to raise the prices.
It's an original idea, man.
I think we'd have to tax stuff or raise the prices or something.
Mezzy has just followed with the tunnels control. They leave tunnels, he takes it. They try to charge up Cat, but uh-oh, you ran into ZywOo, who's got Spinks to help him out, because that flank while the heads were turned, well, that's the end of VP's second pistol in this map.
Not another pistol.
Will now be 0-4 in pistol rounds. And ZywOo is going to have to kill him as James tries to charge down, looking to just die before time expires. It is all too easy for Vitality in the pistols.
0-4 in pistols. 0-6 versus FaZe. And I think maybe when one pistol versus Bigs, they've got to be the worst pistoling team this year, based on these couple of tournaments alone.
And it's really something you don't want to suck at, because pistol rounds...
Not an MR12.
No, sir.
Yeah, not an MR12.
More important than ever, and your struggles are greater than ever. That's not good timing.
That's double bad right there.
Four Glocks, one smoke, and a scout.
They got to respect the skill tree. Take a couple points out of being weird, put them into pistols.
One flashbang. No, excuse me, it's the smoke that's left. And they're not even going to throw it out before they come running around the corner. They're just going to put it down for the bomb plant. I like that. It's going to get the P250 out, but if you don't plant in the smoke while you have a chance, what do you really get to do? A couple kills, all they'll gather for that one. They prioritize finishing off ZywOo rather than planting for the cash.
Oh, man, no lead here in either map. No pistols, obviously. That doesn't help that at all, either. They're looking to get double digits for the first time on Dust 2 as well. Again, looking back on their 2 Dust 2 maps they've played so far. One at Betboom, one at Dallas. 5 rounds versus Big, 4 rounds versus Mouse. On 5 again here versus Vitality. Could be their best one yet.
The only thing that has kept Virtus.pro in this series so far were the tech delays.
Finally working in their favor, unfortunately.
Now their time in their opening matchup is running out. Fame, awaits the push. 4 players from Vitality inside of the tunnels, whether that's upper or lower. ZywOo, it ain't easy, but he hangs on, trades out Electronic, and has Mezzi still to work with in upper tunnels. So ZywOo could just keep fighting towards middle. Mezzi has crossed over and Fame has his back. Oh, Mezzi gets popped. But they should still know ZywOo's down there.
Oh, they do, but he's actually come and checked really quickly. And as they peel back, is there a chance he gets a weird timing? Fame goes to a very safe spot. Surely this works out for him. Oh, wow. He misses timing on ZywOo crossing it. He comes back.
Who is this guy?
You can't game plan versus that. I'm sorry. Fame did nothing wrong there. That's just unfortunate timing for him. And it's dire straits for Virtus.pro. Oh my God, another timing. ZywOo, of course, to find it. 3 frags.
17th frag of the map, just like that. When all is unknown, when there are players across the entire T half of the map, ZywOo just gets freed up to make contact 2 times, and now they're going to unchain him, let him go sprinting towards top mid. But this decision, while it could find Carver, simultaneously sets up this play for Jame. That is ZywOo with 4 kills.
No, it's TimeWoo.
Okay.
4 kills.
He has siphoned it out of James' hourglass. He wields it himself. Jame will get 1 kill against Apex, and ZywOo has done everything right this entire round up until the duel versus Jame. He comes in a little too late. No trade. Last player cleans it up, and thanks to ZywOo's 4 frags, Vitality robbed the round away.
Dude, ZywOo was insane in that situation. Like, obviously, a lot of those moments are just, I want to say, a matter of luck. Obviously, there's game sense involved. He knows that someone was upper. He knows the guy was pushing top mid. He was going into the duels, but catching everybody while they're either running forward, jumping back. ZywOo, here, there, and everywhere. And I mean, credit to him for coming back to check in that situation. Looking at the top of mid for this kill after Norbert, or before. And Flames ends up saving the day. This is definitely a situation where Jame put himself in a great spot right there to win that 1v3. Nice try. Time Wizard has a new challenger.
I just love that activity from ZywOo. He didn't stop looking for fights. He didn't stop looking for a way to take back that round.
Yeah, true.
From the moment he lost his player in lower tunnels, ZywOo was moving, searching, and destroying.
Kill outside the doors, kill the top of mid, kill on the B site. Absolutely.
And that is what a world-class player can provide. So we are most certainly feeling the ZywOo effect at the moment. 18 kills deep. 10 rounds, the advantage of Virtus.pro's 5. And mobile as ever, ZywOo towards long to start this round, freeing up Apex to double back to spawn. Will Spinks run this risk? Smoke grenade towards middle, but there's nothing actually behind this. And there's still no confirmation for Vitality in tunnels, but Spinks starts to take a quick glimpse and then immediately falls back. They're not banking on the flank just yet. Maybe because of that CT smoke, they've got the eyes occupied from sight. It is cat pressure from VP. The rumblings all across the map yet, but no commitments. Vitality take a risk first. We can see Flamesy starting to gear up for the flank towards long. Here it comes. Big challenge, and it's only a dink. Luckily, Apex will finish that kill off with a little smoke spam. That flank is fast, and Mezzi goes deep into the platform of B site. Apex bursting open the smoke grenade, takes a player off, but it gets away from Mezzi after one. Still, they clear out everybody else, and it is Jame in back-to-back 1v3s.
Another one to the mouse wheel. Jesus.
Second of the series.
I don't know.
Flit on map 1, Jame map 2, and Vitality will not stop winning.
Man, and Flamesy, I think he's 14-10 now, but it's been such a standout performance across both halves so far from him in terms of the kills he's got, the rounds to his name, whether it was the one where he came up to the A side, took out 3 players. All his peaks have looked very sharp. He's been aware of every moment. I mean, a lot of things are going well here for Vitality. Is just one more factor, but...
VP's opening match here in London looking more like a whimper than anything else. Haka said 4 or 5 rounds and prediction on point. Just another name added to the list of Vitality blowouts on Dust 2.
Yeah, it lines up with both of their recent performances on the map.
Run boost gets Apex off the angle without a frag, but it also doesn't cost him. See if VP decide to transition into a bit of a quicker mid-split. Last time they just waited for the CT smoke and the whole round kind of fizzled out because of Flamesy's timing on the flank, but this time with the smoke in front of him, it looks like they're ahead of the play. Just a little quicker to the action, and this could be the key. They'll topple Spinks empty-handed. Mezzi locked into plat yet again. Last time only got 1. This time, 2 kills deep, and just enough of a delay to get ZywOo into the action. Electronic is cut off, and he will take this back as Fame prioritizes plan. There's the flank top mid. Caught out! Electronic on a swivel.
There's no way he survived that. That is unbelievable. That is so amazing. The fact that he's getting flanked from the top of mid and Apex is encroaching on him. He needed to get that kill first. I don't know how he figured that out. That was beautiful to get out of this situation. Sort of the kind of spot that favors his play style, but still is amazing to watch it happen.
And don't forget, in that moment, his teammate who has planted has 4 HP, is barely alive. If not Electronic there, it's done.
Yeah, it's done.
They thought they had him pinned in.
They were pinned in with him. That's a game saver from Electronic. As the last timeout gets called. That round was not a great look overall. I thought we were going to talk about how Mezzi just anchored that site like so damn well. He pulled off the kill, the 2 kills, the extra damage on window, and the extra damage on tunnels, and delayed long enough that his teammate could come out and trade as well. So that was really perfectly played after his teammate died with nothing. And then Electronic had to steal the show. And with that, a save from Vitality.
That moment right there from Electronic extends this game. The best thing that we've seen so far on Dust 2 from VP was that Jame Electronic combo on Catwalk. So odd to be seeing Jame have a 20 and 11 KD and to be losing by 5 rounds still.
And it's not exit kills, it's not save kills, it is a lot of impact.
A lot of setup moments that just don't get pushed over the line, right?
Openers as well, yep.
Yes, Electronic puts forward that 3K right now, but where is that moment from Fame? Where is that highlight from Flit? Maybe a little more runway for VP here on map 2 of the series. No resistance will be offered by Vitality's USBs, and the 1 dig of ZywOo, nowhere to be found. How could VP lose this one? ZywOo dead, I'll call it.
It's never been a game of superstars with Virtus.pro, but with Electronic by James' side, there is such a high probability that we get this, to become a standout duo potentially one day. If they don't start peaking now, we'll see. It'll start with comebacks like this if it's possible. Trying to get out of the rut on Dust 2, get out of the rut of losing maps because they lose pistols, and also take down some real strong competition here on day one of the spring final versus a team that they have not faced in 2 years.
You have strong feelings on the CZ in 2024?
I always loved it. I don't have it equipped, but I just like the style of it. I miss it. That's how I feel about it, really. But I mean, if you're gonna hold an angle with it, it is still great. It's great for like, you're basically a trap card. You know, you hold an angle,
Bottomless
not switching
pit hole.
guns. Exactly.
Bottomless trap hole, actually. I messed that up. Just feels like the 5-7, though. You know what I mean? It's like so much better.
Yeah, yeah.
But hey, to each their own. Who am I to judge?
It's like Indiana Jones stepping on that one sort of cement block that goes down, and then the arrow starts shooting. Like you can trap someone, bring it from 100 to 0.
But the arrows are bullets. Right. There it is. Good for one.
Plus, he's French. He's got to use a CZ.
Why?
Oh, so before your time, too? LDCZ?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sure. I thought this was like a FAMAS, you know, the French military use it.
Right, no.
Okay. There we go. 5-7. Real cultured weapon. Man, the cost of this round could get racked up in an instant because all these guys can't even get close to the site in fear of the bomb popping off. If CTs keep them close...
They should actually be, they're probably scared of losing somehow.
Exactly. But CT player here and Jame will clear the board ahead of the bomb pop, and all is good. They convert, losing 2. Could have gotten sketchier.
Oh, yeah. 33 health between
those
guys.
We will flap our gums through that one and forget about it. CZ, the one frag on Catwalk, not enough to stop VP.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice when, like, in professional play, when the 5-7 exists. Sort of hard to say, like, use
5-7's so good.
Yeah, it's just so good.
Plenty bullets. One-shot headshot.
Yeah, one-shot headshot. It's not an honest weapon, okay? I'm just going to say that right now.
Nope.
But the only goal is winning.
Such a stark contrast. In some of the rounds earlier, we had, ZywOo getting down into the tunnels, a consistent peak from Mezzy or Spinks in upper tunnels, but these last couple rounds here, and clearly this one, Vitality just gonna play it a little more passive, so hoping that the 12th round win can walk into them.
Oh.
Blinded, Norbert finds the kill. Not what Flamesy was hoping for as he gets aggressive on long. Apex has a chance to go take it back himself. Meanwhile, the mid walkout has gotten into position really quickly, and this defense,
Apex gonna speed up for sure.
it has failed to hold the bomb site at times. Second long player dead. And the duo inside of B site, they're waiting for the attack, but now they're just gonna get Molotoved in here. They are stuck inside of this site, which was about to get hit. And instead, it is ZywOo towards long. Critical moment, and he will be cleared out. Norbert wins the fight on long with 3 kills, and they completely avoid this stack that they know they were walking at.
Yeah, it's been sort of a tough stake for Norbert to chew through, but they came out long doors with one player, then a second one meandered in just a little bit later, and then he waited for ZywOo to go for the re-aggression, so he really got his. He just had to be patient with it, but he put himself in a good spot. Of course, the first flash, he just fully ate, and it's because he wasn't ready for it, and Flamesy was going to come out pre-aiming the left side of the door, which was to be the natural place for him to stand in.
Oof.
And, of course, Norbert just starts shooting because he's just looking in the door hoping they walk into his bullets, and at least he gets that. But this one's just all about Norbert. And I mean, it's been a comeback now, but it is only this one rifle round before this and this one. And it starts off with a kill that's sort of like He is completely blind, so he's a little bit fortunate to get it in that spot. I wouldn't say it's terribly scary for Vitality from that perspective, but we do look back now on that Galil moment and say, like, this is where it all began for Virtus.pro, and this is why Vitality are back on another save.
And while the first kill of the 3 from Norbert happens while he's fully blind, and we could put the asterisk there, it's a vacuum of power that comes with it. Everybody forced to go take that fight thereafter. Easy cleanup here versus Pistols yet again. Poor Mezzi burnt to a crisp.
I love those mollies.
And here comes the 5-7. Attacking the back line, stealing away James off. But luckily for Virtus.pro, there's still plenty of rifles to go around to take back what is theirs. You do not simply steal James op from Virtus.pro. But ZywOo may very well do it. And obviously VP still kind of managing this comeback, so can't just throw caution to the wind. They'll let this 2-player save get going.
That's a pretty nice gun to grab in this spot though, because of the money. So this will imbue him with a little bit more strength moving into the next rounds.
Now they're within 1.
And yeah, now Virtus.pro are within 1, absolutely. This could have simply been a 13-6 and straight up. Vitality were so close. I think it was 4v2, right, when Electronic got that 3K. So 5-round streak here for VP, all sitting upright, recognizing the opportunity at hand. These two have been chatting up a storm all game.
Yeah, I wish I knew his name.
It is on his right shoulder. I just missed it earlier on. But he's I guess the interim coach waiting.
He's the guy.
That guy.
He's that guy. And yeah, he's got Electronic grinning more than I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You know, what we're starting to learn in Counter-Strike in the last month or so, it's actually not about how good you are. It's just about your vibes.
How much fun you're having, yeah.
Stewie, G2 vibes.
But that was Aura.
Oh, sorry, there's a difference?
There is a difference.
Okay.
Vibes like, we just lost. Aura is like, goddamn, we won. You know what I mean? So
sure. Yeah. Sound like you're about to give me my horoscope.
You're the dog.
Off shot connects, but Electronic fights on. The Xbox smoke fell. But the flashbangs are still pretty damn present. Another bit of damage comes out from the CTs. They have softened up VP. I mean, all this comeback could be for naught if Vitality find this one here and now, and they can very much sense this gathering of Virtus.pro players bottom mid.
It's that rotation I'm talking about, you know. ZywOo getting the sense, okay, I'm feeling like they might be trying to cross here. There's no one to punish on any of these utilities that we've seen Virtus.pro throw. They flashed ZywOo in middle, didn't peek him. Goose Molly comes out, Spink steps in front of it, no support, no one to peek him. So a couple red herrings, and Mezzi, when he's had support, I think he's been pretty good inside of B. VP, do they have their work cut out for him?
Yeah, I mean, well, this is the change, right? ZywOo's not been here. It's been Mezzi and Spinks time and time again. You've got ZywOo's op on plat. What more could you ask for if you're Vitality? He's gonna clip flit. His assistance goes down. ZywOo can't manage the third, just barely. They live on as they pressure out from tunnels. Now that top mid lurks low health. There is a numbers advantage here for Vitality. If they try to scramble this, bomb is planted. The frag just off the mark. Fame barely standing. Electronic has spotted the crossover, that looming threat for Vitality. It's a quick swap to the op, but the retake's in. They've got a player on car. Apex has come through already. Flames dive sight. Jame gets away. Through the doors he'll go. And as he flanks around, it is perfect spacing from Jame.
Oh, and that's to tie it up. That is a beauty of a round out of Jame. Oh, what a messy situation. And this time it's Mezzi who doesn't get his kills. He had a couple of big rounds here on the B site, and normally that's without support. This time it's ZywOo to pick up the slack, nearly getting 3 from the spot, as again the same mollies come to the back of the site, leaving him nowhere to go, having him to maneuver in the worst situation possible. And Virtus.pro are hyped.
Let's get it. They waited for this T side. They chose to start on the defense.
But because of that saved op previously, we've got another op buy coming in for Vitality and a decent buy overall. It's not a buy save situation.
2 ops. Spinks puts the other one back B site. I mean, we're getting slight variations here at the tail end of Vitality's defense, whether that's ZywOo inside B for the first time ever, or now double ops. Apex flipping through the playbook. VP taking over tunnels, but doing it quietly. The flash and no shot. Spinks doesn't pull the trigger, doesn't bite down on the first glimpse of VP.
And they've got this 3-2 position once again with nobody inside middle here for the CT side. They can be susceptible to fakes. They're going to be quite insecure quite quickly, depending on what VP do. They have to be worried about lurks, rotation slowed down to the B site. It could very well come down to these two.
I mean, this formula, though, it hasn't been enough. How many chances before they succeed? It's 1 out of Mezzi. The op is blind and gets nothing as Fame gets 2 frags, easy entry, down to the 20 seconds. It doesn't make a difference. And
My
folks,
God.
believe your eyes, VP take 12 first.
That's incredible. That's incredible. For this half to result in a comeback for Virtus.pro from the Galil 3K from Electronic when it looked like the game was done. Jame and Electronic combining their powers to make this T-side comeback real. Now winning a round versus 2 ops in a situation where Vitality play disconnected between the A and B site, and the B players fail once again.
Well, ZywOo's keeping himself tucked down. Poor Apex just gets caught throwing flashes. So you're saved for the next round where money is in question. Okay.
I want to get that off so badly.
Still 2 saved.
It would have been worth it to have a chance to get that kill even if you died.
Still 1 gun less than needed.
Think about the difference in the CT side activity compared to what we saw on Inferno. New setup every round, 2-player pushes. Now they've started out the rounds 3-2. Let the utility come in, clear out middle, and the player on the A site hasn't really rotated over. They aren't playing 2-on-2. They aren't ever leaning 3-2 to the B site, even though it's been the B site 2 rounds in a row. They are looking like they're slowing down on ideas, and that's when it gets troubling here for Vitality. Relied so much on the 2 players who were in the site once again to get their kills, but now the site is getting weaker and weaker.
Yep. And it's crazy that they've transitioned entirely away from what at the start of the CT half when things were working was just straight up tunnels aggression. Remember ZywOo on that 4K round when he just takes over lower?
Yep. Less ideas.
It became so flavorless as this half has gone on for Vitality.
That's a great word for it.
I mean, come on, boys. Sprinkle in a little salt at least. Molotov lands ahead of the lower hit, and Spinks behind doors hangs on. Now, didn't tick any damage, so nothing confirmed for Spinks. But he's looking like he wants to go. Wonderful!
Okay.
There it is. All the rounds that Spinks has fallen with nothing. And just like that, we are talking 5v2 Vitality and OT queued up. Just like that.
The moment they walk through the door and try to pull out an aggressive CT tactic, the moment they take a pause to come up with that idea, they finally bring an idea. It's the first time we're seeing a 3B lean. Something different in their setup.
Long support from ZywOo to just pepper at the heels of the hit. Frag grenade comes out. There goes half of Fame. Ooh,
Wait a
nice
second.
shot.
There's only one on A right now. Now, they don't know that. I think it would be hard to read that there's 3 in B, but they're actually doing the right thing. Moving up Cat now.
Oh my. Oh, and he gets away with 6 HP. A Molotov behind him. Norbert's hands are going to be busy. Oh, this is bombed down. From what felt like no chance. to a post plant. Long fight queued up for Flamesy. Fame has taken down another player, but it's the long that holds on. And so Fame on 6 health should be done for, should be. Picks up another kill. He's on for the ace. This would close out map 2, and not to mention, Spinks is just as low as Fame. If he can line up these headshots, Fame with 4! On for the ace! Oh, it's right there for the taking. He comes back and he softens him up to the side. Call the paparazzi! Fame, all 5!
I am absolutely speechless. I'm just lost for words, Walker. I can't believe VP were down 11-5. That final round from Fame, absolutely phenomenal. Well-deserved third map.
Yeah, G2 are like getting set up in the background, ready for their game. They're gonna wait a little longer now because wow. And that last round, I'm pretty sure Vitality was screaming, he's low, and they can't get him out of there. Unreal. And so many rounds where the individuals actually showed up for VP, something we did not really see on that first map. But man, Jame and Electronic were huge here.
There's so much we need to be breaking down from this. I think Jame is the perfect starting point because I think we were discussing in the green room, we were kind of sleeping on how good Jame used to be actually on Dust 2, and he really showed up and posted some incredible impact, right? We were talking about when VP was starting that comeback streak, he was on what, 20 frags? And they were super impactful frags. It wasn't like he was saving, it wasn't like he was just getting passive. So much impact coming out from the in-game leader.
Yeah, absolutely. And he outperformed ZywOo here, honestly. I mean, not just in terms of those fragging numbers, but in terms of impact as well. He was going aggressive up mid. It felt like in that first half, he was actually the only player who was going for a lot of those aggro plays for VP, which I think was important to get them some rounds on the board early. And then second half as well, just doing so much work. And I mean, even this round, he gets the scout kill that gets him off to a good start. Just so much of these plays down mid. Really great to see Jame getting more involved. And Dust 2, maybe it's a map that suits him because you can definitely set up basically anywhere on the map with you.
I think it was really telling what happened on the T side for VP because obviously Vitality had a decent start. Again, once again, VP not winning a single pistol round on this map, but managing to get the W here. But it was the adaptation to the aggressive CT side, which you predicted Vitality would pull out, and they started off really hot, but it was the way that Jame and the rest of VP managed to kind of move around that and make sure Vitality weren't getting away with murder in those kind of latter stages of the round.
Yeah, there were a couple of rounds where they actually denied the aggression, and then you saw Vitality suddenly just turtle up. They suddenly don't go for those same plays, and it was the question of something I didn't even ask was, okay, if the aggression doesn't work for Vitality, do they have a fallback? And it didn't seem like they did. Even to try and bring it to overtime, they go aggressive again, but they can't get that round over the line.
That was absolutely insane. But I think we need to dive into round 22 because things get chaotic over on the B side, to say the very least. But it's where Jame is able to just pull off some absolutely unholy plays. This was just a masterclass from him.
Yeah, this is incredible as well because you see ZywOo on the site, you think, okay, he's going to get some good work early, and he does. He gets it into a pretty good position, and then it turns chaotic with this smoke down at the doors. It gets a little bit wild, and it just becomes a question of, in that heads-up moment, who can make the difference? And you see them get this bomb down. They're still just chilling. They're still just waiting, seeing if Vitality are going to go in early. Vitality setting up the utility, taking their time. And then eventually, I think this kill comes in from the door from Flames. It's a crazy shot. And Jame realizes, listen, I've got to get involved somewhere. And he just moves around so well to get those 2 kills. Sets it up so nicely in the end. Jame cleaning up. And listen, crazy, crazy play. Even the camera guy didn't expect it. I don't blame him. It was wild.
It was absolutely insane. Then, of course, we've got to talk about that last round. Fame just managing to clutch it out. I thought that was going to be the moment that we saw Vitality push it to OT. You even said, you heard Xtas saying, you know, don't turtle up, guys. Make sure you're playing aggressive. It worked in, you know, the first half of the second half of this map. But it was insane what Fame was able to pull off in that moment.
It's also just the moment where Mezzy with that MP9 is thinking, if I had a rifle, man, if I had a rifle, I'd probably just get that kill and we're fine. But he survives on such low health. And then you see them trying to coordinate, how do we get this guy out of here at the end? They can't manage it. He just tucks behind that box, playing those headshot angles beautifully. And yeah, again, just something we didn't see on that first map was any individual moments from VP. And we've been saying it, they've got the players, they've got the ability. finally it comes together. And if anything, they lost some rounds with bad coordination here and still won with some mad individual plays.
Should we run that last round again? Because I want to witness the craziness just one more time. I mean, from this, obviously a 4v2 situation. Fame is so damn low. Norbert's been taken out to half health as well. I was thinking this was Vitality all the way.
Yeah, this is wild. He's just trying to play these headshot angles around. There's that first one onto a low health player. Suddenly you realize it's doable. Spinks and Mezzi, they've got so much time to think about how can we coordinate this. And Fame realizes where they're coming from and says, okay, I'll use this headshot box. That shot is wild.
Disgusting.
And then as soon as he knows the second player, he tucks in, takes his time. And I don't know how Mezzi doesn't get a shot. I'm sure he doesn't know either. The Tech 9 coming out and a big pop-off reaction for VP because they needed that.
Absolute insanity. I know we've been talking a lot about, you know, the later stages of the game, and for good reason, but I think we should roll it back to the first half, because this was a start where we got to see a little bit of glimmers of hope in our eco play. We're going to be diving into round number 4. What did you notice here that gave you, you know, some hope for VP coming into this second map?
Yeah, I don't know if it's just because it's not their map pick or because it's a new map, but they were willing to go a little more aggressive into this one. It felt like they were making a few more plays. We saw earlier Jame running up mid with that AWP. We saw them just get a little more active than I'm used to seeing. This eco play was the first example of that as they got this one over the line. It was the 4th round. They had low buy, and look at this. Right at the start of the round, they're in lower tunnels. Sure, Vitality have long, but that allows these players to actually get back into short. Just that bit of early info. They get back just in time for James to land that shot, and that also takes distraction away from Electronic here in this position. They thought it was a risky play elsewhere. They thought it might have been a stack. He's able to come in with the SMG, and it just goes to show sometimes if VP take a risk or two, it can actually be really effective for them. And they went on to do more of that throughout the half, which actually worked out quite well.
Yeah, I like that they're kind of, you know, slowly but surely learning that lesson. That does leave us on the precipice of the 3rd and final map. That is going to be Anubis going down after the break. Anubis awaits to see which one of these two squads are guaranteed a spot at least in the quarterfinals here in London, which is interesting in of itself, Walker, because kind of prior to Dust 2 arriving in the now new competitive map pool, Vitality were kind of making a name for themselves on Anubis, right? We kind of traditionally call this maybe their comfort home ground.
Yeah, there was a period where they were so good on this map, picking it all the time. I will say, Frey, you know the biggest tragedy of all this?
Go on.
I saw Taz looking like a kid on Christmas, ready to play, and now he's got to wait even longer. And I don't know if Taz is going to have the, you know, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that as the day gets on, I feel like he likes to go to bed early, you know?
You call him an old Hawker?
Maybe.
Jesus, you're going savage. Imagine, right? Imagine if Munacy's flight arrived.
Oh my.
In the time between this going to a third and GT Spirit starting. That would be wild. Anyway, let's talk about Anubis. What made, you know, Vitality such a strong team on this map? You know, we were looking before Dust 2 was coming into the pool.
I know I've been talking about their CT aggression so much, but I think on this map, it's so obvious that you kind of have to go aggressive at times. And they actually have a better CT win percent than T on this map in the last few months, which is pretty rare. Most teams are good on the T side here. So I really think at the end of Dust 2, we saw them kind of struggle to stick with that identity of their aggression. On Anubis, I don't think that's a problem. On Dust 2, they maybe felt like, okay, we got in on ourselves a little bit, but they're so comfortable on Anubis. They will be going aggressive. They will be making VP uncomfortable. And for VP, their CT side has actually struggled. And I think it maybe is because they're probably not used to making those sorts of plays.
And talking about the CT side for Vitality just for a second, it's kind of, you know, rare in of itself to say that they're better on the CT side than the T side because they've kind of been struggling a little bit to find their footing across the majority of maps on that side, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a really good sign. And I also think the other thing Vitality have that's so good is just in general, Flames is such a good entry on this team as the one punch. And then ZywOo is unreal in clutches. We've seen it on this map. He can work around the pillars. He just has this natural instinct. He's almost like a predator who knows he's not like the biggest fish in the pond or whatever. He knows he has to sort of stalk his prey, quickly make decisions, but it's just so instinctual. And you're going to see that from ZywOo here. He nearly went head-to-head with Jame on that first map, on that second map.
Yeah.
I expect he'll probably outdo Jame here. Got to be honest.
So are you predicting Vitality to be taking this one? Mezzi at least guaranteed one game in front of the crowd here in London.
I think so. Listen, I did say it on the previous map. I thought it would be a blowout. I think this one might not be quite so much of a blowout just because Jame and Electronic were alive, but they have just been so solid on this map. They're the tenured team on this map. There are so many factors pointing towards Vitality. Not many that I can think of pointing towards VP, but then again, that's what I said on Dust 2, so who the hell knows?
0-4 in pistols so far for VP. Is this the map where we see them change this tide? I mean, they have to, right, if they're going to give us any hope of making it to the quarters.
I'm going to say they win one. I reckon they win one. I don't know if it helps them win the map, but I've got a feeling.
Anything else they've got to do to convince you that, you know, maybe they're not tilting off the face of the earth right now?
I mean, they've got to be in good spirits, you would hope, VP. You'd hope after that win. They looked really excited, really hyped up. I think Electronic will be important in some of the opening brawls. I expect to see him hopefully trying to continue that form. And then Jame here on this map, you wonder if he's going to have the exact same options on Anubis. A lot of AWPers don't really feel that comfortable on this, so you might need to look at some of the other riflers to step up as well. Yeah, Jame had a great performance there, but I want to see more from Flit still. You know, Electronic was good, Fame had his moments. Flit's still been a little nondescript, so maybe you want to see him step up too.
Our first third mapper here in London, it comes down to Anubis between Virtus.pro and Vitality. Connor, Launders, who do you have winning this one?
I am Connor, this is Launders, and I've got Vitality, Freya. I think Vitality's Anubis is still something that they should be super confident in and proud of, and the GG bet odds still have them favored to win this series. Mohan or Launders, what do you got?
You can call me Mohan, man.
I don't know.
Do that sometimes.
I don't know.
I mean, we got to like 10-1 odds, 11-1 odds last map at some point. So anything is possible clearly here with Virtus.pro. That was an incredible comeback. Started with a great sort of X Factor round, followed by lots of good performances out of Jame. I love Hawka's point about, you know, Flit is not the guy we're talking about, but now he's been bought enough time. Let's see something out of him. When it comes to Anubis, it's a map that you expect Vitality to play very well on, but it's been a mixed bag. I think that it's very surprising, of course, that they lose Dust 2 in the first place. I can't really call this based on the fact they lost Dust 2, right? Because up until the moment that 7th round was won from Virtus.pro, everything lined up with both of their recent results on the map. Virtus.pro getting stomped every time, and Vitality were stomping everybody. So I think this is great. I mean, that's what I can say. You know, at least they don't end with Virtus.pro losing 4 pistols in a row, getting stomped on 2 maps, and then not knowing what goes into day 2. At least they've earned a little bit more self-respect in this matchup versus a Vitality who did look weak in the second half of Dust 2.
And I want to kind of I want everybody to just put a fork in this moment right here where we contextualize what has just happened with this excellent comeback that gives them a slightly better showing, etc. Because it will be rewritten by Anubis if this ends up being a Vitality blowout. At that point, you know, I feel like more of the question remains on like, wow, what happened to Vitality's CT half?
Sure.
Damn, they looked good when they got aggressive in tunnels and when they would take fights top mid. And I bet you if they go back and watch that second half of map 2, they're going to ask themselves, why did we sit on bomb sites as often as we did? And maybe, you know, they fix those issues moving forward because we know what their Dust 2 can look like.
That's a good point. I mean, if Dallas, for example, had ended on like G2 winning Anubis, they wouldn't have shown the weakness that we saw on Nuke, and they're like, you know, where they got stomped.
Yes, sir.
And even though they, you know, technically would have lost in either way, in terms of how they feel about themselves, that would have been affected. So that's a good call.
So it's one of those ones where, again, let's keep it close, keep it tight, and we'll be talking about a Virtus.pro who has showed up to London for the final event of their season with perhaps a chance to make it into playoffs. Because remember, win this best of 3, and the crowd will see you one which way or another. Quarterfinals or semis would still need to be decided, but you win this, and you're on the stage, and the Smooya chance could begin early.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to start right away anyways, but one thing here for Vitality, 40% on pistol round wins on Anubis, despite winning almost every single game besides their 1-9Z that they lost at Dallas.
We are in the venue where the Smooya chance began.
We are in the venue where the Smooya chance began. That's right.
Electronic will kick this off with a clean execution of Zywoo. You shall not cross this bridge. Bullrog, be gone. Spinx doesn't extend all the way out. Doesn't find that player in the corner. We see this little bit of a scramble over towards A site. Flit seems to want to size up E-Box, and that is a turning point. Already, the bomb was prepared to play in from long B with the frag to E-Box. It's an easy split into the site, and I don't want to call it too soon, but I think VP just won the pistol.
Okay, well, you just want to be very careful because it literally never happens. At least not recently. But surely, this is unfumbleable.
Surely. Sally. Susie. Apex in the bomb site, traded out, all's good. Just Flamesy. What more can he do, right? What more can one guy do?
Oh. He had a frame. He had one frame of a chance.
Gets a little too close.
That was close.
But by God, they've done it.
They're just going to take that.
A pistol round win.
Okay, a pistol round win here for Virtus.pro. Beautiful stuff.
Now the world is their oyster.
Let's hope they get a fat pearl out of it. Just trying to figure out if the Smooya chance started in that one Cologne or if it was at the...
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
We could just, I mean, we can rewrite history.
That's true.
It was like 7 years ago, right?
Yeah, it could have been the Cologne because the Cologne happened before the major.
But would the Cologne crowd have started that chant?
It's the Smooya fans, dude. They're everywhere. So you never know. I think it would be a question of one of those things. It's how hard would it be to discover it in 2 different places? You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like they figured out math in every country because it was easy to discover. You just gotta figure out the rules. Smooya, like, do you just figure that out? Maybe.
Very quiet bomb site, considering how many players are ready to just pounce in on this one. Spinx, what do you have in store? Just the MP9, so a single frag for him. Fame disengages. Bomb's not too close to head elsewhere, and now that Norbert dies with nothing, things are getting weird. And FaMe will continue that departure from the E-Box. The mid-CT players are freed up to go where they please.
But they are actually worried about someone who is now coming in on timing, but was a little bit slower than they had expected. And the CTs start to go back towards the A site. FlameZ.
I love the timing. James, oh, he just runs through the tail end of the smoke, barely gets down.
Oh! He knew he could have stopped that, actually.
That nade stops the plant, and there's no time for it to be picked up, but he gets covered by FaMe. FaMe is absolutely hitting headshots from that 5-kill final round on Dust 2 to 3 frags in this one, but oh, ZywOo nearly gets him.
Wait a second, where's that bomb planted?
In the open. The long player is going to have to come back at this, but there's no kit for ZywOo, and James doesn't bite down on that fake. ZywOo, again, no kit to play here. 15 health between these two players.
Oh, it's over.
And
Can't
time
go
dictates. ZywOo loses the clutch. James will depart for the save, and it is Virtus.pro by the skin of their teeth to convert their very first pistol.
No kill there as James gets out as well. No fight to be had. Nice one for FaMe with the cover, and yeah, that's a tough situation. Apex knows he literally wins the round if that nade leaves his hands, but he's going for the right-left click to get that perfect bank to the back of the site on James, who was so damn low. And FaMe with the cover.
Early T-side success here, really starting to kind of speak to the momentum that maybe VP are taking off of map 2. Electronic just mows down ZywOo and Apex with their measly little sidearms. They'll get nothing going. And we have to remember, you know, we talk about the great record of Vitality on Dust 2 with the anomaly of who?
9Z.
And what about their Anubis?
They are undefeated, besides their one loss to 9Z. A 16-14 loss at Dallas.
A parallel, you say?
Ambushed by 5 wins. So a sterling record on both these maps outside their 1 losses to 9Z. And now 2 losses on Dust 2 to 9Z and to Virtus.pro. Could it be 2 losses on Anubis to 9Z and Virtus.pro? That's the question we find out now.
Were 9Z the crack in the dam that opened the floodgates for the likes of Virtus.pro?
And are we the Canadian Beavers to cast it?
Who you call him Beaver, bro?
Oh, I ain't got the buck teeth.
Okay. You know, we have a phase that, due to Rain's interview, is saying we feel very figured out on Nuke right now. We're getting countered. Well, what if 9Z have exposed something that VP slide in with? Ride those tailwinds. Coattails. Cocktails.
Drink those cocktails.
Electronic. Blind as a bat.
And he gets out?
Yep. He tries to go through. Okay, a little ambitious. Jumping.
What's happening?
AK spray. Yeah, I'm just double checking. That's a jumping AK spray over the smoke that doesn't quite find... Imagine that. Doesn't find the trade.
Wait, that doesn't work consistently every
What
time?
the hell? So 5v3 looking like Vitality prepared to post their first. Can't blame VP for heading elsewhere. Or, no, excuse me. It was jumping Mac 10. He switched to the AK right after. It's not as crazy. But just as unsuccessful. Well-timed smoke grenade here from Mezzi will surely turn VP away from this. But it's a matter of timing, and he doesn't throw it. Oh, Lord. Flit comes in!
Oh,
a second! They see utility be thrown out from long. That's the 3rd player on site confirmed. Apex has low health. And while Flit serves as the fire starter, it is the rest of VP backside looking to stoke the flames. ZywOo's flank comes through, but it's Norbert into the kill feed next. This is a 3v5. And as FlameZ slides into the bomb site, he loses his teammate towards long. They do it. 2 kills out from Flit, and Norbert closes.
He's the one we were asking for on Anubis. Here he is showing out. That's beautiful out of Flit. Crosshair placement 101. Like, he's got a guy shoulder spotting, ready to smoke, doesn't want to fight at all. And he has one timing to get that shot, or it's going to be a delayed situation. They're going to have to find a new way into the site, or they're going to have to run through smoke. And it's just, perfect on Mezzi. I didn't even see he had spotted him that 1 second before. We saw it from Mezzi's POV originally. Disgusting work out of Flit.
Flamesy gonna try to take the fight to them. Good damage, but he just can't find the headshot there. It's shoulder spams that keep Norbert standing. And if you can soften up Zywoo with a nade before you have to fight him, good on you. Flamesy comes back, second servings. He'll be stopped after that one. Really tried to flex the advantage out long there, and that reopens the door for Virtus.pro to go back and seize a bit of control that he had taken. It could queue up a fight between Norbert and Apex that would very well lead them to the A site. So patience, name of the game. Flit back for the double kill. MP9 bullets whiz by. Norbert still holds the flank just in case, and he is wise to do so. As he could find timing on bridge.
And Apex turns away from the push, so that's a timing lost right here. It is coming to the other side of the map, and Spinks doesn't get his frag.
Just too low.
Wasn't easy, yeah. Wasn't easy to do so. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Virtus.pro, 5-0. First time we're seeing them win a pistol, have a lead, win the first rifle. A lot of good first here for them after a big, arduous, topsy-turvy comeback on Dust 2. That was just straight up remarkable when we look back at how it started and then how it was complemented by everybody else, contributing slowly. So they climbed to a 5-round streak, and to even get to match point it's just literally startling, honestly. This would be beyond disappointing for Vitality.
Especially after the nature of not only map 1, but the first half on Dust 2 as well. It felt like everything was par for the course.
We would have left today saying Virtus.pro are bad. That's what we would have been at 13-6. Yeah, Virtus.pro. I mean, can't figure it out.
There's no doubt in my mind. Maniac had already cracked open the rosé. He's going to have to put it back in the bottle if they end up pulling this one off.
Googling how to recork the bottle right now.
.5-0 start. Best start to a map of Counter-Strike that it feels like VP's had in forever. Undeniably in this best of 3. But it's guns back up for Vitality, so we know the T side can be a tough one to handle when it comes to Anubis. There's been some close rounds in this as well for Vitality, so we can't discount them despite the goose egg at the top of the screen. A comfortable one for Spinks. Foregoes control of E-Box. He's working with Mezzi again, very similar to the B-site defense on Dust 2, in fact. This tethering of Spinks and Mezzi.
This is a map for Mezzi's big moment at Dallas, where he got his ace.
Norbert is crossed on long, unnoticed. The smoke was up, so they could be cautious about this. 45 seconds to the clock, and it looks like Flamesy, we've seen him gear up for aggression just like this before. And that Opera could get blindsided by him at a moment's notice. There is no support for Jame. They're just assuming he won't swing. But as he turns back, he finds the duel here versus FaZe, who goes down to the pistol. Oh, they just sweep the entire board. There felt like fights on all fronts that could have been won by either team, and instead, it's a clean sweep to VP's favor.
But you know what? You called it flavorless on Dust 2 when you saw that CT side. We're going to call it flavorless again, because when you have the B site, right now you've got to have an active defense to be able to fight out of dark, to fight the main choke point, and we know that Vitality like to go for flash aggression plays in the beginning of rounds to try to get kills. They didn't have any tactics at opening kills, and they let Virtus.pro take the map control they wanted to. And this is going to be the regular outcome on a site that is this hard to hold, no matter how many people you have on it, if you don't get outward map control or that opening kill so that you can play passive on the site. So, unfortunately, that does feel a lot like how they lost Dust 2 on their CT side, and such a far cry from their CT side on Inferno, where they were full of tactics, full of variety when it came to setups, lots of ideas flowing. The only thing they had going for them there was they knew which site it was going to be at.
Norbert's going to catch Mezzi easily. Spinks is out in the open, but luckily he's got James stuck on a pistol. And there is, of course, the assistance of Flit, who has been so present in these E-box splits. I mean, he is stamping his name on this T side right now. 9 kills deep. And Hawka called for his uptick in this series because we got the pop-off from Fame at the tail end of Dust 2. We've also got ZywOo still in this round, so don't count him out. A clean execution of James. It's a double player pounce. ZywOo 2 frags in, and he has got VP split up. He's got electronic stuck. ZywOo is coming through with 3 kills straight. Can he get it? Oh, of course. There is the Z factor.
Yeah, screw the X factor. We got the Z factor. And just like on Dust 2, he's moving around the map.
4 kills in a much-needed 2v4 situation.
Yeah, he really slid right there. That was beautiful work out of ZywOo. I think he had a reload before that 3rd kill, or at the end of it. A beautiful headshot to close out. We're seeing more and more moments like that from him lately. It's not that he wasn't always capable. It was sort of a matter of, did he feel like he needed to? But I think he does feel like he needs to more now, and is, of course, got the ability to get away with it.
It's moments like that that I love seeing him. It's like he almost just pile drives situations, right? He hammers his way into the bomb site, and he just catches you in kind of mid-execution. Again, this constant scanning, this seek and destroy mentality from ZywOo. And his impact undeniable, but obviously it's not a happy camp yet for Vitality. It's their very first round on Anubis.
It is. I mean, this could be their electronic moment. And I will also say for Virtus.pro, before, you know, if there is any comeback, having electronic on this map is huge, because Cloud9 at one point were maybe the best team in the world. You know, is electronic on that Cloud9 when they started up. This is the map they constantly picked. They loved it. They really had it figured out, especially when it came to retakes. And that's a good sign for them. Obviously working out so far.
Flames operating on his own this round. No Apex support to get him into Long Cubby. There comes that rotation, so Apex freed up. ZywOo takes over mid. A good flashbang here for Flames. Yes, wreaks havoc. Oh, 3 kills on the lineup for Flamesy like it's nothing. That right there takes all the oxygen out of the room.
You watch a moment like that, you're like, just drill him, add an extra bullet. Just get one more kill. He almost melted down that entire pack. Damn near did. I mean, Flit's on 4 HP. And they're running for the hills. Sick timing with the flash, of course. Big individual moment, back and forth now.
Well, it's a strong start from Virtus.pro. Still plenty of room for Vitality to make something of this CT half before they switch over to a side where I expect bigger things.
Yeah, this is game that's dictated by good T sides. I mean, by that same token, good CT sides, you know, if you have an outstanding half, that'll be enough for you. But right now, this is the puzzle, the map on CT side.
And, you know, the glue that has kept Vitality in some of their recent Anubis victories, Flamesy on an individual level kind of comes alive on Anubis. He's had some takeover moments, and with that mowdown just now, up to the top of the board for Vitality. Keep your eye on him as this map 3 goes on. Could end up playing a key factor in the decider map, but right now Virtus.pro just not shying away from the pressure in middle. Flit just starting to empty his utility belt. Spinks thinking about maybe to go for the peak, but he better be careful because Jame is on the hunt.
Yeah, Vitality been pretty submissive to the grenades that Virtus.pro have thrown and respected them. Inside of middle, it's really hard to take that part of the map, so Virtus.pro smart to take it away from them. ZywOo getting pressured to push, and it might come up roses for him, but they'll hear the scope.
Yeah, that scope. They're on high alert, and he misses his shot. The follow-up's there. Both players go down, and now if the dark push doesn't succeed, there is nothing this round for Vitality. Flit'll sit on a common angle of his, eat the damage from the nades, but survive it.
That was just played really well by Fame, just to hold it, not even like peek and unpeek, just stay there because it's only his head. There's an op coming in his way. If he died to the op shot, it would have had to been an amazing one. And he had a teammate right beside him to trade. So the scope in late here for ZywOo, I think, is what readies up Virtus.pro as they crush that push and bring themselves another easy victory.
Leave it to Virtus.pro to figure things out for the last event of the season. Because come Blast groups, remember, they qualified straight to London through groups at their very first Blast event ever.
Yeah.
Barring the World Finals that they got invited to because of the Outsiders major win. And so...
we even have to be careful with that because of that FaZe match, you know, at Dallas.
Sure.
That was like the moment where it was like, wow, okay, they're really reaching new heights, and they maybe could have won that game. Even just in this match, they're up, but they almost beat FaZe. They could almost beat Vitality as well.
Could maybe. Sitting pretty with a 5-round lead. Man, there's still so many rounds to play, brother. Apex wearing his struggles.
I mean, I would have been tilted on Dust too. He also had he didn't really do anything individually on Dust too. He was sitting at 40 ADR by the end of the map.
No, there's no resistance in middle whatsoever. They're just banking on Apex. By smoking off camera. I mean, Bomb's still sitting on Jame. Top bridge, so this is just about sending this forward scout in Electronic and Flit. And the CTs try to make their move off of the bomb site because they know their backline's compromised. I like that Vitality are getting active here, but if they're not careful, they could just step right into the AK's crosshair. And even if they tried to pull back into the bomb site, again, you know you have these hunters lurking, so there's a good kill from Mezzi, but sure enough, Electronic's gonna catch him on the fallback. Luckily, Apex does come out with one. Just activity all over the map here for Vitality, but VP still have 2 strong alive. Bomb to be picked back up on bridge, 30 seconds on the clock. Flit, he's gonna blindside Flamesy. He's looking at long.
Oh, in the perfect reposition, the Molly will assist.
Oh, missed shot.
Uh-oh. And their cards have been shown now. Bomb runs into the site.
Planted on the side of Cake. It's a 2 CT retake out of storage. There's a couple of flashbangs, sure, for Virtus.pro, and just as many for Vitality to try and get out from heaven if they decide to flood down. Fame stays down behind box, tucked in. Timing is critical, and there's a very quick trade from ZywOo, but Fame's positioning is ace.
It is, and because they had control of middle in that situation, they knew exactly where the 2 CTs had to rotate in from and game planned to make that unlosable, honestly. Especially with ZywOo only having the op. He got 1 great kill, but He's going to be on cycle, an easy trade in that situation. Brought to you by Information, brought to you by Flit, who kind of figured this whole thing out to begin with. VP are very much on top so far in the series now.
Anecdote outside of the server, this is the loudest Virtus.pro I've ever seen.
Yeah, Norbert's getting
I have ever seen. Like, I've seen Norbert yell in the past and nobody else right with him, but I mean, we've got electronic grinning.
He said, fuck all that Marcus Aurelius shit. I'm yelling, James. I'm going to experience my emotions.
This is a VP that will return to Monkey, and honestly, I like it. Bestial. Show those teeth and tear them limb from limb. ZywOo gets burned out in middle. Electronic on the hunt to find pistol, and this is looking like a 9-round half already.
Man, they are farming. They are farming. What the hell happened here?
Electronic, 3K, double doors, Dust 2.
Wow, it was that moment.
The turning point in this series, and they have not looked back since.
Yeah, I thought in that moment he's going to get 2 kills. We go, oh, they didn't win it, but damn, those were nice 2 kills. And then he got 3, and then they won the round, and then they made the whole comeback. Didn't even go to overtime. That's wild to witness. That's why you should never give up. That was the proof right there.
Feels like they've got to make a move. Vitality just antsy to get anything here. Final chance they'll have. Norbert taps away Apex. Nice trade out of Mezzi. But we're constantly going to be talking about just a little too little, a little too late.
As a T, you'd have to go for 4v4 here on CT side. Only gets harder. I think this is a good rotation out of Vitality. They're getting info back on mid, and they can help out towards the B site. They've got a gap right now, but Virtus.pro don't look like they're going to find it. Walking into dark now. Interesting spot, though, because they could still be outside of A entirely. This is... Oh, my God. Did they overcook the situation? No, they come back to watch it. Nice one from Spinks. But no one else here yet.
Still a one and done, and James, well, he's clipped ZywOo's wings, so it falls onto the E-Box second player, Mezzi. That's a weird Molotov that ends up bouncing back. This is going to slow down the bomb. James to the Tech 9, can't manage to get into the bomb site. Things just get weird. And within that wackiness, Vitality will steal away a third. It is a long road to the stage, but they've got nowhere else to be. Don't go too far, folks. Vitality hanging on. spine-chilling comeback on Dust 2 that may have just stolen all the momentum in this best of 3. VP hit the ground running on Anubis, racking up 9 T round wins. Now, it's CT side that was the struggle for Vitality, but Anubis is a map that they have won so many times versus so much opposition, barring 9Z.
Barring 9Z. Yeah, that's the one exception. Now, this one looks like it's going potentially beyond the stats, as we did see in that 9Z game as well. And that basically means that Vitality are nowhere near as good as they have been consistently this year on this map. In a tournament, that is their last chance to win when they've gotten so close so many times. So, looking like it might not be a great first date, but it is a T side to fall back on here on Anubis.
And Virtus.pro winning the pistol in the first half surely can't win 2 pistols on the same map. Surely. They find first frag. Dual Berettas out of Fane. Get away from him. And poor Norbert gets caught climbing up, so they are expecting him. They will burn him out. He still takes Flamesy down with him.
And that gives them odds now. Still with 1.
But Flit has been so good on this deciding map in a rather quiet series for his standards. Spinks not tucked in on long, trying to duel here. They get his crosshair off the point. Apex has to come up big in the 1v2. He's got to do it himself. Tough map, tough match, and down he goes to the jumping USP. That is 0 for 2 in the pistols. Vitality have left the door open for VP.
They could have won no pistols in this series and been done on this last map, and instead, we have a situation now of VP win both with a 9-3 lead to kick it off. On to 10 already. Arguably the most dominant half of the 3 maps, and it's actually VP to pull it out.
Confident on this flank is Flit. And immediately into the action here to help Jame as well, so.
Wow. I mean, yeah, without the pistol, it's up in the air. That lead could evaporate here to the T side of Vitality. And with this pistol, it's still possible, but I don't know now. VP.
Just feels unlosable.
Can they let this go? Yeah.
Assuming they convert this round into the save in the next, I mean, that is 12 on the board right there. That's 9 rounds that Vitality would have to claw back with horrible economic.
This is beyond what FaZe had to do on Ancient.
And to be honest, no shade, but FaZe have that comeback aura. Harry and Hugo sold that to you so early on because we all know it happens. Vitality, more often than not nowadays, have been crumbling in these moments. The 9Z loss leaves them stunned, and on the same 2 maps, they could be facing defeat. We've got Jane backside. The force buy win would be massive. It is a perfectly positioned split into the A site. And so don't get ahead of yourselves just yet. We said if they convert the pistol.
No conversion, and it's because, what was Jame, was there a gap in what Jame was watching? In the side of the site, because he had the choke point smoked. He was looking at it, but it was a little late. His teammate died because someone came through main and not camera. So I don't know exactly what went wrong there, but no conversion means this game is very much back on.
See it in the replays how exactly that one ends up cracking under pressure. It was really well timed, the split between the 2 sides.
It was, yeah.
My question just remains as to how the defenders get overwhelmed. Where are they looking, when and why?
Three guns have been carried forward here. 2 Thomases and an M4 buy is okay. Still actually, scary for Vitality to go up against, knowing there was a save. But a lot comes with this win because Virtus.pro full invest. It's actually funny how they always save a little bit of money. Like even in this situation where they could have bought utility. They know how to stretch a dollar, though. They can go to the dollar store. $1, get 2 things.
And I swear they're not stealing.
Uh-oh.
That's a freebie.
That's a massive freebie.
Hold on.
With the nades behind it?
With plenty of players in the bomb site as well. There's time to head elsewhere. He's burning. ZywOo heard that. And he still isn't able to clear Norbert from the corner. Now, it's an all-in still from Vitality. They are charging out of long. Each player taking one down with them, but that's no multi-frag at all. Vitality just limp into a B split that doesn't go well on either front, and then a well-timed multi-peek from VP to secure their 11th.
Ooh, that got a little messy in the end. Electronic gets his first kill on Apex, and then, yeah, ZywOo participates in a decision he kind of feels is bad to help out his team, but they haven't really, they aren't really under time pressure even at that moment. Even though they've lost a kill, it would have been great to go right then and there. But with that fresh smoke in front of ZywOo, I guess he was trusting the molly, of course, but again, he heard that someone was right in front of him.
Which is what confuses me, because normally I feel like ZywOo hears that fire damage, sprays through smoke to kill the one player in the only spot he can stand.
I agree. You don't normally see him just sort of jump through. It just felt like there was some pressure on him to make that play with everyone else coming out of...
Or that maybe he thought that step was the player falling back through the fire.
It could have been that too, for sure. Yeah, jumping back through the fire, trusting the molly.
He leaves it on the table, and now we've got Mezzi looking to lead the charge into the A site. This is where that force buy worked out. And look at the scramble here from VP, right? Show a little presence, and you get Virtus.pro in an awkward rotation, but then a little wiggle down towards E-Box, and those B players scramble right back. So honestly, it feels to me like VP, they're a little frantic. For a team that generally thrives in the calmness and the decision-making, that'll crunch the numbers twice before making a call. This one has been back and forth. They are a little antsy to close out this decider. But still, it does give them a deep mid control on Electronic. They've never won over towards B.
They've never won with a margin this big. I can't hardly believe it.
They catch Apex.
Oh, that's a big
multiple rounds.
Bomb running backwards.
Oh, Apex, that's 2 rounds in a row, just shaved off a play.
Yeah.
Dies with nothing to be proud of. Oh, Spinks, nice second shot. Tapping for 3. Just like that, reopens the door. The options are theirs for the taking, but Fame still inside of sight. He's got Flamesy over towards Fountain. Spinks barely stands. And with smoke on sight, it's a fast flank from Flit. Fame doesn't overcommit. It's a 2v2. It's a fast flank. It's all the way in. Flit finds perfect timing. Flamesy dead. Spinks on for an ace. And there's nothing more for him to do. VP take their 12th.
We just saw some incredible artwork. Tapestry of blood of the opponents as Spinks walked through the canals to get those 3 frags and nearly create a devastating situation for Virtus.pro, who, as you mentioned, looked maybe slightly nervous. But up until that moment, it was another round back-to-back where Apex sort of just died and everybody else fell apart. This was heroic, make no mistake, but it's not complemented with a round win. It's Flit, who has been a consistent staple on the map here for Virtus.pro on Anubis, coming through with another high-impact round.
That sigh of relief out of Electronic. An audible exhale. As at the very least, goddamn, you've got 12 secured. VP, no stranger to the long con, but this is a huge pile of map and match points to guarantee top 6. You know, we talk about Astralis and their top 4s, Vitality constantly in finals as of late. VP are just looking for a playoffs to be proud of, and this would be them in Wembley. 1 round. 5 kills. And ZywOo, not the only player stuck on a deagle. Flit has had huge impact in this 3rd map of the series. Called upon by Haka, and he delivers. Norbert here to help him. They're gonna try to duel out the E-Box. It's just a pistol. It's ZywOo down for the count. ZywOo 8 and 13. But luckily Spinks, who showed us a glimpse of greatness in the 1 round prior, is here to do it again. 2 frags deep. He disengages for a moment, waits for that support to come out, and there's pressure still from the util. Oh, it's Mezzi then to take up the helm. Spinks crosses over towards default. Electronic.
Oh, they forgot about it.
He mows down a double. Here comes Fame, denied by Mezzi. And sure enough, Vitality fight on.
Ooh, man, a couple of great headshots there out of Spinks. And that's their way into the site. It gets a little scary when that molly lands late. Electronic could have just been hard cleared. They could have held for him, but they let him get 2 frags, and the trade comes in delayed. They give Vitality one more chance. Neither kill was easy here. It's been a bad day individually here for Apex and a bad map here for ZywOo. He was great and better, at least on Dust 2. Inferno as well. But in Electronic, the 2 stars of the show here for Virtus.pro in the 7-round lead.
Surely you give ZywOo enough runway and he will give you that moment. It's just a question as to whether they need too many of them in a row. USPs to feast on. We've seen stacks from Virtus.pro throughout this series get too many kills than they should. This one looks similar. Flamesy doesn't know it, but he may have just dodged a bullet. Walks away from mid.
There will be a site stack here. It's just them waiting for an A split, I think, and it'll be none of that. Vitality can pick up this round cleanly.
Bomb has been planted.
We've already seen some kind of impossible things happen in this series, so really don't want to speak too soon.
Man. A run back-to-back grand finals, everything getting put in question. You know, you always wonder when you see a loss like the 9Z one, like what are the ramifications of that? What kind of bruise does that leave, per se?
Sure.
You know, what kind of gaps in the play does that open for a team like Virtus.pro to study? You're telling me that James hasn't spent the last week studying that matchup?
The world learned something from that game and that run, I'm sure. They did play their own brand of CS, but they beat Vitality right in the middle of a streak, map streak right there. Yeah.
So perfectly timed to expose what could be shortcomings from Vitality at the end of the season. Just crazy to think that this is what we're looking at right here, right now, with the way this series started, the blowout on Inferno, the first half of Dust 2. And Vitality were laughing. Those smirks long gone. Replaced by the grins of Electronic. But guns back up from VP.
Oh, man, and what happens now on this timing? Apex, he's going to find one for sure.
Able to capitalize. Oh, with a second.
Wow.
Better late than never. Would you believe it? Just slides down into the bomb site. And I don't know, VP felt so unprepared for that.
Yeah, there's been a couple of situations like that with them where it's like, wow, where did this gap come from?
To be honest, I heard all chat though.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I heard all chat before there was damage. And Flit was just messing around in spawn. So.
No idea.
We'll see. Yeah. But Vitality win the round. Soon enough. There's 7. Important holds here. 2 weapons saved. As they had bought time to come back in with a buy. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, not surprised. We got a tech here.
So 2 guns saved, and it is that point in the game that sort of mirrors what we saw on Dust 2. More than one moment here where Virtus.pro have had a gap open on the A site. Vitality could come in and exploit. There was one on the anti-eco that they could not convert. It gave Vitality a chance back into this game. Taz has some extra time deathmatch.
Man, he's been practicing for hours. Arthritis is going to start hurting.
He's got the nades on flashcards.
Donk versus Taz.
He's got a op.
He's got a op. Oh my God, he's got a op. Are we sure about that? Maybe Nico ops today.
Less funny if Nico ops. I think he will, though, yeah. I think he will pick it up. It just depends what kind of situation. Are we going to get like a Mag 7 Taz, or are we going to get like a full... Are we going to get the SMG Taz, the Mag 7 Taz, or the full effort, drop me AVP Taz?
Try hard Taz, huh?
Who knows? Obviously, never has been an opper, but... maybe that was the role that was calling to him, that he never got to try.
So you got to plug your keyboard in. That's the problem. Oh, you got to plug it in. Oh, God.
Technology is just getting more complicated every day. One day we'll be wireless and won't have to think about this.
One day we'll just have chips installed in the players' foreheads, and they can just twitch at the screens. And Elon, help us out.
Chip us up. We'll use those pot noodles as wires.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Shout out to pot noodle.
Oh, I thought my keyboard was plugged in. It's just pot noodles.
It's just one uncooked noodle.
Oh, my PC's full of noodles. Admin, what's the problem?
There's confetti on my fan. Oh, it's just noodles?
I saw this ridiculous video once of somebody who filled their computer case with beans, like black beans, right? And then got a guy off Craigslist to come to his house who repairs computers. And he's like, yeah, I don't know, my PC, it just stopped working the other day. And the guy's like, well, I'll open it up, see what goes on. And they had hidden cameras. And when he opens it up, just 1,000 beans falls out of the
Were
PC.
they like cooked?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Cooked beans. And then when he walks back into the room, the technician's like, I can't believe this, but look what's inside here. And the guy plays stupid. He goes, are those not supposed to be in there?
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that? It's like, they're beans. Somebody sold you a computer full of beans.
You got the warranty for this, sir?
Yeah. Is that like bad for the Wi-Fi or? So noodles aren't a stretch. So we wait with anticipation.
I was trying to think of some beans jokes, but I can't really think of any.
Beans jokes. Nope, you got me. We're not British enough. There's enough British people on this broadcast team, but they got the 2 Canadian guys trying to come up with bean jokes.
They do eat beans here, too.
Honestly, I make full Englishes all the time at home now.
Oh, yeah?
Phenomenal export from the UK.
Any blood sausage?
Oh, no, I mean, I do it the right way. Or I do it the better way.
You gotta be careful with that word.
Yeah, I cut out all the bad stuff.
But do you take tomato or sausage?
Hash browns,
You can only have
bacon,
one or the other.
tomato, sausage.
Oh, you do both because you're at home, so.
Beans, toast, eggs, black coffee, brown sauce, mustard, and ketchup.
Nice. Full English.
Sausage, bacon, black pudding.
She was there when I went.
Oh, yeah?
This last time, yeah. Legend.
Yeah, there's a great breakfast place here that Maui Snake showed us, where the woman who takes your order not only yells at you while she takes your order, but then yells it to the kitchen too. And it's so efficient.
Yeah.
It's a great system. Two eggs, bacon, sausage.
Bet Mezzy would like to get up for a plate of beans right now.
God, beans on toast, that guy. Every damn day, I've heard.
But he probably has some kind of weird order because he has his keybinds all messed up.
Yeah, he puts the beans on the bottom of the toast.
Okay. Oh, he makes like a tent out of them.
He doesn't have beans on toast, he has toast on beans.
He has tarp on beans.
Yes.
And he peels his sausages like a banana.
Oh, God. Who? What? Is that?
The casing off.
Ooh. He only eats the casing. Eats the sausage casing and the toast crust.
And he squeezes the tomato like a lemon over top of the beans. Just for the juice. That's something Mezzy would do with his weird keybinds.
All right. Earbuds back in, headphones back on, and the official ruling, the last round does not count. I repeat, the previous round where Apex entries, the A site does not count. Flit was not in the server, stuck inside of spawn, and no damage had been done when tech was called.
Let's run it back.
A little time travel with Jame. Classic. If I'm not mistaken, that would leave the score at 12-6. But at least both teams still in their bye phase. So let's get it. It's a long road to the top if you want to rock and roll. Vitality, their boats are rocking. And they're getting rolled.
And they're wearing skinny jeans.
Zaiwu, the jackknife of round 19, scours the site. Oh, perfect. Catches Norbert with a nade out. Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Get the opening kill, flood the bomb site, and all is good. It looks like you've won round 19 twice.
Yeah, unless some shot through the smoke is the only thing that can save this situation. Going to be a very difficult retake otherwise.
Bomb jumps over, doesn't plant where it can be wall banged, so the op shots of Jame all for naught.
Oh.
Double player, however, here
careful,
in
though.
Temple. What are you up to?
Yeah, they're going for these kills. Why? Round's not over.
Now you've given Virtus.pro a chance back in. I mean, this would be a horrible post plant to give up. And now VP are in this bomb site. Spinks is down at the hands of Jame. You've got a player in the site. I mean, E-Box is going to have to come and help here. Mezzy into the action. Zaiwu pulls another player off, but he is pinned into the corner on 26 health. And the CT's time is ticking, too far gone. They will have to concede it. The bomb will pop, but a lot of damage for Vitality's 7th round win.
Yeah, that was a crazy thing to do. I mean, they could actually, they would have had an easier road to the comeback, but the fact is, VP were going to look for two of the easiest kills they could find and just leave in a matter of seconds. So that would have been a guaranteed round win. And instead, this is actually quite an expensive rebuy. I don't know what the money is like right now for Vitality, but we'll see if they live to regret that decision. As long as they can have everything they need for this next one, it won't really matter. Yeah, it looks like they had a little bit in the bank. So at least they knocked down a few players here from Virtus.pro. And if you're this close to losing the game anyways, then maybe, you know, at least you give yourself a better chance of making the long comeback. Not that you're necessarily safe here. James is still on and off.
Norbert has to concede control of it, and he's the only player here. So Vitality showing a bit of an affinity for this B site. And all will be good. Still going through with the util, plenty of fire all over the bomb site. Didn't quite get that deep corner, but nobody home. Bomb planted safely, and that lead cut down to a mere 4 rounds. And I think that's why VP let out such a cheer when they secured that 12. Because a literal sigh of relief from Electronic when they scored it. Mezzi on the prowl to make sure that the pistols drop, and the AWP of James can still be held on to, you'd assume. They know it's out there and they find it. He's got pistols still to protect him. Oh man. They all come in really trying to chase down that AWP, but instead it is saved at a couple extra costs for Vitality. Luckily, there's all the money in the world for them.
Yeah, still good. Still doing good with a couple of saves. They have enough money to rebuy everything, of course. They want to enter a round where there's no op guaranteed here. It's sort of an impossible task. To take all of VP down in exits.
Fame quick on the incendiary. And a pretty constant point of pressure has been long A, so it's been a couple rounds. They didn't quite go for it. Nice to see Vitality come out of the gate with pressure elsewhere, but maybe the lack of E-Box presence lets James post. And there's a chance we queue up this ZywOo versus James duel in round 21. Vitality starting to set their eyes on A. We've had moments where mid gets completely overwhelmed, and this is looking like another one where Virtus.pro are going to get split heavy from 2 entrances on this A site, and there's nobody towards mid to help them. There is nobody to slow down Spinks or Flamesy. Mezzi looking to be the front end of the attack. The smoke grenade that they put up gives them a little room to work around. Still nobody to support on mid.
And Flick gets one.
That's down deep A. It's gonna have to come from the defenders themselves, and the first player down easy. Electronic empty-handed, and this one goes down smooth. Such a delayed rotation in my mind from VP, leaves A site compromised.
Yeah, they've left that gap now 3 times, essentially. And doubling up in that spot is so non-standard, but it's VP who have done it now more than twice. So it's like, obviously Vitality are gonna look for a second player down there. Not sure why they're turtling up like that. But it's looking uncomfortable. It's getting taken advantage of. And, I mean, if they got the kill on the entrance, you see where they're both falling right now. If they got the kill on the entrance with Flitz in mid, then suddenly, yeah, it's fine. Because they can just swing out and trade. But we see what happens when one player dies with nothing. They both die with nothing. You normally want to put yourself in positions to like stop the ability to scale. Kill them while they're in the choke points. Once they're out of the choke points, the nades you throw are less effective. The angles they can use against you are stronger. But the way that Virtus.pro played that was like how you would want to play like a 5v2, where it's just like you just need 1 kill and 1 guy to trade your 1 kill, and that's it. But in that situation, I mean, it was still the early part of the round. The first kill of the round had just happened with Flit. It certainly wasn't over, and I think it was pretty predictable for Vitality to figure out where to go from there.
Such little presence in middle. And maybe a bit of conditioning, because we have had that hit on the B site twice in a row. 2 gun rounds back-to-back for Vitality. Yes, they show a little skin on A at the start of the round, but does that mean there's a full-blown split coming through? VP gamble not. Adamant on numbers. Wrong. Five rounds straight from Vitality as VP sit pretty on 12. From 12-4 to 12-9.
I don't know who feels like they're going to win. For Virtus.pro, they just might be a touch less confident that they can close it out. Vitality still look like they're having fun, and the headphones are going back in.
Mezzi just had to go take a mouthful of beans.
He has been farting around the map.
So I was a little frustrated there with that Flit duel. And I mean, damn, Flit going to a whole other level in this final map of the series, 21-9. My goodness. Pasha Noi.
Oh, right into a first timeout.
Coming through with a little bit of conversation. Really have to figure out whether there is this rock back to the B site for Vitality. I see mid as the pain point for VP in the last couple failures of the A defense.
Yeah,
so
that is something tricky to do on CT side, is try to reclaim that. Like, there's a lot of CT problems on this map, but in terms of what's difficult to take and retake, and yeah, mid is one of them. You know, Vitality have been using that pretty damn well. Game might come to its finality at any moment. But Vitality are doing what works again and facing zero resistance. The difference this time is Virtus.pro are gambling. They're deciding the same thing's going to happen. We're going to be ready within the site. This is actually viable over on the A site. So might not be a bad idea. They decide to block the execute. But it's not Vitality who are going to shift decisions. They're still waiting outside of A main. So, again, this could work, but it started to become a real turtle here.
Starting to feel desperate,
no
too.
eyes on camera. They're just waiting.
It's Mezzi outside of long. The bomb could very well get cut off if they're not careful. Electronic on high alert for the camera hold. ZywOo off back out. Flashbang finds multiple targets. A good amount of damage done. Electronic can't manage a second kill. ZywOo keeps him in it. Jane being toyed with. 15 on the clock, and ZywOo hunts him down.
Oh man, this is a pretty big failure here for Virtus.pro. They sat in their positions. I don't know exactly what they thought they were going to get out of that when the time kept taking, but the best that they feel like they can do is put an extra player in there and wait. But they weren't working. You know what I mean? They were in the clinch, but they weren't working at all. And as time ticked down, Vitality's split just goes stronger, and their awareness grows as well. They know, okay, these guys are ready for us here. They're going to be careful in all these spots. Let's make sure all their flashes are in place. It's not a hectic situation as they're coming through the doorway. And that's what Virtus.pro needed to make for them. I think it just became clearer and clearer to Vitality. This is the hard site to get into. We're going to approach it carefully, and they did. They didn't overpeak into Jame with the 2 rifles. They had ZywOo posted up on his fallback position. So, I mean, that was a sort of a, I don't want to say unprepared Virtus.pro, but insecure Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think the insecurity also kind of comes through. There's a moment there where Fame jump spots around long corner, but decides not to go take that portion of the map despite seeing nobody, right? He falls back into the site, gets clipped out by the camera push.
They have been scared to take that.
And I thought maybe if Fame goes for it.
This is like the equivalent of playing the A side of
that
Dust.
right there.
Right. It's like the equivalent of playing the A side of Dust 2 without long control or cat control, just playing on default.
You know, picture a world where Fame's around that corner. Jame is no longer just holding the shoulders and allowing ZywOo to come out and kill him from heaven.
And just like multiple guys on default over and over again, Vitality, they have an opportunity.
6 rounds straight. Overtime calls for 8, and it is lickety split into the grenade usage, but no follow through because of the CT smoke. Oh, that's so much damage though.
With all the HEs and everything too, gets dangerous here for the CTs.
ZywOo's on the hunt.
I think, yeah, Vitality. Why wouldn't you just sit and wait and go again?
Individually, he has caught up to the rest of the pack. Norbert, again, almost caught just in the middle of the open, but it is Jame to take first blood.
Uh-oh.
It may be 6 straight, but it is only 1 more needed, and Electronic is going to slide onto the default plant, hiding inside of the smoke. If there is a follow-through from Vitality, it could be a chance to shine. But they do not go full-blown execution. Another wave of utility comes out from the defense. That's their own incendiary in front of Dark. Electronic playing on the pillar. Now they have cut off 1/2 of the attack, and now those kills start to trickle through. Apex 1v4, I think not. He is just isolated back behind the pillar. A difficult series for him, a run from Vitality to try to push map 3 to OT, but down they go, and into Wembley steps Virtus.pro.
Incredible. That is actually incredible. After Dust 2, that Virtus.pro pulled that off. They got to feel great. They earned it. They had to try their hardest, and yeah, Apex, after not pulling off Dust 2, going to Anubis, a map that they have 1 loss on in forever, they lose another to Virtus.pro.
Visual frustrations.
Unsurprisingly as well, because somehow, some way, it is Virtus.pro to pull off the reverse sweep by the skin of their teeth on Vitality's pick of Dust 2, and having to forbid Vitality a comeback of their own on Anubis, a well-deserved spot, at least in the playoffs here of London for Virtus.pro, Hawker.
Yeah, and listen, Vitality still with chances in the group, but what a frustrating loss for them. You can see on their faces. And it felt like if they just got a little bit more done in that first half, they might have been okay here, because that second half, they were suddenly taking over. VP very passive on the CT side, allowing Vitality so much room for those executes. But in that final round, you see VP like to play reactive. That's exactly what they did. They finally had the stack on the right side. They won that first fight. They get it over the line. And we even saw Flit stepping up. We saw the Riflers coming out to play. But really, just getting that win on Dust 2 is the only reason we're here in the first place. And it's a mad turnaround. It's a crazy turnaround. And you can see Apex definitely feeling that right now.
Yeah, understandable frustrations, because, you know, the series should have been right there for them on Dust 2. After Electronic, you know, pulling off some crazy antics on Dust 2, and then Jame coming alive, Flit looking on fire on that third map. So I think we need to get some winning words, courtesy of VP.
Vitality, and well, that was one hell of a confusing game, and I'm still confused about your map pool overall when we come to this Fame, but let's focus on the positives. On Dust 2, you're down 11-5. What the hell changed on your T side to be able to pull that back?
Actually, I don't know. It didn't feel, in the game, I didn't feel like we were losing so hard.
Oh, really?
I had a feeling that we can come back, and we just didn't make mistakes as a team. We did everything together, and you know, we worked a lot lately, and hopefully we're gonna have good results. And what else? And also we had we won some crucial rounds in the end of the Dust. So yeah, that's why we won.
And looking at Anubis, did it feel like you kind of had control no matter what, even when we were starting to see Vitality fight back a bit?
Yeah, it feels like it's everything in our hands, and we had really good start as a team. yeah, we lost some stupid rounds, but it feels like, you know, like we can win 12-0 because we like controlled everything, but we lose some stupid rounds, and yeah, thanks God we won. Yeah.
And talk to me just about the mood in the team, right? Because even when you like lost on Inferno, I don't see the mood going down. We still see a lot of more hype and energy, like electronic screaming, Norbert also doing it. Is this helping you guys?
Yeah, I think we have great mentality, and nothing I can say. I just hope we can keep this level of our play, our game, and our mentality, and I hope we win this tournament.
And win some more pistols?
No, pistols is our weakness. I don't know.
That's only the truth, man. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, certainly still got to be working on those pistols going forward for VP, but I love to hear that coming out of Fame. Just the notion of that mentality, because I wouldn't have blamed them for absolutely collapsing after that loss on Inferno. The fact that they have, you know, the resilience to keep their heads coming into Dust 2 when it was a comeback that I never thought would happen. Fair play to VP and well deserved.
Yeah, that's the good old VP, taking it the distance, somehow grinding out the rounds. They've lost a lot of games like that recently, though, in overtime, so fair play to them for that. And then, actually going to Anubis was a surprise to me. Yeah. I didn't think they were going to let Anubis be this third map, but clearly they'd done their prep work, because in that first half, their defaults were just constantly catching out the Vitality CT aggression, and on this map, you kind of have to go aggressive at times. So Vitality kept on doing it, and they would keep on just catching it out. And when you get those early leads, it becomes so much easier.
Obviously, we've been singing the praises of Virtus.pro aptly, as we should be, but where does this leave Vitality then for your money, Hawker?
I mean, listen, they can still come back into this group. The playoffs are still there for them. But we were saying this is a very important tournament for them. They'd love to cap this off with a win just to prove that they're in a position where there's clearly no moves that need to be made. If you come in with a bad result at this event, suddenly people are going to start talking again. Does something need to change? Because they were a championship team last year. Hasn't happened for them this year for whatever reason. But yeah, they've got to turn this around, I think. Otherwise, that's going to put them in a really weird position going into the offseason.
Yeah, Virtus.pro at least guaranteed quarterfinals here in London. And for Vitality, they're going to be playing the loser of our next series, which is going to be an interesting one indeed. It's G2 taking on Team Spirit after this.
think G2 can repeat the performance. They try to do our best.
3 players out from Squeaky. Dog double kill!
Bro. First game is versus Spirit. I think it will be an exciting game for sure.
Nexa slides out, and Nexa's gonna get his impact. So fucking easy.
Spirit's first time in the big smoke as we round out this evening's action at the Blast Premier Spring Finals presented by Revolut. And for Spirit, this is going to be an interesting one because sure, they made waves back at Katowice, but since then, made it to the quarterfinals of the major, no further. Made it to the semis of Dallas, no further than that. So it's going to be a question of seeing how deep they can make a run here on a big stage. Speaking of Dallas though, Hawker, on the other side of things, we have probably the most unsuspecting champions of the entirety of the year. G2, no less, lifting the trophy back at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas with Stewie as a stand-in. And the stand-in situation continues, doesn't it, Hawker?
Yeah, we got the big man, Taz, in the back, ready. We've seen him as a bodyguard, a coach. We've seen it all. They're screaming in the background
bringing
now.
the hype, my
Honestly,
God.
he's very excited to be back on the server. Has not played in a long, long time. But listen, we'll see what he can do. I'm sure he's very excited to be back. I don't know if we have any expectations.
Well,
but
should we check in with the man himself? It's Taz, courtesy of James Banks.
Taz, you last played an official game 448 days ago. So how are you feeling for this?
It's not that long, no? Hey, looking at how long I played the game, yes, it's okay, it's fine.
When you're going in this moment of you were going to play and then there was a chance m0NESY could come back and then now you're going to play again, how have you got ready for this? What have you done as the team?
I mean, basically I constantly expected that he will not be able to make the first game, so I had to play a little bit. So I just took a page from Ilya's book and played some Facets to get ready. We will see if this is working. And yeah, other than that, we were just talking about how we want to play, what do we want to do, like about the roles, about, you know, how much do I want to, you know, punish them with my op and stuff like that. So this is yet to be seen.
That's what I want to know, though. Can you give me some information? What have we decided on this? Do you just pick up his AWP?
Hey, it's just it's too early to say, you know. I think that you need to sit down, get your popcorn and you know, something to drink and just enjoy the show.
I certainly am going to enjoy the show. I'm looking forward to it. But you obviously learned a lot from having Stewie as a stand-in as well. You're going to just try and add some of that kind of element, that magic to it of your own style?
I mean, the main thing that Stewie added was basically the principles I always thought that they are most important for the team, which is like, you know, always believing that you can win, always believing that you are better than someone else, even though maybe, you know, the outside perspective is different, and just pushing through whatever is thrown at you without like turning around. And I think that this is something that the guys need to adapt as well. And hey, I'll be just myself. Maybe not the young myself who was like trash talking and stuff like that, but all depends on Donk. If I hear Donk, they will hear me.
Okay, I'm looking forward to the shouting match, but I was going to say on this, with this Donk thing, some players, I'm not saying any players in particular, especially not even looking at your players, but some players can be like, oh, it's against Donk, it's so hard. I can imagine you don't care, though. He doesn't scare you, right?
No, I don't care. Like, hey, I played the Forest era, you know, I played in Astralis era, like, you know, Simple and like all the best players. So I feel like I've been through so much that, I mean, obviously Donk is extremely talented, right? But I also believe in my team that my guys are also extremely talented. And I need to believe in myself. Hey, yes. Hey, you know, there is hope.
There's always hope, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, man's been around the block. He's seen some scary shit, Hawker. Donk can gonna phase him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? The AWPing thing is kind of funny because G2, they don't really have a secondary AWPer that consistently.
No.
Like, Nico has 9 AWP kills in the last 3 months. He's got more kills with HE grenades than the AWP. Huxey's got 6 AWP kills in the last 3 months. He's got more Dolly kills. So listen, if Taz wants to come in and AWP, they don't seem to have a better option. I think maybe we see Nico do it. We've seen that in the past. I don't want to see that, though. I want to see him on the rifle. If anything, maybe just Huxey picks it up on CT and just holds positions, or maybe Taz just does that. Who the hell knows?
Is there an option for just no one to do it? Do you think that's a reality? Which option do you think is more likely to happen?
I think maybe just Hooksy occasionally pick it up and hold, but honestly, I think you just need it some of the time just to hold. That's all you need, right? On CT side, hold some positions. Don't let yourself just get run over. That's all you need.
Okay, I'm curious to know, Connor, Mo, who do you think is going to be wielding the big green on the side of G2?
Oh boy, what a tantalizing prospect. Either Hooksy prominent #1 op or Taz instead, or do we get Nico full-time opping?
I think we got 3 hybrids.
Give it to them all.
Let's do something different. You know
Pass
what
it
I mean?
around, shall we?
Why not?
GG bet odds, Mo.
Yeah.
Spirit 1 to 5. What were you about to say, sir?
That's pretty, I'd say that's almost like pretty nice. You know, the fact that it's even that close goes to show that after the Stewie 2K Dallas run, that they believe that they could win at least a match, a series with Taz coming in. Now, Taz has played officials last year, and he's 38, okay, which is amazing. Also, he doesn't age, as you can see. He looks exactly the same as
like a wizard
when I first saw him. He looks exactly the same as when he won Kato in 2014. All right,
looks as fresh as donk.
Fresh as donk, exactly. Taz, is this the oldest player to play a Tier 1 professional Counter-Strike match? There are the other random subs in history that would be contending with him in this specific situation, but are there any other older coaches that have even...
Dust off your ancient scroll, my friend.
It could be your time. The new versus the old. Taz versus Donk.
6'5" versus 5'2", if even. David versus Goliath.
Literally,
Donk
David
versus Taz. Spirits versus G2.
I am uncomfortably excited for this match. People were like, "Oh no, Monty's not going to be here." I'm like, guys, you don't understand the potential of a game like this.
Believe it or not, bottom left corner, Taz. What a treat. Let's get it on. A site, the first location of the bloodbath. Donk on the entry. Good for the first kill already. And Zontix is going to get himself the second. Taz! Oh! He takes down the 2 youngest players on the team with 2 bullets. He taps them out.
Come on now.
You're kidding.
It's the only reason they're in this round right here, those 2 frags.
No plant.
Yeah, it gets canceled because of him, and then Hooksy finds another bomb, gets dropped. Shiro, 1-on-3.
You know he can clutch. They've taken his bomb. They've smoked him off. And much like Zywoo with the P250, Shiro on the same gun. Oh, Taz probably doesn't know about Shadows. Hasn't had to play with Shadows, we'll call it that. But cue up the 2-tap from Taz, shall we?
Yeah, that was nasty. Actually.
And he's yelling already.
He literally, first round, he got the MVP of the round.
And screams at them.
Those were nice. Yes. The second was Donk. Oh. We're going to keep an eye on that kill matrix.
No strange. This is going to be like that one time Gary stepped in for Furia on Ancient and played the best Counter-Strike of any play on Furia.
Yes.
This could be it.
Unironically amazing in that match.
This could be the evidence that Counter-Strike has no age limit.
And that stats don't exist.
What a roller coaster this last month has been for the likes of G2. Whoever decided to have Stewie as their stand-in, give the man a raise.
Yeah, thank you for the bottom of my heart.
Obviously, this one a matter of circumstance and temporary with Monacy on the way.
G2 with a bit of Polish power.
As this game goes on, we will get into a serious conversation.
He misspoke.
Idiot. about Team Spirit and the chokes that have been plaguing their last few events. This one is absolutely mopped up. Stick them in the bucket. 2-0 for G2. Did he yell again?
Because of Dallas. No, I'm just like standing behind him, obviously. I'm just like, because of Dallas, like there is a certain aura right now where they're like, anything can happen.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like there is literally that. I think there is some sort of belief that anything is possible. And aim in that. I mean, we gave Taz tons of time to warm up today. And yeah, and when he was playing on, I think it was Honorous, and then some sort of other mixes, he was playing for a very long time post Virtus.pro. You know, it was at I mean, we saw him at, it was at Zotac Masters, right? And when we were in Hong Kong, he played in that 2018 LAN. Whoa, Hooksy just narrowly avoids death right there. Someone up in front of the molly. Nico will take watch. The Spirit are giving them so much respect right now. There is no deep control taken. Besides Taz over here.
I really thought Spirit would just kind of spearhead Taz as often as possible, and we'll see if that comes through. They counter him excellently with a flashbang there at a chopper. Taz didn't even get a chance to shoot. That's how you got to kill him.
Yeah, it's cheap, but you got to get him blind. You know what I mean? Don't let him fight back.
Now it's just going to be Hooksy alone here. 30 seconds to the clock, and Hooksy with a grenade out. Gotta be careful as Donk's bullets whiz by. Smoke goes down to the perfect timing, though.
It does.
So Donk throws the silence out the window, starts spamming away.
Still two over here on the A site, waiting for this.
The bomb's coming through long. Nico holds off on middle. That's Donk down, and with it, Chopper trying to seize the opportunity to come out from Donut, but the utility is just so perfectly placed. Another Molotov goes down in front of Long. They get completely stuck by utility. The grenades make a world of difference, and G2 a 3-0 start.
Oh, Connor. Okay, this is obviously supposed to be very fun and whatever, but it would be the most fun if they were beating a full strength Spirit, right? You know, if they were like coming out ahead somehow. But this is a little bit worrying. They just ran into time trouble in a 5v4 on a pretty empty map. No deep B control. Nothing special done here at all from G2. Not that they had to do anything, obviously. But they already look a little shook for some reason, which is really strange.
Well, let's
That's just yelling.
You know, we create this conversation around Team Spirit and like the chokes and big moments as of late, right?
Yeah.
So inherently, I feel like if those are the shortcomings you're having, it's intertwined with the pressure and expectations.
Expectations, pressure, yeah.
Who doesn't expect Spirit to win this game?
I just have a video coming out tomorrow about this because and the crux of the video is this one episode at the end of The Wire where Daniel's wife says, you know, the branch that doesn't bend breaks. And the video is basically just about what choking means and the history of choking. And when we look back, you know, the teams that choke are only the ones who win most of their games. But there's just a few games where it mattered that you have to really look at their eyes and see how the game was played to really know. But with Spirit, we have seen that a few times this year. And while it's only a few games, it's the ones that got them eliminated from tournaments.
This wouldn't be elimination, but it would be embarrassing.
And oh, nice one.
Hunter returns the favor.
Yeah.
That's Donk. Hooksy waiting for a chance to peek out, but that stream of MAC-10 bullets comes running towards him. Molotov at the feet of Hunter. He's trying to shine here, and it gets away from him. So Chopper doubles down from Cave with the double, and then goes immediately back to the flank where the remnants of G2 are standing. They could double peek him, and he's not going to get away with a third kill. So back to the 2v2. Pistol on Shiro, MAC-10 on Magix. Full bar of health for Taz. No kits. That's problematic.
Yeah, just saying to see if they can find a duel, but Spirit win this one. And they do it with a mixed up buy. Off the tack pause, really good to see that. A little bit of steady communication after immediately identifying something's a little off here. Let's talk, and then They move into a round win. Much better pacing this time, obviously. Just running into time trouble when there's no pressure is obviously a little worrying. But just the last note on the branch that doesn't bend break. It's a reference back to, you know, like NAVI's Cloud9 when it felt like in interviews he would always say, "We don't care what our opponents are doing. We're just going to show up and we don't think about how good they are, no the pressure, nothing." And then they would end up losing the game, or they would fail, or they would crumble. And we started to get some of that same energy from Spirit in some of their interviews where, you know, there's a bit of irony. They're just joking around a bit about some of the things, but it was to the point where I was like, it's okay to be a little nervous. It is okay. You know, we know you're good enough. It's okay to show a little emotion sometimes.
Well, what about aggression? Because this is Rapido Presto. Into the A site they'll go. Spirit now starting to, chew through the original defenders. Hunter, that's back-to-back multi-kill rounds for him. Nico, 1v3 clutch and all 3 of your targets are half health. Where do you place your bets on this one? They don't know where he's at. He has slid out from Temple unnoticed. Zontix is also ready to swing, but it's going to cost one player, and Nico, okay, caught out by it. Zontix does not get flicked on. That's Spirit with the fast conversion. They wasted no time taking down that A site.
I'm happy to see it, man. They were running at everybody in the first 4 months of this year. Like, why not? Why wouldn't you run at a team like this? Why go for the feel-out rounds? Why not just go back to, like, how good you are? And I think, yeah, we saw so much respect for them in that previous defaults, where it was just like a few MP9s and stuff like that. And not only is that weirdly not Spirit, but it's also not the formula that brought them their biggest wins, and they did it versus everybody, so. Go crazy.
There it is. Yeah. Efficient trading out of Donk. Still got Hooksy inside of the Temple. Ooh. All right, smokes himself, leaves him in cave, that's fine. Or it was. Molotov at his feet, though. Oof, 19 HP. Another piece of Molly. And they'll spam him down as Hooksy gets absolutely zoned out of existence.
I feel like you'd have a staring into the abyss moment if you like took this game too slowly and too seriously and then won afterwards and just went like, who are we? You know, it's like we won, but what at what cost? So good to see them turn it up. Quick shout out to Hallie for the off the tack pause.
Yes, yeah.
Got the energy back in there. That
Good
was
call.
nice.
Kind of like a little cold water on the, in the middle of the
cold
phase.
plunge, yeah. That's somebody who I wanted to hear in interviews, like, you know, my guys got nervous or something. Just some acknowledgement of that. So I think I've heard Magix talk about it a bit.
Yep. Yeah, he said, our losses this year is just because of nerves and shit. And that's what it is, man. It's just mental gunk.
Yeah. We're looking at probably the best composition of a team. I mean, besides like FaZe, who were already sort of like in place this year. But them and Spirit are virtually perfect. It's like you couldn't upgrade any of their players on paper.
Is there a little argument that maybe Perfecto fits in here? A little argument?
Say the same thing for Virtus.pro technically, but it's like...
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess it's possible. That's true. Perfecto maybe can replace anybody in his role. Yeah.
If somebody wanted to argue with you on that point, I'm trying to bring it forward.
Sure. Maybe a bit of...
I like Spirit how they are.
Yeah.
But, like if I was a Mongols fan, I'd probably say that to you.
Right.
Nothing out of the pistols, huh? Well, for 3 rounds, it felt believable. For Taz's 2 taps, it was a thing of beauty. Okay. There are going to be moments, I think, sprinkled in throughout this match, as I, again, expect, like others, for Spirit to take away a win, where we're still supposed to come in here and I think have fun.
Yeah.
If we're not having fun with this match, something's wrong.
We're losing.
Yeah, and when G2 come out of the gate and win a few rounds, it's like, wait, do we have to take this seriously? But I say, let Nico get crazy. Hopefully we get some more Taz highlights. And it would be better for everybody that Team Spirit walk into London with convincing fashion.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. And hopefully, of course, the sad part is that we got robbed of the m0NESY versus Spirit after m0NESY's unreal performance at Dallas.
Yeah.
So I think the streets definitely want to see that take place. Won't get that today, but could possibly get it again. And I guess for people who don't know, m0NESY should be here for the next match.
Yes.
For G2.
Should be.
Oh, nice one. Good find here for Taz. Off the corner of the smoke. Falling back now.
Oh, didn't see that coming, huh?
Yeah, 3 players here on the A side as they try to hunt him down. Does Taz have a good angle? He does. Beautiful stuff. That's 2 kills over Donk. 1 on the pistol, 1 here on the full rifle round.
Any round that Taz puts forward a multi-frag, they've won. That's impact, baby.
Definitively.
And a nice off angle as well. Catches Donk asleep at the wheel. Half of Taz's frags are on Donk at the moment.
Maybe you should stop bullying Donk. Pick on someone your own size, Taz. Not that there's many. Wow.
Make that a 3K.
Another great kill. Looking sharp, but he can't take out Chopper just yet. He'll still corroborate this information over to Nexa. Easy one. And it's a tied game. Another maybe MVP on the round here for Taz. That's 3 in total, right? You got the clip off on mid as well?
Yeah, 3 total in the round.
Nice.
Clip mid smoke, got Donk to chase him.
Yeah.
But 100% win rate after Howley's pauses right now, Team Spirit. So let's see what he cooks up.
Yeah.
What he injects. And what Spirit will bring to the table.
Taz is like, timeouts. This is what I've mastered.
Right. He said, guys, do we need to bring back Ilya?
No, it's great. They have even like his name cut out on the back of his monitor. Like they had everything ready for it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He may be a stand-in, but we're not cutting corners.
He's got the right jersey, too. Sometimes you see... I don't know if he does, but does he?
Let's assume so.
Okay.
I'm willing to live in a world where he is. They want a little more action in middle yet again. Fast boost from Shiro. Nico may overstep this. Oh, but it's a missed shot, so now Nico will not be going back at that corner.
Nice shoulder peek, actually.
And good information as well. Deep smoke grenade out of Hunter on the lane, holding off for control with a teammate behind him to hang on to elbow. This is great control for G2 out of the gate. Oh, and that's what you love to see. Hunter will eventually get there, because you know every time he takes a burst down through that smoke, he's running the risk that Donk slams him back.
What?
And it's through elbow.
Oh, what?
Ah, you can feel it coming.
How did he find that?
You
Man.
stick around a little too long, and Donk comes out of the woodwork.
Heat-seeking. One to the dome. Nico looking for his timing.
You thought that was yours for the taking.
I think it's going to be on Taz's info here. And great kill again from Taz.
Shiro trying to find some kind of an opening to tug on, and well, they've got the cave control, so it's an easy cross out, but missed chance for Shiro. Could have been the equalizing kill. Bomb is on Shiro as well, so he has to get into that bomb site. Donk, luckily for them, is holding off flank. Down goes Taz. Super long flank coming out from Nexa. Eventually, this will get into position, but we've got all of Spirit kind of corralled within sight. They've got no smoke, so feels like Magix is just pinned against this wall for the time being until Nexa will eventually come up this ramp, but it's pretty damn slow. Bomb at the halfway point, down he goes. Shiro turns, missed chance. He's still alive for now, but a nade with his name on it, and Nexa clears him out. It falls to Donk to clutch. He goes into the fight with fire at his feet. Forward he has to move.
Ooh.
And that is G2 in with a retake.
It is. That is another bad shot, though, from Shiro. That was 2 pretty big misses right there. We didn't catch this from his POV. I feel like the second attempt was handed to him. Nexa thought he would go and think about another target. I don't want to like zone in on this one thing, but I'm pretty sure the round was over if he got that kill. cool.
That's such a nice snapshot up to the ledge.
Yeah. Sort of like drew his way up there. That's G2 back in the lead. Back in the lead. Spidey senses tingling. Not a peep out of Spirit, but there has been a lot of action towards A, and they've been supporting Taz quite well, like never leaving him alone. I think there was one round where they did that.
Whoa. That's a sea of utility for Taz. He hangs on, and there's a great chance for the lineup here for Hunter. Tries to get back, will escape into the site. Yeah. Taz trying to keep his head down. Dude. Hunter doing a great job. And as they trickle out from main, the response is stunned. Spam just off the mark. Can't quite kill Zontix, but it is still a comfortable looking 4 versus 2 with utility in the belts of G2.
Well, can you say another great moment from Taz in terms of utility? Like, he has the sense to, you know, pre-molly when there's no sound cue. There's obviously nothing else going on the rest of the map, so he gets a little nervous. Doesn't die on a shoulder spot. That could have happened, especially when players like Shiro and Donk are peeking you. And then he falls back into his smoke. Hunter gets 1 kill. He gets 1 kill. He gets a good reposition. I mean, if his aim is going to be better than Stewie's.
Oh my God.
And they have Hooksy back on the team.
You know, what Stewie brought was impact. And I've seen impact out of Taz.
Yeah. Yeah.
Surely they can't win.
Why do so many ridiculous things happen in Counter-Strike? It's just so awesome. The worst part is being on the other side of the wall and knowing they're having a good time.
It's all vibes, baby. It's all vibes. And also an uptick from Hunter. Has to be said, right? He's had some pretty instrumental rounds already. A couple nice 2Ks from the red room. And you've got Donk flabbergasted. And I'm going to keep nervously laughing as G2 post rounds, expecting Spirit to pull off this victory, but
they're coming back to him.
2 rounds to go, and nobody's taking this G2 lead away.
That's what you said before this game started. Surely they're going to keep running at Taz, because why wouldn't you, the guy who's been at a pro play for a year, who's 38 years old, why wouldn't you, in the one situation you get to play him as a stand-in, put as much pressure as you can on him? Makes perfect sense, except, does this A site look flawed to you? Doesn't look flawed to me.
Good amount of control for G2, very confident there's nobody outside lane. They're either outside of that B doors, or this A double defense has to be ready for the hit. So Taz this time doesn't throw the molly ahead of time. Utility starts to come out. If he pulls it now, he could get caught. Nexa's gonna go with the flash. Taz, easy pickup on Donk. His position cleared out though. Molly at his feet. And the Galil chews through him. Hunter here now to support Nex. Nexa ready to side swing. And as he gets out, he lines up a bunch. He causes the team kill. Shiro frags on Chopper, and they sweep away Team Spirit.
Shut it down. Another one. And once again, another good new setup. Another situation where they're not running into an A site with 1 player. And I think the weird part now is for Spirit that normally on Ancients, you can actually pull off these full A attacks because teams are playing as little as 0 players on the A site. But G2 have actually been playing 2 players, 1 fast rotation towards the A site, and they're still running into it. This should actually mean that the B site is weaker, right? They're not going to leave Taz alone. We've already learned that. If Spirit can't see that now, that's another thing, but I think it's been pretty clear.
So ironically, trying to keep Taz afloat in a game where everybody expects him to sink is literally what is solving an otherwise common issue.
And now they're running into a conditioning problem where if they think that's going to happen again, why would G2 go for, you know, an overstacked A site when they've just beat Spirit out 3 times in a row? And this is now when they're running back into the B site, which has enough players to defend against it. So full strength for the last few rounds. Spirit have got to chew a very tough steak right now.
No AK for this one, but at least they've got the donk entry quick. But then they go pushing down ramp. Nico, chance to shine. He's got Hunter with him. And between the two, they do great, but they turn their back to the corner. Nexa delivers, cleans up. And it is Zontic's 1v3, 1 kill deep, 40 seconds to the clock. And it is Taz tasked to go back towards top mid. Oh, this could be a round where he is key. And shout out Nexa, 2 frags to his name, just tucked in that back corner. Because of the 2 bodies spotted down ramp, we see Spirit come out and not fully clear him. Zontic flicks up, and it's a triple kill from Nexa. And believe your eyes, an 8-round half from G2.
Hey there, Dust2 dwellers. It's time to wake up and smell the chicken and mushroom noodles. Ever wondered when you'll finally get a taste of American coffee? Nestled in the heart of Dust2, American Coffee has been promising to open its doors for what feels like forever. Peek inside and you'll find the perfect spot to unwind. If only it were open. Imagine a place where the aroma of freshly brewed coffee fills the air, where every corner is a cozy haven. One day, this could be it. Mark your calendars, because American Coffee is finally opening sometime in the future. Until then, make sure to stock up on your favorite quick fixes. You never know when you might need them in Dust2.
Taz. That's it. That's all.
Aura.
It's just Taz. It's vibes. It's a good time in the G2 camp because Taz currently has more kills than Chopper, more kills than Hooksy, more kills than Magix, more kills than Shiro. And on top of that, he's got teammates in Nexa and Hunter who have most certainly stepped up to fill the void left by m0NESY. We didn't see a single op on that CT side for G2, so nobody needs to op if the rifles are coming to play, and that's the case. Nexa 12-5, Hunter 11-7, Nico 10-5. That's the core tonight, and it is enough for the moment to have staved off a Spirit T-side.
I mean, once again on G2, there's only one player on this team with a major.
God damn. And now he's got a smoke and a molly. I think there will be a question around their own T-side. How does he slot in? What's he going to do? Create space? That was Stewie's job. Magic's getting active here. But I mean, is this going to create false sense of confidence? If I don't think there's anybody here, but it's an entire 4-player pack.
With a lurk.
Yeah, Shiro's departing. Magic's, he just missed the timing. Shiro could double back and with the Berettas put himself in the right spot. But he gets smoked out. Flank from Zontic spots the player Red Room. That's suddenly going to make Hunter's flank all the harder. Magic's ramp contest does go well. Ooh, but Zontic's, he gets closed down. Taz goes chasing back on Magic's, not able to get the kill. Down he goes to the hands of Nexa. And Nico in sight with no plant yet.
Yeah.
Bomb doubles back.
Yeah, they had the bomb chasing out. CTs have a chance to fight back into this. But Chopper still, he's over in Donut. Well, ain't nothing there right now. Hero is holding down the spray control on the dualies. Dies to Nico. And a 1v2 begins here for Chopper, who has to make the great rotation over through spawn, walking, while the T's can post up wherever they'd like to. Nico almost saw something. Don't think he did.
Didn't see the guns. Chopper on the bomb site. No kit. Gets spotted. Down he goes. 9-4. Critical chase on Magic's to get him pulled off of the lane behind them. That's what opens it back up for Nexa to come in. And Shiro, brother.
Yeah.
Don't buy Berettas if it looks like that.
Yeah, well, most of the time with Shiro, it doesn't, to be fair. He's usually solid with them, but here he was just making a lot of noise.
None of that hit, dude.
Yeah.
He hit Nico once.
That was like Muhammad Ali with his hands on the ropes. You know what I mean? Nico wasn't even shooting that much. He was just listening.
Where did those bullets go?
I'm not sure where they went.
Okay,
In
well, he
hyperspace.
just instantly makes up for it with a USP kill in the round after, but I'm sure Pistol would feel better. Nico, good wallbang damage there. It's a MAC-10 loss. It's Hooksy dead. But don't fret. Taz is standing. "38 years old. In the server with one of the youngest to ever do it.
I mean, he's 2 times older than Donk. He's over 2 times older than Donk. And I mean, like if Donk was standing on Donk's shoulders, would he be as tall as Taz?
It'd be close. He's only 4 kills behind him, too. Chopper swings on Hunter. Just a sudden burst.
And you know what else?
Yeah.
They both won Katowice.
That's true. This isn't a guarantee. Oh, Nico. The 3rd headshot. Beautiful. It's just enough to reopen the door because this one was starting to go south. Nico turns back. And there's number 4. Looking for the 1 mag ace versus Pistols. And he's got it.
Nailed it.
What a recovery.
Oh.
A much-needed recovery to make sure that that pistol is not in vain.
You know, it was Monacy and Nico created a good support system for the Stewie heroics back at Dallas, okay? And here we've got the Nico support coming through once again to set up this Taz storyline that's taking place here in what should be the hardest matchup for them to open the group. And it looks like he's doing a great job of supporting.
And to be honest, if they win this series, right, I'm getting ahead of myself. They're on the brink of winning a map, but if they win this series, then A, you buy time for Monacy to show up, but you're guaranteed to be playing in the stadium.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of semis or quarters. If you win your opening game, it is that simple.
And then you know what? You can decide if you want to even let Monacy play.
Switch him out per map. Unreal scenes. Chopper, easy pickup. As Hooksy's looking the wrong way. Taz, ambitious. You ain't Stewie, brother. But luckily Nico is there to take it back. And Nico has very quickly, off the back of that ace, climbed to the top. Shadow advantage for Magix makes his job way too easy. Nexa quick on the trade and the second. That's the difference
Another good
maker.
map as well. Nexa.
That's it right there.
Yeah, he's on it right now.
And I mean, he puts Nico in such a powerful spot now, right? You've got Nico locked in. Cave control, good to go. Plus long smoked off. Donk starts to reveal his presence. There's an incendiary for Zontix that could burn Nexa out into the open. Or do they save it and try to put it on the cave entrance so that maybe Nico can't dive out? Options here for Zontix. He's going to throw it deep. Nexa swings in, kills him. Donk emerges out from smoke. And that fire burning critically so. Nico has to chase out. 5 seconds still on the defuse. Nico comes through and clutches. And G2 2 away from a map win.
What an amazing round out of Nexa and Nico right there, working perfectly together. And killing the time is all they needed to do. As you see, Donk with no kit had nothing to do but stick that bomb, and he knew there was basically no chance they could pull that off. That's going to be 3 timeouts now called here for Spirit. And I can't remember if they won off the second timeout. They did off the first. But that was the kick in the pants they needed to get their stuff together. So we'll see if Hallie can make the difference.
So this second kill was the important one. That's Shiro letting them in. Slides off the pillar for 3.
And it's nice. It's not great for Hooks. He gets to experience it, right? 'Cause he missed Dallas. He gets to get in on the magic.
I love winning. And what's the play? Straight into the A site. Guess what? Nobody's home. Oh my. Donuts not smoked. Zontix MP9 only. There's a second one at bat. Donk is dead with nothing to show for it this round.
That's space created. Now it's just a post-plant situation.
If bomb goes down, Nexa through the smoke. That is Shiro and Donk with no frag in this one. Donk is now negative 12 and 13, and Hunter goes deep into the CT spawn. They take their 12th round by storm. And at this point, this is not just G2 winning a map. This is them trouncing Team Spirit.
Yep, they're getting smoked. Simply not even close, and this is not their map pick. This is Spirit's map pick.
Zontix, no kit on the play. They're going to leave a player top green to deal with him. Nico going to make sure no wild antics come out. 12 rounds on the board. 8 map points. They have tasted victory with Stewie 2K, and now, as far as G2 are concerned, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
The aura lives on.
They need to do an aura collection. That's what they need to do next. They need to do like a chromatic clothing collection, aura, 2K, GTAS. I don't know what is going on. Are numbers real?
Man, scriptwriters have been going crazy this last month of the season. From 9Z making playoffs, to Stewie winning Dallas, to Taz smoking Spirit. Man, I can't wait for Saw to lift the trophy on Sunday.
That is the pattern of the IQ test right there. That's like that's the final outcome.
Much better buy than what Spirit have here, but Nico could get pounced on. He burns a bunch of utils. Zontix with a chance to shine here. Shadows gonna give him an easy couple kills. Hunter will reclaim one, but he is so wounded at this point. Do they follow through? Taz is gonna try to sell it, but Spirit aren't buying. They keep 2 players middle. Magix gets to go back onto B.
It is a well-placed lurk smoke, but now they've come down. They can cut off the bomb. Hunter is going to need some support. Oh, they don't go clear properly. They are worried about the re-aggression. And again, that lurk smoke had no gap on it. So Magix, he's alone right now.
Oh my God, they were calling it out. They were doing the right thing, but now Magix has to be the difference maker. Magix has to stop that plant if it gets on site. Hunter's now behind the pillar, and down it goes. No plant.
Okay,
no
not
plant,
covered.
no close. Not yet.
Whew. And Taz dies after time, I think. Maybe. Gets a little expensive there, so they need to, yeah, absolutely cover that. Priority number 1. Nice round out of Zontix.
Taz limited to the Desert Eagle. Gonna try to do what he can to support them. Let's not get unhinged. There is still a chance Spirit's CT side has legs, but I mean, it's got to be flawless, and they haven't been playing the most confident, flawless CS.
Yeah, and Shiro looks quite off, huh?
Yes.
Just individually. Oh man, that's a find out of Nico. Sorry, he's been getting so many kills.
Zontix at least able to recover. Nico's sprays aren't that far off. Magic's just keeping his head off the line. Anticipating the approach, ready to swing and to activate Donk, who will surely come peeking down this lane if needed. Magix goes first. Excellent. Nice timing between the two. Missed op shot out of Hooksy. One of the first ops we've seen in the hands of G2. Nico with nothing to lose here in round 18. Has his cousin to work alongside, and CT starting to press down the ramp at the same time. Ooh, careful what you ask for. Ooh. That's a pistol trying to spam away. He knows both guns are on the reload. Nico, I mean, Shiro, what's that? Empties the M4, empties the USP, and has to run into the corner with his knife out.
Yeah, I mean, his teammate was behind him somewhere, but yeah, not that close. So, Spirit, well,
getting crazy.
Scraped by a little bit. Like you said, it has to be flawless, but it is still possible. It's hard to say it is still Spirit right now because this is not very like them. And I think Taz knows that, yeah, you can't leave the door open at all. You've got to try hard every single round.
Yeah.
And that's something that he was able to stand behind and watch. You know, it's a run that beat the numbers. It's sort of like NAVI winning Copenhagen. It's one that doesn't make sense if you try to add it up. But there was obviously more there that made that situation special. And that's just what they're trying to tap into. But it takes every little bit. It takes all the X factor, a little luck going your way, big moments from your big players like Nico's having right now. And just because you have 12 doesn't mean you will get 13. Don't let Spirit get comfortable. They've got to be feeling a little disappointed in themselves right now. I think that's like the time to strike. But of course, all that means nothing without the game plan. And we'll find out next round what the game plan's going to be.
A little cautious about elbow, not the case. It's a quick feast for the young man. And there's the mowdown from Chopper to finalize the deal. That's a crazy keyboard Magix has.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's a piece of like a Gundam mech.
Yeah, he's always got cool ones. I used to paint Gundams.
That's cool.
Not many people thought so.
I feel like it's unironically cooler now, though.
It is, yeah.
You know?
But that's what's made it less cool for the actual nerds.
You're just ahead of your time, Mohan.
Thank you. I'd say you're right on time.
Yeah, better late than never. Ooh, what you got, Hooksy?
Oh, just gonna walk up into the site just like that.
Look at that, it's free.
Very open site.
We got a squatter. And Zontix lamb to the slaughter.
And they're just gonna walk slowly back, pretending that they're about to regress onto the B site.
Hey, leave him here long enough. As long as Hooksy hits this shot.
Is Zontix going to get into his view? Is Hooksy going to go a little farther? Is Zontic's going to think that he could have crept this far back? It doesn't seem like it.
I mean, honestly, the more time this buys, I think the better, right? If you have your entire team inside of A main and then Hooksy gets the Zontic's frag.
Hooksy's going to see a nade get thrown and then swing out if he's not going to do it any sooner. But he has to make sure that holding the donut. Oh my God. Oh, nice shot. Actually, a second one.
Just what they need. Better late than never. Hooksy's 5th and 6th kills of the map. Donk, though, in position. Just when you think you've got him against the ropes, Spirit bites back. With Hooksy still deep sight, they've managed to get the bomb into position. That's Taz.
No nades.
Shiro has left a lot on the table, but there's nobody to cover him, and so down it goes. Hooksy looking for more, but Shiro is back to reclaim it. What a wonderful situation they had ahead of themselves, and it slips through their fingers like sand.
Yeah, because Donk used his weapon art right there to get 2 kills. Unreal. Both on the cross. A little spray transfer from one to the next. Donk for a second had a negative KD, but you know, he's starting to clear.
Counter-terrorists win. Oh, you're not going to get many better chances than that. I mean, Hooksy couldn't have asked for a better position. And then
he set his team up perfectly.
Also, great execution.
It was.
2-bullet blast here into the Zontic spray.
Yeah. I mean, that was like one way it could have gone wrong if that got awkward on the back default.
There was, as Donk gets a double kill, a T-smoke falling through the roof. Why did they not wait?
Oh, really? Okay. I was looking at, see, they have no nades after that. So.
1 second later, Donk's position smoked, and you get not Taz walking into that.
They do kill a, you know, to be fair, they kill a donut player.
Yeah.
They kill a donut player and a back default player and swing with 2 players. So it's not like they weren't unprepared for it, but
I think they'll be beating themselves up. Donk unravels what was a 5v3 and potentially the 13th for G2.
Crazy part is, like, when he does that spray transfer, the second guy doesn't even have that much time.
Right.
It's like the first 3 bullets is the first guy, the 5th bullet is the second guy. It's just crazy.
You gotta be fast.
Ooh, good
Zontic's very critical. In order to keep Donk alive, Magic's at bat, down ramp. Nines. It's a flurry of tech nines, and it's Shiro leaving a lot to be desired. Hooksy's gonna try it again, but the lineup is there, and Chopper can't do it all. We get Zontix back into it. Zontix and Donk wounded at the start of this round. A fast response through the smoke of ramp, and if not Zontix, then G2 take map 1. He awaits their push, fire at their feet. That'll force them back closer to the site. Hooksy playing with the op on pillar, and he's got it! Locked in and loaded. Take a bow. Nico from the top rope and everybody else doing their damnedest. Taz kicked it off with the 2K in the pistol. G2 win Spirit's map pick.
Yes, Spirit arriving in London somewhat sleepy, and G2 taking full advantage of that fact, despite not having what many would argue to be the most consistent piece of the G2 puzzle in m0NESY here with them. Man, what a performance, and we can see how much this means to them. I love that Connor Ramo brought it up during the game. Hooksy not able to kind of live the hype of the Dallas victory. He's bringing the hype here, Hawker. Man, these guys were screaming. They were getting loud, and for good reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't realize we were living in a fantasy land or my dreams or whatever, because I thought there was no chance, especially on this map, that this was going to happen. But honestly, I think G2 won with 1 stat, and it was expected vibes. Their vibes were off the chart, and I looked at the Spirit players in some of those rounds, and they looked depressed. As soon as they started losing rounds, they were like, oh boy. I'm sitting there thinking, what is going on? Taz, 38 years old, winning rounds early, looking great. Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it, but I mean, it's just such a strong start from G2.
We got to see the cams during halftime. G2, they were smiling, gigging, laughing all over the shop. For Spirit, not so much. And I think we can begin by looking at some highlights from the man himself, Taz. We were doing some maths, and this is James Banks' maths, so I don't know whether to trust it fully, but Zontic plus Donk combined, Taz is still older than them.
Yeah, I think so. And listen, okay, 7 kills, but all in the first half. And also, I think Spirit game planned this a little strange because they kept on going into that same site over and over. Taz was there, stacked with his teammate. I think they probably could have got away with way more B plays earlier on because they started winning some rounds at B. It just felt like it was too late. And I don't know if they were maybe expecting they could exploit Taz, but apparently not. He had some good impact rounds and he was just always there on the site. So having 2 players on that bomb site, it really worked out for G2.
I mean, jokes aside, when we talk about impact, let's talk about Nico for a hot second because damn, this man was showing up with incredible form. And it's great to see coming off the back of Dallas, obviously lifting the trophy there. He was taking up the mantle of in-game leader as well. Now that Hooksy's back, it's great to see that he's still really feeling himself in game.
I'm just so happy he's not AWPing as well. I'm so happy. Just have him on the rifle, loosen him up, because if there's any rifler in the world that can win you maps, it's got to be this guy. And I will say he had an ace against an eco round. So listen, 5 kills there, but that was an eco round that got really close. Those were important frags still. And yeah, he was just everywhere here. And it also helped that Nexa stepped up massively at the same time, because he was not really there at Dallas in the same way. You kind of needed someone else to step up. Great to see him oftentimes anchoring that B-bomb side, just doing a really fantastic job.
Yeah, I think we can run some Nexa highlights whilst we're at it as well, because yeah, you're totally right. He was catching a little bit of flack after Dallas, despite still lifting the trophy there. You know, there was a lot of people maybe putting a little bit of criticism on his head, and it's great to see him showing up in, you know, not even the full team that we're expecting to be here, and really having some super impactful rounds, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that was definitely important coming into this. I do think on the Spirit side, you look at this game and you say, okay, the positive is Donk did play well. He was getting kills. His aim was looking crisp. Some really nice transfers in there. He wasn't actually playing as well as he has at Dallas. So that's at least a really good sign. I think for him, it might have been important to try and continue to play tournaments, but they didn't have that chance. And now I wonder if it's getting a bit more real for him because they had a little bit of time off. So you wonder that, but he was back here. Shiro, though, some of those misses were just so surprising.
Yeah, uncharacteristic coming out of Shiro. I love that we get to see some numbers here. And just to contextualize this from what we saw in Dallas, obviously Donk wasn't even the highest rated player on the side of Spirit to come out of Dallas. It was actually Magic's, you know, topping the charts in the group stage of things. Zontix was looking red hot as well. And it needs to be that team effort, right? I don't want a situation like we sometimes put Vitality in, say, why wasn't Zyro showing up when the rest of the squad are also kind of silent around him? I think it's fair to say that we need to see more from all of the individuals on Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. They're meant to be a team that's really strong as a team. And I think they are generally good at putting Donk in great positions, but that doesn't mean the other players shouldn't be showing up. I still am so curious for the rest of the series, though. I'm still so curious. Because that did feel to me like G2, they just got so hot at the start. Spirit get in their own heads. I mean, you know, we'll get into it later, but the Dust too, yeah, I'm so intrigued by it.
Do you think the positive vibe check is going to, you know, be paying off in dividends for G2 as we move on throughout the series? Do you think it's just a one map, you know, lighting on fire, then they're going to be petering off, or do you think this might be going the way of G2?
I mean, that's kind of the question, right? Because like Dust 2, you'd think that's where you do need an AWPer to some extent, you would think. We didn't see them AWPing really. Hooksy picked it up towards the end. Maybe that could work, who knows? But I mean, listen, it didn't feel like Spirit had much of an AWPer either on that map. Shiro was kind of missing, so maybe it's not necessary.
Questions, questions, questions. And in a moment, we will have some answers. We're going to be jumping into Dust 2 after this break. Dust2, the pick of G2, and a chance for them to take it into. We welcome you back to the Blast Premier Spring Finals presented by Revolut. And I'm going to open things up with a question. Obviously, Dust2, we were kind of anticipating which teams would be comfortable picking into this. Obviously, Vitality, top of that list, kind of followed by Big. Did you expect G2 to also be up there as a team who kind of want to be making a name for themselves on this map?
I think in this series, it's tough for them because Inferno gets banned by Spirit, and they're just so good on Inferno. Their win rate's like 94%. So that's actually another reason why I thought this was a bad matchup for the G2 guys, because I thought, oh, their best map's getting banned, Spirit's map pulls deeper, there were just so many things against them, but they come in with the win, and now I think Dust2's their best bet, because honestly, when we've seen Spirit on this map, I don't think they've looked that good. They played against Vitality, I believe, and it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I think it was 13-6 was the final score. That was obviously in the playoffs of Dallas, the event that just preceded this one, and it was very lackluster from Spirit. I was hoping to see a lot more, particularly as that was the first head-to-head we got to see between Donk and ZywOo. So, you know, if you're going to make a wish list for what Spirit should be showing on this map, what would you put at the top?
Well, in that game, it was definitely one where we actually saw Vitality earlier today going for a bunch of that CT aggression, and that's something Spirit just didn't deal with. And when you don't deal with it, Vitality just kept doing it. So for Spirit, you have to hope that they've looked at that previous game, they realize they got owned by that CT Dust2 aggression, and that they have to have answers for that. For G2, they surely will have watched that game. They surely will be pulling out some of the same plays, aggression into lower tunnels, aggression up through mid, plenty of options for that. So Spirit, I think early need to show they're not going to be able to fall foul to that. And once they can do that, I think the map potentially opens up for them.
Is that aggressive, like Vitality-esque style, typically what we see G2 doing on Dust2?
I think they're capable. Listen, it's just so loose right now because we only saw them play Dust2 at Dallas, and it's with the stand-in. So I expect them to loosen up a bit. One thing I will say is that m0NESY was their best player on Dust2 at Dallas, and Nico only had like a 1.08 rating. It was a more middling map for him. Hunter, I think, was another good performer for them. But again, you do just get the feeling, surely that AWP presence is important, and surely G2 don't have it?
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be my next question to you. This is what we would regard as kind of an AWPer's paradise, if you will. No surprises to see m0NESY really top on the charts in terms of that impact. So who would you give it to on the side of G2? Surely they have to be pulling out an AWP. Who is going to be the unfortunate, or maybe fortunate player to be getting it?
I mean, you'd probably say HooXi. We saw him pick it up once, but I don't think of HooXi as someone who's going to be a playmaker with the AWP. You think of him as someone who's more going to hold. So maybe you set him up, you try and get him like pushing through mid doors and holding an angle, but even then, yeah, it does feel tough. And then the other question is, I think, just on the Spirit side, I'm really interested in their level of coordination on this map, because, you know, if someone like Donk, I don't think he's going to be all that experienced on Dust2. It's not like a map that he's going to be super comfortable on. So, yeah, he played well on the first, but if he's not here on the second, and we didn't see his teammates step up, oh, maybe it's actually doable.
Whereas on the other side, Taz, he's very well versed on Dust2. I would say almost 2 decades of experience on this map. So maybe he's going to be calling the shots. I don't know.
Maybe. You know what, though? Okay, if G2 win this game, the most, like, wild thing that would happen is I'm sure m0NESY would come back and they'd somehow lose the next one.
No,
like,
don't
it seems like they can only win with stand-ins. It's been so long. it just feels like that would happen.
The stand-in magic is exactly what G2
needs. I think they're just playing for comedy at this point, I feel like, honestly.
Just playing for pure vibes. How likely do you think it is that this ends in 2 then?
Oh, it's so hard to say with this, because normally I have my analyst brain on, but this more feels like I have to go off of just what I feel. You know what? I honestly think G2 do have a reasonable chance here. I just think the start's so important. If Spirit get in their own heads again and they get off to a slow start, the same thing can very easily happen. You see teams start to put the pressure on themselves. They say, we can't lose to a stand-in. We can't lose to, well, Taz. It shouldn't be happening. And then you start to see them just collapse in. And that's seemingly what happened to Spirit on that map. They also don't really seem to have a massive hype guy to bring the mood back on the team. If anything, Donk was the guy who it looked like was maybe trying to hype the other guys up a bit, but they seem quite a stoic team, and sometimes that can work. But you feel like they should maybe have someone trying to get them back in a positive mentality.
So you can either follow your head or you can follow your heart in this one, courtesy of Hawker. And I'm curious, Connor, Mo, which one are you going with?
I think I'm all heart, no head, Freya. What about you, Mo?
I'm just no brain right now. I don't know what's going on, dude. This is the craziest thing. I feel like I say that every week these days.
Makes no sense.
We just watched the G2 matching at Dallas, then the chance that 38-year-old Taz can beat Donk in an opening match here at the spring final. I don't know. This might even set the bar higher somehow.
I mean, Nico was lights out.
Nico was lights out, but they did this without m0NESY, dude.
Yeah, that's the scary part. No Hooksy.
They needed both Nico and m0NESY full strength at Dallas.
Yeah.
To take those games. They did this without m0NESY.
Mohan, they're only getting better.
It's happening, man.
Just next week, we're going to bring in Taz and Stewie. And all hell breaks loose. Aka saying he thinks this is their best chance.
And we can finally get m0NESY on Liquid.
Right. That's what we're working towards.
Oh my God. So, Dust 2. This is where G2 wanted to take it. Let's find out why. How do you even prepare for this team? You know, you've got 3 of 5 players at every event, rotating.
There's no preparation. Hit shots like that, though. Again, Nexa.
Oh, yeah, and Nexa, dude. It's been Nico and Nexa that last map.
Yes, sir. That's a bomb plant, at the very least. Little window pressure, but no follow through. Nobody coming tunnels as well, so once Hooksy's able to turn his attention over, we'll see where that magic smoke ends up coming down. And don't forget, Chopper currently has the kid, so if they put a smoke on the bomb, that'd be one thing, but they smoke off tunnels. That's going to be fine for Hooksy. You want to smoke off tunnels? I'll turn and help out. And as he does so, Hunter body bags a couple players trying to get in through the doors. Now he's confirmed the last 2, and that smoke comes back to haunt them.
Yeah.
They thought they'd take a player out of the equation, but they just make it easier.
Yes, the only thing that grants them is like someone could come through that smoke and they might have to watch it on an off timing, but 70% of the time now is just focusing on the 2 open choke points. And you're right, they do just focus on those, and that's where everybody is. Hunter sees them over and over again. And I want to give a quick shout out to Hunter as well for a revival on form since Dallas. They needed him to get better coming into that event. Let it rip, Taz.
Couldn't say it better myself.
Yeah, let it rip. But they needed Hunter to get back to form in general, just for G2's sake, and for Dallas he did, and it looks like he's finding it again here in CS2. Taking this game seriously feels so uncomfortable.
I know,
but
we're not.
It just feels.
I know.
But they literally are up a map already.
Like, I still just want to laugh about it, but I also want to give credit where it's due.
Yeah.
But then I also don't want to start packaging this as a G2 upset when in reality, like, you should just be looking at this as Spirit comes back map 2 and 3 every day of the week. That's what you're supposed to expect. I mean, it's a full team, damn it. These are the Katowice champions in absolute stunning fashion, and sure, they've had some shortcomings since in very important games, but this isn't one of those important big stage moments. It's not a defining moment. This is supposed to be your clean sweep. Donk's supposed to be having fun.
You know what? He is, though. He still is. And even before this game started, he was looking like, oh, nice nade. But it's a little too late. The bomb actually gets planted. They still have long control. And they've got Nico. Oh, however, he's low. Okay. It's one way to go. And that's actually a retake done as well.
I don't want to kick him while he's down, man. But Shiro had some issues last map.
Yeah, man. He was just not hitting at all.
The 14 dual Berettas bullets that disappeared.
Op shot. There was a lot of
critical
op shots
when they came up ramp in the last round. It's you know, it's Tech9's flooding at you, but he didn't get one.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a very off map for Shiro, seriously. Because actually, even at Dallas, he was great in their elimination game. If I remember correctly, he was like the one sort of bright spot, or the brightest spot. But that was definitely a very, very rough map from him. Long control, or long spawn, I should say.
And G2 only now the favorites to win the series on GGBet. By the skin of their teeth.
Still crazy.
It's not believable.
Because even if G2 had won, but it was a close map, they wouldn't be favorites in map 2. They had to win by as much as they did. And to be fair, those odds could have been 10-1 and, you know, almost felt reasonable, considering m0NESY's not here. But they were like 6-1, and it's true. There was a chance for G2.
Still lesser weapons for the majority. Nade plus the Deagle's doing a bunch of damage, and they can't just charge their way through that one. Not going to be allowed. Magic's quick top mid control. He's going to get eyes on lower tunnels, so as they double back towards mid, this could be the end of a couple of them. Ooh, Magic's just ahead of the timing of the suicide player and the guy's bottom mid, and he knows it. He's in the perfect spot. Blindside to Nexa, comes out with a double, and with more players bottom mid, we switch back over to the Donk side of things. It is a big fallback into the B site. Just scouts and pistols works out for the Spirit core.
Could have been played better there by Magix. Beautiful stuff at the top of mid. Green box waiting for his timing, not taking the first kill, catching the flank. And in terms of bright spots, he's been their bright spot in these sort of really rough games. Their elimination at Dallas.
Yeah, give it back.
And Donk is keeping the energy alive. He really does. He always does. He was even laughing at the end of map 1.
Chopper's operating on his own there. Yes, he's got a teammate to fall back into in Shiro, but he could have just died with no return. So nice to see him and Spirit take away man advantage. Able to tuck comfortably onto the site. I think slotting into the T side might be a little bit harder without the op, right? We've seen G2 kind of come into this and not want to play into the AWP. Oh, God. Oh, Hunter. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think he malfunctioned right there.
What was that? What was that?
That was very funny from a different perspective.
Walkout from Spawn gets caught out. That's Chopper getting a little too big for his boots. And then the nade damage is pretty big as well, but Donk and Magix and Donk again. And that's them converting now. Team Spirit getting into control of this series. It's a long night if they're going to bring it back, but again, to expect them not to would, I mean, that's just outlandish. We can laugh at the ancient outcome. Great first half into an eventual close, but
2B, what? 1-3-1.
Oh, they weren't ready for that after the mid kill.
And now Glocks with a single flash. So taking the A spawn, looking for long control. Chopper and Magic's already putting down the flames.
I actually love him.
Donk?
Donk's just going for it every day.
Yeah.
Just loves playing CS.
Oh, baby. Easy double here for Magix. He's got support from the bomb site, so he's not afraid. This guy kicks over chairs for a living.
Yeah, he's like, I'll take that.
4 kills. Pads the stats ever so slightly. Team Spirit in the lead where they should be.
They're going to look back and call it a warm-up, right? That's what the story's going to be for them.
They're going to say, guys, we did it for Taz.
We did it for Taz.
We gave him a map.
I think m0NESY on Telegram just said, should I even come? We've got Prime Taz. Prime Victor is what he called him, I think.
We'll see if G2 can get back to what was working on Ancient, because right now Nico's 1-4, Taz is 1-5. Nico went absolute carry mode to get them that map win.
Yeah, talk about find your form in CS2. Nico is not out of the conversation when it comes to riflers this year. Is like obviously a slower start, but that Dallas is special from him too.
Very quiet across the map, and Nico just dry peeks? Yeah, not gonna happen, buddy. Hate to break it to you. It's gonna activate the execute out from the tunnels. Ooh, 2 kills. Straight up from tunnels. Yes, you lose your mid-split, but do you need it? Successful out from tunnels, the double entry into the site forces Spirit into the save, and that, folks, is Dust2.
Yeah, they'll take 1 for 2 right there, no problem. They got that info on the Opper outside the doors. 2 great kills over each other's shoulders. Donk and Zontix go down. Certainly normally rely on them.
Keep it nice and simple. 4 strong out tunnels. Plat player delivers nothing. And they'll hang on all 4.
Did anyone op on Ancient? Hooksy bought it once.
Hooksy bought it once and like died on lane.
Yeah.
And that was at
Was
like
that
the
the
very
only
tail
one,
end.
really?
I'm pretty sure that was the only time.
So they'll probably...
They might not apply it, right? Might have been saved.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, you don't buy ops, you get more buy rounds. So I think they'll take it from Shiro for this map, most likely. I bet Nico will take... If they get Shiro with it, I think Nico will take it in this map. I think that would be an avenue worth exploring. And Hooksy, unironically, can be a good hybrid. He's had 1 or 2 rounds in his life. I think it was Anubis?
Yeah, Anubis.
Yeah,
Anubis platform.
He's had a couple of rounds.
Yeah, great plays from Mezzi. Trying that on for size. Calling that Mezzi now.
Even though he plays there right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it, though.
Yeah.
It's worthwhile.
Big play.
It is like mezzanine almost.
Love a mezzanine. Fast cat play into Chopper. They go. Nico this time not dead out of the gate. He will trade out Taz. Hooksy comes through with the kill on Magix. I wonder if that was blind through smoke. Looks like it was on the edge of it, so just a duel that he ends up besting him. Costs himself, though. Shiro here on ramp.
Wow,
nice
man.
headshot out of Nico.
Oh, Dog with the op.
Yes, sir. He's got that second one on the other half of the map, and he's very quickly coming at the cat play, swapping over to the AK. They're going to put Nico on the op. Do we want to see it?
On T side, I think we do.
But they're not ready for the long fight. They're going to find him in the open. Ramp player down for the count. Nico, at this range with the op, surely has an edge. Oh, and he bests Donk. Molotov towards the catwalk. Is it a split? The op is empty.
He has to reload it.
Oh, God, the nade down to 2 HP. And the op is now reloaded. The bomb is beyond the halfway point. Zontix has the kid. He's got to get up on it. Nico's scrambling.
Zontix, you got to go.
He's got the frag. He gets on bomb, and he should have time. By an extra second, Spirit will retake A.
That was a very close, nearly. Time worked out in the favor of Nico right there. I love that. Just disrespecting the flash entirely. It was actually pretty effective, too. Had him blind for at least a second.
Nico picks up an off. There's 1 bullet.
Yeah. That's
oh, my God.
Sabotaged. Oh, man. I agree. Whatever. For sure.
I don't know. You got to be careful with Tom.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. That was Mohan Govindasamy.
No.
I love this kid. Yeah. Fast fight out, long costs bodies. Chopper, quick transition towards site. And this is Spirit starting to have a little pep in their step on Dust 2. Taz on the forefront of the hit, gets exposed by the frag grenade. Smoke doesn't hold them off. Zontix double kill to close it, and Team Spirit racking up round wins while the youngins pop off.
But we've got now the vibes kicking in. Everyone G2 still smiling after some of these rounds. Keeping it light. Feels like we've got more of a real match right now. Less about the pressure that Spirit seem to be putting on themselves over on Ancient. Just more about playing the rounds as they should, to their strengths. Off to Tech 9s we go for G2.
Little Deagle sprinkled in from Nico. Love to see it. Ooh. Ah. Owned. Picked up another one. They do it twice. Just rude.
Yeah, maybe that was just like a very painful warm-up map for Shiro.
And Donk gonna drop bomb at his feet. Hooksy comes out from smoke, gets stuffed by Chopper, and they're starting to show their teeth.
There just needed to be something to set up an even more amazing outcome, right? Now if G2 win the last map, now they beat Spirit when they're even stronger.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're trying to fish for.
What we saw was already incredible, but if it happened again like that, we just talk about it as a Spirit crumble. But now they potentially get to beat them at their best.
They power up, map
like
3 gets close,
Hisoka.
double OT closed, Taz clutches.
This is like Hisoka versus Dawn, right? He wants his opponent to be strong first.
Yeah, whatever you said. Sorry, dude, never seen Naruto.
Okay. Don't know about Gone Freaks?
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, nice. It was nice.
That was the loudest Norbert. Is it the acoustics in here?
It might be.
Because Norbert was sounding really loud.
Yeah.
Apex was sounding sexy.
Yeah.
And now Shiro's getting as loud as ever, too.
Taz rowdy. Donk upset. Believe it or not, I think I almost heard Jay make a noise.
No.
No. Do not kid. So, the world is starting to right itself, and Spirit where they should be. 3 rounds up over G2. We'll see if guns can make a difference. Go back at it.
Oh. Bowling.
Lock on missile from Magix. This could catch him off, though. Smoke grenade goes down, and Hooksy kind of starts swinging before it could fully plume, so he gets vision on the player's deep CT.
Saw a lot.
No one to stop the plant.
Not even close. They're still in a fine time spot to go for the retake. They've got the utility to go for it. I think they'd like to have a molly, but when they're looking at the T's here, they literally have to just frag out. They've got 4 of the best spots they can ask for, but no utility whatsoever.
Smoke grenades, though. That's all Spirit have. 1 Molotov to get somebody out of Goose would be huge.
Yeah.
They drop a smoke onto the boxes, so that's going to get them out into the catwalk uncontested. It's going to have to be a fast swing. I can't believe they're still on for this.
Yeah, no time at all.
You got to get on the bomb right now.
Oh, they tough it.
Oh, God. Did they have that?
Oh, he got him. Oh, my God. Okay, next to clutch that right there. That was very close. They had to stick it, absolutely.
Sketchy situation. I'm surprised they even sent that. I mean, that is full send, caution to the wind.
Again, it's because, there were 0 counter grenades.
Yeah.
So nothing to slow them down, to be fair. No flashes, no molly to stop the cross, nothing like that. Oh, I wonder if you get a look down more.
Yeah, right.
Nice. Good shit. Good shit. Hi.
They gave that one a lot, though. 4 players.
Yes, very costly.
Sacrificed some souls.
And what's wild to me is that with those smoke grenades, right, you have 2 smokes coming in from the cat retake. I'm surprised there wasn't a smoke for the bomb. Surprised there wasn't a smoke on the corner of the site.
Yeah.
You had two smokes.
Yes, yes.
They dropped them both to get out catwalk. One underhanded close and then one on the jump up boxes. So yes, it gave you deep CT control or cat control. Yes, it got you towards that site. But man, if there's a smoke on bomb, that's done.
Agreed.
So I think maybe just another testament to how scrambled and frantic that big retake was.
Oh yeah, obviously they didn't have nades, but it would have covered a molly too if they had it.
Yep. Trying to orchestrate a lot when you're going for that on 15 seconds max.
The donk op once again. We didn't see this much in Dallas, did we? I don't really remember. I mean, before Dallas, I don't remember it at all. Ooh, nice. Sontex pieces up Hooksy here. Donk gets his.
They're trying to climb up, but Chopper's up close, so hate to break it to you. Trying to climb into another man's coffin. This is absolutely shut down. Team Spirit going to remind G2 who's boss.
Recommending a GTA?
Huh?
What? Climb into another man's car?
Oh, yeah. But I said coffin.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
I thought Greater Toronto Area.
Okay.
Sorry, I was like...
Oh, wow. For the folks at home, he's not from Toronto.
No.
That's impressive that he knows that.
Okay. But yeah, you can hotwire another man's car. Yeah.
You and the Kia boys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Drive it like it's hot.
50 bucks a pop.
Tech9s is where this half will fizzle out. G2. This ain't quite ancient. But Taz still is.
That was unnecessary. That was totally unnecessary. He is looking youthful and graceful. Okay? Funny part is he didn't even have his hair in 2014.
Yeah,
he looks literally identical.
Yeah. I hope I age as well, honestly. But this is just everybody on G2 kind of hitting the brick wall. Even Nico down to 5 and 10. Zontix, oh, he's letting them get their hopes up. They go running past. He gets turned on by Taz. And Donk's op. Ooh, that's a double. From 2 frags to 4 frags on the half. Has he done enough to put Hunter into a clutchable situation? At the very least, Hunter has grabbed an M4, and he's got the bomb. He could fake it once, see if they come at him. He could just go ahead and peek window. That's an option too. They're not going to think he's this close to the peak, so you see them take their nades out, but he doesn't swing. Finds a frag grenade in the middle of all that. He'll chuck that bad boy out, and all of this, of course, is just queued up that CT to wrap around towards tunnels. Ah, they're coming to the door.
Okay.
He's playing around and doing all sorts of haphazard shenanigans. They decide enough's enough. Team Spirit, comeback looking easy so far.
Facing down pistols, even when you have a rifle, can be a dangerous pursuit when you're holding the angle solo. Against 5, Tessus will need to stand strong. The smoke blocking their way might not provide the barrier that he would quite like just yet. Here's the steps, here's the flashbang. 3 players turn the corner, and it is a swift 1-2-3 triple kill for Tessus. A spray completely blind and into the smoke. They might have pistols and a chance at taking him down, but when they all walk into the bullets like that, well, it's just not going to go their way. 2 more players still remain, and Rob's the last to fall, sent back to the locker room. I'm sure it's nothing a good cup of tea can't fix. When playing at a professional level, you need to have your wits about you. Not doing so can allow players to find the flank on you. And if you allow that, well, it's certainly going to be painful. Unless they completely miss all of their shots, as was on display there by Apex. An unfortunate turn of events leaving Shocks in a 1 versus 3 to try and hold the plant on the A bomb site of Nuke. Despite landing a good headshot onto Simple, it's not quite as easy as that to stop NAVI from moving in. Clutching for match point, certainly not easy, but m0NESY wants to give it a good go. Holding one's nerve is difficult, but an exemplary display of the stiff upper lip coming into effect for m0NESY here. With 4 players moving in from the B straight, dupreeh finds a pick over on the A site to potentially give them cause for concern over there. The Molotov to try and burn him away, immediately assuaged, and the first shot with the AWP lands. The second, not quite so lucky, but let's take a look at the reign of terror soon to unfold, as a third shot comes through, and Magisk bites the dust. And there's only one player left as Nico dispatches dupreeh cross map with a deagle. And the smoke starts to dissipate. 2 angles to worry about, and the AK shots do not find their mark. The gunshot to ZywOo seals the deal. A 1 versus 4, a frightening prospect for any Counter-Strike player. aleXiB has his opportunity to show us just what he can do in that very situation. With his first opportunity coming up shortly, m0NESY looks to creep towards the library position. Holding the angle, aleXiB delivers a swift headshot out towards his opposing player. Now, with only Nexa on the site, Hunter and HooXi are on their jollies with other business to attend to over on the B bomb site. They've left Nexa all alone, who gives his position away, and a window of opportunity presents itself. aleXiB, not one to squander such, will be able to win the trade and look for the defuse. 2 players on the enemy team, but none ready and waiting. A blow to the morale struck. Now G2 will have to repair themselves after that one. Perseverance and precision, 2 necessary qualities for the true Counter-Strike professional. Moving on up towards the roof on the approach, Twists needs to leave a Molotov for Kerrigan. Over towards the skylight so that they can double molly the site and have the numbers to follow it up. First, he doesn't succeed. The second time, not so lucky either. But look at this, a perfect bottle flip executed by Twists to be able to land it tail side up. A marvelous little trick, and it's a perfect 10 from this judge.
Well, reality. Back to reality, huh? Team Spirit looking far better here on Dust 2 than back on Ancient. There was something in the water, something in the murky spawns of T-side on Ancient that allowed Taz to power up, for Nico to go God mode, and to, thanks to Nexa, carry through. Now, like I said, back to reality. Team Spirit just shutting down the hopes of the G2O. Does that mean they have no chance in the series? Time will tell.
Yeah, they also have a chance on the map, Connor. 4 rounds, not that bad. We've seen bigger comebacks so far at this event.
That's fair, but I think Donk is of another level right now. We've got Zontix and Magix right up there too. You look across the kill count for G2 and it's just not quite there.
All your problems go away on CT side. Streets know that.
Except the economic ones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's when inflation kicks you in the ass.
Buy Donk stocks today.
Donk.
Donk, donk.
Does Zontix see anything?
No. If you consider nothing something.
Oh, okay.
Nice shot.
A lean.
Shiro looking much better as well. Was, dare I say it, kind of a non-factor back on Ancient, oddly enough.
Ooh, they're trying to figure this out, but the B split is coming in. Well, maybe, actually. They're still up on Cat. They have options. I think they're just trying to get any last-second information. They squeeze their way out through the double doors.
And they're in. On the prowl. Chopper locking horns with the player on car. Smoke goes up on CT. Oh, my God. HooXi and Taz, baby. HooXi and Taz. Hanging on for dear life. Taz still from the car. Then the support comes out. Beautiful kill from Nexa.
Taz in a 1v1.
Imagine. Against Shiro, though.
Take your timing, Taz.
He's given up his spot. They've both taken shots. Taz tagged, 13 health, and Shiro on the fallback. He's grabbed the bomb, and Taz will give him that little bit of space. Hands busy. Taz comes out. Does he get the crosshair on point? Does Shiro deny the dreams of Taz? 38 years young. He's crawled past. Hit it. Hit it. Oh, my God. Oh, he's got it.
No way.
Taz 1v1.
That was Shiro to get 4 kills, and that's denied. Taz gets his third 2K pistol on Ancient. And tell me this game is over, Connor.
Still chirping. Still shouting. Hooting and a hollering.
That was
still going.
Beating Shiro in a 1v1. That's something special all on its own. All on its own.
Beautiful crawl back out of the bomb site, right? Just, I mean, giving up the control to the plant. Perfect timing, crawling back out from tunnels.
Use everything on this side. Look at that shot. What? He's not shooting below the neck either. These pistol round kills have all been headshots. He's up to 7 already this time, Connor.
Okay. Out-fragging Hunter and Hooksy and Nico. For now. That bomb plant affords Team Spirit an early buy. We've got the AK for Donk. Deagle Tech for Chopper Zontix. Good flash, but it's also followed up by Chopper, who was able to dodge it. And Hooksy feeds them another rifle. That's going to be scary. Did he not have a gun?
Who?
Hooksy. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, he got that dink on Chopper as well.
Yeah. It's like, I swear I saw an M4. They're a little delayed picking it up, but everybody's got one now, barring Chopper's measly 11 HP. They hear the fall down, though. That's an audible for Hunter.
And to a molly and a couple flashes. There's actually no smokes here for Spirit. Well, they throw this one out, obviously, to spawn.
Nice hold. That's bomb. Fire 2.
Oh my God, that worked. What? He played that like it was a fighting game. What a combo. Okay.
Just a kung fu kick to the chest.
All his super meter right there.
Firebomb! Firebomb! Firebomb!
The flame. What was that? Okay.
What the hell is happening, man? That's Aura.
Look at Akuma right here. Look at Akuma.
Yeah.
One moment.
Hooksy can't believe what he's seeing.
Yeah. Well, he got to watch it online.
He's like, what if
now
I
he's here
rejoin?
for it, yeah.
Can't believe his eyes.
This is a 2-round game, Connor.
A 2-round game or a 2-0 game?
G2O is a real thing, man.
They have pistols. It's about to be a 1-round game.
Uh-oh. That's the Connor curse, though.
Whoa. Getting crazy, Chopper. It's a little too crazy. Oh, uh-oh. Taz.
Dangerous territory.
Big pack of players pushing at him. Magix. He's low. 1 health. Yeah. Easy cleanups here for Hunter. They are sat down, and Shiro a little late to the party. But finds timing on the quick switch. Nexa gonna survive the test of the Glocks, and G2, it's a 1-round game.
Yes, they're looking to tie it up.
It's vibes, baby. Taz is like, why did I retire? Why would I ever retire?
What brought me out of the game? What are the thoughts going through everyone's head? You know what I mean? Everyone who's been on these 2 lineups now, who's not played on the lineups, who's watched the lineups. What's that? What must be happening?
I need Stewie's take right now.
Yeah. Oh, he tweeted. He said this is amazing to watch.
Okay, good.
Yeah. He's enjoying this. How could you not watch this?
Stewie has unlocked G2's potential. They are now unstoppable.
He was their ayahuasca. They
okay.
They saw the singularity. They came back. They were grateful.
Yep. They have been to the other side and back.
Yeah.
Taz. Oof. Missed shot.
Was he using an off?
Surely it wasn't a scout. Meanwhile, B-side about to be attacked. That's still Zontic's kind of taking his time.
Did Taz have the op and there's 2 scouts on the...
Yeah, he did.
Oh my God.
And now Nexa has found, oh no, but there's a smoke up that covers Magix.
Wait,
oh my
what
God.
happens right here?
Shiro gets the timing.
Yeah. Okay. And surely they just avoid this whole situation now. They know 1 jump left. Yeah? They're not going to go catch, surely. Yeah.
They go long.
Okay. But I mean, Upper Tunnel is getting clear the same. This is good tempo here for the CT side, but they got a full-on tough retake to come up with. No nades for it as well. Nico's going to switch to the cross in a second. Yeah.
They don't have a smoke.
Oh, the T's on. They're going to jump across then. They need to bait with Shiro.
Come on, Nico.
Oh.
Op him. That's 2 across.
Hunter's running up.
Bomb included.
He has a nade.
for
that do anything,
planter.
Shiro?
No. Magic's gonna survive that with ease.
Okay.
Had to be Nico on the cross. He very quickly throws that op to the ground, switching to the AK, getting caught out by Shiro holding long flank, and that is Spirit to get through with number 9.
Nice. And that's a moment like that Shiro was somehow having trouble with on Ancient, so.
That's a round where they're missing the op. Taz in middle dies to Magix. Nico misses the shot on the cross.
Yeah.
m0NESY in either of those positions. 2 kills. So Shiro getting a chance to shine here. Big turnaround from him between Ancient and Dust 2. This radio command.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It was receiving a transmission. Should I agree with that?
I don't know if you should. It's a little too feisty for my support.
Yeah. Nico Op comes in again. At least it's kind of weird that it started on Taz last round. That seemed a little ambitious.
Yeah, a little bit. But hey, you know, he is out fragging Nico. So now Nico begins the endeavor. I feel like this op crosshair is extra thin. But anecdote. Hunter holds bottom tunnels. Ooh, Zontix, very critical cover. And they step into Shiro. Smoked on the doors. Nico desperate here. Yeah, he's thinking about it, but maybe getting a little too crazy.
Yeah, took a shot.
The bomb's a little bit late, but it will still come through with the smoke on door. If he challenges window,
they're waiting to, actually.
Things could get unraveled. But they walk away instead.
Yeah, totally.
Totally.
They're going to walk far out here.
Radical. That's 10, folks. I like that they took... Huh?
Optif.
Yeah, Optif.
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 And the other option is don't op. They could still be in they'd be fine.
Well, when you go for plays like what they just did, I'm surprised they are trying to op.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Like what, Nico, you're going to take op into lower tunnels?
I mean, it's just like, m0NESY's been so good and doesn't die anymore, so it's like they don't even get the chance to play with it. It's like, Mom, my turn on the Xbox type
Like that
of
was
thing.
Nico and Hunter in lower tunnels choosing to take the op into the mix there. Are you telling me Nico and Hunter can't rifle in tunnels better than that?
Yeah.
You know?
Like he would have gotten one for sure. Even on that cross, he would have gotten one with his rifle.
Yeah, he shot one bullet and instantly switched to an AK.
Yeah.
You know, to be fair, in that case, he had a scout and then dropped it for an op.
Yeah.
This round, that's a choice.
Yeah. It's definitely getting a little loose when Taz is picking up the op with 2 other people scouting on the team.
But it's vibes, brother.
It is. But I think it needs to be aura. Like they had they had the vibes before, but then they got the aura 2K.
Okay.
But then they can fall back on vibes now when the aura
When
but
the
they need
aura
to make sure
kind of
they
dissipates a little.
Yeah.
Okay. Thins out.
But
it's a difficult balance to
the
strike.
the G Taz aura 2K type
Bottle
thing.
that.
Yeah.
Sell it.
This is the only math that can explain this, by the way. There's no numbers that can explain what we're watching. That's why we sound like we're doing horoscopes.
You ever heard of magic, kids? This is what it looks like. Nico's still opping because it gets saved.
It gets saved, yeah.
So can't transition away from it just yet.
You'll have to kill me first.
Yeah. That's possible. Off walking up into Zontix. He's been pretty present up inside tunnels as he tends to lurk around here. And as he goes in wide, it is Nico with the opening kill. They don't get a chance to grab the gun, but they're going to try to reposition fast enough to get ahead of what is a response here from Spirit. Immediately starting to tiptoe their way up catwalk as a 4-player pack.
Yeah, there's not a ton of great guns, but the 2 good ones are on the A site right now.
Let's see, do you have it in ya? Nice, clean kill to Chopper.
Wow.
A huge amount of damage.
So much.
Arguably enough.
But there's no HEs, so they play headshot angles and stuff.
Jumping 5-7. Oh, he just got around. He still gets around, barely. barely. He's just as low as they are now. Shiro comes wide with the Glock to finish it off, and then swaps back into the AWP, and that should have been enough. But Nico's op connects. Magix flanks around with such little health. Taz already posting a 1v1 against Shiro, but now a 1v2 against them.
I think Hooksy can call low here.
Taz is concerned about the ramp. It's Gandalf by Donk, and then Catwalk for Magix.
And he
doesn't have a kit, doesn't have a smoke, doesn't really have the time at this point, so they're going to start departing sight. He's not able to get into the fray, and that is indeed Spirit in 11th. Unfortunately, the kit down long instead, so unable to grab it until we are beyond that point. A very quick transition up the catwalk where Hooksy does so much damage, but like you said, not one nade, not one molly. If they have a couple pieces of util there, it feels like maybe G2 hold on.
Yeah, would have in fact been, I think, massively favored towards G2 with one or two good grenades, but they keep one gun up. It's a funny moment from Shiro, but it's called Hunter's Low, and then the sweet transition to the op.
Nice two-piece.
Yeah.
No mid-resistance at all here. Spirit already starting to gather info. It's a big gap to come across. Oh, Chopper holds his own molly. Burns Hooksy down into the open, and Donk gets the trade frag. So another difficult spot here for G2 to stave off this map 2 win of Team Spirit.
Yeah, could be a nice move from Nico, but he doesn't come any more forward. He's sitting up there ready to take a duel on Cat, but it's obviously a Nico-style duel, very difficult one. Flat angle versus Donk. And he's going to come out ahead. 89 damage to him. But this can speed up Magix. I think he feels like he's alone.
Zontix to catch the mid play. He gets the first damage, but takes some in return. Magix almost getting a glimpse of it. There's a player still on site. Nico turns, and Magix, perfect timing on the execution. Mid player burned back. Hunter can't get into this, and so Bomb is able to come to the site for free. And unfortunately, G2 have to cut their losses, forfeit a 12th. And play for 4 rounds straight.
Yeah.
Assuming they can save.
It's never over versus G2, but I think they can pull off the upset. Maybe take their opponent's map pick here. But you know what? Ancient happened.
Nobody can take that from us.
No one can take that from G2.
Taz won a map of CS2 versus a top 5 team in the world in 2024.
Versus Donk at 38 years old.
And he's got the kid flustered. Donk do be shooketh. Smoking mid, but nothing behind it. They're going for long instead. Limitations here for G2, so unfortunately they have to limp into round 20 with a lesser buy and hope somehow the solution comes together. The solution really has been massive uptick in Shiro's level of play and every player on Team Spirit contributing as they should be because they are the heavy favorites. Unfortunately, Nico not able to replicate that hard carry. There's still a little time and a little bit of firepower to try and turn the tide. Minute to the clock as they get towards cap, but find themselves smoked out.
It's crazy how effortless Monacy makes opping look, isn't it?
There are few who do it as well as him.
I hope if this does end up going to the next map.
Hooksy making a ton of sound. I mean, they hear this. They hear that, brother. You just... they hear, I mean... they saw it coming! Big push. Hunter tries his damnedest, but at this point, it is a completely wrapped up B site with no defense to be found. And so Nico on the op again, now tasked to retake a B site, Dust 2. He lands the shot, but finds himself down on 11. Nobody can take away Ancient. It happened. And while it may not be a G2-0, we've still got one map to go. Donk gonna give Taz a taste of his own medicine. The real team steps up in the response to Dust 2, but we're all still having fun. So we'll see you guys on the decider.
Yeah, vibe check for Spirit looking a lot better in this one. They wipe away the sleepy dust from their eyes, and it's G2 to falter, stumble, and crumble on their own map pick of Dust 2. I'm glad that we get to see Spirit battling back into this one, because that first map, that wasn't enough for me to be satisfied.
Yeah, they just look so much better here. And, you know, Donk's stats don't look crazy, but I think he had a really good start to this game. And that was an important period for Spirit to be able to get into a good position in the first place. And then once Shiro gets that AWP out, he does what he does best. Just landing shots, solid as ever. Really good work from him. I think overall, G2, in that second half, there was a little period at the start where you thought, okay, they might come back into this. And then I swear, as soon as they bought an AWP, it just went horribly wrong.
No.
And I saw the moment Taz was thinking like, do I buy the AWP? He waited until like 2 seconds left and he was like, yeah, I'll buy it. And I've never seen Taz AWP in the past. I think he just wanted one AWP clip in his life, finally. It doesn't happen for him. And then Nico's just buying the AWP every round. And I honestly don't even know if I can remember an AWP kill. Like they weren't doing anything with it.
I don't think there was. There was maybe one. I think Nico got one on Shiro. That probably gave him a false sense of confidence, which he shouldn't have had in this. That kind of tilted me off, actually, to see that happening. It's like, guys, you do have a chance to be almost equalizing the scoreline, and then that kind of play comes out, and it's like, yeah, what did you expect going up against Spirit, right? They're an actual real team with a real AWPer.
Yeah, it was a shame. I do think coming into that one, they were already kind of down at that point, to be fair, but at the same time, it almost felt like there was the round where they went aggressive into lower tunnels. They had the AWP in there, and then as soon as that round went wrong, we didn't really see the same aggression. Kind of felt like they just... I don't know if they just lost their ideas or they got a bit frustrated or what happened exactly, but it definitely looked like they just weren't playing as active at that point. And that, for me, was their win condition on CT side, was to make those sorts of active plays. But as soon as it got shut down, it felt like they didn't make those plays again and kind of went wrong for them.
We're starting off with some of the bad, so let's flip it over to some of the good. Obviously, we weren't too satisfied with what, Shiro was putting up individually on Ancient. This was a completely different story, though, right? He was really showing up and putting some incredible impact on Dust 2.
Yeah, definitely. And it kind of makes sense as a map that would suit Shiro's style, because you kind of think of him more on the James side of AWPing compared to like someone like a Brokey, right? You think of him sometimes more just stable, holding angles, which you can definitely do on Dust 2. A lot of these kills, he's going to be fairly far back. He can get up close sometimes if he needs to as well. But yeah, this one here again, long range, he's very happy to do so. And we were saying he wasn't really there on the first map, but normally he is pretty reliable for Spirit, and he does show that here, and you would expect that to continue.
And just an all-round, a much better team performance coming out of Team Spirit, right? They looked way more choreographed, the synergy was there, and there was actually, some smiles going around the camp. They were having a giggle at some point, so that's always a good sign.
Yeah, you almost wonder if the pressure is like less there because they're thinking, okay, well, Dust 2, it's not actually a map we've shown as much on. So even if we have some shaky moments, they didn't seem like they were getting in their own heads as much. Even if a round went wrong here or there, they weren't suddenly in some really down mood like we kind of saw on the first map. So that might have been a big part of this, just that mental reset coming in. But yeah, we got to see if it continues into the next map, because you never know.
Should we look at one of the moments coming out of G2? We're going to run an eco play by Revolut, which was, of course, Taz. In the second pistol round, 1v1 versus Shiro. Guess who takes it, Hawker? Oh, we know, it's Taz.
Taz and Hooksy holding the B site. Name a more iconic duo. I mean, basically any other duo would be more iconic, because I never thought I would see this in my life. That final play, by the way, Taz, I know he played with Snacks a lot. That feels like a Snacks play. He just snuck into the site, and you're wondering how the hell he got there. So, using all of his former teammates' skills combined into one, just for that one round, he channeled something.
Very cheeky coming out of him. And you know what? We're joking about Taz being in the server, obviously incredibly unexpected, but it's not like he's being a liability for G2. Sure, they did lose this map, but it wasn't, solely down to him whiffing shots. Like, I'm impressed with how much he's actually standing up in this game.
Yeah, in that map, like Nico goes from an incredible map to one where I'm pretty sure Taz, did he end with more kills than Nico? It was close.
Oh, it's
okay,
on par,
even.
exactly the same.
Yeah, okay, exactly the same. But Taz was ahead of him for a fair bit there. I do think the issue here was, I was saying earlier, Monacy was a huge part of their Dust 2 at Dallas. It makes sense. He's the AWPer. Hunter had a solid map, as I was kind of expecting, but we haven't seen Nico be a beast on Dust 2, and that's what had to happen on the first map. So the fact they pick into Dust 2, unfortunately, means Nico, we haven't seen him really have the carry performances on this map, and did kind of feel like you needed a bit of a Nico carry here to have a chance.
And that's always a shame, right? Because when you think back to Dust 2 and CSGO, Nico was always a name that was synonymous with this map, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a map that you feel like he should get good on, but maybe it's just, you know, so recent. We're still having something settle on Dust 2, so maybe with a bit more time, we'll see it. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets good in it eventually. Still very early days, but for now, listen, with all the stand-ins as well, you can't exactly be too annoyed. You can't exactly have too high expectations.
Well, they did just win a tournament with a stand-in, so I guess I don't even know where to place our expectations, but I do know what to expect coming after this break. It's going to be the third and final decider map. It's Anumis going down after this. It's Anubis to settle the score between G2 and Team Spirit here at the Blast Premier Spring Finals, presented by Revolut. One of these two squads will be going directly to the quarterfinals and guaranteed to be playing in front of the crowd. And Hawker, this is where the scales get a little bit uneven if we're just looking at reps on this map. For Team Spirit, they've only played it a couple of times, and for G2, we know it's a map they're more than happy to be playing. Over the last 3 months, they played it 13 times. So tell me the story of both these sides. What are you feeling?
Yeah, listen, G2 play it a lot. Taz has not played it as much.
No.
He's played it like once in his career. And something else I was going to say about Taz, okay, I'm going to say it quiet because he's behind me. But just before he retired, I think he went 17 maps in a row without getting a positive KD.
Oh.
I was hoping we'd see that today, but I doubt it on Anubis, considering he's not got the experience. Listen, I just said a number. I just said a fact. You know, you chose how to interpret that.
The stats don't lie. I'm not going to lie to you and say that basically Taz didn't take a break. He's just been sat at the PC, and that's probably for good reason, as he's only played this map actually a handful of times himself. How much do you think that's going to be affecting what we usually see on Anubis coming out of G2?
I think the real thing you've got to hope for G2 is, again, they keep the mood positive so that they can go for some of those aggressive plays, because we saw it earlier from VP. They really struggled to get their game over the line when they just sat back passively on that CT side, because it's really hard to get a read on what's going on Anubis. If you just give up map control, the rotations are not easy. You're not going to have an easy time stacking a site. And listen, G2 have to get brawly anyway. Let's be real. They're not exactly going to out-coordinate this Spirit lineup.
No.
So I want to see some risk taken. I really think the main thing, again, is you have to get a good performance out of Nico. I think right now, I know it seems obvious to say, but he's basically the only star this team has. So you have to get a good performance out of him. That's exactly what I'd be aiming on. And then from there, I hope some of the other players sort of round it out and just come out with impact plays where they can.
Obviously, we will be knifing for sides. We don't know which side of the server the teams will be starting on just yet. But for the Spirit side of the equation, obviously, we want the individuals to be shining. Who do you think has the ability to, harness the most impact when we're talking about Anubis?
I mean, you always look at Donk, right? And I think in the previous Anubis game he's played well. They had one against FaZe, actually, where they lost both pistols and they still went on to win the map. So even though they haven't got many reps on this map, the win that they got there, I think, shows that they clearly have a good level on this map. And also in general, I always think Zontix is kind of underrated for me on this team.
Yeah,
I've been slightly surprised. Some people have said maybe he could be the one that gets changed out at some point. I think Spirit are fine right now. If anything, I think they need to get more reps in as a tournament, more tournaments for this team, because it does feel like they come to these events and maybe they're putting a bit more pressure on themselves. We saw it on that first map. That screamed to me of a team that is feeling unnecessary pressure, maybe because they realize we haven't actually played that many tournaments. We feel like we've got to get results. So I think just get more reps under this team and I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, just to contextualize it for the viewers at home, obviously they won Katowice, then they took quite an extended break. They didn't come to Chengdu. They denied the invitation to EPL, which kind of only really left obviously the major just before that, and then Dallas as well. And we weren't super satisfied with them obviously making semis in Dallas, but then really faltering versus Vitality. I really hope they've managed to kind of brush that off, because that was an uncharacteristic Spirit, right? And one that I hope they won't be ending the season in.
I mean, it's also important for both them and Vitality they don't lose here, because a Spirit versus Vitality elimination game, that suddenly means one of those teams is in a much weirder position than you would expect. I think Hooksy just won the knife round based on what I'm seeing.
It seems like that. Which side do you think they should be picking?
Oh, that's a tough one. I honestly think if I were them, I might just start on T side, just because that at the start of the game, you're probably most composed and you can most have your plan ahead of time for the first few rounds. You can just stick to that plan before the game gets too chaotic, because I think it should be harder for them to coordinate on T side. So I'd start there, try and make sure you at least get some rounds, and then on CT side, loosen up as much as you want.
Okay, so we do have team huddles getting underway. We're almost ready to jump into it, which means predictions time. We hear Taz hyping up the team, which I absolutely love, but is it going to be enough, Hawker, or a Team Spirit taking this?
1, 2, 3,
Listen, they are loud. That is a rousing team talk from G2. Having said that, I can't exactly... He's so loud. He's so loud, I can't hear myself think right now, which I love. Meanwhile, Spirit, by the way, we haven't been showing them the entire time.
Because they're not really doing anything.
They're like the opposite. They're the quietest team you have. So I love seeing the contrast. But listen, they do have to be favorites here. The cohesion was back on that map, and as long as the cohesion stays and it doesn't get too crazy, Spirit should be winning.
Well, Hawker is predicting Spirit, but Connor, Mo, surely the vibe check for G2 surpasses, right?
Vibes are sick, Freya. Vibes are at an all-time high, but I don't know if vibes win Counter-Strike. At the end of the day, Shiro looked infinitely better.
Yes.
Everybody contributed, and we didn't get this, phenomenal pop-off from Nico that we did back on Ancient. Hunter and Nexus still brought something to the table as they were instrumental in map 1.
I think that if Nico did an op, they actually had a better chance because there's a couple rounds where he would have definitely got a kill or two with a rifle. So that was the big difference in map 2. More opping from G2 that didn't work out that well, and more opping from Shiro that was much better than map 1. It actually feels like an op diff has made the, well, I mean, I don't know if an op diff alone made the difference on Ancient because that was pretty one-sided actually. But now coming into map 3, definitely want to see like just less ops from G2. Lots of positions they put themselves in. They would have been great on a rifle. And yeah, let's see Taz on Anubis. That's definitely a world's first.
Does he know the angle?
He's played it maybe a couple of times last year, CSGO, but it's all at first in CS2.
Yes, sir. So he'll dive head first. Into the game we go. Although I hear all chat chatter. That always makes you nervous.
GG's. Have fun.
You stink.
You stink.
Hunter dancing with not 1, not 2, but 3 players out on the extremity of the B site. They see that as an E-box chance to push, and they're not wrong.
On pistols, I swear to you.
A frag and an assist. I mean, they're not wrong, right? Hunter spots that heavy presence outside long, and everybody's ready to transition into the E-box split.
Yeah,
I
because they're
love
not
it.
pushing dark and
Great call.
at the same time. Taz has consistent impact on these pistol rounds.
You know, G2 wasn't able to 2-0 the grand finals, but they did still win 2-1.
Yeah.
What does that tell you about this matchup?
That was a foregone conclusion for me.
It's in the cards, folks.
1 major on the server.
And it ain't Shiro's. Doesn't have a kit. Does have a kit. Does have a kit.
No.
Oh, it's got to be close.
Too late. It's too late. Oh my god. Just got this one last kill.
That's a man who's having fun.
Yeah.
I feel like once you're in the server, you don't feel 38. It's all coming back to him.
Yeah.
And you're right, in the pistols, he's had some.
Is Donk 16 or is that Donk 17?
17, yep. And Taz is 38. So
literally 2 different generations.
Not even half of the age of Taz. Zontic's gonna eat a hefty nade. As it's the full save called here from Spirit. Oh, we didn't see him. Taz didn't see him.
It was smoky in there.
It was a little smoky in there. Hasn't been in the club for a while.
You kind of got maybe unlucky. Clouds of smoke right there.
Ah, oh, sure. They're just going to sit on
Is
this
that
stack
living
and wait.
2 times more than someone, like some kind of PED advantage?
You'd think. But here's the thing. He's lived 2 times longer, but Donk's percentage of his life spent in a server is probably higher.
That's probably the more important number there, yeah.
So it's a concentrated amount of Counter-Strike that powers Donk existence.
Right.
What are life skills good for anyways?
CSGO.net. What is going on there?
Who knows?
That's awesome.
He said, this thing ain't shooting straight.
Exploding.
He says, every time Taz kills me, I hear someone yelling.
It's like they're in my headset. Yeah, I remember this one quote from Taz that was like, it wasn't even a joke though. He said, when I come into a stage match, I have to decide how much energy I use screaming versus focusing on the game. And he made that calculation depending on his opponents, because some people would crumble more if you yelled at them. And some people you just had to try harder and they didn't care as much.
Hey, don't hit yourself. Taz, back in the server. Magic's got the wax out, and we go back in.
What if Pasha bikes here for Taz?
Don't challenge, excuse me, don't challenge him because he'll do it.
Yeah, and he's got to train for his next fight.
Who's he fighting?
I don't know. Oh, it got announced, but I didn't see it.
Oh.
I just saw it was announced 6 p.m. that day, but I don't know how to navigate that Polish live streaming sites that they do this on. But whoever it is going to lose.
Yes, sir.
We should go there, man. We should go. Is that at the SPO deck? No.
I'm not sure. Should be.
Anyone want to go watch Pasha fight? Let me know.
Let's bike there.
Let's bike there.
Pimp's on his way. Zontix, nice hold. Shiro. Ooh, damn, that's a gun round, folks. That looks like a bunch of pistol arrows getting swept away by a
They were fully
tsunami,
loaded.
but no, sir, that is a Spirit defense that just holds strong.
That was scary. I didn't even think you could see Shiro at all.
Damn. Well, if that's a sign of things to come, Shiro's 6-1 already.
He said, I just wanted to let you know my value from map 1 to 2
Oh, yeah.
to 3.
It's on. He said, I'm not losing to Taz.
He actually just needed a warm-up map. Okay, we get it, you offers. We need you. We get it. Oh, okay.
Just a hand. Sounds like a flugelhorn.
Not going to ask what that is.
No, some weird German thing. Man, big gap towards mid. We've seen a lot of kind of empty mid holds out of CTs today on Anubis.
Yes, but at least spotting Cameron having a standard setup here watching main, which was a little bit better than what we saw from Virtus.pro. And Shiro can kind of pivot on this position.
That got put out instantly.
Ooh. Oh, interesting. That is a fast split.
That smoke molly combo was just down in half a second. We do get this CT wrap back around spawn. Zontix trying to come clear it out, but they have to be so careful because it's not like it's a follow through immediately through Temple.
Yeah.
So Magix knows like they're back there somewhere, but where do they intend to go? That's the last question. They could always reroute and try to take it to Zontix, but I think getting the kill to Magix, well, they'll get both kills. Taz lingers long enough. Donk is still alive though.
Yeah, this is his key position, but no kills.
Yeah,
They perfect split. I mean, look at the spacing on that.
Yeah, he hears the players coming in from E-Box. He sees the guy on long and then dies to the one on Temple. That's 3 players concentrating their effort to deal with Donk. So G2.
That was a perfect attack, man. And Taz got his opening, made space perfectly right there.
Do it, Taz. Goomba stomp him.
Let's see. No, he could be here. Oh! Okay, well, it had to be that no scope.
That shot to the...
Is he gonna keep that op close by at least? Yeah, looks like it. Knows he might have to fight for this one.
He's not wrong. And if they think they're just going to push into an offer, the M4 could be the key to hanging on to all this. It'll get taken away, but that's a 3rd round to G2 and a swept away CT side.
So probably an interesting map because they don't necessarily need that op to survive it. Anubis is pretty kind of cool like that. Like, you can double up, you can no op.
That's why I like it and Ancient.
Taz is still talking. say, I'll fight you.
But like, is this not an immaculate mood?
Yeah, it's so good.
He's got Hooksy and Nico red in the face.
Yeah, he's like, guys, as a coach, I cannot talk this much.
Yeah,
this is so nice. You don't understand how muzzled I've been.
If coaches could talk all the time, this is what we'd be getting.
Hey, dog! I catched you! I dunked you!
Oh.
Dog!
Okay.
Stop bullying him, man. He's 17. 38-year-old man bullies 17-year-old teenager.
You know what, though? It's old people who get bullied in Counter-Strike.
That's
you know
true.
What I mean? It's time for us to strike back.
God damn it. One for the boomers. I'm a millennial, too. Oh, Hero,
that's
what a
clean.
kill.
Man,
All right.
That was supposed to end up being a bait.
The response from Spirit comes back quick, and it is an instant 5v3. They're going to shell up inside the A site, but this is one of those moments where, like, numbers could catch G2 off guard. 3 members of Spirit slip into the site. Chopper, nice off angle for the Hooksy frag, almost getting a second. Molly will deter and redirect them. But I mean, they could put a bomb down for free.
They could.
And that's half the battle.
Just don't think they believe it's open right now. Let's see where they plant.
Donk turns around. Taz, no, that's not gonna work. And Donk still falls, but bomb picked back up. Nexa now that long player is gonna wrap around on him, and Magisk should deny it all, but he gets red. Doesn't make a difference. From the start of that round, it felt like Spirit had both hands on him. And that double man advantage bleeds through to the end. Shiro feeling it, and he should be.
He should be.
He's taken over the server since the end of Ancient.
Should have to make up for that a little bit, and he definitely is. Yeah, this is quite a crazy kill to get on someone like Nico, especially posted up on your angle, ready to instantly punish. So, nice! Ball came down to that tactic. G2 still in the lead, but forcing down and coming out with 1 AK. Hooksy, Nexa on the support nades. And it looks like Taz is going to play that entry role again.
Oh,
wow. Wow.
Magic.
I mean, that's just sick timing, isn't it?
Devilish. Ooh, okay. Okay, this defense starting to power up a little bit in these back-to-back rounds. Tech9 overwhelmed. The pistols won't get through Magic's. That's naughty.
Mm-hmm. After his own smoke. So I know you might creep into this.
You know, it's one thing.
It's probably for the literal strat that he was seeing in his mind.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that was a force down, so we're coming into this one with nothing.
It's smoke, not bricks. Now your Glocks are going to get torn apart. So it's all fun and games. Taz gets his map win in 2024. Nobody can take that away from him. Donk on for the ace.
Don't beat him.
Third ace of the event already.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Day one.
Nico, Donk, and
Fame.
Fame, right. Wow.
Or Fame, Nico, and Donk in chronological order.
I know it's just a Glock save, but it's just scary how accurate he is at any range. Some of these instant first bullets, even with the AK, which is just not even that reliable this far away, honestly.
He just like
on the money, no matter what.
Yeah, he makes every bullet look so intentional.
Yeah.
You know, that second kill in that last burst just finds its target every time. So, only one ace against full guns, of course. That belongs to Fame. But it is unfortunately for G2 back down to man disadvantage. Hooksy is getting beat up here on Anubis. They're trying to get that War Machine back up and running, but Nico maybe spent all his mojo back on Ancient.
Oh man, don't
Donk
let him
is
get
alive.
powered up.
Powering up step by step. 2 kills deep already.
It's silly, but you don't even want to give him those eco kills last round.
Yep. So then he feels it. They're going to hear Taz swapping weapons deep on long, so pop it over the smoke to take the duel and besting him. Magix locks out the B-bomb sites, and Spirit 1 foot in front of the next.
Taz gonna have to say sorry soon to his team for firing up Donk.
Guys, I didn't mean it. Wow. That's Nico he's killing, by the way. You know, the all-time greatest rifler?
Yeah.
Donk's inspiration.
Oh, did he say that?
Oh, I'm just assuming.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm making things up again.
I would actually like to know who's Donk's like favorite player.
You just
want to say Apex, you know?
Yeah,
an
sure,
entry fragger that yells every round.
Okay.
You know? Could be. And back in the day, Apex, he was a mean fragger.
Taz at the front of this hit. Donk slides right through him. No multi-kill this time for Donk, though. That's a small victory. See if Magix can handle the slack. His teammate's already rotating in. That's an immense amount of damage off the nade. Talk about value.
They're a little cramped in there, scared to come out. And no one on main side, so they just kind of look for some raw duels.
There's nothing that's going to catch him off guard right now. G2, they don't have a split in place to scare him. Nobody's going to pop through that smoke, even if they're a little wary, and the frag grenades just keep coming.
Yeah.
That one actually did very little damage in comparison.
True, it was right between them.
But they make no attempt to hide the noise. They sprint across the open. And last player in from Long, Magix on high alert and getting sharp, which is a nice welcome sight because he had a great event back at Dallas.
Very
and now he's also posting some pretty important rounds too after what was kind of like a dry spell. You know, he had a few events in a row where his statistics were just kind of down there. You know, even Chopper at times was overtaking him by the end of a couple of events. And, you know, Magix is kind of meant to be one of the pillars of this team.
Well, but yeah, I mean, but who would you expect to have more kills than him? Everyone on the team except for Chopper, right, normally.
Yep.
So in terms of space, he isn't supposed to be at the top.
Fair.
But yeah, he had a really, really strong Dallas.
When they come to him, he delivers.
And this is a high frag position that he plays, of course, inside of B.
I'd say one of the most important positions of all the maps he gets.
Yeah.
Nice to see him thriving. Test for Shiro, who has looked far better since map 1. And I love that internal tick that tells him to go for the peak a second time. Okay, a little ambitious. Not expecting that many. Taz also responding back with a frag to Donk. A great wallbang through the doorway. And this one is starting to fall into the hands of G2.
Yeah, I mean, they could have, Taz could have, I mean, sorry. Chopper could have been right there to swing with Shiro. I'm not sure where the setup was. Him taking that peak, maybe just didn't expect so many people to be coming up.
Oh, this is a big decision. He pushes out, and I mean, he's so right about this. Oh, Magix.
Perfect with the shadow advantage.
And it's going to be a slow crawl from Taz to try to get out from E-Box. And if Magix senses he has to take the fight, his timing right now is perfect. Hunter in the corner. Oh, he'll deliver the headshot. Magix had the right idea, but
he didn't really believe it. He didn't really believe it.
He was certain about Taz coming out from E-Box, whether he knew it or not. That was a correct decision to go for the push. But lacked a little conviction. So Zontix, let's see if you can clutch.
Zontix such a great mid-round fragger. Sometimes he takes too long in the clutch, clearing things out perfectly, but here's Hunter sitting on default.
Whoa, that off angle, though. Zontix going to step right out into it. Yeah, caught off guard, and Hunter gets 2 critical frags in the 2v2. And all of that countering. I don't know if you noticed. Shiro 16 and 5.
Wow.
After these 2 round kills, but
yeah. It's all over the place.
Looking like Kramer.
You got no idea, Jerry, no idea.
Double up. We've seen Magix play that as well, speaking of him.
Sorry, that was Costanza, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna lie. I wasn't sure, so.
It could be because the accent's so bad.
Was that Will Ferrell? Hooksy.
Oh,
ooh, baby.
Melted.
Quick headshot on his counterpart of Chopper. I like that G2 are still making this interesting towards the tail end. Big moment from Hunter in the round prior. But he's going to get clipped by Donk. And there goes Magix with that second op, finding the back turn to Hooksy. When Hooksy gets that first kill in mid so fast and then things go quiet, I like that Magix doesn't get afraid, doesn't slip away, holds his line, as does Zontix.
Wow.
And Taz, ever desperate to try to get something going here. No bomb control, no teammates to play off of. It's going to take 4 crispy headshots. And I don't see it coming. Down he goes at the hands of Shiro. The op will not stop. God damn, Team Spirit.
Did we get the most sort of optimized outcome in this matchup if Spirit end up winning sort of as they should with Taz on? But then we get the glory of seeing Taz actually win the map. Plus, it's their opponent's map pick, so it's the biggest shock as the first map as well. Is this the most optimized result possible?
Well, are we optimizing entertainment?
Optimizing for, like, the sake of the event.
I think so.
Optimizing for, like, the sake of Spirit's reputation as, like, a team that should be able to close out these games.
Yeah, because we get to sprinkle in this, like, oh, maybe Spirit aren't perfect.
Right.
Ooh, on this. And then we get the turnaround from Shiro and Donk. We can celebrate the Taz map win on its own little plate.
Exactly.
Yeah. The scriptwriters have done nice.
Yeah, they've done nice today. Very generous.
Or is this all to just make us think that G2 will lose only for the second half comeback?
Ooh.
You can't tune out just yet.
That's true.
You never know. Zontix, okay. That's a couple
2K.
freebies. He just blends into the wall.
They, like, split the walkthrough but didn't check.
Just looking like a salamander, stuck to the side.
Couldn't cut their tail off in time.
And then turns into a Salamanca and kills both. Nico, well, that's a one and done. And Taz again, flashes of the last round, but once more not able to get it going. So 8 rounds to the CT side of Spirit, arguably where they should be. It all started with a dream. The hopes of a 38-year-old world champion returning to the server. This is the Mike Tyson moment of 2024 in Counter-Strike. And now, unfortunately for Taz, he's been rocked upside the head. And they are not sitting so pretty here on the deciding map. 4 rounds, all G2 have after their T-side. It's a quick reality check.
Who would be
Shiro.
Stonk, like Ryan Garcia or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Tyson Fury. Okay.
Config can be Jake Paul.
What's Config up to right now?
Good things, I hope.
Okay. Is he on the team? Why do I just forget?
Team positive attitude.
Team 10.
London is my city. I don't think he's... I haven't seen him sign for anybody since NIP.
He's just like still technically on NIP.
Vibin'. As we are here too. All right. Spirit should have always won, but Taz won a map in 2024, and that's really the takeaway of the day. And also remember, Monacy's inbound, so it's not a bleak picture for G2. It's just a tough opening game. And even then, they took one. All it's going to be is a strong CT side showing.
Yikes!
Nexa swarmed. Taz. Oh, just the one.
He always gets his one, though.
Oh, Nico tapping away. That's a double.
Ooh.
The fact he doesn't die yet's kind of insane. He's going to take a look at the shoes. Shiro comes through. His dual Berettas. Nothing there for Hunter. Shiro trying to make up for a lackluster pistol back on map 2. And Hooksy, come on now. Oh, he's got to get the reload off.
He's working for it. This pistol could be everything.
God, it's been a rough map.
The plant doesn't come through. Oh, it does.
And as he gets that down, Magic's now weapon back in hand. Hooksy crouches. Gonna create a question. Where the hell has he got off to? Shows a little skin. Dances back and forth.
Magix knows he's got to peek.
Oh,
he goes for the graffiti.
The Glock swap. The hot jump into the fight. Into the pit where Magix thrives. And it is Spirit with the pistol round win.
He was just toying with him. That's his own version of shit talk right there.
Damn, he hits
hey,
the
get
spray.
focused. I'm swinging.
Hits the spray.
Yep. I like that.
What do you think he sprayed?
Welcome to the clutch.
Yeah.
A lot of great pistol shots in here, but this is Spirit now on T side with 9 rounds. You get the spray again?
Yeah, I think it's if you get a kill, it resets your spray.
Oh, okay. I don't even have bound. Kind of like a